Prologue. In the time before the Great Flood, the war of gods and men raged in the desert of Dudiel. Methuselah ben Enoch had led the armies of man, undefiled by genetic miscegenation and idol worship, to gloriously defend a last stand of righteousness against the rebel sons of God called Watchers and their demonic minions of hybrid soldiers and giants called Nephilim. And then the deluge came and washed the land clean of the corruption that had infested it. Noah ben Lamech and his family of 8 were spared by Elohim in a large box of a boat, along with a multitude of animals, to repopulate the land. Everyone else and every land animal perished. This floating barge carried Noah and his wife Amzara, and their sons, Shem, Japheth, and Ham. Shem's wife was named Sedek, Japheth's wife was Adatanes, and Ham's wife was Nelah. Nelah had been pregnant on the ark and had given birth to the first child of the post-Diluvian generation. He was named Cush. The Nephilim were giant preternatural hybrid offspring of the sons of God and the daughters of men. Though these chimeras died as mortal flesh in the deluge, their divine element remained as demonic spirits that now roamed the earth with an insatiable hunger to inhabit human flesh. The lead watchers, Semjaza and Azazel, and their 200 defiant watchers had taken upon themselves the identities of a pantheon of gods to accomplish their scheme. Semjaza became Anu, the high god, and Azazel was Inanna, his consort, the goddess of sex and war. During the war of gods and men, Anu and Inanna, and many of their fellow immortal watchers were bound by archangels and imprisoned in the heart of the earth until judgment. But not all of them. 70 leaders of the watchers avoided capture, along with a contingent of their subordinate Malachim and sergeant angels. Just how many, no one was sure. The ark had come to rest on Mount Nimish near the river Tigris in the mountains of Ararat that are now called Ararat. After the flood waters receded, Noah left the boat and offered a sacrifice of thanksgiving to Elohim known by his covenant name of Yahweh. Yahweh made a covenant with Noah and his descendants to never again kill all life on the land with water as he had done. The rainbow in the sky was his signature of that covenant promise. Yahweh commissioned Noah with the original calling of Adam, to multiply and fill the land. Yahweh had started all over with a new creation and new human race. Humanity was created in God's image and as such was a holy representation of that ruler over creation. The first murderer, Cain, had violated that sacred image by slaying his own brother, and thus starting an evil spiral of violence that dragged the original creation into the very depths of Sheol. Now Yahweh gave Noah the charge to uphold the sacred image of God in man through just recompense. Whoever sheds the blood of man, by man shall his blood be shed, for God made man in his own image. After some time, Noah and his family descended from the mountainous region into the Mesopotamian plains to start anew. It was a horrible sight to behold. The waters had washed over everything, burying the once beautiful alluvial terrain in layers of mud and silt. The land was wiped away, leaving a vision of barren ugliness and death. The cities were piles of flooded rubble. The thought of so many people drowned to death was sickening to the stomach. Noah would often say that all of humanity had been turned to clay. But even so, life had already begun to break through the graveyard before them, as vegetation quickly sprouted from the seedlings buried in the soil. Elohim had created a resilient earth. The family of Noah began to multiply and fill the earth and to rebuild civilization by passing on their acquired knowledge to their descendants. It would take some time before cities, culture, and technology were reconstructed to the level they were before the flood, but just like the vegetation, it would return speedily because the seeds of such knowledge lay in their accumulated experience in the world before. City building, irrigation, agriculture, metallurgy, writing, shepherding would only be temporarily set back as the growing population pushed forward with a hunger to pick up where it had left off. Noah had been a warrior before the deluge. But now he started anew and became a tiller of the soil. He felt weaker, and he was not getting any younger. He set his mind to develop agricultural growth that Amzara his wife had explained to him from her time at Erech. His crowning achievement was a vineyard that sported a vast array of grapes for the fermentation of wine. But in his heart, Noah was not at peace. He felt the depression of despair over him like the shadow of an Anzu thunderbird. He could not shake it. He had been the chosen one to end the reign of the gods, bring rest to the land, and bear the seed of Eve that would war with the seed of the serpent. He had faced death too many times to count, fought with gods, survived torture, and even looked into the abyss of Sheol. It was terrifying to experience such frightful extremes, but it was also invigorating. It had charged through his veins like a drug that fueled intense awareness of every living moment. It made him know he was truly alive. But now, he had been relegated to an old patriarch in the background as his children spread out and built cities in history. Grandpa Noah, great-grandpa Noah, great-great-grandpa Noah, and so on seemed now his only identity. He wondered if anyone would even remember his great journey and exploits in the hands of Elohim. And what of the adventures of his grandfather Methuselah and Enoch the giant killers? Already fading into the mists of legend. He would have to write down what he remembered if he could only get around to it. In the meantime, he kept telling his stories to the little grandchildren and great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren at his feet. In these were the future. Zara was not so sadly disposed. She had been a slave of the priest king of Erech and had been so long without her husband that she was just happy as a pomegranate to have the rascal finally settled down and with her every day. She determined to make up for the lost years. And that making up was not merely friendly companionship and functional interaction, it was oneness. Noah was a physically passionate man, but unfortunately, his current melancholy had become an impediment to their union. He had pulled away from her physically and verbally and her heart was breaking. She had led a palace staff, raised a family, defied the gods, but she still found her sense of identity and personal security in being loved by the greatest and truest man she had ever met. If he was in pain, she was in pain. If he was unsettled, she was unsettled. The thing that concerned her most was his drinking. Noah had begun to imbibe too much of the fruit of the vine to wash away his sorrow. He would get drunk and stumble into their bedroom weeping and fall asleep. At least he never got violent. He was too morally upright for that. She knew he had to wrestle with Elohim in his own way, and she trusted he would find his way as he always did. Noah was not a sinless man, but he was a faithful man, a man who had stood righteous in a wicked generation. And now he was wrestling with his feelings of unworthiness of such a privilege, and inadequacy as patriarch of the new creation. What concerned her as much as Noah's drunkenness was her grandson Cush's oddity. He had been born to Neela and Ham, the firstborn of the new world. He had come out normal and healthy enough. But as he grew up, she sensed a difference in him. He was not like all the other grandchildren or great-grandchildren that were multiplying. He was a bit tall for his age, and had sparkling blue eyes. He was a little rascal who always seemed to get into trouble with his curiosity. But it was not the curiosity of a naive child. It seemed cold, detached, and calculating. One time Cush sat on the edge of a river bank watching with intense interest as another child was drowning not a few cubits off the bank. He did not run for help, he did not yell for help. He simply watched the child gasping and flailing as the other children were screaming for someone who could swim to help the poor thing. As he got older, Cush became more distant from the family. He was the first to leave the greater tribe and start a new people of his own. The first of his cities was called Kish as a self-tribute alteration of his own name. It was called the first kingship that came down from heaven after the flood. But Cush was ambitious and traveled to the south to help rebuild the other cities wiped away by the flood, including Erech. When one of his children had been born a giant, he secreted him off to protect Cush's own identity as a Nephilim born of the union of the god Anu with Neela. Neela had never told a soul that she had been raped by Anu and that the child in her womb on the ark was its diabolical seed. She was too afraid. Since Cush was not a giant, the thought had not occurred to anyone that he was anything other than Ham's offspring. Only Zara had asked digging questions that Neela barely escaped with her half-truth answers. The Watcher gods had achieved their goal of suppressing the giantism as a recessive gene that would only articulate in succeeding generations. Their plans of conquest were not over yet. Neela knew none of this. She was simply a violated and damaged woman who hid her shame from her tribe. But the dishonor of Cush was surpassed by the horror of Zara's own son, Ham. Before the flood, Ham was born and raised within the pagan world of Erech because Zara had been captured and enslaved when she was pregnant from Noah. Ham had been taken from her, renamed Kananu, and bred to be a priest of Inanna. His head was elongated according to royal custom under the pressure of wooden slats, he was shorn of all hair from special herbal concoctions, and he had been tattooed with the mark of Inanna that would prove a regret the rest of his life. He looked strangely unlike his own brethren and felt even less like them. He never truly fit in. Though he repented and embraced his true father in Noah when he was rescued from the city, Ham had always harbored a grudge against the man that was not there to protect him from the corruption of evil. Ham had converted to Noah's god Elohim, a god who saved him and his immediate family, but had drowned every other living thing in the land to accomplish that elective purpose. How was this any different from Anu's wrath, Inanna's capriciousness, or the oppressive tyranny of the other gods of the pantheon? He had lost more than a dozen close friends and confidants from the palace and temple. These were not cruel or evil people to him. They were innocent. They were born into their position just as he had been. And now they too were gone, and he felt all alone in a family that sought to care for him, but ultimately did not understand him. He wished his mother had never taught him about his past. He wished he had just been completely separated from her to spare him the tension of two opposing worlds in his soul. He wished he had just been drowned with all his friends. But he was not drowned. And his contempt for his pathetic father and doting mother grew with each passing year. He saw Noah's increasing drunkenness and weak resignation to be the worst form of cowardice. Ham considered his father unworthy to lead their growing clan as patriarch. Whatever heroic deeds Noah may have done before the deluge were now but distant memories, phantoms of legend that meant nothing to a new generation that had to move forward into a progressive future of change. Their task was a monumental one. They had to carve, hack, and dig their way through a harsh new world sprouting from the clay and mud of the old. Noah was a symbol of that old clay world, but he would not abdicate his leadership to make way for bolder progressive visions. In order for the collective to advance, Ham thought, Noah must be deposed. Who else would have the forward-looking ideas to carry them into the future? Who else would have the courage and the power to bring change? He remembered Anu's intent of fundamentally transforming humankind. That was what they still needed: hope, change, transformation. Not the old ways of thinking. Amzara determined to help shake Noah out of his depression. It crushed her to see him so sad and dispirited of late. She knew it was bad because he had even lost his sexual drive. He was a hardy man who worked hard, fought hard, and played hard. He often said that his favorite place to be in the whole world was wrapped in her legs on their marriage bed. Of course, increasing age had brought with it diminished capacity, but he still hungered for her, just a little less as his body became less responsive. He would often tell her she was lucky he was not a young 200-year-old anymore, and that it must be Elohim's way of protecting her from exhaustion. But of late, he had not advanced upon her. She felt as if his wine was another woman stealing his vitality and smirking at her. So she resolved that tonight, she was going to surprise him with an offer that was too delicious to ignore. She never forgot that his favorite dress had always been a bright red dye linen dress from Egypt she had procured when they were younger. It would drive him wild with desire the way the folds fell across her curves. It was long gone now, so she set about carefully recreating it from the cloth supplies they had accumulated. She used red dye made from a madder plant and stitched together a very flimsy garment that she was sure would please his starving eyes with titillation. Her body had declined in its beauty with her age, but his love for her had filled in the gaps. A little heavier makeup and some bold jewelry would make him putty in her hands. But she would not manipulate him. She would fulfill his every desire. She made his favorite meal, steak from a steer's flank, fresh bread, onions and fruit, topped off with a gourd of wine. He was a simple man with simple needs and easily pleased. When Noah stumbled into their tent from a day in the fields, her spirit deflated. He had been drinking, and more heavily than usual. He could barely stand up and almost took down the whole table of food when he caught himself from falling to the ground. He saw the food, looked up at Amzara, and blurted out, "You are so gorgeous, gorge." He was trying to say the word gorgeous. Amzara started to cry. She did not know what else she could do, what else she could be for him. Noah noticed her tears and gurgled, "Oh, do not worry, I may be drunk, but I can still get it. I can still get it, get it going. Do not you worry, you little love angel, you." Noah started to tear off his clothes, which made him stumble more. He finished off his gourd of wine and threw it to the ground. Amzara walked over to the bed and sat down with deep sadness. Noah's garments ripped as he struggled to get them off. At last he stepped out of this last tunic, stumbled and fell to the ground completely naked and mumbling incoherently. And then he passed out. Amzara broke down weeping and cried out to Elohim, "Lord, bring me back my hero. Give him back his hope." A rustling sound drew her attention to the entrance of the tent. She looked up to see Ham step inside and close the flap. "Ham ben Noah, your father is naked in shame. Leave this moment." But Ham did not leave. He walked over to Noah and looked down on him with disgust. "Is this my father?" he said. "I told you to leave this moment. You shame his name," she barked. "I shame him?" he responded. "No, mother, he shames himself. He shames the family name. He shames the clans, the future. He shames his God. How dare you?" she said, standing angrily, ready to throw him out with her own hands. Ham slithered over to her and stood inches away from her face. She tried to stand up to him, to counter his defiance with her own. But he was too powerful. His reptilian glare chilled her. She shrunk inside and sat down on the bed, defeated. She could not look him in the face any longer. "What have I birthed? Have I so completely failed Elohim?" He kneeled down to her level. "No. You did the best you could. Maybe it was Elohim who failed you." She looked at him with shock and slapped him hard across the face without hesitation. "How dare you question Elohim's purpose? I do not understand his ways, but he is true to his promise." Ham smirked and stood back up, glaring at her. He gestured to Noah, still on the floor unconscious. "I find that a promise unworthy of praise. And I, for one, will no longer sit back and let a floundering drunkard lead the only lot of humanity into the waters of the abyss." Ham gestured again toward Noah. If that is Elohim's promise, then I will not submit to such deplorable petulance. I will make my own promises. I will take the reins of power. I will be the new patriarch. Zara looked up in terror at Ham. His eyes had become like a predator's on prey. She knew exactly what he intended to do next, and it was an abomination. Ham grabbed her dress in his hands and ripped it from her body. Shem and Japheth had been looking for their brother Ham. He had not worked the herds all day, and they were a bit angry with his increasing irresponsibility. It seemed that he was acting more like an entitled king than a servant leader of the people of Elohim. Unable to find him, they decided to go to their father's tent and see if their parents knew his whereabouts. When they approached Noah's tent, they saw him exiting and fixing his tunic. He gave them a leering look and walked right up to them. Ham, we have been looking for you, said Shem, always the elder brother with a tendency to chastise. Well, you have found me, said Ham. But his countenance was disturbing to both Shem and Japheth. Then they heard the weeping inside the tent. Is that mother crying? Asked Japheth. Where is father? Added Shem without pause. Drunk on the ground, where else? Said Ham. Shem knew that there was something deadly wrong. What have you done, brother? He said. Ham responded with a diabolical casualness, I have uncovered father's nakedness. The child's name shall be Canaan. The words ripped into Shem and Japheth like a dagger. The meaning of the cultural idiom uncovering a man's nakedness was the sexual violation of his wife. In a patriarchal society, it was the ultimate humiliation and usurpation of his authority. Ham had engaged in maternal incest and had therefore contested his father's tribal power. Without delay, Shem and Japheth raced to the tent and tore back the flap. Noah was passed out on the ground as Ham had said, and Zara was naked and brutally battered on the bed, weeping into the pillow. Before they could see her nakedness, the brothers averted their eyes and grabbed one of Noah's cloaks laying on the floor where he dropped it. They walked backwards with the garment on their shoulders toward their mother and covered her. They covered their father's nakedness. When Noah had become sober and learned what Ham had done to him, he called for the elders of the community. As defrauded patriarch, Noah no longer had the authority he once wielded. But the crime could never take away his election by Elohim. And so he stood before the tribe and pronounced a curse. But it was not a curse on Ham, it was a curse on his offspring. Noah had discovered that what Ham had done to Zara included unspeakable unnatural acts that could only find their origin in the demonic revelations of the Watchers. Cursed be Canaan, said Noah. A slave of slaves shall he be to his brothers. Blessed be Yahweh, the God of Shem, and let Canaan be his slave. May Elohim enlarge Japheth, and let him dwell in the tents of Shem, and let Canaan be his slave. It was a shock to the elders. Noah had used the covenant name of Elohim in his curse, Yahweh. As patriarch he had the authority to do so, but it was rarely engaged. And why did he curse the son instead of the father? Canaan was not the offender, Ham was. Should a son suffer the wages of a father's sin? Does Elohim visit the iniquity of a man upon his succeeding generations? What Noah had done was not personal vendetta. It was an act of protection for the sacred and social identity of the family and the community. Without moral taboo, civilization would fall faster than it could rise. The community's response illustrated the power of internal evil to divide and conquer a people. Ham's heinous act caused a rift in the clans. The sons of Shem supported the call for judgment upon Ham, nothing less than his life for the violation of his parents' sacred honor. Japheth and his tribes considered it wicked, but not worthy of the penalty of death. Banishment or exile, but not death. Yahweh's covenant with Noah after the flood included the justice of a life for a life. If any man would shed another man's blood, by man should his blood be shed. The desecration of man as the image of God marked the rejection of the Creator and the beginning of the end of civilization. But did this crime rise to the level of shedding blood? They could not agree. Ham prepared his sons to leave for the south and west with future hopes of sea exploration of distant lands. In a sense, he was already exiling himself, and perhaps the issue was moot. He had made claim to tribal patriarch and then planned to leave the tribe. What drove a man to such levels of depravity? It seemed more an act of ultimate defiance of authority than of claiming it. Ham's actions started an avalanche of reactions with far-reaching repercussions. The elders conferred at length and came to the conclusion that it was time for all of them to spread out over the land of the two rivers. This event was the catalyst for something they should have done to begin with. Only fear had kept them from fulfilling Elohim's command to be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth. The sons of Shem settled the central and eastern region of Mesopotamia, and the sons of Japheth migrated to the northern reaches. They rebuilt the new cities on the ruins of the old, changing names as language changed. Erech became known as Uruk and the land of Shinar became Sumer. Noah and Anzara waited until Canaan was born before they left him in the hands of his brothers. They then traveled down the Euphrates to the southern sea and departed for the magical island of Dilmun. It was known as the land of the living that resided where the sun rises at the mouth of the rivers, and it soon inspired a host of legends about the gateway to the underworld. For Noah and Anzara, it was their attempt to start a new life away from the shame. Since their family had spread to cover the known lands, the only place they would be untouched by their painful memory would be a distant unknown location. He became known as Noah the Faraway, or Utnapishtim the Distant. And so the sons of Noah spread out along the river basin and multiplied. But the diffusion would only serve to delay the inevitable, for what is in the heart of man goes with him wherever he goes. As generations passed, the memory of Noah faded into legend and lore, and the rightful lordship of Elohim over the earth was too soon replaced again by the old gods of the pantheon. Everyone had forgotten the past. Everyone had forgotten who they were. Everyone had forgotten Elohim. They had become futile in their thinking and their foolish hearts were darkened. They exchanged the truth of Elohim for a lie. They worshipped and served the creature and creation in place of the Creator. And Elohim gave them over to their depravity. Chapter 1. The great feline moved through the tall grass of the plain. It crouched low, muscles tensed and senses alert to every sound and smell. Unusually large, the size of 7 men, it inched forward in the stealth of predatorial approach through the wavy brush. This uncanny skill in the kill had already brought long life to the wily hunter. Its mane was kingly, its musculature lean and taut, its claws and teeth protracted and sharp. And it smelled blood. At the end of the grassy area near the river's edge, the daunting cat froze. It saw a group of several humans in a clearing cleaning the carcasses of animal prey hanging from the trees. 20 gazelles, some wild boar, and a dozen ibexes dangled enticingly from the low limbs. A feast for the king of beasts. But the great lion was not looking at the fresh meat. It stared at the large figure laying the animals onto a cart for transportation. He was clearly the alpha male, towering above the others. He was mighty, picking up the bodies of the animals with muscular ease. He sported a full but manicured beard of dark hair and wore a chignon cloth band around his head that kept his long locks from obstructing his view. A tunic draped his waist, with a naked torso and an animal skin draped on his shoulders like a small cape. If the predator had been human, it would have been struck by the charisma and handsomeness of the hunter. But the predator was not human. What it saw was a challenging guardian keeping the lion from its meal. Strangely, the beast had no fear of the hunter. Though this one was extraordinarily large, the lion had killed many men, which accounted for its ability to stay alive for so long. Fear would not stop it from seeking prey, but it was a necessary element that produced increased strength and heightened awareness for battle with such a foe. But this time, it was as if it had a spell on the beast. It was preparing to kill, but with the lack of fear that might accompany the killing of an animal on the plain. The soft breeze carried the musk of the sweaty hunter's scent to the lion's nostrils. It licked its lips with hunger. It crouched low to the ground waiting for its moment to pounce. The hunter threw a gazelle on the pile of others in the cart. The 4 other men with him were servants. All the animals they were cleaning and preparing were victims of the hunter's skills. He was a mighty giant whose sport was a way of distracting his restless spirit. He also had preternatural senses. Those senses kicked in and he stopped what he was doing. He sensed that he was being watched. No, that he was being preyed upon. The hunter looked and saw the men cleaning the animals from the trees, oblivious to their impending doom. He looked at the brush mere cubits away from him. But then he glanced behind him. He set his spear beside the cart and pulled his dagger and axe. In front, and behind, there were 2 of them. No, wait. 3. It was an ambush. He was about to yell out a warning, but he never had the chance. The lions attacked. The lion that was watching the hunter leaped out of its hiding and covered the short distance in a mere couple of strides. The other 2 lions, one, an equally large male, the other a smaller but meaner female, surprised the men in the rear. They ripped them to shreds with relative ease. But the hunter was ready. And he was very good. His fear had spiked his strength and he caught the giant beast in the belly with his blade as it pounced on him. His other arm caught the fangs and claws of the monster in his copper forearm band. He pulled the dagger upward and sliced open the lion's underside, spilling its intestines on the ground. The lion howled in pain and released its grip. The hunter rolled on top of the lion, raising his axe high. It would take a few more moments before the lion would be dead, so he was not taking any chances. He swung down and buried the axe head in the lion's brain. It went limp. The other lions had finished off the 4 servants and turned to face the hunter. Their mouths and claws dripped blood. The big one stayed back, sizing up its prey. The smaller female was not so cautious. She moved forward, eyes mad with rage. She was smaller than her male companions, but she was clearly more vicious and experienced. Without a bulky mane to get in her way, she was streamlined for killing. And her mate was dead. She was going to maul this large human and lick its bones. But the hunter was not merely a human. He was also part god. And he had been wanting to rid the land of these menaces that had killed too many people of his city for too long. The lioness spared no moment for reflection on the hunter's heritage. It jumped at him. The hunter ducked and the lioness rolled on the ground in a pile of fangs, claws, and dust, hitting its head on a tree. The hunter only had his dagger, so he moved over to the cart and grabbed his spear. Dizzy from the head injury, the lioness tried to shake off unconsciousness. A patch of skin and hair above the eyebrow had been ripped off by the harsh bark of the tree. Blood dripped down into its blinking eye. The hunter raised his spear to lance it, but he felt the approach of the other lion from his rear. He turned. The lion was already in the air. The hunter barely got the spear point up as the lion came crashing down upon him. The spear ran right through its jaw and up through its brain, skewering the great beast's skull and killing it instantly. The shaft broke under the weight of the monster and the hunter was thrown to the ground. He got up as quickly as he had fallen because he knew that the worst of the fight was yet to come. Once the female had gotten back its senses, it was more ferocious than its companions. But as he glanced around, he saw the lioness escaping into the brush. The head wound must have been bad after all. And then he noticed that his animal skins had come off his body in the fray. This lioness was a vicious killer, but she was also an intelligent killer. And when her fear came back, so too did her senses. She would not fight with the disadvantage of a bleeding, dizzying wound against so mighty a hunter. So she left to live another day. To kill another day. The hunter dusted himself off and sighed at the death of his servants. It was not sentiment for their lives that moved him. He would have to bury them, finish the cleaning, and bring everything back to the city himself. He checked the animal skins draped on his shoulders. They had been a special gift from his mother, a goddess who had assured him they bore the magical property of removing the natural fear of animals toward the wearer. It allowed him to get closer to his prey for easier kill before they bounded away. And they also threw off the senses of predators like lions. He was a mighty hunter, a powerful warrior, but he was not stupid. Victory was superior to honor. If wearing a magic pelt gave him advantage, then so be it. Glory would only be increased by survival, not defeat. He was victor and that is what mattered most. The hunter approached the entrance of the vast walled city. He led the cart alone through the sevenfold gate before entering the public area. He even helped the donkeys to pull their overloaded cargo of animal flesh with his mighty strength. On the top of that load were the bodies of 2 immense lions. The sound of trumpets announced his presence, and he was heralded in the streets by a cheering crowd. He approached his palace entrance and was welcomed by a smiling queen mother and high priestess of Shamash, the goddess Ninsun. She crowed with pride to the hunter, "Welcome back, scion of Uruk, wild bull on the rampage, 1/3 mortal and 2/3 divine." The crowd cheered again. The hunter smiled at the grandiose exaltation. It was formal, but it was appropriate. He was Gilgamesh, Lord and King of Uruk. Chapter 2. The new city of Uruk was rebuilt upon the ruins of the old that had been destroyed in the deluge. All the cities of the area had likewise been rebuilt, Eridu, Ur, Shuruppak and the others, but Uruk had grown quickly to become once again the largest city-state in Sumer, boasting over 60,000 residents. Its territory covered 3.5 square miles of land. 1 square mile of city, 1 square mile of orchards, 1 square mile of clay pits, and 1/2 square mile for the Temple Mount. Following his predecessors, Gilgamesh had restored the cult centers along with their religious worship of deity. Inanna's and Anu's temples were rehabilitated with that extra flourish that Gilgamesh added to all his ventures in an attempt to establish his unsurpassed greatness. His own great palace was in the same district and included a temple, Igalma, for his mother, the goddess Ninsun. After the deluge, most of the gods no longer showed their presence to mankind as they used to. They seemed strangely distant. But the religious cult continued with images of the gods made from stone and wood. They still performed their opening of the mouth ceremony to bring the breath of the god into the statue and make it a living representation of the deity's presence in its absence. The rumors were that the pantheon was hidden away in its holy mountain, Hermon, in the west, because the devastation of the floodwaters had sent shock waves through their ranks. But no one really knew why. It was not long before scribes in their tablet schools began spinning their own yarns to suit their purposes. It was said that Enlil, the god of the air, was angry at the clamor of humanity and proposed to send a flood to wipe them all out, but that Enki, the crafty god of the waters of the abyss, warned Noah, a leader of Shuruppak, called Ziusadra by some, to build a boat and escape the wrath. So Enki had thwarted the plans of Enlil, just when Enlil was trying to take charge of the pantheon. Anu, the high god of the pantheon, had faded into the background as a more distant deity. What the scribes did not know was the reality behind their myths. Anu was actually the Watcher Semjaza. He had faded in his historical presence because he had been bound into the heart of the earth by Uriel the archangel during the war of gods and men at the time of the flood. All the 7 high gods who decree the fates had been imprisoned in that battle because they too were rebel watchers of Elohim's heavenly host with revolutionary intent. The only one of the high gods not bound in the earth was Utu the sun god, who escaped in a fit of cowardice during the battle. He had also run away in the Titanomachy in the war on Eden, which made him a particular nuisance to the plans of the divine pantheon. Utu had changed his name to Shamash, but remained a sun god. Other surviving watchers had taken over the identities of the other high gods so as to ensure the continuity of their rule over mankind. There was Anu Enlil, and Anu Enki, Nana, and Ninhursag. The only deity whose identity was not taken over was Inanna. She had been seized in the mouth of Rahab the sea dragon and buried under tons of sediment in the flood. Her reputation for self-aggrandizement and violence was so notorious that no watcher wanted to carry that stigma with them into the new world. But what the humans did not know would not hurt them, as they continued to venerate Inanna throughout the land. Irrigation canals were redug to bring water from the Euphrates River into the fields surrounding the city that were tended by the farmers. The city walls were a new addition by Gilgamesh. The land of Sumer was a confederation of city-states with their own economies, governmental bureaucracy, and patron deities. Though they traded with one another and usually respected their boundaries, the nature of humankind is always to take more. Hostilities had grown between the cities, and some engaged in battles over territory and passage rights on the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. The 2 rivers were still the lifeline of the land that brought water for crops and transportation for trade. It became evident to some that control of the waterway would lead to control of the land, so the cities on the edge of the river vied for that control by charging duties and transportation taxes. It was a seedling of trouble that would prove to grow into a tree of thorns. Gilgamesh saw this growing aggression as a threat to the safety of Uruk, so he embarked upon a massive project to build a protective wall around his city like none had ever seen. It was a mighty wall worthy of a mighty king who was determined to make a name for himself in history. About 50 cubits or 80 feet high, the wall boasted a 7-fold gateway protecting the entrance into the city. A chariot could ride across its threshold with a full rig of horses. The brickwork was meticulous and made of kiln-fired bricks that could withstand weather, war, and even floodwaters, unlike the more common mud bricks that most building structures were made of. The amount of material needed for this glorious enterprise was so massive that the clay pits for brickmaking took up 1/3 of the city and were going deeper into the earth with every day of building. The labor needed to accomplish this feat was so overwhelming that King Gilgamesh had to institute forced corvée labor upon the citizens for many years just to have any hope of actually finishing the massive brick snake that wound its way around the city. "And therein lays your flaw, Gilgamesh," whispered Ninsun. Gilgamesh sat gloriously on his throne, washed up from the hunt. He was a majestic 6 cubits or 9 feet tall. Ninsun stood intimately by his ear. He posed motionless so an artisan could carve an accurate likeness of his face into a clay tablet while another sculpted a statuette. They were commemorating his slaughter of the 2 great lions by crafting images of him as Lord of the Animals, Savior of his people. His muscular likeness stood mightily in the center, hands stretched out to grasp the throat of a lion on either side of him. On his head was the horned hat of deity. Ironically, his throne also sported a carved stone lion on either side as a symbol of his royalty, so these were particularly symbolic animals that helped exalt his reputation and glory. The huge lion skins were being stripped from their carcasses and cured by tanners to put on display in his palace later. Gilgamesh neglected to mention to anyone the 3rd missing lioness. It was not flattering to his reputation. Who would believe him that the smaller female was more ferocious? And the legendary fame of 2 vanquished lions would forever be sullied by the one that got away. He decided that was an extraneous detail that need not spoil the symmetry of his gallant story and artwork. Gilgamesh responded to Ninsun in a whisper, so as not to be heard by the artists. "I have restored the cosmic rights of the gods, I opened up passes in the mountains for travel, dug many wells of water for my people, and I have brought much fame upon Uruk by building walls of strength and glory." "And you have done so at the expense of your own subjects," Ninsun added. "You are working your own people into an early grave." As a high priestess of Shamash, Ninsun was in touch with the soul of the commoner. She heard their confessions and prayers to Shamash for deliverance from their king's oppressive demands. "I ask nothing of them that I do not also ask of myself," he hissed back. "True enough, my son," she said. But they are not part god as you are. The workers in the pits and on the wall are working day and night in rotating shifts with nary a rest for their labors. You must allow them some happiness or they may rise up in sheer desperation. That is why they will not rise up. Because they fear their king, he said. A healthy fear maintains authority, law, and order, she said. But a cruel fear breeds resentment, spite, and chaos. Leave them some time to tend to their families and their own gardens of produce. Then they will die for you if you need them to. Gilgamesh let her words sink in. His mother was his most respected counsel and he took her words to heart. A melancholy spirit came over him and he barely whispered, "Father created a healthy fear." "Yes, he did," she said. "But he was a good king." Holy Lugal Banda. Her eyes sparkled with reminiscence. "I was his child bride but he treated me with tender consideration on our wedding night. Like you, he had the divine right of kings. He could have taken me any way he wanted. But he was kind. And my loyalty was eternal." Gilgamesh looked at Ninsun. She had a wise way of saying several things in one metaphor. And this time she was not merely talking about treating subjects with goodness. There was another meaning that penetrated her words. For Gilgamesh's slave-driving impatience was not his only weakness. He was a giant born of the union of God and human. He was a gibber, a mighty warrior with a mighty appetite for two things, combat and women. Chapter 3. The wedding banquet, comprised of the families and communities of the bride and bridegroom, numbered about 200 or so celebrants. Beer and wine flowed heavily as the participants ended the 7-day celebration in the partially blocked-off neighborhood of the bride. The marriage was typical, arranged by the parents of both sides for economic or familial benefits. A bride price of 10 shekels of silver and some livestock was given by the bridegroom as a down payment for the engagement, followed by a large gift of foodstuffs at the wedding banquet. The bride's father had provided her a dowry of precious metals and stones that would remain her own property to protect her in case of her husband's death, divorce, or other personal tragedy. On this last day of the party, the bride had been covered with a veil by her father that would be taken off later by her new husband. Normally, friends of the bridegroom, called best men, would oversee the carnal union of the couple in order to protect the virginity of the bride against demons. But the happiness of the celebration barely kept at bay the sadness that hung over the evening like a shadow. Their gazes all turned to the looming figure of King Gilgamesh standing in the shadows of the threshold. For a long while now, Gilgamesh had enforced the institution of jus prima noctis, the divine right of the Lord to first conjugal rights with all brides of the city. It was a way for him to assert his status of power over the men of the city-state, while also giving temporary satisfaction to his insatiable hunger for women. But there were political benefits as well. If many women had their firstborn through union with the king, rebellion or insurrection would be less likely because of the deep primal feelings of family ties to his majesty. At least, that is how he thought of it. His mother, Ninsun, thought differently. "There are plenty of hierodules to satisfy your appetite," she would say. A hierodule was one of many sacred temple prostitutes available at the beck and call of the king. As king you already have complete control over the male citizens' bodies and allegiance. They must submit to you, work for you, fight and die for you. If you allow them nothing of their own you will breed resentment that will lead to resignation and despair. And a man who has nothing left to lose is a dangerous man who will stop at nothing if he chooses revenge. Gilgamesh was not concerned. He knew he could outfight any angry man of the city at any time. If any one of them tried to hurt their king, he would justly execute him for treason. He was after all the king, and the king was the law. They should thank me for being kind and tender with their women, he justified to himself. I choose such graciousness, it is not my obligation. The crowd tried to ignore what was happening by giving their attention to their feasting and fellowship. The bridegroom took the bride in his arms and raised her veil. She was weeping. He too had tears of pain rolling down his cheek. But this was their fate. They would simply have to accept the violation as the price they paid for being subjects of the greatest city of Sumer. He kissed her, whispered a promise of hope in her ear, and led her into the hands of Gilgamesh, who gently led her away to have his privilege with her. The bridegroom downed a half-dozen goblets of beer in order to numb himself to the incomparable personal injury he and his new wife would experience. They had no choice in the matter. Gilgamesh was their king. Chapter 4. The next day, the Game of Champions took place in the huge clay pits. Because of the gradual slope of the incline, the pits made a natural amphitheater that could easily seat thousands of the citizenry as viewers of the spectacle that took place 100 cubits below. The brick-making tools and equipment were cleared away to make room for the warriors to fight. It was a near-daily event consisting of warriors fighting against the king. It was not a duel to the death. It was a contest of strength, wit, and strategy, but it often ended in broken bones and unconsciousness. Some thought it was only a staged spectacle to glorify the king until they joined it themselves and had their back broken or their nose flowing with blood. It was mandated by Gilgamesh in order to give an outlet for his pent-up energy that made him restless, impatient, and prone to hot-tempered outbursts. Every tournament consisted of 3 or 4 men challenging Gilgamesh in boxing, wrestling, or staffs, rods, and other non-lethal weapons. Because of his superior size, strength, and skill as a gibber, Gilgamesh had to increase the number of his opponents to even the odds. The tradition had started innocently enough with the challengers holding back or feigning attack, wary of the consequences of defeating or hurting their king. But Gilgamesh could not abide such half-heartedness and soon demanded the warriors truly seek to conquer him. He upped the stakes by offering them the right hand of his kingdom and commensurate wealth if they could but pin him, knock him unconscious, or break a bone. The office of the right hand of the king was the highest honor in the city. The king's right hand acted in the name of the king, carrying out his wishes with the complete authority of the state assembly behind him. The only one with more authority was the king himself. Gilgamesh swore upon his holy honor that the victor would truly be granted this authority. He even did so in the temple of Inanna and the altar of Shamash in the presence of the entire city as well as his mother Ninsun. Gilgamesh was a hard taskmaster, and aloof from those whom he ruled, but one thing he was not was a liar. If he gave his word, he would honor it if even just to magnify his reputation of integrity. It had the desired effect. Warriors not only gave their all in sparring with their ruler, they even practiced, planned, and strategized with one another before the games with the hope of outwitting Gilgamesh. And all for the prize of being the right hand of the king. Unfortunately, the fighting would sometimes get out of hand as warriors were pushed to desperation. But when it did, Gilgamesh would meet them with equal ferocity. That is when the broken bones and other damages resulted. A couple of times Gilgamesh had accidentally killed a contestant. He paid the family proper compensation and a glorious burial, but it was still not good for his legacy. He had been so invigorated by his recent victory over the lions that he decided to face the largest number of combatants he had ever faced in the games, 6 experienced challengers at once. The increased number of opponents would be difficult enough, but there was a small detail he was not aware of: one of the fighters had a personal vendetta against the king. His name was Dumuzi the Shepherd, and he had experienced the gut-wrenching pain of just prima noctis, forced upon him by Gilgamesh, and shortly afterward, lost his wife to sickness. Ninsun's fears had materialized. A man had finally come to kill Gilgamesh. Dumuzi would do so with a secreted knife hidden on his person for just the right moment. Dumuzi recognized 2 of the contestants as soldiers, but the other 3 he had never seen before. He thought they looked like foreigners but knew they could not be because foreigners were not allowed in the games. The 6 men surrounded Gilgamesh. Dumuzi had a shepherd's staff with which he had become adept at fighting wolves and other predators of his flock. He had also become quite a skilled hunter. One combatant had a rope, another had a net, 2 were competition wrestlers, and one was a champion boxer who had once knocked out a bull with a punch. Gilgamesh had his bare hands and was covered in a simple loincloth and sandals. But could any of these men have killed the 2 great lions? Not even all of them together. Dumuzi attacked first. He was a bit hasty, but he did have a plan. He swung his staff with martial accuracy and got a couple of good blunt hits off before Gilgamesh took it from him and threw him 10 feet away. He landed with a thud and lost his breath in a cloud of dust. The 2 wrestlers pounced simultaneously. One would have been a challenge, but 2 threw Gilgamesh off balance. He fell to the ground and they moved to pin him. They should not have been so confident. Gilgamesh grabbed both their heads and knocked them together with a loud crack echoing through the amphitheater. Groans of sympathetic pain peppered the crowd. 3 were down so quickly. Gilgamesh looked at the other 3 with a grin. Dumuzi grabbed his secreted dagger from his boot and crawled through the dust cloud toward the back of Gilgamesh as he focused on the other 3 fighters. Dumuzi was considered out for the count and therefore out of Gilgamesh's attention, exactly what he had planned. It would be too easy to come up from behind and slip a blade into the king's kidney or spleen and slice his life force right out of him. But then something happened that took everyone by surprise. The other 3 men positioned themselves at pre-planned locations and each stooped down to quickly brush away some of the dirt on the ground. Even Gilgamesh paused curiously. The 3 warriors pulled up a series of weapons buried in the dirt for their retrieval. One drew a sword, another a battle axe, and the third a javelin. The swordsman screamed at the top of his lungs, for the honor of King Aga. And they attacked. The identity of the 3 strangers became clear in an instant when Gilgamesh heard the war cry. Aga was king of Kish and the 2 cities had been at odds for some time. Kish was the first city to have kingship lowered from heaven after the flood. As current regent of that city, Aga had become quite aggressive in his attempt to dominate the region. He had demanded a tribute from Uruk and the elders of the city had counseled Gilgamesh to pay it and avoid hostilities. Gilgamesh refused and gathered the army on his side. Aga besieged Uruk. The walls of Uruk were not yet complete, so Gilgamesh was vulnerable. But after his first envoy to Aga, Bir-Herdera, was detained and beaten, Gilgamesh was so incensed at Aga's offense that he personally snuck over to Aga's encampment on his own that night and surprised the king in his tent. Gilgamesh did not kill Aga, but rather held his axe in hand and whispered to his opponent with poetic flair, "Aga, my lord, you once gave me safe refuge when I was on the run. You gave me my life. Now you seek to subdue Uruk, blessed of the gods, its great wall reaching the sky, the sacred temple tower of Anu. Now, what am I to do with you?" Aga lay trembling and damp with sweat. He could think of nothing other than to ask for mercy, but to do so in a way that retained his dignity. So through a voice that mustered as much courage as he could, he whimpered, "Repay my favor?" Gilgamesh grinned with satisfaction and said, "Now, we are even. The next time I see you, we will not be. So take care, great king and hero. I set you free to return to Kish. Before Aga could gather himself together, Gilgamesh had disappeared into the night. Gilgamesh had Aga in his hands and did not kill him. Aga was so unnerved by the incident that he packed up and ended the siege. Gilgamesh's little taunt was enough to stop the inevitable war. But it also had completely emasculated Aga. And Aga had never forgotten. So the king of Kish had conspired to have his 3 best mercenary killers slip into the roster of the games unnoticed. They had planted the weapons the night before after the arena was cleared for the battle. And now they were lunging at Gilgamesh with murderous intent. Gilgamesh's survival instinct kicked in and he responded before he knew what he was doing. The swordsman was swinging his blade and slashing arcs so quickly that Gilgamesh would not be able to dodge them. But Gilgamesh was 9 feet tall and had very powerful legs. So when the swordsman was almost upon him, he crouched and jumped 10 feet in the air over the swordsman, landing in a roll behind him. Gilgamesh did not hear the crowd cheering above them. None of the fighters did. All their senses were focused on the fight and the kill. The spearman thrust his javelin in an attempt to skewer Gilgamesh. And that was the first mistake. Gilgamesh turned aside and grabbed the javelin in the air before it could pass him by. Now he had a weapon. The spearman's eyes went wide with shock. But instead of using the javelin, Gilgamesh broke it in 2 and tossed it to the ground. That act of confidence and disdain would have sent most fighters running. But these were battle-hardened warriors who considered it an advantage. Which was the second mistake. The axeman swung. Gilgamesh dodged. But he looked like he was giving the axeman a second chance, so he swung again, and Gilgamesh dodged again. The axeman became frustrated at the ease with which Gilgamesh moved. And that was the third mistake. He swung down to cleave Gilgamesh in 2, but the king was not there and the axe buried deep in the dirt. Before he could jerk it back out, Gilgamesh took the warrior and crushed his skull in his hands. The spearman jumped on Gilgamesh with just enough force to throw him to the ground. Gilgamesh rolled, breaking the warrior's spine beneath him. The king looked up into the raised blade of the swordsman above him. But Dumuzi had been watching the entire fight. When he saw his king in danger, he instinctively found his moment and threw his dagger 20 cubits and buried it in the back of the swordsman. The blade did not kill him, but it caused him to pause long enough for Gilgamesh to extend his legs around the swordsman's feet and roll, bringing him down to the ground, where Gilgamesh punched through his throat and ripped out his esophagus. The king looked up at Dumuzi. And then he finally heard the crowd for the first time. It was wild with bloodlust. But it was for their king. Gilgamesh walked over to Dumuzi and stared down into his eyes. Dumuzi was frozen like a statue in the face of a god. Dumuzi did not know why he had acted so contrarily to his passions. Perhaps it was training or loyalty to his city-state. But he knew now that his life was entirely in the hands of his king. And he could crush him like a bug. Gilgamesh leaned in and whispered, "I am not going to ask you where you got the knife. You saved the life of your king. You will receive honor. And perhaps any misgivings you may have had will no longer remain and lead you to an early grave." As the mighty Gibber king of Uruk, Gilgamesh could execute him on the spot. But he did not. He did not give Dumuzi what he deserved. It was an act of grace. Dumuzi was dumbfounded. He blurted out, "My lord and king," without thinking. Gilgamesh smiled and turned to the crowd with a triumphant lift of his fists. They applauded with standing ovation. Many of them had secretly wished success for the assassins, but they cheered the winner because he had won. It was the way of Sumer. Might made right, and he was Gilgamesh the Mighty, the scion of Uruk, the wild bull on the rampage. Power was an aphrodisiac. Power was God. Chapter 5. Dumuzi had cleaned up and was ushered into the presence of the king. Because his protection of the king had been a somewhat ambiguous affair, Gilgamesh avoided a big display of celebration in Dumuzi's honor. But he did grant Dumuzi an increase in pay and an extended vacation from his shepherding to go on a hunting expedition. Dumuzi enjoyed hunting. He had become quite skilled in the art of the bow as well as javelin. Gilgamesh outfitted him with an entourage of servants and equipment fit for a king. He was accompanied by a cook, several slaves, a handful of other hunters, and some hieraduls from the temple for their comfort and pleasure. Dumuzi had also received permission to bring his father with him so he would not be without family. He had a hunting chariot outfitted with a team of horses and a pack of mastiffs, a large and powerful breed of hunting dog that could contain lions. Dumuzi traveled from Uruk to a steppe of prairie grasslands that he knew was pregnant with game of all kinds from gazelle and ibex to boar and fowl. It was like a replica of the king's own special hunting park near the city. The king kept captured animals in cages and released them for a royal lion hunt or the like. In fact, Dumuzi was charged with bringing back some of those very animals to replenish the king's cages. Dumuzi found a watering hole on the steppe that would draw all the game he was looking for. He set up camp some distance away from the water and dug some pits and set traps. In the first several days, he captured a host of animals and began to feel as if this was going to be an enjoyable and easy hunt. But then he found a trap sprung with nothing in it, and not long after, others filled with dirt, rendering them useless. The pattern started to repeat itself too often to be accidental. He suspected that someone on the expedition was sabotaging his efforts to please the king. To find the culprit, he held a gathering of the entire entourage. But no one would confess to the vandalism. So he started to stake out some of his traps to see if he could catch the criminal in the act. It was as if the saboteur knew where he was hiding because only the traps that were not being watched were dismantled or destroyed. One day, exhausted with frustration, Dumuzi went to the watering hole to fill his skin with water. When he came to the water's edge, he noticed some creatures sitting on the other end of the large pond quenching their thirst, a wild ox, a gazelle, and something else that was not game. But he was not sure it was human either. It was large, about 6.5 feet tall and muscular, and had the structure of a man. But it was naked and covered with long unkempt hair. When it looked up at Dumuzi, it froze. And Dumuzi knew what it was, a wild-born. He had heard of such a primal creature but had always thought they were just a legend, a story to tell children to scare them into being civilized little citizens. The wild-born was a companion and protector of the wild animals. It ran off and the others followed it. Dumuzi came back the same time for several days only to see the same wild-born drinking at the watering hole with thirsty abandon. And when it saw Dumuzi, it ran off. Dumuzi tried to follow him, but the wild-born was so fast and powerful that Dumuzi could not begin to get near him. One night around the campfire, Dumuzi finally spoke up, "Father, I have found the scoundrel that is destroying my traps and frustrating our hunt. It is a wild-born. I saw him at the watering hole 3 days in a row." "Indeed," said his father. "So they are real after all," said Dumuzi. "Indeed, they are. And you never told me, your son?" "You never asked your father," said his father with a twinkle. "What should I do?" asked Dumuzi. "He is too fast for even the mastiff should I set upon him. I understand the way of the lion and the bull or even the bear. But a wild-born is a mystery to me." His father smiled with a twinkle in his eye. "Well, my son, he is wild, is he not?" "Yes," said Dumuzi. "Which makes him an animal." "But he is also a man, is he not?" said his father. "Yes," answered Dumuzi. "Well," his father continued, "then we understand his nature perhaps more than he understands himself." Dumuzi's eyes were starting to brighten as he followed his father's chain of reasoning. "If you want to trap a man," said his father, "what is the weakness of all men?" Dumuzi smiled broadly. He would get this wild-born now. Chapter 6. Gilgamesh awoke with a start. It was deep in the night and he had just had the second nightmare that had seemed so real to him he knew they were omens of some kind. He arose and traveled through the night air from the palace to the temple of Shamash where his mother resided as high priestess. The guards instantly accompanied him at his presence and led him to her bedroom. He knocked lightly on the door. "Enter, Gilgamesh," her voice came from inside. She knew him intimately, even the sound of his knock on a door. He entered. "What keeps you up at this hour, my son?" she asked. "I have had 2 dreams," he said. "Both similar, but different, "Well, speak up," she said. "Interpreting dreams is one of my talents." He sat down on the bed. "In the first, I was outside at night. And all the stars of heaven were above my head in the firmament. Then one of them fell like a rock to the ground at my feet. I tried to move it, but it weighed too much for me to lift or roll." She hummed with interest. Gilgamesh stopped. What? He said. What? She rolled her eyes. I was only letting you know I was listening. Finish the dream, will you? He continued. All of Uruk stood around this fallen star, milling about and kissing its feet. I kissed it and embraced it with a friendship closer than a wife. Then I lifted it and set it at your feet and you made it my equal. Ah, she said. Ah, what? He asked impatiently again. You really need to work on your patience, Gilgi. She only called him Gilgi when no one else was around. It would not be appropriate before the court or the citizens to call the king by nicknames. But it was her motherly affection in private, or rather condescending reminder that no matter how great he was, she was still his mother and she bore him for 6 months and suffered the pains of birthing a giant. Only a goddess could have done so, and she would not let him forget it. Thank the gods the gestation of giants was less than a full human, and that their size had diminished enough for women to survive the birth. What was the other dream? She asked. The same exact dream, he answered, except it was an axe on the ground instead of a fallen star. Well. She thought for a moment with her eyes closed. His foot tapped impatiently on the floor. His strength is mighty, she said. Whose strength is mighty? He asked. Stronger than you have ever encountered, she added. Gilgamesh went cold. He had never encountered anyone stronger than he was. He was also getting perturbed at how she kept things from him as a way of having some power over him. A friend, she finally spoke. A friend? She added a caveat, or a betrayer. That is not very helpful, he complained. You might as well have said, it could be anyone. Anyone in the world. Dreams are mysterious things, my son. You cannot always figure them out. And interpreting dreams is one of your talents, he sarcastically repeated her words to her. Go to bed, she said. Maybe something else will come to either of us by morning. She was exhausted and just wanted to get back to sleep. Gilgamesh appeared dismayed. Mother, for a goddess, you appear to be quite limited by the flesh. She was annoyed. I am still your mother. Now go to bed. Gilgamesh left her to her sleep. As he walked back to his palace, he wondered if the dream was referring to Dumuzi. He had become a friend of the king by saving him in the games. But the shepherd's motives were questionable. Had he brought the knife to kill him but changed his mind? And if he had, then what would keep him from changing it back? Experience told Gilgamesh that no amount of gratitude and material blessing or awarded station in the kingdom could keep a man from temptation. No man could be trusted. All men had their price. All men betrayed. He would make sure that this Dumuzi would not get the better of him. Chapter 7. The wild-born had discovered the hunter's traps in the steppe and had foiled them to protect his brothers the animals. It bothered him that humans would invade his territory. Life was satisfying, running through the plains with the gazelle and playing with the lions in the grass. But hunters always spoiled his peace and killed his friends. Of course it was the way of all flesh. Animals killed and ate each other and the humans were another animal, so they were no different. But it still pained the wild-born that humans were so much smarter than his brothers and sisters of the plains, who could never rise above their own instinct and fear and appetite. These were the times that the wild-born felt different from his animal family. He felt alone. He felt like he was connected to the humans in some way. Like he was a hybrid of part animal, part man. And that bothered him deeply. But he was thirsty now, and had just finished eating a healthy serving of grass. He went down to the water hole to quench his thirst. He plunged his face into the cool liquid and lapped up the refreshing water in big gulps. When he raised his head to make sure he was not being followed by any predators, he noticed a figure at the other end of the water. It was a human. It was a female. She was completely naked and was watching him with intense interest. The breeze carried her scent across the water and exploded in his nostrils. All his senses perked up. He could smell she was in heat. He found himself strangely drawn to her as he had seen the males of other animals drawn to their own. This had never happened to him before. He found himself no longer thirsty for water, but hungry with desire for the female. He crept cautiously around the edge of the water hole, his eyes transfixed in wonder. As he got closer he could see she had strange beautiful markings on her face. Her lips were bright red, her eyes were surrounded by black that made the white of her eyes penetrate to his very soul. She had shiny metal dangling from her ears and on her arms and around her neck that rested on her full breasts. He was spellbound. Now, he was standing a mere few cubits from her, his 6.5-foot height towering over her supine body. She lay on a cloth on the dirt, and engaged a pose of complete vulnerability and abandon to him. Her scent was now so strong he could not hold himself back. He got down on his knees and touched her soft, smooth, milky white skin. His rough, hairy body was the complete opposite of hers, but strangely, they fit together. She reached up and brushed his hair away from his face. Instinctually, he knew she was not a threat to him. Her soft, wet lips touched his and he felt the reverberations of his first human kiss. He responded as he only knew how to respond, with affection. He licked her face. She giggled as the sandy tongue and full facial hair tickled her. She kissed him on the lips again. Now, he was completely hers. She led him in the ways of a man and woman. He could not understand her verbal language, but he understood her touch and the language of love. She guided him to an ecstasy he had no knowledge of until this very moment. His attention was so transfixed by her sensuality that his animal intuition was blinded. He was completely unaware that he was being observed. A short distance away in the grass, Dumuzi smiled with victory. His plan to seduce the wild-born had worked. Shamhat the harlot had applied her trained skills with stunning expertise, and the wild-born was as much a captive as if a cage of iron surrounded him. It was not Dumuzi's plan to blindside the wild-born with seduction and then catch him in a net like an animal. He had a far higher purpose. He wanted to tame the creature, to civilize him. It was the kind of challenge a man who had shepherded animals all his life would consider worthy. He left them to their passions. For 6 days and 7 nights the wild-born coupled with Shamhat the harlot. They did not leave the watering hole area but to find fruit to eat. He would fall asleep and waken with new strength and her body would fuel his passions again. And with each encounter she could feel his primal chaos lessen. He became self-aware as he became focused on her. And on the 7th evening, as they lay on the cloth looking into each other's eyes, she said to him, "You have become like a god. You now have reason and understanding. Why do you wander with the beasts, my wild-born?" Though he did not understand her words, he somehow knew what she was saying. And then she noticed a soft sound emanating from within his throat. She leaned in and laughed when she realized that he was purring. Her wild-born was purring with contentment. She tried to talk to him again. She pointed at herself and said Shamhat. It was the most basic form of communication possible between two rational animals. To point to oneself and to speak a name was the essence of identity. It was the act of naming and it was part of the image of God. She said it again, and patted herself, Shamhat. The wild-born tried to mimic her. But his mouth was inexperienced. What came out sounded more like a grunt and a coughing up of spit. She giggled and said it again, Shamhat. He tried with all his heart, Shah, Mart. He may have been uncivilized, but he was a human and he was created to speak a language. She patted herself one more time, said, Shamhat, and then gestured to him with obvious curiosity, name? The wild-born somehow knew what she was asking. He struggled to get it out, Enki-du. She repeated after him, Enkidu. Who gave you that name? The god Enki? Enkidu looked at her with tilted head like a dog trying to understand human gibberish. She giggled and said, Then you are my Enkidu. She looked out at the watering hole and said, You are Enki's creation from the waters of the abyss, civilized by Shamhat the harlot. Enkidu of the steppe. He repeated with a snarling smile, Enkidu. She giggled again. Typical man, you do very well talking about yourself, He did not know what she was saying, but he smiled and snuggled her, and for the first time in her life she felt the satisfaction of being loved with the security of a man's true concern for her. And he was not even really a man yet. She began to weep. He looked at her with worry. But she smiled through her tears and told him, It is okay, my Enkidu. It is okay. I am not sad. I am happy. He kissed her. Oh, how he loved to kiss her. And lick her. All over. The next day, Enkidu got up to drink some water and saw some of his friends near the other edge of the pond. 2 ibexes lapped up some water, glancing occasionally around the opposite shore. He smiled and went toward them. But when they saw him, they looked at him as if they did not recognize him and bolted off in fear. He yelled and ran after them. He noticed that he was not as fleet of foot. He could not keep up with them. His legs had weakened. The ibexes raced far out of his reach and he stopped panting and tried to understand what had happened to him. He was different. He had changed. He was no longer one of them. He was now a man. He went back to Shamhat, who was awake and putting on a tunic for the first time in 7 days. She held his hand and gestured to follow her. Come, Enkidu. You have much to learn. He trusted her. And followed. When she arrived at the camp with Enkidu, it appeared vacant. All the weapons and traps were out of sight. Enkidu was the one who was nervous and skittish. When he saw the camp, he immediately knew it was the hunter whose traps he had sprung and holes he had filled. He stopped and held Shamhat back. She turned to him. "It is all right, Enkidu," she said. "These are my friends." He turned his head sideways like a quizzical dog again. It did not make sense to him that this beauty of love and sensuality was with the enemy of the steppe. Dumuzi stepped out of his tent and Enkidu's instinct surged through his body. He moved in front of Shamhat to protect her. Would he have to kill? But she giggled and stroked his hair. She had learned to pet him to calm him down. "It is okay, my Enkidu. I am safe. We are safe." She slid back out in front of him. She met Dumuzi halfway and grasped his forearm in greeting. Then Shamhat gestured to Enkidu to come forward. He did, slowly and cautiously, but he did. She brought his arm to Dumuzi's forearm and locked them together. She patted Dumuzi and said to Enkidu, "Dumuzi," then patted Enkidu and said, "Enkidu." Enkidu felt the firm grasp of this Dumuzi and could tell he was no longer hostile toward him. Perhaps their packs or herds could learn to live together. If Shamhat was with him, then maybe they are not so bad after all. Dumuzi smiled. Enkidu gave a smile in response. He had already been learning the human gestures of emotion over the last 7 days. "Enkidu," said Dumuzi, "we have much to give you, and much to receive, I am sure. Let us eat." Dumuzi led them into the canteen tent for a meal. It was all a bit of a comedy for Dumuzi and the servants to watch as Enkidu gobbled up his food like a wolf without utensils. Food got all over the place. Dumuzi had tried hard to hold back chuckling. Only Shamhat had perfect patience teaching Enkidu how not to gobble food so fast he would choke. That night alone, he drank 7 goblets of beer, which made him a bit tipsy. "You will see, Master Dumuzi," said Shamhat. "Give me the month and I will have him talking and looking like a civilized man." "My sympathies go out to you, dear woman," smiled Dumuzi. "You have your hands quite full. I will not even ask what he is like in bed. That is where he is the most learned already," she quipped with her own smile. "He does learn fast. And he seeks to please me. Unlike any man I have ever known." Dumuzi gave her a raised eyebrow of curiosity. Chapter 8. The hunting expedition continued for another month. Shamhat was right, Enkidu was a fast learner. He was unnaturally fast. Shamhat had never seen such intelligence. Underneath his outward feral brutishness was a rational intellect that had been suppressed like a plugged volcano. His animal side gave him strong instincts and his human side was like a fresh clay tablet that could carry as much as a speedy scribe could engrave into it. Shamhat spent every day with him teaching him the ways of civilization, language, reading, tools, eating meat, etiquette, social customs. And at night, he would be rewarded with wild lovemaking, which he had perfected the best of all. One of the first things she did was to bathe him and shave his hair and beard from his body, then anoint his body with oil. He felt like he was being born for the first time. He felt completely naked and vulnerable until she put clothes on him, and then he felt bound and limited. The belt was tight, the tunic cumbersome and the sandals clumsy. But as he became more like the humans around him, he became more comfortable with their ways. He felt like he had been on a long and wearisome journey and had finally come home. It was all so strange and new, but he was finally home. He embraced his new world with passion and gusto. Learning language and a bit about the city of Uruk and the world of mankind filled him with wonder. Shamhat took great care that he understood the civilized ways of mankind with justice and law and art and education and family. "What is marriage?" Enkidu asked Shamhat one day when she was teaching him in the tent. He had learned the basics of language and was digging deeper into the meaning of being human. She had been explaining to him what a family was and why it was important to civilization. Shamhat sighed. She was a harlot, so she had never thought much about it since it would never be her lot in life. She knew what it should be. But she also knew that she was an instrument of the dark side of men that worked against what marriage could be. "Well," said Shamhat, "marriage is when a man and woman love one another, they share a union." "Union?" He interrupted. "What is union?" "When two become one flesh," she answered. "Like Shamhat and Enkidu?" he said with wide eyes. She could tell just talking about her in such a way aroused him. She smiled. "Well, it includes that, but that is not all." "What else does it include?" said Enkidu. "A special promise that we call a covenant. It means a man and woman are devoted to one another for the rest of their lives. And they do it before their society in a special ceremony that seals their promise. And they have a large party with all their loved ones to celebrate." She was unable to keep her eyes from tearing up with sadness and pain for her own loneliness, a loneliness that she only now realized she had forgotten in his presence. "Why do you cry?" he asked her. "Because it is beautiful," she said. He sat there contemplating this new and beautiful thing that he had never heard of before. He finally spoke like a king pronouncing a decree. Enkidu and Shamhat should share this beauty. Enkidu and Shamhat should get married. Enkidu will go back to Uruk with Shamhat and we will be married properly and have a celebration to be devoted to one another for the rest of our lives. He was all smiles. She, however, was all tears now as she broke down weeping into his arms. He was having a difficult time understanding how this was happiness about the beauty of marriage. "I am not worthy," said Shamhat. "You do not understand my shame." "Nonsense, silly rabbit," he said. He called her by affectionate animal names to express her different character traits. "Enkidu knows Shamhat's shame and I love you. Shamhat knows Enkidu's shame and you love me, do you not?" He was getting better at using the first person in his conversation. Her tears turned to a strange combination of crying and laughing. Yes, I do," she said between her hiccups of laughing tears. Enkidu was displaying that simple male rationality that did not understand emotions and yet could cut through the confusion that emotions would too easily cause with a clarity she could not deny. She had heard proclamations of love from many a man in the heat of sexual ecstasy, but this was the first time she knew it was true and real. Enkidu proudly beamed. "Well then, we shall return to Uruk with Dumuzi and we shall marry." This was a man whose lead she would feel safe to follow. A man to whom she wanted to submit with all her heart and soul. "Yes, my Enkidu, I shall marry you." They kissed, and Enkidu's purr became a growl of desire. That was one thing she knew civilizing would not change one bit. And she knew it was tigress time again. But suddenly, Enkidu pulled away and looked at her. She could see he was troubled, as if struck by a thought like one is struck by a boulder. He spoke with some hesitation, unsure of his reasoning. "If we are to make this commitment for a lifetime of oneness, should we not hold our bodies apart until the ceremony of oneness?" Shamhat stared at him blankly. The thought had never even occurred to her. But it made perfect sense with the purpose of spiritual unity to wait for physical and ritual unity. She did not know if she would be able to hold back. But his moral reasoning was already impeccably beyond his animal urges. She did not get a chance to respond because they heard a servant scream outside the tent, followed by the barking of the dogs. Enkidu rushed out to see what the commotion was about. Several of the mastiffs bolted right past him and into the brush on the chase after something. Enkidu saw one of the servants lying on the ground in a pool of blood with his abdomen slashed open, dying. A predator had attacked. But it was on the run now. Or was it? Enkidu looked around. He smelled the air. He knew who this was. Whatever the mastiffs were after was a diversion. He saw Shamhat exit the tent and approach him. Enkidu placed his hand out to stop her. He was looking past her into the brush behind her. She froze in fear. She slowly turned around to see a female lioness padding out into the clearing behind her. Their eyes locked and the lioness crouched for attack. Enkidu yelled out a guttural sound that was a vestige from his past as a wild-born. It was how he had communicated with the animals around him and they understood him. But the lioness did not even acknowledge Enkidu. It was as if she had never seen him before. He knew this one. He knew that she was vicious and cunning. She had a particular taste for humans, which was unusual in lions. She had a patch of skin and hair missing above one eye, leaving a scar that Enkidu had figured was the source of its particular ferocity. On the other side of the camp, Dumuzi exited his tent with a spear and two servants with swords and shields. But they were too far away. There was no time. The lioness was seconds from pouncing upon the fragile precious form of Enkidu's salvation. He sprinted toward Shamhat. The lioness jumped. Shamhat screamed. Enkidu met the lioness in midair and the two crashed to the ground. Shamhat backed away and was pulled to safety by the two servants. Dumuzi prepared to spear the lioness, but he saw Enkidu put his hand up to stop him. Enkidu was going to do this. The lioness growled and snapped at Enkidu, but he was powerful and skilled at wrestling with animals. He flipped around in the dust until he was on its back and clutching its throat in a chokehold. The lioness thrashed and clawed, but Enkidu was like a boa constrictor wrapped around it, and he was not letting go. The lioness could breathe no more. With a couple of final spasms, it blacked out, falling limp. Enkidu then grabbed its head and with a mighty heave, broke its neck to kill it. The loud crack was sickening to Shamhat. But she had been saved by her lover and hero. A man who had just recently himself been a wild animal had killed one of his own to protect her. His transformation was complete. But then Enkidu fell to his knees and wept. Shamhat did not understand why. Was he mourning the loss of his untamed past? Were the implications of what he had become finally overwhelming him? By sheer willpower, Enkidu forced himself to stop. He got up and embraced his beloved Shamhat. And everything was okay. Dumuzi wanted to bring the dead lioness with them back to Uruk to tell the amazing story and give Enkidu some rightfully earned recognition. But Enkidu asked Dumuzi to spare the attention. He wanted to bury the animal here in the steppe and with it, all the memory of his past. He did not want a stuffed reminder of the brutal world to follow him into the civilized world. He wanted to be human. Chapter 9. According to Enkidu's wishes, Dumuzi arrived back at Uruk without announcing Enkidu's presence in his entourage. Shamhat had warned Enkidu that he would become a freak on display, the wild-born who became civilized. He wanted to be a normal human being, learn the normal human craft of shepherding from Dumuzi, and live a normal civilized life in the great city-state of Uruk. His big bone stature would make him stand out enough amidst the smaller slender people of Uruk. He did not want any more attention to make him an animal in the king's zoo of caged carnivores. Shamhat was able to receive a dispensation to leave temple prostitution, and the two were married on a beautiful summer day in the temple of Anu. It was a simple small wedding, perfectly in keeping with the privilege granted by the Assembly of Elders to any of the citizens. They went back to their banquet in the town square of the Dumuzi family's district to finish the celebration. Since neither Enkidu nor Shamhat had family, Dumuzi took them into his family fold to help them get a new start together. Their wedding was a simpler affair than most. They had few celebrants and had streamlined the ceremony. But nonetheless, it ended on the seventh day with the traditional feast and much ale. Shamhat had previously prepared Enkidu for the king's right to just prima noctis, first night. She told him not to worry, that she would allow the king to have his way, but she would be thinking of Enkidu and would not engage her heart in the wedding night violation. She was much experienced in that. But Enkidu was troubled. "I thought marriage was for one man and one woman for the rest of their life," he said. "It is," she replied. "This is merely one of the pains we must suffer because the king has the right to whatever he wants." "In the steppe, I would kill this so-called king," he said. "Enkidu, this is not the wild," she scolded him. "The king has the power of the city-state behind him. He would execute you for such treason." Enkidu shook his head. "This is civilization? This is more barbaric than the wild. We have no choice in the matter," she said. "If we want to live, we must obey the king." "Is there no higher authority?" he asked. "The gods. But the gods give the king the right to do as he pleases." "That is madness," he replied. "Who are these gods of such capriciousness?" Enkidu had been learning a few words of larger vocabulary lately. "The king is part god himself," she said. The debate had gone on like this for days. It was a debate that Enkidu would not be able to win because the king was the ultimate authority. He eventually grumbled and threw his hands up in frustration until the next time the topic came up. But this time, it was not a topic of conversation. It was reality. The celebration night was coming to an end. The celebrants were starting to leave for home. And the king's giant form was standing in the shadow of the threshold waiting to take the bride. It was not really her first night, but it was still the principle of the thing. And Enkidu was burning mad. His love for Shamhat would not allow her to be abused in such a way. He would protect her with his life. He had decided that if he was killed, but nothing would stop him from protecting her virtue and her person. To him, she was not Shamhat the harlot. To him, she was Shamhat his wife. He saw Shamhat approach the king in the shadow of the threshold. When the king stepped out, Enkidu saw him for the first time. He was truly a mighty man, this Gilgamesh. Handsome, a giant, and with the confidence Enkidu had only heard of in the legendary Bull of Heaven, a mighty monster of Anu, so huge and fierce that none could live in its path. Shamhat maintained her dignity as she walked ahead into the home to prepare for the evening bed. But as Gilgamesh followed after her, he found his way blocked by Enkidu. Gilgamesh was shocked. No one had ever done this before. The bridegroom was defying the king right to his face. It was certain death for this fool. He was not from Uruk, a couple of cubits smaller than Gilgamesh, but he had superior muscle mass. Gilgamesh half wondered if he would be a good fight in the game of champions. "Ho, hurrah," said Enkidu. It was his way of getting attention that he had fondly picked up from the shepherd Dumuzi. "This is not a right thing that you do, O king. You dare question my authority?" said Gilgamesh. "By the gods," Enkidu replied. "How would you like it if I took first night with your queen before you?" Gilgamesh was taken aback with offense. Enkidu could see it was outrageous to suggest such a thing. Enkidu said, "You prove me correct, O king, with your moral outrage. For how are we superior to the animals if we act with such disregard for moral right and wrong? Gilgamesh smiled with amusement. How long have you been in the wild, clodhopper? It was his attempt at pointing out Enkidu's ignorance of the city of Uruk and its laws. But he did not realize that calling Enkidu wild would be the worst thing he could do to this small powerhouse standing before him. It fueled Enkidu's rising rage. Longer than you have been a tyrant, my lord, spat Enkidu. That pushed Gilgamesh's patience to the brink. What is your name, rebel? Said Gilgamesh. Enkidu, my despot. Gilgamesh grabbed Enkidu and was going to kill him with his bare hands rather than wait for the formal process of legal indictment and execution. But Gilgamesh did not know who he had just grabbed with his bare hands. Enkidu grabbed Gilgamesh before he could do anything and slammed him against the closest pillar with such force that the pillar cracked and the entire house shook. Gilgamesh released his grip, stunned. Enkidu hissed into Gilgamesh's ear, "No man or god will violate my wife while I am still alive." Enkidu spun around while still holding Gilgamesh and threw him into the street, crushing a row of tables of food and scattering the stragglers. It had taken a lot of strength to lift a giant and throw him such a distance. There was more to this rustic yokel than met Gilgamesh's eyes. Enkidu was smaller in size than Gilgamesh, but stronger of bone. He was his equal in strength. Or maybe his superior. Gilgamesh had finally met his match, and it took him completely by surprise. Enkidu turned to Shamhat and said, "Wait for me here, my dove. I may be a tad delayed." He jumped like a stag and landed at the stunned Gilgamesh's feet. He grabbed his feet and dragged him out into the town square where a crowd of gawking citizens were gathering to watch this amazing spectacle of clashing titans. Enkidu swung Gilgamesh by his feet and slammed him into another building that shook at its foundation. Gilgamesh reeled. But when Enkidu grabbed him by the cloak to pick him up, Gilgamesh grasped Enkidu and threw him against the very same house. It crumbled upon him. Enkidu saw stars. The two grabbed each other and began to wrestle for advantage. But it was so close, one moment Gilgamesh was on top and then the next moment the tails were turned and Enkidu was in superior position. They slammed each other into buildings with the force of two rampaging bulls, reducing the town square into a pile of rubble. They circled each other for a moment, ready to trample and gore. Gilgamesh shouted out, "Where are you from, mighty Enkidu?" "I come from the steppe." "I am impressed." "I have never seen such strength or bravado," said Gilgamesh. "What is bravado?" asked Enkidu. Gilgamesh smiled. This was some kind of primitive, he thought. Untainted by the petty shame of civilization. Could he be a domesticated wild-born? Pomposity, bombast, braggadocio, grinned Gilgamesh. Now he was taunting Enkidu. Answering him with even more intellectual words beyond Enkidu's comprehension. Enkidu boiled. "It means the pride that comes before a fall," Gilgamesh added and flipped Enkidu with a thud into the dirt. The entire town square shook like an earthquake. No normal man would have remained conscious. Enkidu was not a normal man. Gilgamesh was still holding onto him. So Enkidu threw him off balance and flipped him over his head right into a stone well. Gilgamesh crashed into the stone structure and smashed it to pieces, knocking him silly. "I will forever remember such words in context with King Gilgamesh, the tyrant, despot, and oppressor," said Enkidu. Gilgamesh shook off his stupor and thought, "Has Dumuzi taught him this discontent?" Gilgamesh said, "Why would you sacrifice your life for such a minor inconvenience as a wife?" He was genuinely surprised at Enkidu's extremist moral sentiment. He could not understand what drove a man to have such an absolutist mentality when it came to morals. Wives were mere property to him. They could be bought, beaten, divorced. Enkidu replied, "A man's life is sacred. And his wife's virtue is no minor inconvenience." Enkidu's integrity was antiquated, but fascinating to Gilgamesh. It was everything Gilgamesh did not have. He found himself drawn to it. Gilgamesh complained, "But your wife is a harlot." Gilgamesh said it as a statement of fact, not an insult. Enkidu heard it differently. He raged and tackled Gilgamesh head-on with such force that they slammed into the side of a house and brought it down completely upon them. They dug their way out of the debris. Enkidu coughed the dust out of his lungs. But as soon as Gilgamesh burst out of the pile of mud bricks, Enkidu unleashed with a fury of rapid face punches that would have taken off the head of any other adversary. Instead, it only knocked Gilgamesh unconscious. Enkidu then pulled Gilgamesh out of the rubble and carried him on his back out into the town square before a cheering crowd. He did not care one whit for their attention. He could only think of his beloved Shamhat. He raised Gilgamesh above his head and threw him to the ground with another earth-shattering quake. Gilgamesh lay crumpled on the ground. Enkidu walked over to a horse hitching post and pulled off the large log from its posts. He carried it over to Gilgamesh and raised it high above his head with the intent of smashing his enemy's skull. But before he could do so, Gilgamesh, who had been feigning unconsciousness, rolled into Enkidu's legs and brought him crashing to the ground minus the log. Gilgamesh then used a wrestling maneuver he had learned in his physical training many years ago. It was the advantage that civilization gave over the wild. Perfected training through practiced experimentation and rational study would ultimately be superior to brute strength and untrained natural instinct. Gilgamesh pinned Enkidu, then quickly pulled his knife from his belt and held it to Enkidu's throat. Enkidu looked up into Gilgamesh's eyes and the king could see that he was ready to die. It was as if he knew who he was and why he was here. "You have fought well, my adversary," said Gilgamesh. "I have never met my equal. But you have bettered me in more than one moment today, At. It is true what they say of the unique son of Ninsun," said Enkidu. "You are destined to rule mightily over men." Gilgamesh was amused and impressed. "He is complimenting me before I kill him." "Promise me something," said Enkidu. Gilgamesh was startled. "Me promise you?" Considering Enkidu's current situation, he had a lot of gall to demand a promise. "After you take my life, honor your words of respect for my skill by protecting the virtue of my wife." Gilgamesh could still not believe his ears. "So this is love," he said. He looked into Enkidu's eyes and could see no guile. It was bizarre to Gilgamesh. This gibber was entirely beyond his comprehension, yet strangely resonating with some sense of moral truth deep down in his soul. He changed his mind. "I will protect your wife's virtue," said Gilgamesh. "And I will not take your life." He released the knife from Enkidu's throat. Enkidu was shocked at the turnaround. He offered his hand to help Enkidu up from the ground. Enkidu took his hand warily, wondering if he was just throwing Enkidu off to give him a merciful surprise death. Something he would not see coming, so he would barely realize he was dead until he opened his eyes in the underworld. But Gilgamesh did not surprise Enkidu with a bushwhack. He helped him up and brushed off Enkidu's wedding clothes from the dirt that was on them. Which was silly because both of their clothes had been ripped to shreds. "I will make you my right hand," said Gilgamesh. "I do not understand," said Enkidu. "Are you not obligated to kill me for my defiance?" "I am king," said Gilgamesh. "I am obligated to nothing. I can do whatever I want." He smiled deviously. "And I have never met a man as strong and honest and true as Enkidu of the steppe. Why would I want to kill such a man?" Enkidu was as stunned as being thrown into a brick wall. "Enkidu, would you be my right hand?" Now, it was a genuine and heartfelt request rather than a kingly command. Enkidu looked long and hard at Gilgamesh. Then he offered him his forearm and they grasped each other. They kissed as was the custom of the land. Not a kiss of lovers as Enkidu and Shamhat, but a kiss of male friendship as Enkidu and Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh thought to himself, there is much to teach this primitive man. I pray his moral rectitude does not impede his education. Enkidu thought to himself, there is much to teach this educated fool. It will be a most difficult task to civilize him. Gilgamesh suddenly spoke up, all this fighting has made me famished. Come, my right hand, let us feast. Enkidu looked at Gilgamesh with incredulity. As your trusted ally, do you desire me to maintain my strength, honesty, and truthfulness? Of course, said Gilgamesh. I require it, even to my detriment. Enkidu said, well, then, my lord, it would do you well to remember that I have just been interrupted from consummating my wedding night. Gilgamesh grinned and slapped Enkidu on the back. Forgive me, Enkidu. Go and have your fill of love until morn. But if what Dumuzi tells me is true, you may be busily employed for the next 7 days with your amazing stamina. Enkidu looked blankly at Gilgamesh, who winked and walked away, throwing out another playful jab. See me in the feast hall when you are limp and can think clearly again. Enkidu shook his head and walked toward the waiting figure of Shamhat in the threshold of their banquet. She smiled with pride. Why the gods had been so kind to her with so good a man was incomprehensible. Chapter 10. Gilgamesh sat deep in thought on his throne, his brow disturbingly wrinkled. He gazed off into the distance, a small opening from a window above casting a beam of light upon his back in the otherwise shadowed hall. Sinliki Onene, stood beside Gilgamesh's throne. He was the Umanu, or king's scholar. The Umanu was the head scribe of the palace. He was principal of the scribal school and was responsible for the court archives as well as the maintenance of the written stories of the culture. He wrote letters for the king and oversaw the engraving of monumental inscriptions. The Umanu had taken the place of the Apkallu before the deluge. While the Apkallu had been primarily a mystical sage of wisdom for kings, the Umanu was more of an intellectual scholar of knowledge reference. The world was becoming less magical and more rational with the growth and accumulation of human knowledge and observation growing in libraries of cuneiform tablets in the cities. The ability to manage all that written knowledge required a person more inclined toward tablets than people, and toward rational intellect than human nature. This also explains Sinlikianini's pudgy and flabby body shape, as he was prone to spend most of his time sitting and reading. Unfortunately for Sinlikianini, Gilgamesh did not care for his personality in the least. The scholar was intelligent and knowledgeable without doubt. He could cite from memory things written down in tablets stored deep in the library. But he did not have much wisdom or practical ability to apply his knowledge. That, and his social and verbal skills were dreadful. The only reason his monotonous voice did not put Gilgamesh to sleep was because it annoyed him so much. But Sinlikianini was the only one in the kingdom who knew the library by heart, so Gilgamesh needed him, if only to recount such petty details that would be necessary for particular discussions or decisions. Enkidu's voice snapped Gilgamesh back into this world. "Ho, hurrah, my king!" proclaimed Enkidu. Gilgamesh looked up and saw Enkidu and Shamhat being led in by the guard. "Why does Gilgamesh the Gibber appear so glum?" Gilgamesh smiled broadly. Contemplating the mysteries of the cosmos. Gilgamesh gazed upon the beautiful form of Shamhat. It was as if Enkidu's love had transformed this hierodule, this harlot, into a vision of womanly grace and honor. A splash of jealousy washed over him. He shook it off. "Welcome, my turtle doves," teased Gilgamesh. "It has been a mere 5 days since your wedding. Are you already losing your passionate prowess, mighty Enkidu?" Enkidu and Shamhat smiled. "Self-control is a character trait of which I intend to instruct the king," Enkidu teased back. Shamhat joined in. "Would my lord prefer us to demonstrate Enkidu's continuing prowess on the throne for his majesty?" Gilgamesh laughed heartily. No, dear Shamhat. I shall trust your expert opinion and pray that I may someday find such a desirable and goodly wife as you." "Thank you for civilizing this manly brute. It was the way of men to insult one another as an ironic act of showing affection and respect." "The honor is mine, good king," said Shamhat. "No," said Gilgamesh. Enkidu and Shamhat did not respond. They did not know what he meant, and were not sure they wanted to. "No, I am not a good king," he continued. "Please accept my humblest apology for interrupting your wedding night with my scandalous, unacceptable behavior. I vow to never treat you with such disrespect again. You are the wife of my right hand." Shamhat and Enkidu were stunned speechless. Shamhat started to tear up with gratitude. She finally spoke up. "My lord the king is sovereign. He does as he pleases." "Indeed I do," Gilgamesh replied. "But that is why the gods have given me your husband, as a standard to show me the consequences of my actions. Already he has me re-evaluating my policy of just prima noctis, thanks to his desirous wife for whom I understand now why he would die." "My lord," she said simply with embarrassment and honor of such self-disclosure of a king to so lowly a subject. Sinlikianini cleared his throat like a teacher and spoke softly with a false humility. "Excuse me, my lord, but technically, just prima noctis was never absolute obligation on your part. You need not abolish it to avoid universal administration. You merely apply it selectively." "Thank you for the technical clarification," mouthed Gilgamesh with a touch of contempt. He looked back at Enkidu. "As you may have figured out, this is Sinlikianini, the king's scholar, or technical clarifier." "Umanu, to be most accurate terminologically," added Sinlikianini. Gilgamesh spouted. "Well, we would not want to be terminologically inaccurate, now, would we?" Sinlikianini said, "Actually, if I may." "No, you may not, Sinleki," said Gilgamesh, shortening the name as an example of his shortened patience. And the scholar shut up. Gilgamesh looked back at Enkidu and said, "I have much to discuss with you, Enkidu. But first, if the lady permits, we shall, you and I, pay a visit to the Queen Mother, Goddess Ninsun." Gilgamesh walked Enkidu through Agalma, the great palace temple of Ninsun, his Queen Mother, in the temple district at the center of the city. Though she was a high priestess of Shamash the sun god, she was also a goddess herself, and so his altar was on the roof of her own temple for convenience. Enkidu could not get all the temples straight, there were so many of them. A pantheon of gods was a tiresome notion to him. It seemed more sensible to him to worship one god, whoever created them, but he could not make heads or tails of those either. Was it Aruru, the goddess who supposedly created Enkidu? Was it Mami or Nintu who mixed clay with his flesh and blood? Was it Enki or Nudimud who made mankind from the spilt blood of the god Chingu? He thought he might consult with the king's scholar for clarification, but then thought better after his previous encounter with him. Nevertheless, there were so many different contradicting versions of creation, that he could not get them straight. And that very diversity was a symbol to him of the confused state that humanity seemed to be in. It was as if the Creator God had pulled away from them, and this was the result of such abandonment. But who could that Creator God be? They came to Shamash's gateway, where Ninsun would pray to the sun god. It was a modest room in an otherwise ostentatious temple palace. Gilgamesh had wanted his mother to meet his new right hand, and he wanted it to be a surprise. So he had Enkidu hide behind a pillar for Gilgamesh to introduce him. Gilgamesh saw his mother kneeling and praying in the gateway. He approached silently so as not to startle her. When he was within hearing range, he heard her prayer of complaint to Shamash. He is just a domesticated wild-born bastard. Born in the wilderness without father or mother, raised by animals. His hair is ratty and unpleasant. What shall I say to my son if he appoints him to power in the kingdom? You could say, "Well done, my wise and noble son," Gilgamesh's voice interrupted. She turned to see him standing behind her with a frown. Gilgamesh continued, "Since you are already privy to the intelligence of the fight, mother, you will apparently be unimpressed to hear that I have appointed Enkidu to the position of my right hand. I am sorry to disappoint you." He was not sorry. He just enjoyed making sarcastic barbs. He loved his mother, but he was not ruled or manipulated by her. He listened to her counsel, as he did all others, but he did what he thought was right. He was Lord and King of Uruk. "My son," she protested, "do you fault me for my concern? He has no lineage. He is not royalty. I only seek to protect your throne above all else." "Yes, you do," he said. "And so you will no doubt appreciate knowing that I have never in my entire life met a man I could trust. Until this day. Mother, I have gazed into the abyss. I know the nature of man. And I tell you, there is no guile in Enkidu of the steppe." She was as deeply moved by his sentiment as Gilgamesh was in saying it. He continued, "He is appointed my right hand, and I expect you to grant him all observance and authority of his position." She listened without a word. He said, "I came here to tell you something." He turned and walked to the back of the room. He was going to get Enkidu, but when he arrived at the pillar where he left him, Enkidu was gone. He sighed deeply, turned back to Ninsun and said, "Come to dinner tonight and we will talk." "Yes, my son," she said with heavy sadness. Gilgamesh left her to her thoughts. Gilgamesh found Enkidu in the royal stable. He had entertained the notion that having heard Ninsun's derogatory complaints, Enkidu would return to where he felt more comfortable, with animals. He found him brooding with the mighty horses of the king's chariot. But this escape was not weakness to Gilgamesh, for he understood his new companion maybe better than he understood himself. Gilgamesh said, "Enkidu, the animal world is not the only place where hierarchy is dictated by rules. But in human society the strong do not rule. Aristocracy is family-born." Enkidu replied through deep sadness, "I have no family. I am not human." Gilgamesh stepped up to him to emphasize his intent. "You are more a man than anyone I have ever known in my entire family." "But I am not your family," said Enkidu. "I should return to the steppe. That is where I was born to live and die." "Nonsense," said Gilgamesh. "You have been reborn as my right hand. And there is a way for you to be my family." Enkidu looked up at Gilgamesh stupefied. "How, my lord?" Gilgamesh gave him a serpentine grin. "It begins with you joining me in a feast." Enkidu asked, "Will Lady Wild Cow be there?" Gilgamesh smiled. It was a religious name for Ninsun, but in the lips of this ex-wildborn, it carried irony. "Yes, she will. But so will the city elders, because I have a proposition that will affect both your destiny and mine, and I require the approval of the assembly." Enkidu could not shake his sadness. Gilgamesh offered his forearm and said teasingly, "I cannot very well show up before the council with my left hand and not my right hand." Enkidu tried to smile. "Of course I will obey my king." He grabbed forearms and they embraced. Chapter 11. The Hall of Pillars was a common location for the meeting of the assembly of ruling elders of the city. The long hallway studded with massive pillars of strength and ornamented with brightly colored cone mosaics radiated a power and glory that gave the meetings a sense of divine majesty. Gilgamesh had turned it into a hall of feasting. Long tables were spread with fish and fowl, bread and beer, plums and pomegranates. Enkidu and Shamhat sat on Gilgamesh's right and Ninsun on his left as they ate a hearty meal together. Dumuzi sat next to Ninsun and next to him was Sinliki and Ini. All around them were the 70 assembly members, convened for an important meeting, all wondering what Gilgamesh was up to this time. But now was the time to feast, and Enkidu was feasting. In fact, he was eating so fast that he could not keep his plate stocked or his goblet full as the servants scurried around pouring wine and beer. He almost choked on some food and he washed it down with wine splashing down his greasy mug. Shamhat was horrified. His animal-like eating habits were the one thing that he seemed incapable of civilizing. Shamhat leaned in and whispered, "Enkidu, slow down. You are eating too fast." He knew she was right, but it still annoyed him. She was his wife after all, not his mother. Gilgamesh had been watching Enkidu with amusement. He cracked a big smile. "Worry not, Enkidu. The fowl will not fly astray nor the fish swim away." Enkidu slowed down. He thought, now I have two mothers. Gilgamesh added, "I think you are so speedy, you need your own servant just to keep your plate from starving." Okay, thought Enkidu, he is more like a bratty brother than a mother. Forgive me, smarted Enkidu, I am just so used to having my food stolen from me by the king's hunters. Ha! Good one! Exclaimed Gilgamesh. Speaking of which, I have much to query you on your life in the wild. It is a topic I rather prefer not to discuss, my lord, said Enkidu. Ninsun and Dumuzi leaned in, eavesdropping. Suddenly, Enkidu raised one of his legs and let go a loud and gurgling fart. He continued to eat as if nothing had happened. Ninsun and Dumuzi leaned back with wrinkled noses in disgust. Shamhat whispered harshly to him, Enkidu. Gilgamesh laughed again. I see Shamhat is not done discussing your wild habits and the etiquette of civilization. But Shamhat apologized, sorry, my lord. Gilgamesh added, Mother taught me well that slowed consumption decreases flatulence. Enkidu was peeved. He was munching a bite in his mouth, staring at Gilgamesh. He stopped his chewing, scrunched his face, and let another fart rip out like a lightning bolt. It was his bellicose response to being judged. Excuse me, said Enkidu, with the most ironic contrast of sweet politeness he could muster. And Gilgamesh loved it. The two of them broke out in uproarious laughter. Apparently, being the only ones to enjoy such a childish violation of civilized etiquette. But Gilgamesh was crafty. He abruptly switched the topic back to his original inquiry. Tell me, Enkidu, what was it like to run wild and free with the animals? I have often desired to know such liberty. Being wild and free is not all it seems, my lord, said Enkidu. Ack! Bellowed Gilgamesh. We humans are constrained by such petty rules and social norms. I sometimes feel in a cage of tradition. Then perhaps you should eat faster, Enkidu thought, but instead of saying it, he countered, I consider the rules of civilization to be good boundaries. They keep man from being an animal. But an animal runs naked and free, said Gilgamesh. Animals experience everything with gusto, the hot sun on their backs, the freezing cold rain, a cool drink of water or a battle of fangs and claws. Enkidu would not bow. He knew the reality. Animals freeze to death and die of dehydration in their simplicity. They gorge themselves and starve to death. They eat their own. They leave behind the weak as victims of predators. They lack meaning and purpose, and none of them understand the spiritual intimacy of marriage beyond raw sexual urge. Unfortunately, Gilgamesh could not understand that one either. But it did not keep him from pontificating, well, if we are more than animals, then what is the meaning? What is our purpose? To live, build cities, and die? How is that different from living in a herd, eating grass, and dying? You are the king, said Enkidu. I would have hoped you had wisdom about such things. Ninsun's opinion of Enkidu was changing. Despite his lack of pedigree, he seemed to have a good effect on her son. Ah, very good, Enkidu, said Gilgamesh. Indeed I should. And yet, I have been young and am now older and I have seen that all of life dies, human and animal, rich and poor, king and commoner. All alike die. All of life is striving after wind. All our days are numbered, Enkidu. So what is the point? Our lives are less than a breath in the eternal timeline of existence. Like a vapor, we exist and are gone. Everyone, both the wise and the fool, is soon forgotten. What Gilgamesh was speaking was on the order of what Apkala wisdom sages of old would ponder. But Enkidu was following well enough. And it resonated with him deep in his soul. Are you afraid of death, O king? Said Enkidu. Only the fool is not, said Gilgamesh. Death is the great equalizer. No man of any strength, cunning, or goodness has ever overcome it. It remains the only question of importance. Enkidu said, would the gods give answer? Are they not divine? Ninsun smiled with approval at Enkidu's intuition. The gods are strangely silent, said Gilgamesh. He turned to his mother, making note of her eavesdropping and said, present company excluded, Mother, the gods do not seem to show their faces much anymore. We have their images of wood and stone, to represent their dominion, but they seem to be more markers of their absence than their presence. Ninsun would not let her chance be missed. She spoke up, ever since the deluge, the Anunnaki gods who were not caught in the waters have chosen to rule from their cosmic mountain, Hermon, in the west. It is in the midst of the great cedar forest that is guarded by a ferocious giant 10 cubits tall or taller. Gilgamesh's attention peaked. Enkidu's countenance dropped and he became silent. Ninsun finished, the gods have not forgotten us, Gilgamesh. They are surely strategizing our future from on high. But Gilgamesh sat silently in thought. Ninsun, Dumuzi, Enkidu, and Shamhat all watched him with curiosity, wondering what he would say. Ninsun had no patience. Son? Enkidu knew. He is contemplating the mysteries of the cosmos. The feasting continued around them. The assemblymen ate, drank, gossiped and jockeyed for power in the Urukian political hierarchy. Gilgamesh whispered to Enkidu, who suddenly stood up and announced to the crowd, "Ho, hurrah! Men of Uruk, listen! Assembly of the city, draw near. Your king has a pronouncement that requires your approval." Everyone went silent. Their approval was of course mere formality. Gilgamesh always did what he wanted and then garnered whatever approval was required by the city charter to satisfy the citizens. It made them feel less ruled over than they actually were. Morale was important when the king wanted his subjects to keep from revolting. Gilgamesh dropped his surprise. Your king and his right hand will be going on a journey. Everyone looked at one another with curiosity. Gilgamesh continued, this will be a journey of such importance as to bring everlasting fame upon Uruk and upon the name of her king. No one was ready for what came next. Enkidu and I will journey to Mount Hermon, the mountain of the gods, and we will fight the giant who guards the great cedar forest. Hushes and gasps went through the crowd. Ninsun's face turned white in terror. Enkidu buried his face in his hands. Gilgamesh continued, with the approval of this assembly, we will kill this monster that all evil be banished from the land. And we will scout the cedar forest for timber to enhance my mighty palace to new greatness over all the land. Silence permeated the room. Eyes shifted back and forth, seeking to avoid the king's attention, afraid to stand up to the king. Gilgamesh looked around for response. Well, said Gilgamesh, speak up. You are the assembly, not a brood of deaf-mutes. Finally the mayor and head of the assembly rose to his feet. His name was Nashuk and he was so old he did not care if he was killed for the negative counsel he was about to give, even though everyone else was thinking the same. Nevertheless, sweat trickled down his forehead. His hands and his voice trembled. My lord and king, Nashuk said, you are young. Your spirit is restless. Your heart is carrying you away into foolishness. Voices mumbled with shock at the scandal of the old man's words. It started a cacophony that was only stopped by Gilgamesh shaming them. Silence. You sound like schoolchildren. At least one of you has the guts to speak his mind. I admire you, Nashuk. Now sit down. Nashuk obeyed. Gilgamesh said, give me your blessing. I will embark on a distant journey and return a mightier king through the gates of Uruk. And I will do so in time for the New Year's festival. Again, he was rewarded with silence. Everything they had heard of the monster of the great cedar forest forebode nothing but failure for Gilgamesh. Your hesitation is ill-informed, said Gilgamesh. Folk tales and legends always make these monsters much worse than they actually are. What say you? Suddenly, Enkidu blurted out, Humbaba. All eyes turned to Enkidu. His name is Humbaba, he repeated. Humbaba the Terrible. And everyone knew he was talking of the giant guardian. They all listened in rapt attention as Enkidu spoke with deadly seriousness. I have been to the great cedar forest when I roamed the wild years ago. Humbaba is a mighty reptilian giant. This is not a creature you want to face. Even Gilgamesh felt chills down his spine as he heard the ominous tone in Enkidu's voice, a man he thought had no fear. Enkidu continued, the great cedar forest extends for 10,000 leagues. Enlil has assigned Humbaba as a terror to any intruders. His roar is like a flood of many waters, his mouth breathes fire and death. He never sleeps and he can hear the rustling of a leaf 100 leagues away. Okay, now he is exaggerating, thought Gilgamesh. Vestiges of his simple animal experience as a wild-born. Gilgamesh knew the forest extension was more like 100 leagues, not an absurd 10,000. No giant, not even Aratha had hearing that acute. 100 or more cubits maybe, but not 100 leagues. And no creature could live without sleep. A god, maybe, but not a creature. All this was the stuff of legends, and legends are overthrown by real-world Gibberan warriors like himself. Enkidu's attempt to strike fear in Gilgamesh's heart only served to embolden him to the challenge. Enkidu continued his story with a hushed voice, as though telling a ghost story to impressionable children around a campfire. His strength is unequaled, and he has occultic powers to paralyze his enemies at a distance. Every man's battle with him is his last. The only creature more fearsome on land is the bull of heaven. The bull of heaven was a ferocious amphibious beast that dwelt mostly on land. The size of a temple, black as a raven, legends said it survived the deluge because of its aquatic nature and bullish will of iron. Enkidu could only thank the gods Gilgamesh was not foolish enough to seek out that legend. Humbaba was mild in comparison, which was not saying enough to encourage Enkidu. He had a feeling his fate was already sealed for this journey. Gilgamesh broke the hypnotic spell cast by Enkidu's story, men of Uruk, noble counselors of the assembly, who has immortality but the gods of heaven. As for humankind, our days are all numbered. All is chasing after wind. No one returns from the grave. Glory and fame alone can establish a name that will live forever. The assembly was silent with awe. A tear rolled down Ninsin's cheek. She treasured her Gilgamesh with all her heart and feared to lose him to a foolhardy adventure. Gilgamesh looked at Enkidu with a sincere longing, and said, Enkidu, what has become of your boldness and strength? You were born and raised in the wilderness. I have heard that you have killed a lioness with your bare hands that once escaped my own weapons of death. Enkidu looked up at Gilgamesh surprised. Shamhat and Dumuzi had told Gilgamesh the story of the lioness attack, and he had figured out by the marks on the lioness's face that it was the one who had faced him down earlier and might have killed him, had it not been for the accidental head injury. Gilgamesh continued with his characteristic touch of sarcasm, well, if you are afraid, my right hand, you may trail behind me and call out to me, go this way or that. He then turned back to the assembly and concluded, I will vanquish Humbaba and cut down his cedar. And should I fall, I will still establish my fame for eternity as Gilgamesh, the mighty Gibber, who locked horns in battle with Humbaba the Terrible. The assembly broke into more murmurs. Sinlikianini gave his characteristic teacherly throat clearing and spoke up, my king, trees are not all that Humbaba guards. Gilgamesh waited with curiosity. But as the king's scholar continued, he lost track of what was being said. Sinlikianini said, the cedar forest is actually 200 leagues in extension, not 10,000 as Enkidu claimed with his hyperbole. It contains not merely cedars but juniper, cypress, acacia, myrtle and olive trees. And it surrounds Mount Hermon, which rises approximately 5,871 cubits high into the air and is part of the Surion mountain range that extends for 31 leagues in a northeast-southwest direction. It was amazing. The king's scholar could deaden any discussion by simply speaking. It was as if this man of knowledge made knowledge boring. It was worse than Enkidu's flatulence. Gilgamesh determined to keep the assembly focused before Sinlikianini distracted them to oblivion. Well, what is the point, scholar? Is there a point here? Sinlikianini finally got to the point. Mount Hermon is the home of the gods, but I would appreciate it if you do not rattle off the list of gods who reside there, as we do not have all day, said Gilgamesh. Sinlikianini sat down, quieted. Enkidu said, what will you do, O king, when the gods discover that you have killed their guardian? I do not know, Enkidu, but do you not desire to know why they hide away in their cosmic mountain with such timidity? This is more than an heroic adventure of killing a giant and establishing a name. This is a search for the gods in whose hands is eternal life. Enkidu said, but you are already 2/3 god. And 1/3 human, added Gilgamesh. So death still has its claim on me. Enkidu considered his words carefully. Gilgamesh continued, you have transformed from an animal into a man. Would you not want to transform from a man into a god? But is it for man to do so? Asked Enkidu. Join my side, Enkidu, and together we shall see, said Gilgamesh. There was no stopping him. Gilgamesh would answer each objection that Enkidu could come up with, and defy any technical fact the king's scholar could muster until every defense was worn down. It was sheer willpower, and Gilgamesh had more of it than everyone in the room combined. Enkidu resigned himself to his fate, stood up and announced to the assembly, noble counselors, I know the route to the great cedar forest, and I know the wiles of Humbaba. If you will grant your blessing, I will accompany King Gilgamesh on his journey for the greatness of Uruk and his good name. And so they received the blessing of the assembly, who charged Gilgamesh not to trust his strength, but to trust his right hand to lead the way and his skill of fighting to make each blow hit its mark. But such a mighty quest of mighty deeds would require mighty weapons of special handiwork. Gilgamesh and Enkidu oversaw the forging of battle axes of 3 talents each. Men of normal human strength could not wield them. Their swords with gold hilts weighed 2 talents each, their girded kilts were 50 minas. A war net of 2 talents completed their battle gear that totaled 10 talents each. Gilgamesh also brought along his magical animal skins that took away the fear that animals and predators had of man. But he told no one about his special talisman, not even Enkidu, his most trusted ally. Then Gilgamesh and Enkidu went to the town square near the main gate. Gilgamesh blew his horn to gather the men of the city. He called for 50 warriors to join their journey to the cedar forest. But this quest is the most dangerous I have ever performed, Gilgamesh told them. So if you have a wife, return to your wife, and if you have children, return to your children. For I require warriors who have no family to suffer loss. Among the champions who volunteered were 7 warriors of the same mother with special talents. The eldest had mighty hands like the paws of a lion that could tear a man in half. Another had a strong jaw whose bite was like the mouth of a cobra. A third had a sword made of flexible metal that operated like a whip and cut like a dragon serpent, rumored to have been handed down from a son of Noah himself. A fourth could spit fire like a dragon. A fifth could track anything with the taste of his serpentine tongue. A sixth had the mighty power in his fists and arms to batter mountains into rubble, and a seventh could call down lightning from heaven onto his adversaries. But Gilgamesh was not ready to leave on his journey. He told Enkidu that one last thing remained to knit him to Gilgamesh as close as a brother. Chapter 12. Queen Mother, Goddess Ninsun, left the feast for her temple Agalma to intercede with Shamash on behalf of Gilgamesh and his crazy idea for glory and fame. She bathed herself 7 times in tamarisk and soapwort for purity. Donning a robe and sash, along with jewels and her tiara, she went up to the roof, set incense before Shamash, and sprinkled holy water onto the ground. She grieved before the sun god with raised arms. Why have you inflicted my son Gilgamesh with a restless heart? He will travel on a road he knows not, to a destination he knows not where, and fight a battle he may never know again. During his days of journey to the cedar forest and back, may the Anunnaki, the watchers of the night, watch over him and his companion, Enkidu. Bring your mighty winds against Humbaba. But the sun god was strangely silent. He was after all a statue of stone. A servant arrived and notified Ninsun that her guests had arrived. She completed her supplication and retired to her chapel below to speak with Gilgamesh and Enkidu. The chapel hummed with the activities of priestesses, as well as votaries bound by oath, and the hierodules of the temple. Gilgamesh and Enkidu stood before the altar, Enkidu with wide eyes of wonder at all the pomp unfolding before him. It was a ceremony of some kind, the juniper incense tickling his sensitive nostrils. That was one of the things about religion that he did not care for, the incense. The odor was too strong for his highly attuned olfactory sense. There was much about religion that he questioned. But now was not the time. Ninsun approached Gilgamesh and Enkidu, followed by her coterie. She looked at Gilgamesh and nodded in agreement. Gilgamesh smiled. They had some kind of agreement between them. She looked at Enkidu and Gilgamesh whispered to him, "This is what I told you about earlier, my brother." Enkidu gave Gilgamesh a look of skeptical wariness and Ninsun spoke, "Mighty Enkidu, though you are not of my womb, I speak for the votaries of Gilgamesh and the priestesses and sacred women of Agalma." Enkidu could feel the hair that was growing back in on his neck stand up. An excited chill ran through him as he began to realize what was taking place. Ninsun pulled off a leather strap with gold amulet from around her neck and draped it onto Enkidu's trembling form. It bore the family seal stamped on precious metal. Ninsun continued, a smiling tear rolling down her cheek, "This amulet is a talisman of our family name. It bears all the weight of mighty Uruk behind it. As the daughters of the gods take in a foundling, so I take Enkidu, to love as my adopted son. May Gilgamesh be a favorable brother to you." Now, Enkidu burst out weeping. It would be the only time Gilgamesh would ever see such a display of emotion from this former wild-born, this gibberim warrior by his side. Enkidu hugged Gilgamesh first and whispered into his ear, "My brother." Then Enkidu stood and embraced Ninsun saying, "My goddess, my mother." But Ninsun concluded with a benediction, "I commission you, Enkidu, to safeguard your king, your brother, and that if necessary you give your life for such an honor." Enkidu's eyes stared at her with utter submission. Enkidu said simply, "I will." She looked at them both now. "May your journey to the great cedar forest have short nights and long days. And may your loins be girded with strength and your stride be steadfast and sure." She reached behind her and pulled out a powerful-looking bow that had a foreign design to it. It was not crafted for normal human use but for a giant. Gilgamesh knew immediately where it was from. Ninsun said, "I present this, the bow of Anshan, from the distant land of Elam to you, my son, to slay Humbaba the Terrible." She handed it to him and they made an offering of cuttings and prayed to Shamash for protection. It dawned on Gilgamesh that this must have been the meaning of his dreams of the star and axe that would be made his equal by Ninsun. By becoming his brother, Enkidu would be the family equal of Gilgamesh. He could not help thinking about her off-the-cuff comment about this equal being a possible betrayer. But he hoped it was just another one of her wrong interpretations. Enkidu was moved to the very core of his being. Adoption into the family of Gilgamesh was more to him than royalty. It was the very answer to the human identity for which he had longed but of which he had been deprived. To have a family was to have continuity with humanity. It was to be a part of a lineage that would continue through the ages and give meaning to the branches and roots. As a lone wolf, he would exist alone and die alone in the vast emptiness of solitary annihilation. What would his days of comfort and love with his wife be but a cruel joke, a momentary spasm and an eternal nothingness? By being grafted into this tree of human history, he would finally be rooted in a transcendence beyond himself, something bigger than his meaningless unrooted self. And semi-divine roots at that. It was the opposite of what Gilgamesh sought. It was a losing of himself in the whole. What Gilgamesh wanted was to stand out and be separate, to be a unique and eternal self of importance that shined above the masses of mundane existence, like a star, like a god. Both of them were about to encounter the surprise of their lives. The next day, Gilgamesh and Enkidu met with the 50 chosen warriors for their journey to the great cedar forest. Gilgamesh had also called Dumuzi and Sinlikianini to see them off. Ninsun stayed in her palace that day. She was too emotional and full of fear for her sons. And she harbored a secret that was tearing her heart and soul apart. She could barely face Gilgamesh without the feeling of deep guilt and regret. But she was determined he would never discover her secret, and so she stayed in her palace and hid herself away. Gilgamesh spoke to Sinlikianini, "My scholar, be prepared when I return to inscribe my tale that I will bring back. For I will have mighty deeds to tell." "Yes, my king," said Sinlikianini, "your fame will bring you eternal life." The thought of that sentence suddenly struck Gilgamesh as incongruent. Fame is eternal life? What good was fame in Sheol? Was he a fool searching for the impossible? Was he a fool to search at all? Enkidu leaned in and said in a low voice, "It is still not too late to turn back. You could finish the walls of Uruk to great fanfare and still be the mighty Gilgamesh who built the walls of Uruk." Gilgamesh gave Enkidu a snide look and did not dignify the statement with a response. Instead he turned to Dumuzi and said, "Dumuzi, my shepherd, I want you to rule the city in my absence." Dumuzi was shocked. He did not consider himself worthy of such an honor, and he certainly did not desire the responsibility it laid on his shoulders. "I am just a shepherd, my king," said Dumuzi. "Yes," replied Gilgamesh. "And you shall shepherd Uruk until I return." Gilgamesh placed his arm strongly around Dumuzi with affection. "My friend, aside from Enkidu, you are the only one I trust in my absence to so rule." Sinlikianini looked sour. He had secretly hoped that he would have been given such a privilege. He was, after all, the Umanu, the scholar. More intelligent than anyone in the palace, and certainly more knowledgeable than this shepherd of low confidence. The volumes he knew were surely a well of wisdom that every ruler could only dream of. Gilgamesh is a strong leader, but he is not an intellectual genius. Not like me, he thought. When will the world recognize that knowledge is true power? Enkidu smiled as he saw Sinlikianini's disappointment. Gilgamesh finished his charge to Dumuzi, "The wall is almost complete. I need you to strengthen the morale of the workers to finish the task before I return. I am sure you see the benefit of me vanquishing the giant and arriving home to the completed mighty walls of Uruk." "It is positively mythical," butted in Sinlikianini. He was determined not to let himself be pushed out of the moment entirely. The symbolism would be a powerful metaphor for advantageous propaganda in an epic cuneiform tale. Gilgamesh knew it was also to his advantage to avoid stifling the one who would pen his story with stylistic clay, so he just nodded and did not respond to the flattery. Dumuzi could not deny it. Everything Gilgamesh said was true. He sighed and nodded to his lord and king, accepting the big responsibility before him. He would rise to the occasion. And he thought he would use his opportunity to stick Sinlikianini away on some scribal project to keep his annoying presence out of his hair. They embraced and Gilgamesh turned to Enkidu, "Let us begin our journey." Enkidu turned to the warriors, atop their horse mounts, awaiting their command, and shouted, "Ho, hurrah! Let us journey forth, warriors!" Gilgamesh said to Enkidu, "I have been meaning to ask you, where on earth did you get that saying, 'Ho, hurrah,' you repeat with such annoying repetition?" "From Dumuzi on the steppe, my lord," smiled Enkidu. Dumuzi looked away embarrassed. Gilgamesh said sternly, "Dumuzi." Dumuzi looked up timidly at him. Gilgamesh said, "Ho, hurrah," and gave him a wink as they turned and left the city gates into the open land before them. Chapter 13. It had been several days since Gilgamesh left Uruk for the great cedar forest with Enkidu and his band of warriors. Dumuzi had taken to his new responsibilities over Uruk with a certain amount of distaste. The only satisfaction he received was sending Sinlikianini to the library archives for a detailed, up-to-date accounting of the kingdom finances. He would be there for weeks most likely, rummaging through a myriad of broken, misplaced, and out-of-date tablets trying to recalculate inaccurate numbers and tracking down missing accounts. The crown was meticulous in its accounting, but humans were fallible and corrupt, so there would be much malfeasance to uncover and wrongs to right, all of which made Sinlikianini the perfect bureaucrat of tedium to employ. Fortunately, it was not a futile exercise, as the wall was near finished and Gilgamesh would have to reconcile his finances and resources upon completion. So it was all necessary. But Dumuzi missed the herds and the grazing fields. He missed the open air and the sound of baaing sheep lulling him to sleep. And how did he find himself in such an odd position of trust with the king whom he had wanted to kill for his violation of Dumuzi's dignity and honor in the past? He found himself strangely drawn in by Gilgamesh's magnetic charisma. He was an abusive ruler in some ways, but in others, he was a positive force of order out of the chaos. He was just the kind of leader that was needed to restrain the petty grumblings and mob mentality of the masses. People tended to behave like stupid sheep, following whatever was the strongest, most sensational call to action, regardless of its rationality or its moral value, right or wrong. And it was usually wrong. Only a strong leader could calm the mob or stir them in his calculated direction. But Gilgamesh also provided a leadership with strong vision for a better future. He was a troubled king who seemed to be having his own personal crisis of meaning and identity, and thus his quest for fame and eternal life. But if current events were any indication of the future of Uruk, Dumuzi was hopeful. Enkidu's influence on Gilgamesh had already persuaded him to retract the abominable policy of just Prima Noctis that had stolen Dumuzi's honor and been the source of his rage. King Gilgamesh showed signs of becoming a better king, a more just king. Dumuzi put it out of his mind as he approached the clay pit. The foreman had alerted him that the workers had noticed a strong smell permeating the area. It was the stench of rotting flesh, or to be more precise, as Sinlikianini would say, rotting fish. He arrived at the pit and journeyed down the incline until he reached the bottom, where the workers had stopped and were gathered around a large area of ground with something gargantuan uncovered from underneath. It appeared to be the rough, scaly backbone of some huge sea monster. And it stunk to high heaven. The scales and spines were too strong to break through with their tools, but the flesh was rotting underneath it. Dumuzi called Sinlikianini out of his exile in the Dungeness library to give him some explanation. As best the scholar could figure, it was probably a sea dragon of some kind that was buried in the sediment of the Great Flood. Normally, the flesh would have rotted away generations ago, declared Sinlikianini with superior knowledge, leaving only a carcass of bones. But according to my observations, the burial was rapid, and apparently must have worked like a kind of sealed tomb, which froze or slowed down the deterioration of the flesh. But when the workers broke the seal and unearthed the body, it came into contact with the open air again, resulting in the rapid decomposition of its current state. And there was a lot of flesh to decompose. The thing was huge. It might even be large enough to obstruct the entire work area and force them to start a new clay pit. Dumuzi ordered them to keep digging further away from the current excavation to see just how big the corpse was. He returned to the palace to take a nap and find some clean air to breathe. Chapter 14. A few days out from Uruk, Gilgamesh and his band of warrior brothers careened along their journey to the great cedar forest at Mount Hermon in the west. They were an elite corps of mighty soldiers of the king, who had trained for years in his service. One could even call them Gibberim. Gibberim was a word that was evolving to mean mighty warrior, either human or Nephilim. Gilgamesh had led them on a fast-paced march that they were sure must have been supernaturally aided by the gods. Their trip was 300 leagues to the foot of Mount Hermon in the midst of the great cedar forest, and Gilgamesh followed 7 constellations by night through 7 mountain passes all told. They navigated 50 leagues a day, 20 before they broke bread, and another 30 before they pitched camp. They traveled in a mere few days what would have taken weeks for a normal trained militia. It was nothing short of miraculous. They dug a well and poured a water offering out to Shamash in gratitude. Enkidu had wondered what use water would be to a god who was a big ball of burning fire in the sky. Was he eternally thirsty? Would not water put his fire out? It did not make much sense to him, but he went along with it anyway. Perhaps Shamash would shine some light into the darkened corners of this infernal forest. They had traveled along the Euphrates River, around the Fertile Crescent, and down into the foothills of the Sur Ion mountain range. By the time they were in sight of the cosmic mountain and at the edge of the vast forest, Gilgamesh confided in Enkidu that he had been having dreams again as he had before he battled Enkidu in Uruk. "What are the dreams?" asked Enkidu. "I am not skilled in the art of interpretation like your mother," he said, pulling out the golden amulet from around his neck, "but I bear the spirit of your family name." Gilgamesh said, "There have been 5 of them." Enkidu's eyes went wide. That was quite a few dreams. "Well," said Enkidu, "let us construct a dream house of the gods and compose the circle for you to recount your dreams." So they threw together a crude dream house of the gods out of loose lumber. It was like a makeshift lean-to. Enkidu drew the circle with a stick, poured out a libation of flour on the ground, and the two sat down in the middle. As if on cue, Gilgamesh became hypnotic and rested his head on his knees. My king? Said Enkidu. Suddenly, Gilgamesh snapped his head back, looking at Enkidu with bleary red eyes. Why did I wake up? He shouted, why am I trembling? Did a god pass by? Enkidu stared at him blankly. He had no clue what Gilgamesh just said. But he figured he would wing it and try to help his friend find his way. Enkidu spoke as if he knew what he was doing. Tell me your dreams. Gilgamesh said, in the first dream, I was in a mountain gorge and the mountain fell upon me. But I was pulled out of the mountain and cast it down, and it was covered with flies. Enkidu was even more confused than moments before. He wondered if he had gotten in over his head and if he should back out while he still had the chance. His mind raced for something positive, anything he could make up to encourage Gilgamesh. He was looking out upon Mount Hermon in the distance and just blurted the first thing that came to his mind, the mountain is Humbaba. Gilgamesh looked to him for more. He was very superstitious when it came to dreams and gullible toward anyone with an interpretation. Enkidu filled in the silence with words until he could come up with something else. Your dream is favorable. It is a precious omen. He had heard Ninsun use that word omen before and thought it might fit well here, though he was not entirely sure. He repeated, the mountain you saw is Humbaba. Then his thoughts drifted toward the monster and his emotions about the giant spilled out. We will catch Humbaba and slay him and throw his corpse out upon the field of battle for the flies to consume like excrement. That was not too bad. Gilgamesh was following like a hypnotized religious fanatic. The sun broke through the clouds and glared into Enkidu's eyes. He sneezed from the brightness and said, a sign that Shamash will show us favor. Gilgamesh began his next dream before Enkidu could try to stop. My second dream surpasses the first. Oh, great, thought Enkidu. What have I gotten myself into? Gilgamesh continued, another mountain threw me down and held me until a man appeared, a most handsome man, who pulled me from beneath the mountain and gave me a fresh drink of water. Gilgamesh paused and stared at Enkidu like a schoolchild looking to the master to give the answer. But Enkidu was even more in the dark than before. He thought, what do the gods hope to achieve by giving such crazy dreams that do not make any sense? If I were a god, I would choose a little more clear means of communicating my message. Enkidu, Gilgamesh interrupted his confusion. Enkidu said the first thing that came to him, the mountain is not Humbaba. Now Gilgamesh looked confused and Enkidu thought to himself, why did I just say that? I just said the opposite of what I said before. I will never talk about dreams to anyone ever again. Enkidu tried to dodge. What was the next dream? Maybe they are connected in some way. Gilgamesh answered, I was grappling with a wild bull of the wilderness, and his bellowing snort split the earth beneath my feet and a cloud of dust obscured the sky. Enkidu sat stone silent. He felt like he had fallen into a crevice of his own making and had no way to climb back up. Gilgamesh started to explain his next dream. In another one, heaven and earth rumbled in flashes of lightning. I am sorry, my lord, interrupted Enkidu. But Gilgamesh was not listening. He kept going, and an Anzu bird was caught by a strange man. Ho, hurrah, my king! Bellowed Enkidu with his characteristic holler. Gilgamesh stopped. Enkidu said, I really do not put much investment in dreams. Basically, we are going to fight with Humbaba, there is going to be a lot of chaos and destruction, but we will triumph over him with great victory. Now we have our axes and swords, you have the mighty bow of Anshan, and we have 50 warriors backing us up. Let us kill ourselves a giant. And with that, Enkidu popped up and gathered his weapons. Gilgamesh nodded his head solemnly, finding some profundity in it all. Enkidu thought, this is definitely one of the king's weaknesses. I think his mother did this to him. She is too coddling with his obsessions. Chapter 15. While Dumuzi was slumbering, the workers in the pit continued their labors excavating the great fish that was causing them delay in putting the finishing touches on the walls of Uruk. A group of workers hacked away at the clay some distance away from the original discovery site, when they came upon what appeared to be the head of the sea monster. Soon they would know where to complete their work of brick-making away from this stench-filled area. A dozen feet away, one of the workers saw the ground move. Did you see that? He asked the others. They grumbled and gave scattered no's and complaints to keep digging. But then the ground moved more noticeably and they all stopped to watch. One of the workers blew a horn and the foreman and others came to see what all the fuss was about. As the crowd gathered around, a large humanoid hand broke out of the clay and grasped the air into a clenched fist. The growing circle backed away in fear. What was this beast that was being born from the earth? A shade escaping Sheol? Had they accidentally broken in upon the forbidden underworld? The earth bulged. The human thing was trying to rise up out of its grave. Though everyone else backed away, the foreman moved forward with macabre curiosity. For some strange reason, he wanted to help the thing. The clay finally ruptured and a large being 8 feet tall burst its way out of the clay. It was a humanoid with luminescent burnished bronze skin, made of scales so small they were not readily visible to the normal human eye. It had body-length hair on its head and eyes of lapis lazuli blue. The earth that had been removed revealed the immense teeth of the sea monster. This demigod had been clamped in the dragon's mighty jaws. But now it was free. It looked down at the foreman, who was transfixed by the mystery of this naked being of such power and awe. The crowd all around was speechless. The being spoke to the foreman with a voice that creaked as if talking for the first time. "What is your name?" "Ninshubur," he answered obediently. The Shining One reached down and put its hand on the foreman's shoulder. Ninshubur smiled. He was looking into the face of a god. The god grabbed Ninshubur's head and completely ripped it from his body. The corpse fell to the ground and the Shining One roared with fury to the heavens. The workers scrambled in fear. But they would not escape today. The shining being hunted them down like rabbits, hundreds of them, and killed them all in a bloodbath of fury. Its speed and efficiency were astonishing. And after it had its fill, it stood at the top of the clay pit and looked down upon the blood and carnage with a lack of satisfaction. It would take a lot more death and destruction than this to quench its rage, a rage that had generations of solitude buried alive in the depths of the earth to fester. The shining being was Azazel the Watcher, who had been caught in the mouth of Rahab the sea dragon of chaos in the floodwaters of the deluge. Since the Watchers were divine sons of God, they could not die, so when he was buried in the sediment, he was condemned to a living grave of captivity. Because of his rebellion along with Semjaza and the 200 Watchers who fell from heaven, he had been imprisoned in the earth with the intention of future punishment in the end of time. But the end was not yet here. It was not yet his time. As a member of the heavenly host, his body shone when he had strong emotional reactions. And Azazel was brimming over with generations of compounded angry rage that manifested flashing lightning like radiance. He had had plenty of time in his earthly imprisonment to plot his revenge. Chapter 16. Gilgamesh and Enkidu arrived with their entourage of warriors at an entrance to the great cedar forest. An impenetrable wall of timber towered over them with an opening that seemed like a gateway into a haunted world. They could hear strange and unfamiliar sounds from within that sent chills through their skins. A pathway disappeared into the murky foliage, apparently well worn by the guardian who patrolled its vast expanse. The peak of Mount Hermon rose out of the earth and was visible above the tree line, just leagues into the forest. It was the abode of the gods. The very cosmic mountain where the pantheon came down from heaven and congregated in assembly for deliberation. They were weary from their journey and made camp on the perimeter. They would rest the night and prepare to engage the giant within. Gilgamesh offered a sacrifice of 2 kid goats to the sun god Shamash. Enkidu knew it was important to Gilgamesh, so he encouraged him to do so, though Enkidu himself did not think much of it all. Gilgamesh implored Shamash for protection and help to enter the mountain land to fell great cedars and slay the giant Rapha, Humbaba the Terrible. Unfortunately, oracles were not forthcoming. The 7 warriors from one mother were tireless in their endurance. They practiced their art of war every day, even after long grueling marches. The eldest with hands like the paws of a lion would scratch bark off trees, the fire spitter would help start their campfires, the serpent-tongued one would gauge the weather and check for nearby intruders with the lick of his tongue, the one with powerful hands would crunch trees into manageable firewood, the one who could call down lightning avoided practicing his art for obvious reasons, and the one with the serpent sword Rahab would practice his technique by slicing through trees with his whip-like sword of flexible metal. He had even showed the curious Enkidu how the weapon worked and told him the story of how it was forged on the mountain of Eden by angels and passed down from their forefather Lamech through the line of Noah and eventually got into his hands. After dinner, Gilgamesh and Enkidu sat before their campfire, separated from the other men. Enkidu sharpened his axe blade on a whetstone as Gilgamesh stared into the open flames, playing with the mutton on its bone. "My lord is contemplating the mysteries of the cosmos?" asked Enkidu. Gilgamesh kept staring into oblivion. "So I enter this mountain land, and I defeat the giant Humbaba. What then? We return to Uruk, and I make love to my lioness, Shamhat, and eat food again that does not taste like this leather," said Enkidu. With that, he lifted his leg and let loose a loud rip-roaring fart. Someone barked out, "Keep it down, gasbag, you will trumpet our location to the giant." The other men laughed. But Gilgamesh was not laughing. His face was scrunched with an angry look. He stood up. Enkidu thought he may have pushed Gilgamesh's respect. But then Gilgamesh crouched and let loose a long blast of gas that sounded like the trumpet the others had joked about. He had clearly one-upped Enkidu, who gave him a surprised look to challenge his etiquette. "You think a god king does not fart?" said Gilgamesh. The other men were chuckling. Gilgamesh smiled and pronounced, "Enkidu, when outside the court and in the company of men facing sure death, you may consider yourself entirely free to violate the laws of etiquette against passing gas. Thank you, Your Majesty, said Enkidu, and grunted out another blast of rumbling gas. It was not as loud or as long as Gilgamesh's. Enkidu concluded with a faux bow to Gilgamesh, but I do yield. You remain the king of flatulence. Gilgamesh pinched his nose in disgust and quipped, You give me a run for my money as the prince of stench. The men broke out in laughter again. But as they settled back down into their own interests, Gilgamesh returned to his serious posture and probed Enkidu. You are a man of the earth and of nature. Do you ever concern yourself with higher things like the meaning of life? Enkidu thought for a moment and said, If you refer to gods and dreams and spiritual knowledge, then meaning is something that evades my sensibilities. The only meaning I know is the hunger in my belly, the desire in my loins, the sight, sound, and smells of wherever I am at this very moment, right here and right now. My brother at my side, my wife waiting at home. Beyond that, I know no meaning. But Enkidu was not being completely honest. He was not telling Gilgamesh everything. For he did have experiences in the wild that made him wonder about his creator. But now was not the time to speak of such things. Enkidu picked up a leg of mutton and took a bite. It was terrible and old-tasting. He spit it out with a gag of distaste and threw the bone in the fire. Gilgamesh laughed. Yes. We will eat, drink, and be merry. And then we will die, like every other man. But then he turned morose. I have seen rivers plugged with corpses. I have looked upon battlefields drenched in blood and piled high with the carnage of human bodies. So too it will happen to you and me. Hopefully later than sooner, offered Enkidu. But Gilgamesh was not listening. No matter how tall a man is, he cannot reach heaven. And no matter how enduring, he cannot traverse Sheol. Enkidu said, and no matter how philosophical, he cannot conquer a giant of the Rephaim with words of profundity. Gilgamesh brightened. Enkidu, you are my only truest friend. Together, we will enter this mountain land, slay a giant, and I will engrave my name in this great cedar forest. We will return to Uruk with mighty cedar wood to dress my glorious palace, Or Humbaba will kill us and feed on our corpses, added Enkidu. Gilgamesh smiled, Strengthen your trembling arms, Enkidu. You speak like a spineless weakling. Where is your hoe, hurrah, annoying though it may be? I will gladly run with you into the face of death and go out in flames of glory. I will be honored to have you by my side in the valley of Sheol. Enkidu was not so glorious-minded. I would prefer, my lord, to make it out of this alive, if you do not mind. Enkidu, we two can do together what one cannot, said Gilgamesh. Together we vanquished 3 legendary lions. Yours was bigger than mine, said Enkidu. But yours was the fiercest, said Gilgamesh. I used the skill of a javelin, dagger, and axe. With what did you vanquish your lioness? Enkidu averted his eyes shyly, my bare hands. Gilgamesh grinned wide. That is nothing to be ashamed of, Enkidu. You have earned your name. Then he thought better. Just do not boast about it around the palace, Enkidu smiled humbly. Gilgamesh said, we had better get moving. But do not forget your axe. I suspect even the mighty Enkidu's bare hands will not be enough this time. And he winked at Enkidu with a genuine humor that only a true friend could give when bettered. The warriors picked up camp and journeyed into the forest in the direction of Hermon, home of the gods. Chapter 17. Azazel found his way toward the palace. He saw that the entire city of Uruk had been rebuilt upon the ruins of the flood. It was quite glorious. And the walls were an impressive innovation. He did not know just how long he had been trapped in his living tomb, but it must have been generations. Needless to say, mankind had done rather well in picking up the pieces and starting over. Or at least, this city had done rather well. I must meet this king who has achieved such glory, he thought. And I must find out what has happened to the other gods. Azazel's first stop on the way to the palace was Eanna, the new temple of Inanna. It was bigger. Everything was bigger in the city. Signs of grandiosity abounded. And it was a different layout. But it was easy enough to recognize the copulation chambers, and servant and priestly antechambers after passing through the garden-like courtyard where the hierodules plied their trade with patrons. Indeed, I must meet this king, Azazel thought again. He has taste, a sense of spectacle and self-aggrandizement that suits me. Temple servants scattered in fear, as Azazel made his way to the high priestess chambers. He was after all, 8 feet tall, shining, naked, and covered in blood. Not a friendly sight for the citizenry. He had decided to maintain his identity as the goddess Inanna because he had worked hard on that persona and had come to enjoy the theatrical spectacle that it allowed him to release. though he was going to make one significant change that he would announce upon his arrival to the palace court. But first, he needed some garments. He burst into the chambers of the high priestess. She was engaged in certain erotic group activities with several highly placed assembly members. They had not consummated their shenanigans. They were only beginning. Too bad for these pathetic saps, thought Azazel. Unable to complete their last spasm of pleasure, Azazel slaughtered the men in several swipes like flinging small puppies against a brick wall. The priestess screamed. Azazel put his finger to his lips to shush her. He backed the priestess up against the wall. Her eyes were wide with fear, her vocal cords paralyzed by the immense creature towering over her. Azazel paused with a smile, victim's blood dripping down his face. Why do you look so surprised, priestess? I am the goddess of war that you worship. You never expected to see me in the flesh? He enjoyed such moments of irony and fear in his subjects. She could only shake her head with short jerky movements. Azazel actually looked hermaphroditic. He had male genitals, but female breasts that he had created by cutting into his chest cavity and artificially inserting bags of sawdust under his pectoral muscles. His long tangled hair had not stopped growing all those decades trapped in the earth. He would have to do something with it. I thank you for your devotion on my behalf, said Azazel. And now, I must ask you for one more act of sacrifice. Azazel gently grabbed her head and broke her neck. She dropped into his arms, dead. He needed a clean kill because he wanted to use some of her clothes for himself. She had a fabulous gem-laden necklace and earrings to kill for. It was necessary for him to eliminate the high priestess because he would have to start all over with a new and loyal retinue of servants. There was something dangerous about keeping old leadership with a regime change, no matter how flexible their loyalties. It was always just better to kill them all and start over with fresh blood. He found some additional garments in her wardrobe that he put together to create a flamboyant outfit. Though he liked to alternate with androgynous bodywear, he thought he would stress the female identity to start with so there was no question as to the gender of this long-lost goddess. And he wanted it to create a splash, a memorable introduction, not easily forgotten. Perilously high heels, brightly colored loud hairdo sprinkled with sparkling gem shavings, a very tight see-through tunic, accented with billowy cuffs, and a satin robe that flowed behind her carried by two hand-picked half-naked male cult prostitutes. Inanna was back. Chapter 18. Gilgamesh, Enkidu and the 50 warriors made their way into the forest a couple of leagues toward Mount Hermon. They stopped by a river flowing through the forest and filled their water skins. They had followed the beaten trail created by the guardian giant with the intent of crossing his path. However, the forest was so thick and so vast, they knew they were not likely to find Humbaba's residence. So they would have to help Humbaba find them. Gilgamesh raised his mighty axe in the air and swung. Its head buried in the bark of a mighty cedar tree with a crunch. They all heard the strangest sound emanate from the wood. It was not a sound they heard, but a sound they felt, like the screeching pain of a child crying out for its mother. Enkidu swung his axe and hit the same tree. They intended to chop down the very wards of the forest guardian until he came to rescue them. The other warriors hacked away together on several other trees, and the sound of heavy chopping drowned out the silent screams that resounded all around them. But then something changed. The screams became like a song that lilted in their ears. And the men became tired and sleepy. In threes and fours, they dropped to the forest floor like sleeping dogs, until even Gilgamesh and Enkidu laid down and drifted into unconsciousness. Something had enchanted them with an aura they were not prepared to encounter. Gilgamesh began to dream. And in his dream he saw again the wild bull of the wilderness whose bellowing snort split the earth beneath his feet as a cloud of dust obscured the sky. And then a man came before him and gave Gilgamesh a drink of water from his water skin, and somehow Gilgamesh knew that the man was his father, Holy Banda. And the bull suddenly spoke with a roaring voice, Gilgamesh, awake! So says Shamash. Gilgamesh awake! Gilgamesh came to with Enkidu shaking him and yelling, Gilgamesh, awake! Gilgamesh heard the sounds of rumbling in the forest, the sounds of giant feet stampeding their way, getting closer. A massive roar of monstrous rage penetrated the thicket 100 feet away and wakened the other warriors. Humbaba the Terrible had found them. Chapter 19. Dumuzi had awakened and was consulting with Ninsun over a temple redecorating project when Inanna arrived at the palace demanding a presence with the king. Ninsun and Dumuzi hastened to the throne room. They were stunned by the entity standing before them. Despite her outrageous outfit, they could tell this was not someone to trifle with. She was queenly and held herself as one who owned the world and was returning to claim it. Inanna was unimpressed with Dumuzi's appearance. She had expected someone more grandiose. This small flesh pot seemed nothing more than a shepherd. And the female smelled of pretension. Are you the king and queen? asked Inanna. No, said Dumuzi. But I am Dumuzi, the king's stead until he returns. And who are you, may I ask? This man was definitely not royalty, thought Inanna. He talks like an outdoorsman, though he is physically strong and well developed. A tasty sexual conquest for later. The wench? Asked Inanna. Ninsun was taken aback by the brazen effrontery. She barked back, How dare you insult the goddess Ninsun? Explain your identity immediately or you will pay for your insolence. Ninsun snapped her fingers and 6 soldiers stepped out from the shadows ready for orders. Inanna smirked. She ignored the soldiers and walked right up to Ninsun next to the throne. Ninsun started to tremble. But she did not have the guts to call on her guards. Somehow, she knew it would be futile. This being had hypnotic power over her. Inanna sniffed her. You are a wild cow, but you are no goddess. She stepped over to Dumuzi and looked him up and down. She could smell his fear. Were you in charge of the clay pits? Yes, said Dumuzi. He was trying to maintain a semblance of strength and confidence, but this shining one before him had such an aura of power that he could barely hold his bladder from his fear. I like you. And I have much to thank you for. I am the goddess Inanna. Dumuzi felt his knees go weak. Ninsun almost fainted. He caught her and helped her to sit on the throne next to his. Inanna continued, and you will never believe what happened to me. She started to pace around with the gestures of an orator as she spun a tale to cover her own pathetic subjugation at the hands of Elohim's archangels and ultimately in the jaws of Rahab the sea dragon of chaos. She titled her story, Inanna's Descent into the Underworld. Once upon a time, in those days, in those far-off days, in those nights, in those distant nights, I planned to visit my sister Ereshkigal, goddess of the underworld, known as Sheol, the land of no return. In truth, I had ulterior motives, which you really should not know, so I will spare you the details and with them, your lives. But be that as it may, it was an important journey, so I dressed to the nines. As you can see, I am quite adept at fashion. I do not go anywhere important without dressing up. Inanna turned like a model on a runway. She continued, unfortunately, my sister had been conspiring against me, the little strumpet. It is true. And her abode is guarded by 7 entrances, called the 7 gates of Ganzer. Sheol is not called the land of no return for no reason. Anyway, as I journeyed through each gate, the gatekeeper, who shall remain nameless, required me to take off a garment at each gate. At the first of the 7 gates, he took my tiara, and said, Thus are the rules of the mistress of the netherworld. Inanna paused. She could see she was losing them, so she cut to the chase. Well, I will not bore you with the details of each and every gate. Suffice it to say that the gatekeeper eventually removed all my garments and I was naked, totally naked. Now, Dumuzi perked up. She continued, I know that I have a spectacularly stunning figure, but it also made me vulnerable. So my sister sent 60 diseases at me until I succumbed to death and was hanged on a stake. Fortunately, before I descended into the netherworld, I had left word with my servant Ninshubur to make sure the assembly of the gods would know of my absence should I fail to return within 3 days and nights. Dumuzi listened closely. He knew Ninshubur. He was the foreman of the clay pits. He wondered why Inanna was making this stuff up. Inanna spoke quickly to wrap it up, and Ninshubur made the rounds of the gods until one of them empowered him and he freed me from the underworld, blah, blah, blah. Inanna looked with piercing eyes at Dumuzi and Ninsun. The point of the story is, I went down into Sheol as the goddess Inanna. I am reborn, the goddess Ishtar. You shall call me Ishtar, queen of heaven. She walked back up to the speechless Dumuzi, and spoke with a seductive firm whisper, and you, my dear Dumuzi, shall be my lover. I shall call you Tammuz. Dumuzi's throat went dry. The blood drained from his face. He had been thinking how masculine this goddess was beneath her feminine facade. Goddess of war seemed more applicable than goddess of sex. Still, he wondered what terrors she imposed upon the victims of her appetite. And now his entire world crashed down around him when he realized that he was her next victim. Ishtar held her hand out to him. She said to Ninsun, I will want to spend some time with you, Lady Wild Cow, to be brought up to speed on the machinations of religion in this new era. And for an explanation of your Pleiad deity. But first, I have some hungers to satiate that have been pent up for generations. She looked at Dumuzi and grabbed his hand. He had no other choice. He thought of killing himself, but he would not have that privilege at the moment. It was too late for that. He prayed for suffering endurance. Chapter 20. The giant Humbaba was 20 feet tall, more than twice the size of Gilgamesh. He came charging at them from the depth of the forest like a raging bull. Gilgamesh had never seen such a giant. He did not know it was possible. So this was Arafa, so this was one of the Rephaim, special bloodline of leaders bred from gods and men. Enkidu was right. He was a terror that any invader would not want to face. His roar was the sound of a rushing flood of waters and a mountain avalanche of boulders. His face was monstrously ugly, like a pile of coiled intestines with a bulbous nose and ugly eyes. He had 2 large tusks jutting out of his jaws like a wild boar. Gilgamesh also noticed that Humbaba's hands were huge and contained 6 fingers each. They could easily crush a warrior, even the size of a giant like himself. It struck Gilgamesh that all of Enkidu's exaggeration was more true than it was fact. And for the first time in his adult life, Gilgamesh was full of fear. But there was no time for self-reflective ponderings of mythical confabulation. Humbaba the Terrible roared again, and the entire team of warriors cowered behind their shields and behind trees. A bright flash of lightning and a loud crack of thunder split the sky above them. While they had slept under the temporary aura spell, a storm front had moved in. Black billowy clouds boiled overhead and the wind began to whip around them. Gilgamesh said to Enkidu, "This is not looking good for us." Enkidu gave Gilgamesh a condescending look and repeated back to him his own words with relish, "Strengthen your trembling arms, my king. You speak like a spineless weakling. Gird your balls and let us face our destiny." It was like a slap in the face for Gilgamesh, waking him from another spell or enchantment. He shook it off and the 2 of them stepped out in the open, Enkidu with battle axe and Gilgamesh with the bow of Anshan. The 50 warriors circled behind them, ready for battle. Enkidu shouted in a hearty voice, "Ho, hurrah!" Humbaba stopped to get a better look at the vile little insects that had trespassed in his forest, so he knew who he was killing and eating tonight. Unfortunately, warriors, because of their muscular features, were always a little grisly and not as juicy of taste. But when Humbaba saw Enkidu, he stopped with curiosity as if he recognized him, but could not place him. And then his eyes widened with realization and he thundered, "Enkidu?" Gilgamesh shot Enkidu a surprised look. "He knows you?" Enkidu had a lot of explaining to do. He had told Gilgamesh that he knew of Humbaba, but he did not say that Humbaba knew him. "It is a long story. I will tell you if we survive," said Enkidu. Gilgamesh rolled his eyes and looked back at Humbaba. "I am Gilgamesh, Lord and King of Uruk," he shouted with as much confidence as he could muster. Humbaba ignored Gilgamesh as if he were an inconsequential servant. "Enkidu, son of a serpent with no father, spawn of a reptile with no mother's milk. Why do you bring these cedar smiters into my paradise?" Enkidu whispered to Gilgamesh, "He cannot hurt the trees. It is his weakness." Gilgamesh hissed back, "You tell me this now? It might have helped us sooner if you would have. An idiot gives a moron counsel?" Humbaba interrupted them. "Now I see that I should have eaten you then and filled my belly with your flesh, Enkidu." Humbaba was beside the river bank. He reached down and picked up a huge boulder and threw it at Gilgamesh and Enkidu. They were able to jump out of the way, unlike several of the warriors behind them, who were crushed by the huge rolling stone. Gilgamesh shouted to his men, "Hide behind trees. He cannot harm the trees." Instantly, his men reacted, finding trees to act as shields against the force of this terrifying gargantuan. Humbaba looked up into the storm winds that lashed around them. A lightning bolt crackled down to earth and hit one of the tallest cedars. It cut the tree in 2, and drew everyone's attention, except that of Enkidu. He was watching Humbaba the entire time and he saw him flinch and cringe in a way that he had never before. Humbaba yelled with anger, "By the gods, what sorcerer has caused these tempest of winds?" Because he was not as low to the ground as the warriors, it was harder for Humbaba to keep his balance in the furious gale. Gilgamesh figured that the storm must have been sent from his patron deity Shamash to help Gilgamesh with his task of subduing the Rapha. Enkidu knew that Humbaba not only guarded the forest, but he was the watchman for the abode of the gods. So whoever was whipping up this storm was not Shamash, and was certainly not any of the pantheon over whose cosmic mountain he was standing sentinel. He had seen the mighty Rapha cringe. It began to rain. Humbaba gave a gurgling roar and simply turned around and ran deeper into the thicket of the forest. Gilgamesh shouted, "Warriors!" He was about to command them to run after their fleeing foe. But Enkidu stopped him, "My lord. We cannot hope to keep up with his swift-footedness. And in this storm even less. The woodland is his soul." Gilgamesh looked askance at Enkidu. "Is this fear rising up again, my right hand? We have him on the run." "No," said Enkidu. "He is luring us into a trap, or he has the advantage." "What do you mean?" asked Gilgamesh. He had to shout to be heard in the winds. "Humbaba is not the brute ogre he appears," Enkidu yelled back. "He is a brilliant strategist, and the odds are against him at this moment. The storm winds keep him off balance, since he is not low to the ground as we are. The warriors were using as protective shields the trees that Humbaba will not hurt. Gilgamesh finished the lesson, and the rain obscures the clarity of vision necessary to vanquish 40 to 1 combat. Rushing headlong after him now invites disaster, said Enkidu. Gilgamesh smiled, we can track him on our own terms. He turned to the warriors and called out, Yahadi. Yahadi was the 5th of the 7 warriors from one mother. He had the serpentine tongue that could track anyone and anything with a simple flicking taste of air, earth, or object. Yahadi stepped out of the crowd of warriors. Enkidu remembered their special talents and asked Yahadi, was the lightning called down by one of your brothers? No, said Yahadi. That was Ikupi. He was killed by the boulder. He paused a moment painfully, then finished, along with the rest of my brothers. It was a major loss for Gilgamesh. It could turn the tide of his pursuit. Of the 10 men who were killed by the flung boulder, 6 of them were the warriors with special skills. The one who had paws of a lion and talons of an eagle, the cobra mouth, the wielder of a special sword, the one who spit fire, and the one with hands of crushing power were now all dead. But Enkidu was not listening. He was still thinking about the look of fear he had seen in the Rafa. He looked up into the black sky, blinking in the falling rain and windstorm. Perhaps there were other gods out there of which they were not aware. Unknown gods with storm power that would frighten the most vicious creature Enkidu had ever met. Gilgamesh shouted to his band of warriors, we ride out the storm and track Humbaba in the morning. Chapter 21. Ishtar led Dumuzi on a leash out to the clay pits. It was degrading enough that he could barely walk from the abuse that Ishtar had subjected him to, but to be led like a dog with a collar and leash was a crown of debasement. Dumuzi struggled to keep from falling, wincing in pain and soreness with every step. His intestines had been punctured by Ishtar's perverse pleasures. He was bleeding internally and would probably die from the foreign objects that Ishtar had shoved into him. He felt like he was being led to his grave. He hoped he was being led to his grave. A large group of about 100 workers followed them to the pit with torchlight. Ishtar had a special task to accomplish this evening. They got down to the bottom of the pit and Ishtar instructed a couple of dowsers to search for water with their dowsing sticks. When one of them announced a possible location, Ishtar knelt on the spot with cheek and palms feeling the earth for a sign of confirmation. She stood back up and commanded the workers begin immediately to dig a well. They were to work all night if necessary until they had broken through. They were frightened of the danger she was placing them in, but she demanded that they work at double strength and double time to find the water table. So they dug. Ishtar and Dumuzi came back up to the top of the pit and watched them. Ishtar sat on the portable throne from her temple and had Dumuzi kneel beside her. She looked down on him and patted his head like a pet. He was gratifying to her. He was handsome and well-built. A rugged strong man could endure more pain, which pleased Ishtar, because she needed more and more violent and depraved acts to satisfy her hunger. As they watched the workers dig the well, Queen Ninsun arrived with her retinue of servants. Ah, Lady Wild Cow, said Ishtar. I have been dying to talk to you of the Pantheon. Perspiration saturated Ninsun's robes, far more than usual for the heat of the day. Ishtar continued, tell me of Mount Hermon and of the assembly of the gods. Who is left? Who escaped the flood? Where is Semjaza? Who is in charge? Ninsun had no idea what Ishtar was talking about. She had been smoked out by a real god. She had wondered if this would happen one day, and that day was here, and she did not know what to do. Are you not a goddess? Do you know anything of the Pantheon? This goddess was impatient and wrathful. Ninsun wondered if she would live to see the morning. Ishtar exploded with wrath, I asked you a question, cow. And no, stuttered Ninsun. And no, what? Mocked Ishtar. No, you are not a goddess or no, you do not know of the Pantheon? Both, said Ninsun. Ah, well, we shall have to drag out of you just what little political intrigues you were scheming, said Ishtar. They were interrupted by a call from down in the clay pit. They had struck water. Ishtar had a servant raise the sign flag to command them to the next phase. Down in the pit, the foreman saw the sign and looked darkly at his diggers. Hoist the drill, he said. The workers looked at him with shock. One of them spoke up for the rest of them, but sir, if we do that. The foreman interrupted him with an angry command, do not question the goddess. Hoist the drill, now. The workers looked at one another and obeyed. What else could they do? They knew no other life. They had been bred to obey royalty and deity without question. But they knew that what the goddess had ordered them to do was suicide. They wheeled over a large mechanical structure made of metal and timber. It had weights and pulleys and looked like an inverted battering ram. By pulling the ropes, workers slammed stone weights into a point-sharpened log that would plunge into the earth, penetrating as deep as they could hammer it. Back up on the edge of the pit, Ishtar grinned diabolically after hearing Ninsen's explanation. This would indeed be interesting. She had heard about the giant king, about his strength and glory. But this new information was most interesting indeed. I cannot wait to meet this Nathal king Gilgamesh, said Ishtar. He and I have much to plot. They heard screaming from below. The drill had plunged and penetrated into the water table. But by doing so with the force of the drill, it had blown the log sky high and ripped a hole that caused a massive release of pressure. Water started to gush out with the force of a geyser. It slammed into the workers and washed them around like ants in a storm. The log hit the ground and crushed a few others. And then the ground crumbled inward and a huge sinkhole formed, sucking the ground first down, and then upward with the force of the releasing waters below. The 100 workers were washed away in a drowning flood and the waters began to fill the clay pits like a drain backing up into a sink. Ishtar smiled. Ninsun recoiled in horror. Dumuzi was too broken to care. Why are you doing this? Ninsun cried out. But Ishtar was not going to explain to her that she was covering up her past. So she said nothing. And these were not just the waters of an underground lake that had been doused, these were the waters of the abyss pouring in from the darkness below. What more fitting way to cover her tracks? She would create a lake that would bury forever her dishonor in the jaws of Rahab. As the water rose to fill the clay pits, Ishtar had the portable throne carried over to the sheer edge of the pit. Dumuzi's leash had been fastened to the throne, so he was dragged along with it. Ishtar got off the throne and leaned down to Dumuzi, whispering, Dumuzi, my shepherd. You have brought me much pleasure. I have much to thank you for. You rescued me from Sheol. You have entered my garden. You have plowed my vulva like a field. Your milk was sweet and thick, my bridegroom. You have made the sweetness of my holy loins quiver with delight. And I will write love poems about it one day to commemorate our beautiful union. But you have outlived your usefulness. Someone must be left behind in the abyss to take my place as a substitution. That someone, my dear lover, will be you. Ishtar stood up and gestured to the servants of the throne. They picked it up and threw it over the ledge. It splashed into the water, dragging Dumuzi with it, collared by his neck, into the depths. He was the last connection to the knowledge of Ishtar's shame. Ishtar turned to see Ninsen's terror-stricken face. Do not fret yourself, Lady Cow, said Ishtar. You are still useful to me. And then Ishtar noticed one of the servants in the entourage. A handsome man. She walked up to him and looked him up and down. Her demeanor changed like a chameleon. She was suddenly soft and seductive with a voice to match. She breathed to him, and who might you be, handsome one? Ishalanu, the king's gardener, he said. She could see he was shaking. She said to him, Oh, I see we have the same effect on one another. I am quivering in my nether regions as well. She softly coaxed him out of the line of servants, and said, Lead your goddess to her temple. We have a garden to explore together. Ishalano stepped from the crowd of servants like a singled-out prisoner and walked silently toward what he knew was his own execution. Ishtar followed him, but a couple of female servants caught her eye. She grabbed both of them by the arms and dragged them through the dust on her journey back to Iana. Chapter 22. The storm raged on over the great cedar forest. It was like 13 different winds all conspiring to converge together in this very moment, in this very location. Gilgamesh's party found scattered locations to try to stay out of the main fury of it all and sit out the night. But they were soaked and chilled to the bone. Gilgamesh and Enkidu hid beneath a huge fallen cedar. Gilgamesh said nothing. He simply glared at Enkidu, who knew full well what was expected of him. Enkidu finally offered up, Humbaba killed and ate my tribe when I was but an infant nursing at my mother's breast. For some unknown reason, he spared me and tried to raise me in his domain. But when I came of age, I discovered my heritage and I ran away. Into the steppe. Gilgamesh could not believe what he was hearing. He thought he had known Enkidu, but he had not even begun to discover the depths of this civilized wild-born. Enkidu continued, I should have died. But I was found and raised by a pride of lions as one of their cubs. I was young enough and impressionable. I became as one with them and quickly lost all sense of my humanity. That was the state in which Shamhat found me. And that is why I could learn language so fast. I was simply reacquainting myself with what I had suppressed inside for so long. But he was not done. Enkidu then said, The lioness that you wounded, the one I killed, he wanted to make sure Gilgamesh knew which one he was talking about. She was my feline mother. It was like a lightning bolt going through Gilgamesh's body. He was not going to sleep tonight. He spoke with a sensitivity Enkidu had never before heard in his voice. Enkidu, I am sorry to have ever challenged your courage. I did not know that this was so much more for you than a mere giant slaying. In fact, I would have no regret in allowing you to stay and watch the camp for us when we seek Humbaba tomorrow. There would be no shame in it. Enkidu snapped at him, How dare you steal from your servant the one thing I have left to offer you, my king? A slight smile crossed Gilgamesh's lips. You are not my servant, Enkidu of the steppe, pronounced Gilgamesh. You are my friend. Morning broke over a quiet forest. The storm had passed. The sounds of insect and animal life awakening filled the air as the beams of sun burst in through the canopy of foliage. But all was not as serene or beautiful as it appeared. They had lost their carts to the storm winds. Everything was destroyed or gone. Smashed and scattered to the four winds were all their food supplies and extra weapons, including their huge war net. They had only the weapons and water skins on their persons. Even Gilgamesh's bow of Anshan had been lost. But they had not lost their senses. They were mighty warriors, Gibberim. And they would finish the task that Gilgamesh had started. They would find this Rafa giant Humbaba and kill him, and cut down his cedars to bring home a mighty trophy of their exploits. With the help of Yohadi's sensitive serpent tongue and Enkidu's animal tracking skills, they traced their huge quarry's path to the very base of Mount Hermon. The fighting team saw before them an immense house made of cedar. It blended into the side of the mountain as if it grew out of the crags of rock, and it was the size of a small palace. Enkidu looked up at the mighty house of timber. He whispered to Gilgamesh, I thought Humbaba would not hurt any trees. This mansion looks like he had to clear-cut the entire mountainside to provide the lumber for it. Rational consistency is not a concern of monsters, said Gilgamesh. The loudest so-called protectors always seem to exempt themselves from their own rules. Well then, Enkidu replied. Let us disabuse this titanic fiend of his double standard. Let us burn his house down, smiled Gilgamesh. The band of warriors approached the gate of the cedar palace. It was wide open. In fact, there was no gate. The monster had no fear of enemies? Was it a trap? Gilgamesh led them cautiously inward, weapons drawn and ready. The structure soared upward all around them and gave the impression of sweeping one up into heaven. The timbers were vertical, the opposite of an earthy log cabin design of horizontal layering. And everywhere was empty. There were no decorations, no furniture, no sign of creaturely presence or habitation. It felt like a cathedral of loneliness. A chill went through Gilgamesh's spine. Was this the kingdom of one? He felt a strange connection to this beastly prince of the wood. As if he understood him, even as he was planning to kill him. They pressed on. The next chamber was the first to show signs of residence. But it was a ghastly residence. The inhabitants of the room were dozens of creatures all standing in frozen positions. Bears, wolves, deer, boar. All of them standing still in eternal petrified positions. But they were not stone statues or carved wood. They were the real flesh of creatures Humbaba had captured and killed. When Gilgamesh examined them up close, he could see that they had been stuffed with sawdust. They were the skins of once live animals filled with stuffing to make them stand in perpetual crowd-like community. My lord, said Enkidu. He drew Gilgamesh's attention to one of the sections of stuffed creatures. Gilgamesh's stomach turned. They were humans. Skins of once living people that Humbaba had skinned like animals and stuffed to set up in his taxidermist museum of horror. The way they were arranged, all looking forward in the same direction, reminded Gilgamesh of the statues that he and other worshippers made of themselves to place in the temple sanctuary of Iana and Inu. The purpose of the little votary statues was to make sure that they had a representative of themselves always before the presence of the deity. Like these mummified trophies with gemstones for eyes, the votary statues had their large eyes wide open as if to give the deity their perpetual awareness. Or maybe their souls, as the eyes were the windows of the soul of man. It struck Gilgamesh that these figures were like an audience of the living dead for Humbaba. They were the closest thing he could have to real creaturely company. Because this was the first chamber with something of attention, and because they had gotten used to the vastness of the architecture, they had neglected to gaze upward in this room. And because they failed to do so, they did not notice the large net that now fell upon them from above. It was their own huge war net they had brought to capture the giant. Humbaba must have come to their camp during the storm and stolen the net out from under their noses as the winds howled and raged around them, drowning out all other sounds. Now they were ensnared in their own net. So it had been a trap after all. Gilgamesh and Enkidu looked over at the stuffed trophies and knew what fate lay in store for them. Chapter 23. Humbaba brought his captives deep into the heart of his mighty wooden palace, hidden away at the point where the mountain rock met the wooden timber. It was a sanctuary, large regal tapestries hung before the mammoth cedar doors as curtains. They were probably confiscated from one of Humbaba's slaughters of kings. The 40 warriors were hanging from the stone wall like captured game ready to be gutted and cleaned. Although Humbaba enjoyed feeding the terror of captives as he skinned them and ate them alive one by one, he was not taking any chances with this trained team of fighters. So he had killed them all. Their lifeless corpses were like phantoms overlooking this sanctuary of death. Gilgamesh and Enkidu were restrained to large tree columns at their torsos. Their hands were bound before them in strong vines so they could not secretly work to release themselves. Humbaba the Terrible sat watching them with his back up against a huge terebinth tree that grew out of the ground and spanned the ceiling height like a garden atrium. Beside the tree was a cave opening into the mountain. Humbaba mused over them with humor, the tall-grown sapling and his angry ox stand ready for combat. Humbaba followed the looks on their faces and explained, "This is a holy terebinth tree. I built my cedar house around it because it is a talisman of communication with deity. That opening leads into the very throne room of the mountain of the gods." Gilgamesh and Enkidu looked at each other. Humbaba was quite talkative. After all, he lived without human or giant company for so many years, there was no telling how much he might talk their ears off before eating them. "Your army, I will skin and stuff and add to my friends. But you, King Gilgamesh, and your right hand, you are much more important. You, I will bring into the assembly of the gods to offer as a sacrifice." Well, Gilgamesh thought, it was my intent to find the assembly of the gods. I just did not think I would end up there in quite this way. "What are you thinking?" said Humbaba to Gilgamesh. Enkidu thought to himself, what kind of monster wonders what his prey is thinking? He must have severe confidence problems. Gilgamesh engaged the giant, "Perhaps we could strike a deal, you and I." Humbaba laughed. "And what could you possibly offer me that I could not take for myself?" "True enough," responded Gilgamesh. "Not only are you in control of our lives, but you have everything you want and need right here in your domain. It is your kingdom. You rule above all things. No one can compare to you. No one dares to come near your greatness. They leave you alone, all alone in your mighty preeminence and solitude. Your appetite is that of a mighty king, insatiable, unquenchable. There is nothing that can fill these hollow halls with meaning. Nothing that can satisfy the eternal desire." Enkidu watched Gilgamesh with admiration. He was not only a warrior of courage, he was a master of the tongue. He was using flattery to uncover the emptiness and misery of Humbaba's soul. It sounded so insightful of the human condition to Enkidu. It was insightful because Gilgamesh had been speaking of himself. Humbaba said, "I find you interesting. We kings have much in common. Then consider an offer of royal marital alliance." It was not unusual. It was quite common for kings to marry their family members to vassal kings they have subdued in order to maintain the continued allegiance of the vassal king. But this was a gutsy move. Gilgamesh was the vassal making the offer. His bet was on distracting Humbaba by exploiting his loneliness. "I have 2 sisters," said Gilgamesh. "Enmebaragezi and Peshtur. Very beautiful. Very tall. I am from a family of giants after all. Gilgamesh used a tone of sumptuous memory, as if he were remembering the most pleasant meal he had ever eaten. Humbaba got impatient. "What about them?" "Well," replied Gilgamesh, "I think they would be perfect for you. They are large, well-proportioned, and beautiful of face. You could have one as your wife and the other as concubine. They are obedient, provide splendid company, and they are quite the conversationalists." Humbaba was actually tempted by the offer. He had been so lonely for so long. He was actually a sociable creature who needed the company of others, but had been made to dwell alone by the gods for the purpose of focused guardianship. He often thought his bitterness and hatred came from this deficit. He thought he had gotten used to it. But he really had not. Always in the back of his soul lurked a loneliness and despair that he could not shake. And at some moments it so overwhelmed him that he had thought of killing himself. But he did have a responsibility that always brought him back from the brink. He was guardian of the great cedar forest, and more importantly, guardian of the abode of the gods. Enkidu was impressed with the wisdom and insight of his king. He had sized up their captor's psychological weakness with great cunning. It was uncanny. It was like he knew Humbaba as he knew himself and was simply sharing his own soul. Gilgamesh threw in, "And let me just add, I taught them myself how to fulfill the peculiar sexual hunger of giants as well." Enkidu could see Humbaba was aroused at the picture painted by Gilgamesh. Which was impressive storytelling since he knew Gilgamesh had no sisters. The giant considered the offer. He stroked his tusks as one would a beard. Gilgamesh threw in, "I swear by the life of my mother, the goddess Ninsun, and my father the holy little Banda, we would be kinsmen. You would receive flour for baking bread, cool beer for your belly, large sandals for your feet, and many sparkling gemstones of precious value." Enkidu thought Gilgamesh was talking a bit too much, filling in nervous silence, when he should be letting Humbaba chew it over. Humbaba said, "Unfortunately, your offer is problematic, as I would have to let you go in order to get your sisters. This is unacceptable, as I do not put much value in oaths." "Hold the bodies of my men as a surety," said Gilgamesh. Humbaba laughed. "Warriors are expendable. Certainly dead ones. Do you take me for a fool, cedar smiter?" Gilgamesh said, "Enkidu is not expendable. He is not merely my right hand, but my adopted brother and my only true friend in all the world." Humbaba looked at Enkidu. He could indeed see that Gilgamesh was not exaggerating. A creature of loneliness could spot the intimacy he longed for a mile away in those who had it. "I would come back for him," said Gilgamesh. "This, I believe," said Humbaba. "And with an army 10,000 strong, no doubt. But with Enkidu as your hostage," said Gilgamesh, "my very life would be in your hands. Surely, you understand that for him to die in my place while I lived would be a fate worse than my own death." Enkidu watched Gilgamesh and knew that now he was not speaking words of deceit to trick the Ratha. He was speaking the truth. Gilgamesh was making his last desperate attempt, pure undefiled honesty. Humbaba looked at Enkidu and again knew it was the truth. He could see these two men had a bond so close, it was unbreakable. "Well, in that case," said Humbaba, "I will send Enkidu in your place, and he should be capable of bringing back your sisters as well. And if he brings with him an army, he will have the distinct privilege of watching his king burned alive in a fortress of cedar." It was a fate worse than death for Enkidu. And a brilliant tactical move by Humbaba, who had nothing to lose because he had nothing to live for. Going up in blazes holding the mighty King Gilgamesh of Uruk would ensure his miserable pathetic existence a place in history, or better yet, a place in mythology. And he would get his revenge on Enkidu by the same act. "No!" barked Gilgamesh. "I beg of you. Do not do this, Humbaba." Humbaba grinned. He knew he had the upper hand now. Gilgamesh blurted out, "Enkidu cannot be trusted with my sisters. Remember his past. He is still a sexual wild-born." It was too late. Humbaba released the cords around Enkidu to set him on his way. And that is exactly what Gilgamesh wanted. Enkidu had been raised by lions. And lions go for the throat and the eyes. Enkidu was about 1/3 the size of Humbaba. But he was stronger of bone than Gilgamesh, had a past as a wild-born, was a skilled warrior, and he had a score to settle. He sprung. He clawed the giant's eyes. Enkidu's fingers dug deep, and had Humbaba not been of extraordinary constitution, would have popped them right out of his head. Humbaba screamed and moved to protect his eyes. Enkidu then went for his throat. His teeth sunk in deep. But Humbaba was one of the mighty Rephaim. He tore Enkidu from his throat and slammed him into a cedar pillar. The house shook like an earthquake. Humbaba was dazed and choking, blood pouring from the open wound on his neck. Enkidu spit out the chunk of flesh. Humbaba would have his senses back any moment, so Enkidu only had that moment to dive for the pile of confiscated supplies and find the serpentine sword called Rahab in the pile. It was rolled up and sheathed in a leather case that would have been overlooked by Humbaba as a tool of some kind, not the death-wielding whip that it was. He only found a dagger. A small human-sized dagger at that. Humbaba rose to his feet with a roar. When he spoke, it was with difficulty, as his windpipe received part of the damage of Enkidu's bite. "Enkidu, why have you betrayed me?" Humbaba gurgled. "Would you betray your own birthright?" Enkidu did not answer. He threw the dagger at Humbaba, who dodged it with ease. But Enkidu was not aiming for Humbaba. It hit the wooden pole inches above Gilgamesh's head. It would have hit him in the forehead had Gilgamesh not ducked. He reached up, grabbed the blade out of the wood with his bound hands, and began to saw at the bonds around his torso. Humbaba swatted Enkidu with brutal velocity, and he flew into the mountain wall. The stone cracked at the force. Rocks crumbled down upon Enkidu's spinning head. Enkidu immediately stood up. The blood rushed to his head and he almost passed out. He fell back down to the ground on his rear. He was not returning to the fight any moment soon. Humbaba turned to take care of Gilgamesh. But he was gone, cut free from the pole. Humbaba jerked around looking for the king. He could not find him. At 20 feet high, the giant was not thinking of looking way down at his feet, where Gilgamesh was on his hands and knees. Gilgamesh stood up and jammed the dagger into Humbaba's groin. The blade was only a human-sized blade, but it was enough to pierce with significant harm. Humbaba screamed and instinctively grabbed the blade in Gilgamesh. Seizing the king tightly by the shoulders, he lifted him up to his face. Humbaba said, "You will not be returning to the city of the goddess who bore you." He threw him against the rock wall and Gilgamesh hit one of his comrades chained to the wall. The blow was cushioned by the captive who was crushed by the force. But he was already dead. Gilgamesh slid down dazed at the feet of the hanging victims of Humbaba's wrath. The crash had also loosened one of the torches on the rock wall. It fell to the ground. Gilgamesh picked it up and threw it at Humbaba. The giant swatted it away. Humbaba reached down at his feet and picked up an iron mace. It was a pear-shaped club honed by years of war for efficient bludgeoning of the enemy. He limped over to Gilgamesh and raised it high. It would be all over for Gilgamesh in a second. But that second never came. A voice boomed out from behind Humbaba, "Ho, hurrah!" A flexible metal blade wrapped around Humbaba's hammering hand. With a mighty jerk, it was sliced from Humbaba's arm and fell to the ground. Humbaba screamed in agony and grabbed his stump that was now gushing blood. Enkidu had found Rahab. Gilgamesh stood and approached Humbaba. Enkidu stayed behind him with Rahab ready. They were so intent upon their combat that no one noticed the torch that Humbaba had swatted over to the entrance of the sanctuary. It had started the entrance curtains on fire. Humbaba wept, "Mercy, O mighty Gilgamesh! Spare my life!" Gilgamesh looked down upon Humbaba with contempt. Then the giant prostrated himself at Gilgamesh's feet. "I will be your slave. Let me dwell here for you in the forest of cedar. I will cut down as many trees as you command for the pride and glory of your palace at Uruk." Gilgamesh was amazed at how quickly this massive giant, this mighty Rephaim, was reduced to a babbling victim pleading for his life. It must be another trick. A response to Gilgamesh's own drama. And yet, Gilgamesh found his heart taking pity. Somehow, he knew this was not a play act. For he had been just as honest moments before with his own pain. The two of them were truly more alike than they were contrary. Humbaba turned his head in the direction of Enkidu. "Enkidu, my life lies in your hands. Tell Gilgamesh to spare me, I beg of you." Enkidu stared at Humbaba without a sliver of mercy. He spoke to Gilgamesh, "You have your enduring fame to think of. How Gilgamesh slew Humbaba the Terrible." Then they noticed that the entire doorway to their room was engulfed in flames. The ceiling was an inferno above their heads. The torch had done much more than anyone could have imagined. The palace was on fire. Gilgamesh stepped back and gazed upon the pathetic form of this once terrible monster. He mused, "Enkidu, let the captive bird go free. A broken wing impairs him. A freed captive returns to its nature," said Enkidu. "The gods will be angry," said Humbaba. "You would execute their guardian and bring down their wrath?" Enkidu said, "A man cannot serve two masters." Suddenly, Humbaba stiffened and hardened his resolve. He said with spite in his voice, "Enkidu, I should never have shown you mercy and tried to raise you as my family. I should have hung you by a tree at the entrance of this forest and let the vultures feed on your." Humbaba's speech was cut short with the force of his head being severed from his neck by the swinging blade of Rahab in the hands of Enkidu. Gilgamesh and Enkidu stood gazing down upon the body of their enemy. Finally Enkidu said to the corpse, "You are not my family. You murdered my family." Enkidu looked at the massive flames licking the dry timber walls like a whirlwind of impenetrable fire. They were in the heart of a furnace about to implode upon them. "Our exit is blocked," shouted Enkidu. Gilgamesh looked at the cave entrance by the terebinth tree. "The only way out is into the mountain." Enkidu said, "Are you kidding me? Enter the assembly of the gods, the two of us? That would be worse than plunging through a palace of flames." Gilgamesh said, "Shut up, Enkidu. We are going in." Chapter 24. The smoke of Humbaba's burning palace of cedar rose high in the sky like a black pillar up to heaven. Gilgamesh and Enkidu escaped the inferno through the tunnel into the heart of Mount Hermon, following the trail of smoke that was sucked inward toward the source of cool air from within. The tunnel opened up to a magnificent cavern full of sparkling jewels that lit the vast hollowness with ghostly luminescence. Huge stalactites and stalagmites throughout the cave gave the impression of being inside the mouth of Rahab, the sea dragon of chaos, or more precisely, the seven mouths of Rahab's offspring, Leviathan. They were barely into the cavern before they were greeted by a large shining one with arms crossed as if waiting for them. His glowing blue eyes brought a shiver down the spine of Enkidu. Gilgamesh immediately went down to his knee in worshipful obeisance. He pulled down Enkidu to follow his lead. The god spoke, "You, King Gilgamesh, have caused quite the ruckus in our assembly. Gilgamesh spoke with a humility that Enkidu had not seen in him before. Almighty Shamash, he genuflected. Enkidu thought, so this was the sun god Gilgamesh had spoken so frequently of at Uruk. He was wondering just how real these gods might be. Gilgamesh finished his entreaty, I pray thee, before you smite me, I beg an audience before Enlil and the assembly to plead my cause. Of course, said Shamash. If I wanted to smite you, you would already be smited. Shamash herded Gilgamesh and Enkidu along the tunnel until they found themselves facing the assembly of gods in the heart of the cavern. Behind them was a lake of black pitch with a flame flitting across its surface. This was a portal of the abyss. Before them was a throne with Enlil, lord of the storm. Around him were 70 gods and assorted malachim. They all had names and identities, but as of yet, Gilgamesh only recognized Shamash and Enlil. Gilgamesh kissed the ground before Enlil and offered a leather bag at his feet. I present to you the head of Humbaba the Terrible. He recited a lyric for mythopoeic ornament, the ravines did run with his blood. Enlil looked enraged. Gilgamesh, why do you vex me so? Have I not granted you greatness of stature and station in Uruk? Are you not satisfied with your might as a demigod? Yet, you come into my forest and create havoc. Did you not expect to be punished for such hubris? Gilgamesh averted his eyes as he spoke, Mighty Enlil, forgive me, but I have as my only defense my obedience to the commands of Shamash. Enlil looked at Shamash expecting an answer. Shamash was blindsided by the appeal. He searched his memory, quickly replaying the conversations of his few visits to Uruk and his forays into Mesopotamia. Of course, he was supposed to be checking in on his patronized followers, but in fact, he used the opportunity as an excuse to explore other travel experiences. He was not about to reveal his excursions of irresponsible wanton excess of debauchery through the cities of Sumer. For that, he would receive punishment he did not want to experience again. The brutal lashes on his back were reminders of his failure before the flood. He was Utu the sun god back then, and he and Enki had been under the command of Inanna to secure the Tree of Life. But he abandoned his post with Inanna when they realized the war would not be won. Even though he only received half the lashes of Inanna, it was still enough to solidify his determination to never again be caught in an error or impropriety. Unable to pull up a memory of such a conversation, Shamash said to Gilgamesh, I have made many commands. To which do you refer? To the dreams, said Gilgamesh. Damn it, thought Shamash. He is being too general. I still cannot figure out what he is talking about. Explain yourself, half-breed. I am not about to recount the details to the Pantheon on your behalf. Enkidu's instincts tingled as he watched Shamash struggle to reply to Gilgamesh. He could swear that the sun god appeared to not know what the Sheol was going on. Hardly the level of omniscience one would expect of a god. Forgive me, almighty Shamash, but I refer to the dream of the bull and man who gave me water to drink after saving me from being crushed by the mountain of the gods. And what did I tell you? Said Shamash. He was trying to sound impatient, like he knew what was in the dream and was urging Gilgamesh to hurry up and finish. But Enkidu was sure he detected a slight hesitation of question in his voice as if he did not. Gilgamesh continued, You bid me awake after I offered you a sacrifice of a lamb. Enkidu glanced over at Gilgamesh. It was not a single lamb, it was 2 kid goats. Ah, so Gilgamesh was a step ahead of me, thought Enkidu. He is testing Shamash, the tricky scoundrel. I remember the lamb, said Shamash. But when did I ever tell you to kill Humbaba and burn down his house? You spoke to my mother, the goddess Ninsun, your high priestess in Uruk. Ah, see, there is where you are wrong, said Shamash. I did no such thing. Enkidu stepped forward and followed Gilgamesh's humble stance. My gods, if I may, said Enkidu. I am the king's right hand and I was there at the temple of Shamash. I am witness to what Lord Gilgamesh claims. The dirty toads, thought Shamash. They are conspiring. I will have their heads. Well, said Enlil. What say you to these claims confirmed by 2 royal witnesses, Shamash? The assembly all stared at Shamash. He scrambled for what to say. Both Gilgamesh and Enkidu thought at almost the same moment, what kind of gods know nothing of prayers and dreams or that the palace fire was an accident? Shamash hit on the perfect cover. It must have been Inanna. Everyone looked surprised at him. She must have impersonated me in order to deceive these flesh bags to do her bidding. Then Shamash let the zinger loose, she has probably come back and is already engaging in diabolical plans, no doubt. It was outrageous. Unbelievable. And just the sort of thing Inanna would do if she had survived the judgment. Enlil responded, but we have not seen her since the flood. We assumed she had been bound in the earth with the others. Shamash was flying high now. He spoke without hesitation as if he knew what he was talking about. True, we have not seen her all this time. But we do not know what happened to her. And considering her tendency to seize power, she may have been conspiring this entire time for a takeover of the assembly. Or maybe someone found her and released her from the earth. Shamash had no idea just how close to the truth he really was. He was too busy priding himself with how quickly he had recovered without being sure what he was going to say next. It was as if the lies just came to him as smoothly as the truth might come to someone recounting what really happened. He was quite a good liar. He had Inanna as a shining example. He would have to thank her if he ever did run into her again. Gilgamesh found it the perfect opportunity to ask a question that was burning on his mind like the palace of Humbaba. O mighty Enlil, may I ask why the pantheon of gods is hidden away in this cosmic mountain? Why do you not live amidst your people of the alluvial plain as you did before the great deluge? It was a strategic move by Gilgamesh. He figured that there must have been some shame or fear behind the gods' refuge in Mount Hermon. By drawing it out, he could play off their pride and hopefully manipulate them into mercy out of their own self-interest. Brilliant, thought Enkidu. He is forcing their hand. Enlil contemplated his answer. He liked this king. He had real backbone, balls of brass to walk into their lair and face certain death. And he was a Naphil, one of their own progeny after their own image. If they wanted to rekindle their control over the land, this could be the very mediator the gods would need. A hybrid Gibberim warrior with a mythical reputation, a sole monarch who could possibly unite humanity under the rule of the gods again. But they would need his full support to do it right. He would have to see his own self-interest satisfied. What did this cocky and audacious one want? To become a god? And was it too soon to come out? The gods had been hiding out in Mount Hermon because of the thoroughness of devastation wrought by the deluge. The creator, Elohim, that despicable deity of Noah ben Lamech, had wiped out their plans with such comprehensive cataclysm that those who survived were afraid to show their faces for fear of further reprise. They were not sure what Elohim might do next, so they decided to stay low for an undetermined period of time and plan how they might begin anew their scheme. He decided to spin the tale, and hoped that he could seduce this haughty Gilgamesh into his spell. I will tell you the story of the deluge, said Enlil. The gods once suffered work and toil like men. They were the Igigi who served the Anunnaki. The Igigi we called Nephilim, and they dug the canals for the cities of the river. But they complained and revolted against me in a gigantomachy that had to be put down. It was masterful. Enlil incorporated just enough of what really happened so that it would carry a ring of truth. But now, he must get creative. So I summoned the birth goddess Nintu, before the assembly of the gods to create mankind. I said, let men bear the toil of the gods. So the creatress slaughtered a god and mixed his flesh and blood with clay. He was spat upon and became man. And mankind was given the toil of the gods. But after many years, the peoples multiplied and became too numerous for Mother Earth to sustain them. The land bellowed like a bull before my ears. I was disturbed by the uproar and the clamor. They consumed too much, complained too much, and the uproar of their ways disturbed our sleep. So I let the winds come. I held back the rain, and caused famine on the earth. But the clamor of mankind became more oppressive and the humans began to eat their children. So I sent pestilence and plague. But the people did not diminish. So I decided to send a deluge upon the land to cleanse it from the filth and start all over. Unbeknownst to the pantheon, Enki secretly went to the city of Shuruppak and warned a man in that city of the coming destruction. Was that Noah ben Lamech? Interrupted Gilgamesh. He was riveted by the tale, and had heard a version of it himself from his mother. Enlil was annoyed. He did not like being sidetracked. That is what some called him. But his name was Atrahasis, or Ziusidra to others. And Enki told Atrahasis to build a large boat of full acre square and 120 cubits high, and covered in and out with pitch. And on this boat he would take animals of every kind to save from the coming flood. It suddenly struck Gilgamesh, is this god the high god of the pantheon and he is too stupid to know that a square ship would never float properly? Or the sheer ridiculousness of thinking that a boat with that height as a cube would not tip over in the waves? Why was he lying? What was he hiding? Enlil continued, for 6 days and 7 nights, the wind continued and the deluge demolished the land. And when the waters subsided, the boat came to rest on the mountain of Nimish. Atrahasis left the boat and offered a sacrifice unto the gods. We smelled the sweet savor and gathered around the sacrifice. Like a bunch of flies around excrement, Enkidu thought to himself. They seem to need us as much as we need them. Enlil continued, but when I confronted Enki with his defiance of my command, he revealed that he had not told Atrahasis directly, but in a dream, which freed him from the legal punishment of the assembly of gods. But you allowed Noah to live? Asked Gilgamesh. Atrahasis, corrected Enlil emphatically. I allowed Atrahasis to live. In fact, in my incomparable grace, I approached Atrahasis and his wife and told them that hitherto they should now be like us gods. And I took them afar off to the land of the living, at the mouth of the rivers where the sun rises, to reside no more amongst mortal men. You made Noah, Atrahasis, and his wife immortal? Gilgamesh repeated for clarification. Yes, said Enlil. The only human beings to have the honor. Yet again, Gilgamesh and Enkidu were in perfect harmony with their thoughts. They both mused simultaneously, what is Enlil hiding with this fairy tale? It seemed partly true and partly manufactured for propaganda purposes. Enlil said, Gilgamesh of Uruk, do you wish to achieve eternal fame and a great and mighty name forever? Gilgamesh could not believe what he was hearing. He thought that he and Enkidu were going to be chewed up and spit into Sheol for the sheer impertinence of what they had done. But he did not realize that his killing of the guardian of the abode of the gods had inspired Enlil to set into motion their next plan for dominion. Why yes, stuttered Gilgamesh in shock. With all my heart and soul. Enlil said, then we shall covenant together upon a mutually beneficial opportunity. Enkidu did not share the excitement he heard in Gilgamesh's voice. He did not trust these gods. They proved capricious, not particularly knowledgeable or powerful as befits deity, and therefore questionable as to their deservedness of such respect and allegiance. On the other hand, their only other option was probably death. Enlil said, you shall be given a view into the divine council of the gods that no other man has ever had or ever will have again. In exchange we will require of you certain things to ensure that our plan will carry out with power and with finality. Yes, my lord, nodded Gilgamesh. The gods were about to come out of hiding. Enkidu remained dutifully silent. He considered that his thoughts right now would only cause trouble and might result in the dissolution of this newly forming alliance. Enlil continued, allow me to introduce to you the god who will be our emissary and who will aid you in accomplishing our plan in Mesopotamia. One of the gods stepped forward. He was a mass of muscle and heavily armed with bow, mace, sword, and war net. This one was a fighter. Enlil continued, suffice it to say he will be adequate to the task. Gilgamesh, meet Ninurta, son of Enlil, god of vegetation and harvest. Enkidu thought to himself, god of vegetation? That is a strange signification for such a powerful-looking scrapper. What is he? A mighty gardener? Gilgamesh thought the same. Chapter 25. One of the demands that Enlil put upon Gilgamesh to show his obedience was that he would have to build a huge door of cedar wood 99 feet high, 33 feet wide, and 1.5 feet thick. He was to carve it as one piece from the mightiest tree in the cedar forest and then cart it 400 miles back to the Euphrates River on donkey-driven carts built from forest wood as well. He would then ride the door as a raft down the Euphrates all the way to the city Nippur, where they would present it as a gift to the temple of Enlil, an obvious ego stroke for the head of the assembly and his so-called son, Ninurta, who was accompanying them. But Nippur was also the main religious center of the pantheon, and this act would affirm their authority. This was only the tip of the ziggurat of the master plan they had conspired with Gilgamesh to accomplish. Enkidu was not privy to the master plan, and it was the only thing Gilgamesh would keep from his right hand because the gods had demanded it as a condition upon pain of death. Ninurta was there to make sure of it. Therefore, it would be Enkidu's relentless intent to uncover the skullduggery of these despotic deities in order to protect his lord and friend the mighty Gilgamesh. That was the intent over which he mused as Enkidu helmed the cedar raft of Enlil's door on the downstream waters of the mighty river Euphrates. Gilgamesh came back from the bow where Ninurta stood vigil like a statue of stone watching the river. He is not much of a talker, that one, said Gilgamesh. It is like pulling teeth to get him to say anything. Or in his case, more like pulling fangs. Gilgamesh noticed something was wrong. What distresses you, Enkidu? He said. I do not trust these gods, whispered Enkidu under his breath. He did not want Ninurta to hear his voice, though he was upwind. They spoke with hushed voices. Neither do I, said Gilgamesh. Enkidu whispered, they are more powerful than us, yes. But they are still finite, limited, ignorant, and petty. They do not seem to me to be what they depict themselves. What do you mean? Asked Gilgamesh. Enkidu watched Ninurta, who looked back at them before returning to his shepherd dog posture at the front of the raft. Enkidu stared into the distance with melancholy. He spoke in his hushed tone with a detached longing. When I was a wildborn, I was blissfully unaware of any deities like that which I saw on Mount Hermon. But when I would roam the steppe, sometimes all alone, I would be overwhelmed with a sense of awe. I did not know what it was, but I would look around me and see the earth that was unmoving beneath my feet, and the magnificent mountains that held up the starry firmament. And I would see the countless stars and the sun and moon in their course. And I would think to myself, surely someone created all this perfection. He would have to be infinite to be capable of managing so vast a cosmos, but also orderly to maintain the constancy of the seasons and of the ways of all things. And an ultimate goodness. A goodness I felt in my bones we did not measure up to. Gilgamesh interrupted his musing, but have you seen this creator god? No, replied Enkidu, yet he was everywhere present. As an artist is present in the sculpture he forms, or the mosaic he creates. Only he has not left an explicit signature. I do not know his name. But I do know that those gods of the assembly are not him. They are part of the mosaic. Gilgamesh said, what kind of a creator does not speak, does not give his name, and does not reveal himself? Enkidu responded, maybe we are the ones who do not listen or see. Gilgamesh countered, it looks more to me that we are abandoned. Enkidu said, maybe we are abandoned. But look at this world. What we have become. Maybe we brought it upon ourselves. Maybe we deserve it. Gilgamesh said with a touch of his signature sarcasm, or maybe you have spent too much time alone in the steppe and maybe you went mad. Enkidu smiled. I think you are right. Life as a wildborn is one of much ignorance. But I still do not trust these capricious gods. Gilgamesh said, but you must trust me. I am bound by oath not to reveal their plans. You did not have much choice, quipped Enkidu. It was either execution or carry out their wishes. Gilgamesh assured him, I promise you, Enkidu, it will be glorious for me. And you will be by my side. There is always a price to be paid for such glory, said Enkidu. And what else is there? Asked Gilgamesh. What is life anyway, but striving after the wind? All is vanity. Our life is a vapor that is here for a moment and disappears like a wisp of smoke. But you and I are still alive. And better is a living dog than a dead lion. I want to get back to my wife and back to my life, said Enkidu. Back to a life of what? Said Gilgamesh. Physical and emotional experiences? Enkidu, I love you closer than a brother. I know you find the caresses of Shamhat to soothe your soul. But consider this, you too will die, and in the underworld, where you are going, there are no caresses, no companions, and no memories of either there. It is the land of forgetfulness, from which no man returns. Enkidu tried to argue back, that is why the gods envy us. Because we are doomed, life is more intense. Every moment is full of beauty that will never return. Nothing can be more abundant with meaning. Every day is our last. Every pleasure pure and holy because it will never be again. Do not be a fool, said Gilgamesh. The truth is the exact opposite. Every pleasure you experience, every human connection you make, wife, friend, or offspring, is a lie, a cruel joke of meaninglessness that you delude yourself into believing has value. What is your infinitesimal moment of beauty or pleasure in an eternity of despair? It is nothing. It is worse than nothing. It is a mockery that makes the pain far worse because there is something to be compared to. Do you not see? Hope is the very thing that secures one's eternal misery in the face of death if there is no transcendent truth within which it is rooted. Then what do you conclude? Asked Enkidu. You just made the case for nothingness and meaninglessness and you criticize me for folly? Why not just kill ourselves now and get it over with if there is nothing that awaits us but despair? Gilgamesh's intensity lightened. His scrunched face relaxed and he thought for a moment. That is a good point, he said. But then he smiled deviously and added, and that is why I want to become a god. I want eternal life, Enkidu. I want to live forever. Enkidu stared at him. You are already 2/3 god. Is that not good enough? Nope. I will still die, said Gilgamesh. You know, added Enkidu, I have been meaning to ask you anyway, how could you be 2/3 divine and 1/3 human? If your father was a human and your mother was a goddess, that would make you half divine and half human. Gilgamesh said, to be honest, I have often wondered that myself. I never contested it because 2/3 divinity makes me more feared in the eyes of the populace than a mere half, so I would not want to waste that opportunity. But the nearest I can come to figuring it out is that my human father, Holy Little Banda, became a god, so maybe that explains it. Enkidu replied skeptically, but that was a ceremonial declaration after his death, long after you were born and already a prince. Gilgamesh paused. Enkidu was right. But the truth would certainly not be of advantage in this case, so Gilgamesh turned wisdom sage on Enkidu and said, and that proves my point, Enkidu. In much wisdom is much vexation. And he who increases knowledge increases sorrow. Enkidu gave him a frown look. Gilgamesh was avoiding the issue, and Enkidu did not mind letting Gilgamesh see that he was not buying it. Gilgamesh reacted, do not give me that look. It does not matter what percentage god I am. I am still also a man. And so I will die because all men die. The wise man and the fool alike. The king and the commoner, the rich and the poor. No man escapes Sheol. And in the long run, the dead are all forgotten. He paused for dramatic effect, then concluded, but a god lives forever. It reminds me of a proverb, said Enkidu. Gilgamesh saw it coming. He sighed and asked Enkidu with a touch of sarcasm, and what proverb is that, Ut? Better is a poor and wise youth, said Enkidu, than an old and foolish king who no longer knows how to take advice. But then he added, not that I am insinuating anything. Of course not, remarked Gilgamesh. He was getting a little peeved. And that reminds me of a proverb as well. Enkidu refused to ask, because he knew he was going to get it anyway. A wild-born once civilized forgets his careless freedom and learns to become a worrywart. Enkidu's eyes thinned. He said, you just made that up to get back at me. Gilgamesh refused to look at Enkidu. His eyes stayed focused on the river ahead of them with a captain-like intensity. Then a smirk spread on his face and he pronounced, well, I am king, so I get to make up my own proverbs. Enkidu bowed and said, this is undeniable. I bow in submission to thy divinely arbitrary authority. Gilgamesh and Enkidu both laughed heartily and embraced one another with a bond of love that irked a disdainful Ninurta at the front of the raft. He shook his head and turned back to navigating their craft toward Nippur. Ninurta thought to himself, a king with a trusted confidant is not proper material for a tyrant. I shall have to do something about that. Chapter 26. Gilgamesh commanded the raft down the Euphrates to Nippur, where he barely tolerated the pomp and ritual of a formal dedication to the temple of Enlil. It was all so dreadfully boring he could not wait to leave. From there, they hired a boat to take them the rest of the way to Uruk. And it was Uruk, the mighty city with its mighty walls, that towered over Gilgamesh and Enkidu as they docked their boat in the river wharf. Ninurta was to shadow Gilgamesh as his newly appointed personal guard. They would hide his identity as a god underneath a hooded cloak until the appropriate time. This would prove to be rather difficult, since he was about 8 feet tall and built like an upturned ziggurat. But his presence was so intimidating that even this was helpful. Gilgamesh wondered what had transpired during his absence of nearly 2 weeks, with half of that time being spent coming home. He noticed the city walls were complete. And they were divinely grand. Beautiful towering cliffs of kiln-burned brick that surrounded the city like a huge protective serpent of power. Well done, Dumuzi, he thought. A reward for your industriousness is certainly due. They passed through the sevenfold gate and a trumpet announced the arrival of the king. As they approached the palace, he looked over at the temple district and could see a huge tree growing within the Yana temple area that spanned 1,000 feet into the heavens. It was astonishing, and he wondered how on earth it had gotten there and grown so tall within so short a time. That would be one of his immediate inquiries to Dumuzi and Ninsun. But then he noticed that the entire Yana complex was being remodeled by a large contingent of workers. Bricklayers, carpenters, and hundreds of workers swarmed the complex in the process of enhancing and extending the entire structure. Gilgamesh was starting to get angry. He is gone for 2 weeks and the man he leaves in charge begins to act like he owns the place? What in the world? Began Gilgamesh. But he did not finish his exclamation. Enkidu drew his attention down to the clay pit sector of the city, fully 1/3 of the acreage of Uruk. It was now a lake. Gilgamesh's eyes went wide with shock, then narrowed with anger. Heads will roll, barked Gilgamesh, as he tramped his way into the palace and in toward his throne room. When they arrived in the throne room, Gilgamesh immediately sought his mother Ninsun on her queenly throne. But seated on Gilgamesh's throne was someone else. And it was not Dumuzi. Before he could explode with wrath, he noticed the throne stealer was an 8-foot-tall being dressed in a robe of vulture's feathers and wearing the horned hat of deity. She was a goddess. Gilgamesh stopped. Enkidu stopped. Ninurta stepped back at the entranceway to stay unnoticed. The being spoke like a queen herself. You must be the mighty Gilgamesh, scion of Uruk, wild bull on the rampage, 1/3 mortal and 2/3 divine. She looked at Ninsun, who sat fearfully quiet. Is that how you say it, Lady Cow? She looked back at Gilgamesh with a smile and open arms. Looked him up and down with lustful eyes. I must say you are everything and more that your mother said you were, she purred, licking her lips. Oh, forgive me. I am taking up your throne. She stood up and gestured for him to sit on it. It was a bit mocking, as the goddess knew full well she could do what she wanted. But Gilgamesh remained motionless. He stared at her. She took a step further away from the throne and said, Allow me to introduce myself. I am the goddess of sex and war. You may have known me in the past as Inanna, but I am reborn from Sheol as Ishtar. Out of sight at the back of the room, Ninurta's eyes went wide with shock beneath his hood. It was true. Shamash had not been lying. Inanna was back somehow, but with a new name. Though looking at her garments under the robe, apparently her new name involved the same bizarre identity she had exploited before the deluge. "Where is Dumuzi?" asked Gilgamesh. Ninsun could not look at her son. She averted her eyes. "Dumuzi? Or Tammuz, as I called him," Ishtar began. "Called him?" thought Gilgamesh. "As in past tense?" She continued, "Well, let us just say that he has performed an invaluable service for me, his ex-lover, that will keep him detained in Sheol for, well, he is not coming back anytime soon." Gilgamesh was dumbfounded. He could not believe the arrogance of this tramp goddess. But he was also not particularly scared either. After all he had gone through, there was not much that could frighten him. And Ishtar could see it. "My, you are a brave one," she said. "We will have some exciting times together, you and I." But with that potential threat, Ninurta stepped forward. He did not take off his hood, but he was clearly being protective of his ward. Ishtar looked at him. Her playful tone turned suddenly serious. "Stop hiding, son of Enlil. I smelled you when you walked in, you imbecile." Ninurta pulled down his hood and stepped up beside Gilgamesh, remaining chillingly silent, hands ready to draw a weapon. Ishtar was the most fierce and bloodthirsty of all the gods. She feared no one and was feared by all. But Ninurta was not like the rest of the pantheon. He was the son of Enlil, and if anyone could be her match, it was him. He was stronger than the others, and well trained with many weapons and fighting techniques: bow, axe, mace, sword, and battlenet. The rumors were that he had even mastered the Way of the Caribou, the secret angelic fighting technique that had been used by generations of giant killers and archangels. But her connection to this son of Enlil was deeper still. Back in the days of Jared, before the deluge, when she was Inanna, she had been a secondary deity of Enlil's patron city Nippur. But through her scheme she had managed to usurp Enlil's authority and draw the devotion of the citizens to her own temple and regency. Enlil was enraged with her treachery but failed to take back his previous glory. But after her failure to win the war on Eden, she was demoted to be an escort of Anu and Uruk so he could keep an eye on her. Enlil had retained Nippur, but in the deluge, he was bound into the earth by the archangels and another watcher took his identity. If anyone's offspring had a vendetta to take down Ishtar, it would be Enlil's, the very one standing before her now. She wondered just how much he knew of these past events. Ishtar had to suppress this knowledge and maintain her prowess or he would have weakness to exploit. She stared him down. But then looked at Gilgamesh and back to Ninurta. "Are you his protector?" she asked with surprised delight. "Yes," said Ninurta. "What of Shamash, his patron?" she said. Ninurta answered, "King Gilgamesh has a commission of the pantheon behind him and I am to ensure his success in carrying out his duty." He was stone-faced and stoic, her emotional opposite. "Indeed," said Ishtar. "And who rules the pantheon now?" she asked. She had guessed that Anu had been bound into the heart of the earth along with Enlil and the other seven who decreed the fates. She knew Gabriel the archangel well enough to know that he always gets his man, or in this case, watcher. Since Semjaza was the leader of the pantheon disguised as Anu the high god, surely, Gabriel would have targeted him first and foremost before hunting down the others. "Enlil rules," said Ninurta. "Anu Enlil," she corrected. He nodded. Enlil was one of the seven who had been bound. So some other watcher took his identity to carry on the program. "And how many escaped the binding?" she asked. 70, and various Malachim. All hiding out in Mount Hermon, I suppose. "Yes," he said. She circled him verbally like a snake ready to strike. "You must tell me what this commission is," she said. "I am excited to hear the good news." "I am not authorized to do so," said Ninurta. Ishtar's face turned sour. "You are not authorized to do so?" She mimicked him with bile. And then she burst out in a shout that resounded throughout the palace, "I am goddess of war. I will be told the commission of the assembly, ... But Ninurta responded with a deep resounding voice like thunder, which surpassed Ishtar's in tone if not volume, "I am god of storm. And I am not intimidated by your lack of self-control." Gilgamesh, Ninsun, and Enkidu were shaken by the ferocity. Two gods with explosive tempers did not bode well for their safety. They were not told before that he was a god of storm. Well, that explained the excessive physique. Ishtar was impressed. She did not remember this vegetation god being so brawny and formidable before the flood. He must have trained hard in the intervening years to climb the hierarchy. Still, she was not afraid of him. In fact, she was impressed that there was finally someone with loins of steel to match Semjaz's lost leadership as Anu. She was titillated by the challenge. She realized that she could not rely on force alone but would need to employ strategy and intellect to master him. This was indeed a titillating challenge that would sharpen her political skills. Her first stratagem would be to bluff weakness and give him false confidence to draw him in. Ishtar feigned backing down coupled with a fake attempt at saving face. Well, mighty calf of the storm, I can see intimidation serves neither of our interests. We do not want to reduce this fine city to a pile of rubble because of unyielding brutishness, now do we? Ninurta shook his head in agreement. He knew this cunning vixen. He could see right through her acting. She was not backing down at all. She was trying to cow him into a false sense of superiority. He was not going to fall for that. But he would play along for his own schemes. Lady of Heaven, said Ninurta, this is your city, so I have no desire to contest your authority here. I will stay focused on the purposes of the assembly and will not interfere in your governance, but... And then he threw out the trump card he had been holding for the right moment. When will you travel to the Mount of Assembly in Hermon? Enlil and the Pantheon will surely be inspired to hear of your glorious rebirth. The little snake, thought Ishtar. He is threatening to disclose my presence to the Pantheon. The gods will be no more inspired to hear of my return than a wildebeest to hear of a lion's presence. The truth is they would all prefer me to be chained in Tartarus and ineffective. So she countered with her own faux sincerity, well, I certainly have every intention of getting there as soon as possible. I am excited to discover what leadership and plans are in place for the new assembly. She would do no such thing. Since the leadership of the assembly was unwilling to let her know their plans even through this dung beetle of an emissary, then to Sheol with them. They were unworthy of her allegiance, the pack of hyenas. She had her own plans. She completed her excuse, I will do so just as soon as my temple remodeling is complete. You know contractors. They cut corners and put in mud brick when they should use kiln-fired bricks, etc., etc. She would have to keep her distance from the Pantheon until she could figure out what this Gilgamesh was all about and try to worm her way into their scheme with hopes of taking it over. But Ishtar had her own ace up her sleeve, and she pulled it now. So the assembly is not aware of my return from Sheol yet? Ninurta answered, Shamash had mentioned your name more out of hope or possibility than actual fact, in connection with dreams of some kind. He was deliberately vague. He did not want to commit to anything that she might use as fuel against him. She said, interesting. Shamash has not been home to Uruk in quite some time. The cowardly flea, she thought. So they did not know I was freed. Shamash was probably blaming me for his own incompetency. I must use this to my advantage. She finished, I suspect Shamash may be the one who was pulling the sheep's wool over all of our eyes with his own deception. Ninurta knew Shamash was a coward. He did not trust him either. But he kept his thoughts to himself behind a face of impenetrable inscrutability. Gilgamesh, Enkidu, and Ninsun had been completely left out of the discussion. But they had been listening. And they now knew that there was a contest of authority within the divine assembly that threatened to tear it apart. This goddess of war was evidently not very welcome for her incorrigible attention-grabbing egotism and apparent schemes of coup d'état. And she could not control her temper. She was not the goddess of war for nothing. But more important than all that was the fact that these so-called gods had no idea what was actually going on. Shamash had maneuvered himself politically before the assembly of gods by lying about Ishtar and nobody knew the difference. Shamash knew nothing of Gilgamesh's dreams or sacrifices to him as patron deity. He had not heard Ninsun's intercessory prayers to him either. And nobody knew about Ishtar's trip to Sheol until now. Enkidu listened with loathing. What kind of gods knew so little and quarreled so much? Were they really worth obeisance, or were they just another petty kingdom of power to fight against for superiority over the land? Gilgamesh knew that a confrontation between these rival heavenly powers was inevitable, and that Ishtar would no doubt try to deceive him with her wiles to gain his confidence. She wanted to know what the gods were up to and she probably wanted to take it over. He was starting to wonder if he would make it out of this alive, let alone achieve the immortality he sought. But right now, he just wanted to get out of his filthy garments and have his first bath in weeks. My gods, said Gilgamesh, I beg your leave. Enkidu and I will retire to our bathhouse now to clean up. It has been a long and grueling journey for us. Certainly, said Ishtar. My Gilgamesh is deserving of a celebration of his great and mighty deeds. We must throw a party. Chapter 27. During the few hours that Gilgamesh and Enkidu bathed themselves and put on clean garments, Ishtar and Ninsun organized a celebration feast in the palace main hall. Enkidu managed to slip away for a conjugal visit with Shamhat before he was required to meet Gilgamesh at the town square for a triumphal entry through the city streets of Uruk. As they lay in each other's arms, Shamhat listened quietly as Enkidu described the events of their journey. As he drew the narrative to its end, she gently probed into her lover's mind and heart. "Do you also seek this immortality?" she asked him. He thought a moment, then answered, "No. But I love my king and I am his loyal follower and devoted friend." It was a bond of love between men that even the love of a woman could not attain. To have journeyed together, looked into the abyss, and cheated death was an experience that Enkidu considered may even be unrivaled by the most intense oneness that he could achieve with Shamhat. "Well," she stated, "I will never understand you men and your need for death-defying quests and slaying giants. I am just glad you are home, because I love you, my Enkidu." "And I love you, my precious songbird," he replied. Enkidu joined Gilgamesh in the town square and they rode Gilgamesh's war chariot pulled by mighty horses through the streets teeming with citizens of Uruk. They sported the rotting head of Humbaba on a pike as a trophy of victory. The masses roared with praise and worship of their demigod king, the scion of Uruk, and his mighty right hand. Afterward, they retired to the palace main hall to feast. Everyone in the palace court was there in their royal finery. Enkidu sat at the right hand of Gilgamesh as usual. Ishtar sat on his other side, pushing Ninsun away from her rightful seat beside the king. Ishtar degraded her with every opportunity she could get. Shamhat was beside her husband, and Simlikianini was there in his pudgy robe and clay-caked fingernails from too much tablet handling. Ninurta stood sentinel behind the king's chair just out of sight. Choice lambs and boar's head were roasted with vegetables and fruits beyond the capacity of the baskets and platters. Wine and beer flowed heavily. Enkidu had gotten into a drinking competition with Ishtar. She may have been a god, but these gods had digestive systems and Enkidu could drink anyone under the table. He decided to see how far he could push her. They kept the empty goblets at the table and received new ones with each refill. The pile before each of them increased steadily like mini ziggurats as they pretended not to bother noticing the other's collection. As usual, Ishtar dominated the party with her loud and boisterous braggadocio. "Tell me, Gilgamesh," spouted Ishtar, "however did you manage to wriggle out of the wrath of the gods for slaying their guardian?" "Well, for one thing," crowed Gilgamesh, "we discovered that the giant had a digestion problem, which resulted in gigantic flatulence that dwarfed even Enkidu's gastral magnificence. So the gods actually thanked us for clearing the air." Everyone burst out laughing. Even Ishtar was drunk enough to chuckle. Gilgamesh added through tears of laughter, "Truth be told, Enkidu had a significant hand in the matter." Joyful eyes all turned to Enkidu. But he was ready. They were as impressed with the king's size of intellect as they were with the size of my loins. And the crowd erupted with laughter again. Enkidu added a hearty, "Ho, hurrah!" to milk the punchline. Ishtar asked Gilgamesh, "And what was your impression of the assembly of the gods?" Gilgamesh thought for a second, then said, "Not too bright for governing deities." He smiled and announced, "Present company excluded, of course." Some chuckles peppered the crowd. He continued, "I think I would rather be governed by the first 70 names of plebeians on the Uruk census register than the 70 gods of the divine council." More laughter erupted. Ishtar dropped a wet rag on the joking through slurred lips. "Do you realize that you are only the second human to have ever experienced the privilege and lived?" Enkidu did not take kindly to the insult of being ignored. She knew full well he was with the king. "Who else has done so?" asked Gilgamesh. "A giant killer named Enoch. Now there was a feisty one. Whooshed right up to heaven before we could get our hands on the little bugger." And then Ishtar realized that she had said too much. She had better stop drinking. She changed the subject. "Nevertheless, congratulations are in order," said Ishtar, to the wild bull on the rampage and his trusty dog. Now Enkidu was stone-faced. Shamhat next to him was both embarrassed for him and ready to jump up and scratch Ishtar's eyes out. But she knew better. The festive atmosphere of celebration vanished as everyone in the room fell silent in uncertainty of the direction the confrontation might take. Gilgamesh took the opportunity to turn it onto Ishtar while she was not as guarded. "I have been meaning to inquire of you, Queen of Heaven. I see you have been busy in my absence, planting a massive hulapu tree in your garden." "Indeed," said Ishtar. "I plucked the tree, a single hulapu tree, from the river Euphrates, and I brought it to my holy garden. And there it grew with the anzu in its branches, and a serpent in its roots. Do you like it, Gilgamesh?" The anzu bird was a gigantic thunderbird that had the face of a lion and the talons to match. It was a mythically potent avian that inspired awe and fear in most Sumerians. The hulapu tree was its natural home. "It is a tad unsightly, though its phallic size does remind me of Enkidu's loins." Everyone broke out in laughter at the humor back into the conversation. Ishtar was not amused. "It is a link from the great above to the great below. Consider it a throne for the earth goddess and a bed for earthly souls. I take it I am also to congratulate you for filling the clay pits for swimming instead of brick-making? Said Gilgamesh with a touch of sarcasm. Ishtar said, oh, that. Well, the workers accidentally hit the water table and blush. Instant puddle of the abyss. Ishtar laughed. But now she was the only one doing so. And then to rub salt in the wound, she added, I hear Dumuzi was a good diver. She chortled through tight lips trying not to laugh. The frivolity of the feast had been completely deadened by her drunken callousness. Ninsun could say nothing about the truth that was being hidden from Gilgamesh. She would be instantly killed if she made one peep. So she sat sullen in her chair, longing for her stolen dignity. But Ninsun did not have to tell Gilgamesh anything. He could figure it out for himself. And he was burning angry. Well, I hear that the gods are not very good swimmers themselves, he growled. Shall we arrange for lessons, O Queen of Heaven? He said it with venom, staring right at her. How did he find out about our weakness? Ishtar thought. But she could not think very straight with all the alcohol in her gut. The little maggot is threatening me. It was true. The divine council were supernatural beings, but they were created beings, and every created being has weakness. The gods lost their superhuman power in water, became vulnerable. It was the curse of Elohim on them. She tried to dodge it with the unpredictable self-deprecation. Well, as you can see, we gods are also not too good of drinkers. So I think I shall retire for the evening. Ishtar stood to leave. Everyone else stood in obedience. She waved them back down and stumbled out of the room. The fact was, she was exaggerating. She was not that drunk. But any display of pretended weakness that would inspire a traitor to take advantage would actually give her an edge. Even in her current tipsy state, she could slaughter everyone in the room and bath in their blood, excepting Ninurta, of course. But that would be for another day. Enkidu watched Gilgamesh as he looked at Ninsun. Her sad eyes said it all. Enkidu knew there was an unfolding darkness that would only get worse. And he hated Ishtar with all his heart. Chapter 28. Gilgamesh had retired to his bedchamber after the late-night feast. But he could not sleep. He was getting used to Ninurta's shadowing presence everywhere, but sometimes it still disturbed him knowing this cold-blooded creature watched over him like a divine reptile. Unblinking lapis lazuli eyes, frightening twisted muscles of power, emissary of the gods. Trust for these inscrutable and calculating creatures did not come easily. Gods did not sleep, so Ninurta would find a corner in a dark shadow out of sight to stand sentry through the night over Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh turned to the dark corner and said, Ninurta, go do some training in the desert. I want some time alone. Ninurta slipped into the light from the fire in the hearth. Gilgamesh said, I do not need you every second with me. I can take care of myself, you know. Ninurta would not argue with him. He said, I will be back before dawn. He gathered his bow, sword, mace, and javelin and jumped out the window down to the earth 50 feet below. Gilgamesh wondered if he had gotten in over his head with this monster. Ishtar was intemperate and volatile, histrionic and emotionally unstable. But this one had a different kind of frightfulness about him. He was a cold and silent killer. No emotional display. Like a heartless crocodile in the water that suddenly snaps with jaws of iron, or a cobra that stands swaying until it strikes with death. In some ways that was more blood-curdling to him. He went to the window to look out into the night, hoping to see Ninurta's shadow at play under the moonlight. But he was already long gone. Then Gilgamesh's blood ran cold. He turned to see Ishtar standing by his bed, her eyes watching him like a snake. But this was a charmed snake. All her drunkenness was gone, her impatience soothed, her sensuality heightened. She seemed to move like a wisp of undulating smoke. She wore exotic makeup and her head hosted a most beautiful headdress of gems and feathers. Gilgamesh was entranced with her. The thought occurred to him that she might be using enchantment, but that left his head as quickly as it had entered. He found himself aroused. She removed her robe to reveal lingerie of satin, leather, and lace. And she was not without heels. Ah, the high heels that gave the female figure such elegance when moving. And when she spoke, it was not her usual terse and condescending voice. Gone was the impatience and spite, and in their place was soothing sensuality and libido. So she really did live up to her name, thought Gilgamesh. And he found his deepest desires start to surface. Gilgamesh, I am sorry for my lack of self-control this evening, said Ishtar. I was entirely inappropriate. It was your night of celebration and I stole it with my impertinent jealousy. Please forgive me. Gilgamesh said nothing. He stared. Ishtar gave a seductive little smile and writhed closer to him. But not too close. She was unsure of his willingness. She had to woo him. "I will not lie to you," she said. "I am the goddess of war, and sometimes that means I am ridiculously excessive in my outbursts. I will not deny that. But I am also the goddess of sex, and that includes ridiculously excessive eroticism." She shimmied just a little closer, so he could see her better. All his senses were attuned to her. He did not trust her, of course, but he could not deny his attraction. He could not deny her raw sexuality. She whispered amorously, "Gilgamesh, you are a giant with a giant's hunger. You are more than man. You are part god. I could see when I first met you that you had the needs of a god. I know you are restless, and I know your passion is barely satisfied with the most lascivious extremes that the temple hierodules can come up with." She was right. He could not deny it. She was a treacherous megalomaniac, but she was a goddess. And she knew his unsettled soul with pinpoint perfection. She continued her breathless whisper, "You are not like other men. You are a king and a god. Your appetite is insatiable. It can only be fulfilled by a god. I am the goddess who can fulfill your desires. I can satisfy your hunger and quench your soul." He believed her. He absolutely believed her. She had all the danger of a den of cobras, but she was not lying to him in this moment. His pulse increased. His breath shortened. She smiled. She could feel his senses heightened. "I am not here to seduce you, Gilgamesh." The comment jolted him out of his fog. "You are far too great a man for that. No, I am here to make a rational offer of much more consequence than one night of pure ecstasy." Gilgamesh came fully back to his senses. He glanced out the window into the night, wondering when his protector would return. "A covenant, if you will," she said. "This is the most reasonable you have sounded yet," said Gilgamesh. "Oh, everything I do has a reason," she said, smiling. Indeed. She was the most calculating creature he had ever met. More calculating than even him. Well, maybe not. But close. "What is your offer?" he said. "Marriage," she said. "I offer sacred marriage between us." The surprise threw him. He had not anticipated this. He did not know what to say. "I will not lie to you, Gilgamesh, it is an arrangement for me to get what I want, but also for you to get what you want. This is not about love. This is a fair and even exchange for mutual benefit. I just have to let you in on the plan of the gods," he said, uncovering her true desire. There was no way in Sheol he was going to risk his life for that. She responded with vulnerability, "It is no secret that I am not well liked in the assembly." He gave a look that said that was the understatement of the millennium. "But I know the Pantheon, because I was its original archon," she said. He looked surprised at her. He knew she must have been a leader, but the original? That changed things. She continued, "Along with another archon, who was at this time, shall we say, indisposed." Anu was indisposed, all right. Deep in the heart of the earth, somewhere in chains until Judgment Day. "The original plan was mine," she said. "To mate with human women and breed our offspring, the Nephilim, as a divine human hybrid that would exist in two planes at once. You are one of them. You are a Nephil." He could not believe it. "I am a giant, the offspring of a goddess, but were not these Nephilim wiped out in the flood?" She said, "Yes, but not entirely. You are one that carries their blood in your veins. You are in the lineage of the seed of the serpent. Nephilim had 12 fingers and 12 toes. I have 10 each," he said. "Look at your hand, Gilgamesh," she said. "Do you see the scars where the 6th digit would be? Your mother cut them off when you were born." Gilgamesh felt sweat beating on his skin. She was right. He had scars on both his hands and his feet where a 6th digit would be. He wondered about that as a child, but Ninsun always said it was just a special birthmark of his deity. She said, "I know that the Pantheon sees in you a great and mighty leader to help them in their plan. I know because I see it too. We are trying to unite heaven and earth." He would not respond to her. He was bound by oath not to. She said, "They have offered you immortality if you unite with them to accomplish their purposes." She was right. She was completely right. This was no scam of trickery on her part. She could figure out most of their plans. But not everything. She did not know everything. She continued, "I just want to be in on the plan. And if I marry you, I will be. I do not hide that intent. But if you marry me, in addition to your bequeathed immortality, I will fulfill my part by satisfying your Nephilim appetite." There will be no love and no emotion. It will be purely and simply animal sexuality to heights you have only dreamed of. You will be my wild bull and I will never let you go. She waited only a moment, then continued, imagine the power we could attain together that we cannot achieve apart. But I already have a deal with Enlil and the Pantheon, he said. Do not be foolish, Gilgamesh, she said with unusual calm and empathy. Do you really think that once Enlil has what he wants that the gods will not discard you? She was right again. Betrayers could sniff out other betrayers as easily as he could spot royalty in a crowd. With me as your queen, she said, they cannot dispense with you. And I need you as much as you need me to stay inside the plan. Alone, we are at the mercy of the Pantheon. Together, we are a force to be reckoned with. And what of Ninurta? He asked. Ah, Ninurta, she sang. He protects you now. But later, what will protect you from him? She paused to let it sink in. I can. And I would be bound by a covenant to you. He would not be. She knew the Pantheon and its protocol better than anyone. If he married into the godhead, then he would be more protected than he would be in his current status as an instrument of the gods. Marriage would afford him rights. Rights that might very well protect him from the capricious will of these gods. Come, Gilgamesh, she said, breaking his concentration, be my bridegroom and I, your bride. You will ride a chariot of gold and the world will bow down before you, kings, nobles, and princes. This made sense on every level to him. It was a perfect balance of interests. Protection of the one from the many. An uneasy alliance, but the only one that kept at bay the worst that could be done to him. The only problem was that the offer was being made by Ishtar. He turned to her and said, if I take your hand in marriage, will I be treated with the enduring affection of your other lovers? She had not anticipated this. He had blindsided her. He continued, where is Dumuzi now? You fell in love with the shepherd, the keeper of herds. Yet you made him drink the muddy water and made him a substitute for you in Sheol. Now perpetual weeping has been ordained for the mother of Dumuzi, for your Tammuz. Ishtar stiffened. He was accusing her of betrayal and she could not deny it. It was like a dagger inside her belly. And then he turned the knife. And what of Ishalanu, my gardener? Said Gilgamesh. You snuggled up to him and tasted his vitality. Then you planted him in his own garden. She could not deny it. This Gilgamesh was cunning. He added just enough poetic flair to his words to avoid outright hostility. In a way, it was a sharper blade with which he was cutting her. She felt her bile rising up within her. This little cockroach. Gilgamesh finished twisting the knife. It would not be wise for me to embrace your offer, Queen of Heaven, as I would not wish to accept the consequences of those who are unlucky enough to have garnered the intimate attention of the goddess of war. Ishtar started to tremble with anger as they slowly circled one another. You ungrateful maggot. You dare question my integrity from my actions with a couple of worthless plebeians? Now his back was to the window. The moon was shining in her eyes. She stepped closer and stopped when she saw the large silhouette of a mighty being rise behind him in the windowsill. It was Ninurta returned. He stood behind Gilgamesh, pumped up and ready for war. In her focus of rising anger, her attention had been distracted from sensing the approach of the storm god. She had let her emotions get the better of her, and now he was here, and she was not ready. This was not the time. Ishtar hissed to Gilgamesh, you have insulted me and slandered my name. And now you hide behind this muscle-brained boar? Ninurta was not offended by the insult. He cared nothing for words. He respected only power. She stared at Ninurta. Two mighty gods ready to spring like lions on one another. But it was not going to happen tonight. Ishtar said, remember, Gilgamesh, Ninurta protects you for the Pantheon. But who will protect you from the Pantheon? She slipped out the door and vanished. Gilgamesh sighed for having barely dodged a death blow. Next time do not take such a long workout, will you? Chapter 29. The next morning, Gilgamesh awoke to the news that Ishtar was gone. She had left in the night for the desert, after killing half a dozen hierodules and male cult prostitutes in an orgy of violence. He figured that she was so enraged at his rejection of her offer that she lashed out at her pleasure givers and took off into the desert to cool off. Or maybe she was traveling to Mount Hermon to attempt to worm her way back into their good graces. Or maybe she was engaged in diabolical plans of revenge. He had better stay close to Ninurta just in case. But Gilgamesh was not easily intimidated, and he was not above asserting his authority as king, even to a goddess. He detested the unsightly eyesore of that mammoth tree in the middle of Vienna, and he suspected it was like a weed of her own growing roots of manipulation. It was time to address this aggravating blight on the city of Uruk, his city. He grabbed his huge axe that was crafted for his journey to the great cedar forest and went to gather Enkidu. When they arrived at the temple complex, Ninurta stood sentry at the gates while Gilgamesh and Enkidu entered the complex and found their way to the immense Huluppu tree. It was already 500 feet high and 70 feet round, its tangled roots clutching the ground like a reptilian claw. Gilgamesh surveyed the surrounding buildings and open areas of the city to determine which way they should lay the huge tree to the ground. They heard the caw of the mighty Anzu thunderbird in the sky and saw it launch from a nest high above and fly off into the sun. It must have sensed what was about to happen. "Enkidu," said Gilgamesh, "let us chop some wood." They raised their axes high. But before they could swing them, they were interrupted by the haunting sound of a female voice behind them, "Mighty Gilgamesh." They turned to see a raven-haired woman in a translucent flowing robe and a wreath of flowers on her strikingly long hair. Her face was milky pale and almost seemed as translucent as her gown, which drew the eyes of both men to her voluptuous curves and titillating peaks of her sexuality. When she spoke, she sounded as if she was singing, or at least that was the effect on these men. "I am Lilith, and I live in the folds of this mighty Huluppu tree." The men glanced at one another curiously. "It is the great goddess Earth Mother, the tree of life. She is the link between heaven and earth. Why would you seek to murder her?" "Murder?" said Gilgamesh. "It looks like just a tree to me, not a person." "Ah, but that is where you are wrong, O king. The mystery of life flows through her sap. Her branches bear the fruit of love, and her roots are the very nourishment of the soil around you." Enkidu wisecracked, "I think if you were to ask the soil, it might disagree with you, and consider itself a victim of depletion." Gilgamesh looked at the ground surrounding the tree. Enkidu was right. It was cracked dry and completely void of all vitality and vegetation. The tree was sucking the life out of the soil, not nourishing it. If given more time, it would no doubt suck the life out of all of Uruk and expand to the cities nearby, Eridu, Uar and the others. Lilith drew closer. Her curves and crevices becoming more distracting to the men. Her voice became tinged with desperation. "Does Ishtar know what you are doing? Does she approve?" She said. "I am king of Uruk," said Gilgamesh. "I built this temple, I rule the four quarters, and I do not approve of this tree." Lilith said, "Do you build your kingdom on the exploitation and degradation of your environment?" "I have been accused of worse," he responded. At that moment, Enkidu could swear he felt the ground move slightly below his feet. He gripped his axe tightly. "You leave me no choice but to call up the earth to fight back and protect itself," she said. "The earth is unruly enough," said Gilgamesh. "It is mankind that has harnessed her and tended her to bring order out of the chaos." Lilith spoke, but did not address what Gilgamesh said. She simply stated, "Ninja Saida, arise." Both Gilgamesh and Enkidu felt the earth move again. There was something burrowing through the dirt beneath their feet, and it no doubt was this Ninja Saida that Lilith called forth. Enkidu spotted the moving mound, and with speedy reaction brought his axe down on the moving pile, burying it deep into the earth with an explosion of dirt. When he jerked his axe back out, a gush of blood spurted out of the ground. Whatever that Ninja Saida was crawling beneath their feet, it was not going to arise to do anything. Gilgamesh said to Enkidu, "She is a demoness. Let us get this done." As a Nathil with a sensitive connection to the spiritual world, Gilgamesh could sense when he was in the presence of a spirit being. They turned to continue their chopping, only to see two young children standing in their way, hugging the tree behind their backs. They were both feminine, but one of them seemed to Gilgamesh like a boy dressed up as a girl. "You would murder my little girls, Lily and Lilu, as well?" cried Lilith. "What kind of monster are you?" Gilgamesh threw a glance toward Enkidu and said, "They are demons too." And they both swung their axes at the children, who seemed to dissolve into the tree as the blades buried in deep. A scream penetrated the air that reminded Enkidu of the screams they heard in the great cedar forest, only this one was more evil sounding. Like they had just struck a dragon. Then they noticed that the bark of the tree started to writhe and twist like a living thing. They looked closer and noticed that the tree appeared to be made from the intertwining bodies of human beings that were all in torturous pain. It was like the tree was an imprisonment of the damned. Another good reason to cut it down. Gilgamesh and Enkidu continued their hacking away at the giant organism of torture for over an hour, until it finally began to creak and lean. They stood back, and Enkidu shouted his signature, "Ho, hurrah, dot." The mammoth timber fell and landed on a significant portion of Ishtar's remodeled temple, crushing it to smithereens, exactly as Gilgamesh had planned. "Whoops," said Gilgamesh. "I guess Ishtar has some more work to keep her busy." They both smiled. Gilgamesh knew the world did not see the last of this damnable abomination. He had heard of the Huluppu tree from before the deluge, and knew that its seed survived the waters and would seek to grow somewhere as long as there was a Mother Earth goddess to worship. This demoness would never stop trying to rise up and take power. The world was just not ready for such a deity yet. "Let us get this thing cut up," said Gilgamesh. "I have a surprise gift for when the goddess returns." The goddess Ishtar was planning a return to Uruk soon. But she had her own surprise that she was working on for Gilgamesh. She had learned certain imprisoning spells of enchantment from Enki back before the flood. They had used them on Leviathan, the sea dragon, by luring it into an undersea cavern with the spells written on the rock walls. When Leviathan became surrounded by the engraved spells, it became temporarily under the control of its captors. From there, they unleashed the sea monster upon the field of battle in the desert of Dudiel. The devastation had been massive. And now, Ishtar had found her way into a certain desert canyon where she could engrave those spells of enchantment on a gorge of steep walls. She had been focused on her task for a couple of days, and was almost done when she heard the sound of her intended quarry approaching her trap. A mighty roar bellowed through the canyon and echoed like thunder off the steep rock walls around her. "Come to me, my monster of chaos," she muttered. "I have need of your talent for destruction." Chapter 30. Ishtar returned to the city of Uruk a few days after her disappearance. But she did so without fanfare and late in the evening when no one was out to see her except for watchguards. She approached her temple complex only to discover that her tree, her beautiful single hulapu tree, was gone. Cut down. Ripped from the heart of the earth. Her Anzu bird flown away, her ninja Saida gone, and her Lilith disappeared. Her guttural cry of affliction ripped through half the city. It woke Gilgamesh. He grinned to himself. The ever-present, never-slumbering Ninurta even gave a slight upturn of his lips. Enkidu heard it as well, but he was not so pleased, because he knew that this would probably mean a personal war of vengeance between Ishtar and Gilgamesh, and he did not like the prospects. Ishtar would not give up until she was victor. And she could not die, so it would be an unending war. Gilgamesh, however, could die. Ishtar entered her temple area to be slapped in her face with the sight of half her remodeled temple crushed to smithereens from the fallen timber. All the work she had commissioned was destroyed in an instant by the hand of that protected worm of a king. "We shall see who can do more damage to whose walls by the midnight hour of this evening," she thought. As priest king of the city, he had complete jurisdiction over every structure, even the temple complexes of the gods. He could do whatever he wanted to her temple. But Ishtar had wagered that her bold move would put him in a precarious political position, as her temple grandeur in Nippur had placed Enlil in a precarious political position before the flood. Enlil was at the top of the pantheon and Nippur was his patronized city, yet even he avoided the potential public relations damage of a quarrel with Inanna over her excessive temple enhancement. As a result, she usurped his power in the city. But Gilgamesh is not so politically astute, she thought. She had counted on his self-interest, that he would seek to avoid doing anything that would reinforce the tyrannical reputation he was trying to overcome, and thus enable her to slowly encroach upon his authority. She had figured wrong. He was asserting his territorial claims over her, and he damned the consequences. She could crush him like a frog, were it not for his personal bodyguard, that bilious overgrown brute, Ninurta, and for the oath of the pantheon not to transgress the narrative of the mythology they established. Well, oaths were always eventually broken. It was just a matter of time, and a matter of the right moment. When she walked through the courtyard, it was full of servants and votaries playing a sport with wooden instruments called a puku and miku. Their fun annoyed her. She screamed, "Get out of here with your toys. This is my temple." The servants scrambled and she continued on, wondering when they had started wasting their time in such ways. When she stepped into her throne room, she received added insult to her injury when she saw the display of a newly carved wooden throne replacing her old one. On it was a letter sealed with the king's own seal. She opened it. It read, "Dearest Inanna Ishtar." The bravado of this meat sack fed her rage. Accidentally writing her old name and then crossing it out as if he forgot she had changed her name. "Please accept my apologies for the minor demolition and inadvertent inconvenience I may have caused your remodeling with the downing of the hulapu tree. It was an impediment to the architectural and structural integrity of the great city-state of Uruk. I would have preferred to tell you this personally, but you had been vacant from the city. Please accept these tokens of my appreciation of your patronage of my city." Tokens, plural? She thought. What other object of spite did he create to vex me? The letter concluded, "I had them expertly carved out of the wood of the hulapu tree for your nostalgic remembrance, and included the puku and miku instruments for the sporting pleasure of your servants." She crumpled the paper in her fist and burned with malevolence, "For the sporting pleasure of my servants? I will send those players with their instruments into Sheol." She walked through her palace area to find the final offending object. When she got to her chambers, she saw it. The queenly bed of her intimate quarters had been replaced by a carved wooden one. This was an obvious attack on her sexual status and offer of marriage to Gilgamesh. She burst out in a fit of rage and cracked the bed into pieces. It was a good thing there were no servants or hierodules around her at the moment, because they would have lost their lives under her wrath. She dragged her bed out of her chambers and down into the throne room, where she set it on fire along with her wooden throne. She procured some of the diviners to add incense and incantations to the flames. It would be a homing beacon for her revenge. She whispered to the earth and sky, "Gilgamesh, you will regret the day you disrespected my name." She was not going to wait for the midnight hour after all. She wanted her revenge, and she wanted it now. A mighty bellowing roar was heard throughout the land, and shuddered through the dark streets of Uruk. Something immense and very wicked was descending upon the city. Chapter 31. Gilgamesh and Enkidu awoke simultaneously in their separate bedchambers in the palace. In mere minutes, Enkidu was suited up in armor and arrived at Gilgamesh's door. As he was about to knock, the door opened to Gilgamesh, armored and ready to go meet their approaching nemesis. They heard the war horns of the city in the background. The army was mustering. "You are late," said Enkidu. "Excuse me," said Gilgamesh, gesturing to his armor. "I am as ready as you are." "But I made it all the way to your room before you even opened the door," said Enkidu. Gilgamesh thought quickly. The king does not assist his servants. His servants assist him. "Got him," thought Gilgamesh. "Would you prefer I help you with your armor next time, sire?" asked Enkidu with a touch of playful condescension. Gilgamesh could not help but smile at his companion's affectionate humor. But they had serious business to attend to. "I will grant you a merit of honor before the entire city for punctuality and for being the first to gird your loins. But first, we have a city to protect, so shut up and let us get moving." Enkidu smiled and they bolted for the city gates. The army of 15,000 strong was gathering before the gates in anticipation of commands from their king. When the city itself was under attack like this, an additional 5,000 able-bodied younger men and elderly joined the ranks as reserve support. Gilgamesh ascended the rampart of the sevenfold gate. No adversary, be they army or monster, would dare assault the impenetrable sevenfold gates of Uruk. It was sure failure and death. Nin's son was there to support her son, but he sent her away to the protection of the temple of Enki to offer a sacrifice on his behalf. Gilgamesh and Enkidu looked out into the night surrounding the city. They could see nothing but blackness, but they heard the thundering footsteps of a gargantuan approaching their walls. The mighty roar of this unseen titanic colossus resounded again. Enkidu could swear he felt the walls themselves tremble. Even Ninurta was alarmed. He stepped a protective foot closer toward Gilgamesh. Night guards were lighting big torches along the city walls that cast an eerie orange glow for hundreds of feet out. But nothing could be seen yet. Enkidu turned and was jolted by the presence of Ishtar beside them. They had not heard her approach. She often liked appearing phantom-like to enhance her mystery. "What is this intrusion that disturbs my slumber?" asked Ishtar. Gilgamesh had been staring at the plume of black smoke that seemed to rise from the Yana complex like a writhing hypnotic cobra. He turned to Ishtar. "Actually, I thought you might know, goddess," said Gilgamesh. Ishtar glanced at the smoke and returned the biting sarcasm of his letter with her own false remorse. "It pains me greatly to report that your wonderful gifts of wooden throne and bed accidentally caught on fire in the temple. I might have saved them, had I not been distracted." Another mountainous roar echoed across the walls. It was closer. Many of the warriors of Uruk soiled their kilts when they heard the sound. They were used to war, but this was something else. Something much worse. "But now that I hear it," said Ishtar, "I do believe I have a faint recollection of such a creature in the past." She pretended to continue searching her memory. Another thunderous roar ripped the air. And Ishtar's eyes went wide with recognition. "Ah yes," she said. "Now I remember that sound. It was before the flood. It was a creature I had assumed was dead, but obviously its amphibious nature saved it." "Well, what is it?" asked Enkidu impatiently. "It sounds like the bull of heaven," said Ishtar. Gilgamesh and Enkidu glanced at one another with anxiety. They had heard of this mythical creature of chaos. But they would no longer need to rely on legends and folklore because the real thing just broke out of the darkness and approached the walls of Uruk. It was immense. And black. Which explained why it was impossible to see in the darkness. But now in the torchlight, they could get a glimpse of its mammoth features. It walked on all fours, but appeared to be able to stand on its hind legs. Almost as tall as the walls, it had a bullish-looking head with horns and a huge misshapen hump on its back, covered with stony irregular armor plates. It was an ugly denizen of darkness. Ishtar let out a sarcastic tinge. "Oh my. That one is immense. I guess you have finally found your peer, Gilgamesh. The mighty bull on the rampage of Uruk versus the bull of heaven. It is positively mythological. Enkidu corrected her. It is wild bull on the rampage, not mighty bull on the rampage. He was hoping for some verbal victory out of this losing battle. Thank you, wild-born, said Ishtar. We must get Sinlikianini up here. He cannot miss this opportunity to verify your accuracy and enhance his storytelling tablets. But Gilgamesh knew she sent this monstrosity somehow, but he also knew he could never prove it if she was too devious to admit it. He knew that nothing she did was cowardly, so this was definitely some kind of secret scheme on her part. But now was not the time for court intrigue. They had a bull of heaven to kill. However, before he could make his command, Gilgamesh and Enkidu were thrown off their feet by the fierce shaking of the wall. The bull had rammed the wall 100 feet down from the gate. The walls of Uruk were strong, but the bull was stronger and a significant part of the wall crumbled before its pounding force. Its horns were stuck in the bricks, so it shook its head and jostled until they came loose, further weakening the wall's integrity. Down in the streets of Uruk, citizens were screaming and running for their lives to get as far away from that wall as possible. The bull reared back and rammed again. Another part of the wall crumbled apart. It was holding well considering the humongous heavyweight attacking the structure. But it would not hold up forever. The beast snorted and roared again. Gilgamesh yelled to his men below, "Open the gates. Attack the bull in 2 flanks of 100 apiece." The commanders of hundreds heard their command and led the men through each of the 7 gates that were rapidly drawn for passage. Enkidu interrupted, "My lord, the bull is favoring one side. I believe it is blind in one eye." Gilgamesh looked closely. His Nephilim eyes could see with clarity the scarred overeye at the distance. "By Enlil, you are right, Enkidu." Ishtar winced with anger. They had spotted the monster's weakness before she had hoped. It was indeed blind in one eye. Before the flood, this bull of heaven was known as Behemoth. It used to guard a secret location in the east that was first inhabited by the wolf clan of Cain and then by Noah ben Lamech's tribe. Behemoth lost its eye when it had the unfortunate experience of killing the wife of Methuselah ben Enoch. Methuselah had launched his javelin with expert precision and marked the beast for future execution. But the execution never came because Methuselah had redeemed his revenge into advantage in the war of gods and men. Methuselah had a contingent of archangels help him to tether Behemoth and release it on the battlefield to counter Leviathan, the secret weapon that the gods had released from the water to wreak its destruction. But the desired confrontation never occurred because the waters of the deluge swept the plain clean before it could happen. Behemoth, with its semi-aquatic nature, was able to stay alive during the flood. Gilgamesh blurted, "Let us kill this blind brute." Gilgamesh started for the bull, but was stopped by Ninurta. "King, this will not go well for you. Let your army do their work." Gilgamesh looked down on his men as they flooded out onto the plain in units of hundreds and approached the bull of heaven. He looked to Enkidu, who merely gripped his axe tighter awaiting his orders. Gilgamesh turned back to see how his men would do. The first 2 flanks of 100 men each trumpeted their war cry and attacked the monster with shields up and spears out. The bull turned its good eye toward them at the sound, and stomped its front foot, ready for blood. That was when Gilgamesh and Enkidu saw that it had a third rear leg, giving it extra trampling capability, and added push each time it banged its head against something. This miscreant was diabolically ugly from hind to hump and a perfect incarnation of the chaos that it wrought. As the soldiers got within range, the bull of heaven lowered his head and charged. It was pitiful. The forces did not stand a chance. They were like a blanket of red laid out for the bull to make its rampage precise. It scooped through the forces and trampled them to death. A side flank of 100 men used their chance to launch their spears at the beast from the side. But its hide was full of bulbous calloused armor. Most of the spears simply bounced off its skin. The few that stuck in between plates merely added to the bull's rage. It turned and, using its head again, swiped away another 100 soldiers, crushing them or casting them to their deaths. The other soldiers backed down. They were too frightened to run swift-footed to their deaths. Up above on the rampart, nobody could see the slight uptick of Ishtar's lips as she watched the devastation she had called down upon Uruk and Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh said to Enkidu, "They do not stand a chance. They are like an army of ants easily stomped on." Enkidu was watching it all with an Anzu eye. Yes, but a single ant or two is hard to catch with one eye and clumsy feet. Gilgamesh glanced at Enkidu, wondering what he meant. But before he could figure it out, Enkidu strapped his axe on his back and barked, "I have an idea. If I can get behind him, you take the head." Before Gilgamesh could stop him, Enkidu was already running down the rampart to meet the bull at the top of the wall. Because the flanks of soldiers had balked, the bull turned again to its goal of shredding the wall. One or more hits and it would run rampant through the city of Uruk, trampling homes and people to dust. Gilgamesh had figured the smoke of Ishtar's fire was some kind of homing beacon. As Enkidu approached the ledge, the bull hit the walls again with its horns. Enkidu timed it right and jumped into the air as the bull hit, so he would not fall victim to the tumult that shook the wall. He landed as the bull was trying to extricate its horns from the brick rubble. He looked down and saw its gouged-out eye socket blinded to his presence. Enkidu looked down on the wall. The top third had crumbled away. One more hit and the bull would be inside the city. But then he saw the bull raise its head to get a better sight of its damage. It was right up to the level of Enkidu. It snorted and Enkidu was blasted with a ghastly odor and a splash of nasal slime and foam that turned his stomach. Disgusting, he muttered. But the bull had still not seen him. So he launched himself onto the head of the beast and grabbed its horn in a vice grip, bellowing "Ho, hurrah!" like a joyous stallion buster. Now, the bull knew of Enkidu's presence. And it was infuriated at the annoying little flea that just jumped on it and screeched in its ear. It snapped its head backward trying to fling the little thing off its horns. But that is exactly what Enkidu expected. He released and went flying in the air to the rear of the animal right to its descending tail that was like a huge cedar tree. He caught it and lost his breath in the impact, but he held on. Gilgamesh was already running toward the ledge. He and Enkidu could think like one when it came to battle. They did not even need to verbalize their strategy. Ninurta was paces behind him by the time Gilgamesh launched off the ledge onto the bull's head. He caught a horn and held on for dear life as the monster jerked and swished its head. This flea was not going to let go. Meanwhile, Enkidu, forgotten by the bull, pulled out his battle axe of 3 talents weight and raised it high for the mightiest swing he had ever made in his life. It came down with fierce cutting wedge and buried deep into the tail end of the bull. The bull roared in pain. It was only the tip of its tail, but the axe had wedged into the spinal cord of the tail and set its nerve endings on fire. The bull's attention immediately returned to Enkidu. It whipped its tail with ferocious velocity and snapped Enkidu into the air. He went flying with such velocity he would surely perish from internal injuries when he landed on the ground 1,000 feet away. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh had been given just enough time and just enough inattention from the bull to pull out his axe and bury it deep into its skull. This was not enough to kill it, because it had a thick skull, but it stunned the creature and it stumbled. It tried to move its feet, but somehow its thoughts could not translate to the body movements. The axe had severed some functional synapses. Gilgamesh drew his sword and found the soft spot at the nape of the bull's neck, right between its horns and bulging tendons. He thrust the sword in with all his strength. It went in all the way to its hilt. The bull of heaven froze. Its brain had been pierced. It gave a whimper that sounded like a squeal compared to its earlier bellowing, and it fell to the ground like a lump of clay. It shook the walls one last time and a cloud of dust covered the area as the mighty bull of heaven, this behemoth of ancient days, lay dead under Gilgamesh's feet. Soldiers arrived to carry their mighty king from his lofty perch on the head of the beast. "Where is Enkidu?" Gilgamesh screamed. "Where is Enkidu?" He had seen the tail whip him off and he knew that Enkidu could not have survived the crushing force of that landing. His soldiers looked at him silently. They too knew the fate of Enkidu as many of them had stood helplessly by, watching the entire spectacle from their fearful positions. "Where is Enkidu?" Gilgamesh belted out one more time through broken voice and tearing eyes. He lost his strength and fell to his knees. But then, the unexpected happened. The crowd of soldiers parted as a very exhausted and very beaten Enkidu limped through the crowd, dripping wet. Enkidu smiled, thanked the Creator for the irrigation canals of Uruk. Enkidu had landed in one of the multitude of canals so necessary for the livelihood of Uruk. To him it felt like he was hitting a wall of bricks, since water was not particularly friendly at such distance and speed. But he was alive. The soldiers began to applaud until the entire 15,000 were outside cheering their heroes, Gilgamesh, the wild bull on the rampage, scion of Uruk, and his only equal, Enkidu of the steppe, shorter in stature, but stronger in bone. Up on the rampart, Ishtar could not contain her disappointment. She stared at the display below with a bitter frown and muttered a curse, "By the gods of heaven and earth, woe to Gilgamesh the bully, who mocked me, cut down my hulapu tree, and killed the bull of heaven." She turned and fled to her temple in the center of the city. But her mutterings did not go unnoticed by Ninurta, who had returned to the gate. He watched her with calculated interest. He knew she was behind this, but he also knew that if he could prove it, he might get the council to exile her and maybe even bind her in the heart of the earth where she belonged until judgment. Sinlikianini had ascended the steps to the top of the rampart near Ninurta. He approached the god since he was the only one standing there. "Ishtar demanded my presence for transcription," said the scholar. "What was all the ruckus?" Sinlikianini had been so deep within the bowels of the library that he did not even know the fantastic battle that had just occurred. He looked down upon the aftermath and shuddered at the sight. Oh my! Ninurta gave a slight smirk of amusement and said, I think Ishtar wanted you to witness what happened so that you might record it. Although I believe she had anticipated a different outcome. Sinlikianini's mouth was still agape with astonishment. What happened? King Gilgamesh and Enkidu killed the bull of heaven, said Ninurta. I am sure you can come up with some interesting fiction to fill in the holes on your tablets of clay. With that, Ninurta left the scholar to engage his imagination. Down below, Gilgamesh and Enkidu were not done celebrating their victory. Enkidu grabbed his big axe and cut off the fifth leg of the monster. He gathered some soldiers to carry it into the city. Gilgamesh had the bull's heart cut out for a sacrifice to Shamash. Chapter 32. When a king was vanquished in a battle or war, he was usually paraded through the city dead or alive along with his riches and other dead leaders. This triumphal parade would follow the processional way that led to the palace gates and was lined with citizens cheering the victory of their king and giving glory to the gods. The bull of heaven was a different kind of nemesis that required a different kind of celebratory response. Gilgamesh dragged its carcass through the streets with a herd of mighty horses, and threw its disemboweled intestines to the people for stew and soups. Then he had the meat cut up and apportioned to the orphans of the city as a gesture of goodness toward his weakest of subjects. Next he had the skin brought to the tanners and they began the long and arduous process of tanning the hide in order to hang it from the palace walls as a trophy of conquest. The heart he brought to the temple of Shamash, but for Ishtar, he planned a special offering. The temple prostitutes, hieraduls and votaries were assembled in mourning in Iana. Ishtar led them, dressed in a black outfit that was both erotic and painful looking, with body piercings, chains, and claws. She led the coterie in cutting themselves with knives and sacrificial daggers. The sound of Gilgamesh's trumpet announced his arrival in the temple. The devotees stopped their bloody self-immolation. Ishtar turned to see the king enter the holy area. Enkidu was by his side and that bothersome bulk, Ninurta, perpetually behind him like a vulture. A large number of servants followed. She noticed that Enkidu did not look healthy. He was pale and weakly, sweat rolling down his neck. And to what do I owe this dubious honor, King Gilgamesh? Asked Ishtar. I wanted to make an offering of thanksgiving to the gods. So I prepared some gifts to please you, O Queen of Heaven, the morning and evening star. Gilgamesh clapped his hands, and a half-dozen servants carried 2 huge horns forward. Gilgamesh announced with an affectionate royal proclamation that Ishtar knew was more mockery in her face, I grant these horns of the bull of heaven, filled with sweet oil for you to savor. The servants carried them up to Ishtar. She gestured for her own servants to receive them. But she did not bother to give even a fake smile. She just stared blankly without response. She was boiling with bile. Gilgamesh continued with his biting mockery, and also, this grateful offering, procured by Enkidu himself, for your pleasure to consume. He moved aside and Enkidu led a retinue of 50 slaves carrying in the huge amputated fifth leg of the bull of heaven that Enkidu had chopped off. They eased it down on the floor. It took up most of the room. The hieraduls and harlots had to move back to allow it room. The flesh was already rotting and filled the room with a sickening stench. Enkidu stood before Ishtar and bowed in reverence. Ishtar could see close up now that Enkidu was very sick. He was barely able to keep himself straight. Feeling unwell, poor Enkidu? Ishtar whispered. He hissed back, I know what you did. And if I could vanquish you, I would do to you what I did to this leg. I would drape your guts around your neck. It dawned on Ishtar with a bit of unexpected surprise that the curse she uttered at Gilgamesh on the wall of Uruk must have taken effect. She had not engaged in proper ritual or used any sorcery in conjunction with her utterance. She had spit it out in a moment of anger. But evidently it had worked. And thank the gods this was a much better affliction than she had thought of. It was more of a punishment to leave Gilgamesh alive and well to watch his beloved Enkidu suffer the curse. And if Enkidu died, all the better, for the despair of utter loneliness would torture Gilgamesh for the rest of his life. Such a living hell was much more damage than one's own suffering and death. And this was all a good thing too, because she had been preparing to engage in the most dangerous stunt of her life as revenge on Gilgamesh. She was going to perform a necromancy ritual that would open the gates of the underworld and release the dead to rise up and eat the living. Now she would not have to, because this was a far worse punishment for the scion of Uruk, or as she liked to say, the gadfly of Sumer. Ishtar watched as Enkidu stumbled his way back to Gilgamesh at the door. She could see it coming, so she gave a little blowing whisk just as he collapsed to the floor unconscious. Gilgamesh ran to him shouting, What is wrong, Enkidu? Enkidu could not speak. His eyes were upturned, he was white as death, and cold and clammy to the touch. Gilgamesh looked up at the grinning Ishtar. What have you done to him? She gave a gesture of her hands as if to say, nothing. Gilgamesh picked up his friend and left the room like an Anzu in flight. Chapter 33. Enkidu lay in his bed delirious and barely coherent. Shamhat took care of him and Gilgamesh did not leave his side. He helped her put wet rags to Enkidu's forehead and used various herbs passed down as healing essences. He brought in the diviners to read omens and the sorcerers to create healing potions. But nothing helped. Gilgamesh suspected it was a curse by Ishtar. But he could not prove it. And she denied it. He considered going before Ishtar and throwing himself at her mercy to plead for the life of his one and only friend. It was a kind of madness he entertained, being at the end of his desperation. He considered all possibilities, selling his soul to Ereshkigal of the underworld, trading places with his comrade, even killing himself to join Enkidu. But it was momentary madness that passed when Gilgamesh realized there was nothing he could do. After several days, Enkidu became more conscious and Gilgamesh inquired of him, "What did Ishtar say to you?" "She did not curse me," said Enkidu. "She looked surprised when I met her and she surmised I was not well. Then she looked at you curiously. It was as if she had been expecting you to suffer, not me." "Can a curse be diverted? Do you remember any other strange happenings?" asked Gilgamesh. Shamhat was right next to him, listening raptly. Enkidu was having a hard time concentrating. But he gathered his wits. "Yes. When I attacked the bull of heaven, he snorted upon me and I was drenched in his slime. At that moment, I felt weird, but I soon forgot it because we had a bull to kill." "True enough," said Gilgamesh. "It would not surprise me that chaos monster from the abyss would have spittle filled with disease and evil." Ninurta remained ever vigilant and ever silent by the door. Suddenly, Enkidu blurted out, "I curse the mighty cedar door we made for Enlil. I curse the day I cut it down and carried it to the Euphrates, and drifted it to Nippur. And I curse the hunter who found me in the wilderness." Gilgamesh thought it strange that such an emotional outburst of cursing come from an otherwise rational man. But then Enkidu looked at Shamhat's sad face and added, "I curse you, Shamhat. I curse the day you civilized me." Shamhat could not believe what she was hearing. Enkidu kept going, "May you never bear offspring. May you never be received by proper women." A tear came down Gilgamesh's cheek. Shamhat was already weeping a river. "My sweet love, my Enkidu, my husband, why do you speak to me this way?" Gilgamesh became angry. "She saved you. Why do you curse the woman who brought us together? You are a fool descending into chaos." Enkidu could not help it. He knew his end was near and he could not face it. He understood finally what all of Gilgamesh's fuss was about. His brooding contemplation about the mysteries of the cosmos were not the silly waste of time Enkidu had thought. Gilgamesh was not needlessly introspective as Enkidu had figured. The king had been the wisest of men after all. He had looked into the depth of the abyss and faced the truth. Without something beyond this world, everything was a worthless delusion. Nothing had meaning, and every apparent blessing was only a mocking curse. Enkidu was now facing that oblivion. But he decided to make one last act of love to his wife. He said, "I am sorry, my Shamhat, my wife, my life. I do not want to die and yet this is my demise. Forgive me. I bless you instead. May you have a long and blessed life with many children." But it was too late. The damage could not be undone with an insincere retraction calculated to make her feel better. Even though she brushed it aside in order to care for his ailing body, the seed of bitterness took root deep in her heart. She had lived a life of abuse at the hands of men. She had thought she found one truly worthy and good man. And now he had failed her as well. He had overshadowed her potential and controlled her destiny. At his darkest moment of pain, he abandoned her. The despair for her was as impending as his own death for him. Enkidu turned to Gilgamesh and held up his hand that Gilgamesh now saw was clutching the gold amulet of adoption from Ninsun. It was the only thing he had carried with him through every adventure, every battle, every exploit in the face of death. It was his birthright. "If you are my brother, then pray for me to the gods. If they are not who they claim, my king, then we are all doomed." "I will pray for you, my brother and friend," said Gilgamesh. But in his heart he thought, "We are all doomed." And Enkidu dropped back off into unconsciousness. That night, Gilgamesh prayed and entreated and supplicated to the gods. But he sought not merely Shamash, he also implored Enlil, Enki and Anu for their mercy. As had happened previously, no response was forthcoming, because none of the gods could hear him. By the 12th day, Enkidu's body had wasted away to an emaciated skeleton of his former self. His eyes were sunken into his scrawny face. Shamhat remained tirelessly by his side, cleaning him and trying to get him to drink or eat anything. The best she could do was wet his mouth. He was in a deep sleep from which he could not waken. But suddenly, as Gilgamesh and Shamhat were tending to him, he awoke. His eyes snapped open and he stared at Gilgamesh. Shamhat shrieked in surprise. When Enkidu spoke, it was with a hoarse croak. "I had a dream," he said. Gilgamesh knew he was not entirely in his right mind, but he tried to treat him with dignity. He knew the end was near. "What did you see?" asked Gilgamesh. "I was standing between heaven and earth. And the heavens thundered and the earth gave reply. And a man like an Anzu thunderbird stood before me with paws of a lion and claws of an eagle. He struck me and crushed me underfoot like a mighty wild bull." Gilgamesh and Shamhat looked at one another trying to understand it. "Is that me?" thought Gilgamesh. "Am I responsible for his death?" Enkidu continued after a raspy cough, "I called out to you to save me, but you could not. You were afraid. So it was not me," thought Gilgamesh. "He tethered me like a captive bird and brought me down to the house of dust, to the land of no return." Gilgamesh swallowed. This was not a dream. This was a vision. Shamhat clutched Enkidu's hand. Enkidu did not look at them, he stared into the void and kept speaking. "In the depths of Sheol, I saw crowned heads who ruled the land since days of yore. I saw Etna, I saw Lugalbanda your father, I saw Sumerian kings from distant days. But I also saw Humbaba the terrible and the dread shades of Sheol, always consuming, never satisfied. Both young and old, rich and poor, king and commoner, good and evil, hero and villain, all end in the dust of death." Then Enkidu looked over at Shamhat and he smiled. It was a moment of connection with the past. Their eyes penetrated one another and she knew this would be her last touch of the soul of the one man she had ever loved and would ever love. In mere moments her world would end. She would love no more. Enkidu glanced at Gilgamesh as if he was surprised to see him. "My king," he said. "Do not call me king," said Gilgamesh. "I am your friend. I am not king where you are going, dot." "Oh, but you are," said Enkidu. "I saw you as king of the shades. You will sit in judgment over the chthonic dead in Sheol." Gilgamesh did not reply. He only smiled. He knew it was a delusion of Enkidu's own desire to procure for his beloved friend the significance that eluded him. He knew that in Sheol there was no significance. It was not a place of distinction for kings. It was the land of forgetfulness. Enkidu said, "Remember me, my friend. Do not forget all we have been through." "I will not forget," said Gilgamesh. "Your name will live on in the memory of the living." He said what he knew Enkidu wanted to hear. But he knew it was a lie. "I have become as nothing," concluded Enkidu. He was summarizing his life that was being replayed in his memory. "If I had died in battle, I would have glory. I would have a name. But instead I have faded away in disgrace. I have ended most ingloriously." There was nothing Gilgamesh could say, because there was nothing to say. Enkidu was right. All their journeys and hardships together, all their labors and adventures, their victories and triumphs, all of it was in vain, because Enkidu would be no more. And soon enough Gilgamesh would follow him into the darkness, where his memory that kept Enkidu alive would also be consumed in nothingness. They would end where all men ended, and where no man's works mattered. The thought crossed Shamhat's mind that this was the sad and pathetic state of the male gender. They were obsessed with glory and fame instead of love and acceptance. They sought a transcendent meaning in the abstract beyond, and completely ignored the immanent meaning of human relationship all around them. They entered Sheol alone. She thought to herself, "But do we not all enter Sheol alone?" Enkidu closed his eyes and breathed his last. Shamhat wailed in the traditional way. It was deep and guttural because in the depths of her being, she felt a turn, so simple, yet so profound that she knew she was not the same person in that instant. She would never again allow her destiny to be controlled by a man. Gilgamesh wept. Ninurta breathed the slightest sigh of relief. None of them knew that Ishtar was not the one who had inflicted Enkidu, nor was it the bull of heaven. It was Ninurta. He had poured slow-acting poison in Enkidu's dinner wine with the intent of taking away from the king the one connection to humanity that kept him from accomplishing the purpose of the gods. Ninurta was after all charged with making sure Gilgamesh performed their secret goal, and Enkidu was the one impediment in the way of that goal. He simply had to be taken out of the way. Chapter 34. Ishtar laughed. She could not believe her good fortune. Revenge upon this insolent king that was sweeter than death itself, more thrilling than a violent rape and murder, more cathartic than a bloodbath of gore. Her enemy would be imprisoned in a living torture of loneliness and mourning that would haunt him until he took his own life in despair. Who knows? Maybe she could milk this misery for years or decades. She looked out of her temple window to the king's palace across the way and giggled with anticipation of the next palace servant who would return to her with gossip of what was going on inside that house of despair. For 6 days and 7 nights, Gilgamesh kept Enkidu's body in the palace walls without funeral or burial. He remained in his bed, still sleeping peacefully under his sheets. The rotting flesh of the corpse was causing such a stench that Shamhat had to move into another section of the palace to avoid perpetual nausea. Ninurta stood outside the door instead of inside the room with the revolting odor. Servants wore linen cloths over their mouths and noses to keep from gagging as they came and served the king, who lay at the foot of Enkidu's bed like a dutiful hound to its dead master. Nin's son came to the door every day to keep an eye on her son. But she could not find the courage to enter, for she held a secret so dark that if Gilgamesh discovered it, would only crush the soul of her son, who thought nothing could crush him more than he already had been. But he was wrong. Tears streamed down her eyes as she heard Gilgamesh babbling about the mourning of everyone from the elders of Uruk to the rivers and forests to every gazelle, lion, panther, leopard, deer, and jackal of the steppe. He even said that the river Euphrates from which they drank and along which they strode was a stream of tears for him. Then he recounted his tales of adventure to his dead companion as if he were alive and laughing along with a beer in his hand. "Remember that clodhopper of the cedar forest?" said Gilgamesh to the corpse, some Rephaim giant he was. "We killed him, you and I, and we cut off his head, 1, 2, 3. Do not mess with the scion of Uruk and the denizen of the steppe. We showed those gods we were afraid of nothing. We showed them." He laughed the laugh of madness and continued his storytelling. "And how about that bull of heaven? He was no match for the wild bull on the rampage and his wild boar. 300 soldiers could not touch that stinking bovine, but we took him out with an axe and a dirk to the brain, did we not?" By the 7th day, Gilgamesh had ripped off his royal robes and was pacing to and fro naked and unwashed. He refused meals and soon became gaunt. He did not shave, so his beard grew in and his hair grew long. Some of it he would tear out with his hands when overcome by emotion. He was transforming into a wild boar himself. It was a strange form of empathy and identification. It was madness. On that dawning day, Gilgamesh stopped mumbling to himself. He thought he saw Enkidu move his head. Was he seeing things? Was he truly mad after all? Gilgamesh slowly approached Enkidu's corpse. He stared at the emaciated face. Would the gods bring his Enkidu back from the dead? Was it possible? There it was again. The head did move ever so slightly. But it did move. As he drew near, he could see the almost imperceptible twitching of musculature beneath his cheeks. The process of resurrection must be a difficult one of struggle to revive the once dead body parts into life again. Gilgamesh was now inches away from Enkidu's face. And suddenly he saw the nose twitch. And then a maggot fell out of the nostril onto his cheek, wriggling and writhing in search of more flesh to consume. Gilgamesh backed up in horror. Enkidu was not coming alive, he was being eaten by maggots and worms. Suddenly Gilgamesh was returned to reality. The fetid stench overwhelmed him and he turned and vomited on the floor beside the bed. He looked up and saw his mother Nin's son at the doorway watching him. He could bear it no longer. He went back to Enkidu's body, and pulled a linen sheet over his face like a veil. Then he ran to the window and climbed naked down to the street below. He ran all the way to the walls of the city that had been torn down by the bull of heaven and were being rebuilt by laborers. He climbed up and over the rubble. The workers backed up in fear and watched the naked wild Gilgamesh dart off into the steppe. By the time Ninurta realized what had happened, it was too late to follow Gilgamesh as his dutiful bodyguard. He looked out onto the landscape, but Gilgamesh had disappeared into the wild. Ninurta spit in anger. If word got out about this, he would be chastised by the assembly for incompetence. He decided to hide away so that he could not be indicted by his obvious separation from the king. Everyone would assume he was with Gilgamesh. Chapter 35. Nin's son had the body of Enkidu removed and placed in a temporary crypt until she could find her son to oversee his funeral. He may have had a fit of madness, but she believed he would come back. When he did not, she sent some soldiers to search for him, but they also came back empty-handed. She then realized that she knew exactly where he would be. And she knew that she would have to go to him. So she set out for a secret location in the steppe where she used to take him as a child to play in the grass alongside the river. Because of the recent traumatic events, Ishtar's attention had been distracted and Nin's son was virtually forgotten in the bustling mayhem around her. So she was able to slip out alone without anyone really noticing her absence. When she arrived at the spot, it was familiar but overgrown with weeds and new trees. It had been many years since she had come to this special place, this sacred space. She sat down by the river and put her feet in the water as she used to do. And she sang the Mesopotamian lullaby she used to sing for her precious Gilgamesh that would sedate him in her arms. Sleep come, sleep come. Sleep come to my son. Sleep hasten to my son. Put to sleep his open eyes. Settle your hand upon his sparkling eyes. As for his murmuring tongue, let the murmuring not spoil his sleep. Her voice lilted across the grass and through the trees with haunting melody. Soon she sensed a presence behind her. She turned. It was Gilgamesh. He was a mass of tangled hair and bushy beard, naked as an ape. He had reverted from civilized man to wild-born. Although, strangely enough, he had the presence of mind to bring the animal skins his mother had given him when he was a child. These were the ones that he used to hunt with. He had them draped over his shoulder. His mother's soothing voice had drawn him in and brought him back to his senses. At least momentarily. "Hello, Gilgi," she said. It was her special nickname he had not heard for years. He stepped closer, cautious, but trusting. The reason why he was hesitant was because she was crying and he did not know why. He tilted his head as a dog might when trying to figure out what it was observing. She kept saying over and over, "My son, my son. You are my son." Finally he touched her shoulder and whispered, "Mother." She looked up at him. He sat beside her as he used to do, put his feet in the water. She said with all the love of a mother, "My child, why? Why do you run? What are you afraid of?" Gilgamesh sighed and then said, "Death." He paused. "I lost my only friend in the entire world, and I realized that I too will end up like Enkidu." "We all end up like Enkidu," she said. "I thought I could cheat death," he said. "I thought I could find eternal life. First it was through indulgence and power, but that only led to the insatiable hunger of tyranny. Then I hoped to become famous and make a name for myself, so I conquered the giant Humbaba and even the mighty bull of heaven. But it does not matter because even if these achievements become legendary, even if they are inscribed in tablets of epic, they too will ultimately fade into oblivion in distant days and in far-off years. Of what value are glorious stories to those of whom they fabricate? What legends are in Sheol? Darkness is infinite and the dead do not see the radiance of the sun. Fame and glory are but illusions of vanity. They are wisps of smoke that are here and gone. But when I met the gods and conversed with them face to face, I learned that the gods only gave eternal life to one man, Atrahasis, to mock the rest of us. I soon realized that all I had was Enkidu, my friend, my brother, thanks to you. But now that he has been taken from me, I see that all is vanity and emptiness. And all of life is one big cruel joke of the gods to give us hope, only to dash it to pieces in an eternal void of meaninglessness. Nin-sun broke out bawling like a baby. Gilgamesh held her. "Why do you cry?" he asked. After a moment, she was able to gather her strength to speak. "I have a confession to make, Gilgi," she said. "Ishtar was going to force me to do so, but I wanted to tell you myself, without compulsion or duress." She swallowed. Then told him, "I am not a goddess." Gilgamesh stared at her blank-faced. He was not sure what she had said. "You are not a goddess?" he repeated. "No, I am not a goddess," she said, waiting for it to register with him. "But father was a human," he said. "Yes, he was," she affirmed. "He was only declared to be a god through apotheosis at his death." Apotheosis was astral deification, the exaltation of a king at death to the status of deity accompanied by their ascension into the stellar host of heaven. The gods were identified with stars. "But I am 2/3 god, 1/3 man," said Gilgamesh. "How could that be?" She still could not bring herself to tell him. "You yourself cut off my extra fingers and toes when I was an infant," he complained. "That is true," she said. He had figured out the fact that he was a Nathal born of God and man. Then she dropped the axe, "But you are my adopted son." He refused to understand it. "I am not your son?" "You are my son," she said firmly, "but not of my flesh. You are from the line of Cush, son of Noah." He was still awash in confusion and became like a child again with his mother. "But how?" he asked. She explained to him, the man that the gods called Atrahasis was actually Noah ben Lamech. He was the one the gods chose to protect from the great deluge. He and his sons and their wives were the 8 that were saved by the boat. One of those sons, Ham, had a wife who was impregnated by the god Anu. Cush was born and though he was not himself a giant, carried the blood of giants in him. And he was rejected by his own family, and traveled south to rebuild the cities of Uruk and Eridu and others. When you were born a giant, Cush secreted you in my palace to grant you the chance to thrive and fulfill your destiny as a Gibber, a mighty leader amongst men. He swaddled you in those magic animal skins that you wear now and have worn all your life on the hunt. They were the original coverings that the Creator God made for Adam and Hava, the first pair. They were handed down through the line of Seth to Enoch and eventually were stolen by Cush. Lugalbanda and I adopted you as our own, and I claim to be a goddess so your identity would not be compromised. Gilgamesh brushed hair out of his eyes. It was all coming clear to him now, why he never felt quite at home anywhere, including in the palace of Lugalbanda and Mean Sun. He had always felt different, special, an outsider. So I am not your child. I am more alone in this vast emptiness than I had even imagined I was, he said. No. She reprimanded him. You are my son and the son of holy Lugalbanda. You are more our offspring than a natural born which we have no choice over. But we chose you and we loved you as our own. You will always be our son. She held open her arms as she usually did. Gilgamesh could not restrain himself. He embraced her with a deep love that transcended flesh and blood. Gilgamesh was adding more up. He said, so this Noah, who has eternal life, is my ancestor. I am in his lineage. Yes, she said. You are a descendant of Noah ben Lamech. He said, Enlil told me Noah was on a distant island called the Land of the Living. Is this true? She nodded. That is why he is called Noah the Faraway or Utnapishtim the Distant. He and his wife Amzara have hid away on the Isle of Dilmun in the Southern Sea. Can you tell me how to get there? He asked. She said, I know how to get you to the one who knows how to get there. Gilgamesh said, Noah is the only one that the gods have granted eternal life, and he is my great-grandfather. He paused and proclaimed, I will find my ancestor Noah ben Lamech, and I will procure the secret of eternal life from him. He had made up his mind. It would be his final adventure. The journey toward which everything else that he had accomplished previously was but mere prelude. If he could manage to persuade his ancestor, Noah the Faraway, to grant him the secret knowledge of the gods, then he too would become immortal, everlasting. He would conquer the ultimate enemy, death. But first, I must bury Enkidu, he said. First, she said, you must cut your hair and get some clothes on your naked bottom. You are embarrassing yourself. Gilgamesh shared a laugh with her, and then he said, Thank you, mother. Ninsun's heart melted with happiness. No matter what happened to her now, no matter how she fared before the wrath of Ishtar and the gods, she was happy. After all he had learned of the lies of his heritage, and after the pain of discovering his abandonment by Cush, and after the adoption by Lugalbanda, Gilgamesh still called her mother. Chapter 36. The funeral of Enkidu was an elaborate affair. Gilgamesh cut his hair and cleaned himself up to oversee the administration of the ceremony. His madness was over. He wanted to give Enkidu the honor of a king. As his adopted brother, he had the legal right to it, but as a mighty warrior and peer of Gilgamesh, he deserved it. Gilgamesh called together a blacksmith, a goldsmith, and a lapidary jeweler to craft a golden statue of Enkidu with a beard of lapis lazuli and gem-laden skin of gold. Black obsidian, red carnelian, and white alabaster were incorporated into this image of his friend like none other. Then Gilgamesh slaughtered a herd of fatted cattle and sheep and piled them high in the open before the temple of Ishtar on behalf of his friend. The processional of slaves carried the body in its sarcophagus on a portable throne with carrying poles. Behind them followed gifts that Gilgamesh had prepared to lay in Enkidu's tomb for the underworld, a chair and staff of lapis lazuli, jewelry of silver and gold, an obsidian knife with sharpening stone, his mighty battle axe, and a table of precious wood laid out with carnelian bowls of honey, lapis bowls of butter and flasks of oil. Gilgamesh thought to himself that these accessories were of no help to the dead, but only served to comfort the living in their delusion of hope. But even that, he told himself, was something if it would help ease his grief. They walked the processional way, performed services in the temple of Shamash, and buried the body in a palace family tomb. Gilgamesh noted the irony that Shamhat was the first to leave the crypt. Gilgamesh, with Ninurta his newly returned shadow, was the last to leave, but his mourning was over. Enkidu was dead, and with him, friendship, love, and hope. But Gilgamesh was alive. Ishtar stormed through her temple, flinging servants and prostitutes out of her way like rag dolls. When she crashed out of her palace doors, she hit them with such force that they ripped off their hinges with shattering splinters. One of the flying doors crushed a guard to death. But Ishtar did not even stop to notice. She was infuriated and concentrating on finding that despicable tramp, the Queen Mother. She had been trying a new outfit on when the sleazy courtier alerted her to intelligence he gathered from the royal palace. As she marched through the street, she thought her long flowing silk robe behind her was a nice touch. It enhanced the ethereal majesty she was after in her wardrobe. Her skin had been colored white with black lips and eyeshadow, the pallor of the undead. She painted high arching eyebrows to amplify her facial expression. She had a large neck ruff embroidered with golden thread that circled her head and framed her face like a work of art. She was a work of art. And this particular theme was virginal, so it was all white. She loved to create irony and was particularly aroused by the image in her mind's eye of a virginal queen's white purity awash in the blood and gore of slaughter. She entered the temple of Shamash and stomped her way to the rooftop where she found Ninsun engaged in offerings to Shamash. "Where is he, cow?" she yelled. Ninsun looked at her fearfully. Ishtar sensed a presence and turned to see the quiet muscular figure of Ninurta standing in the shadow of the pillars. And in that instant, she knew Gilgamesh was gone. He had left the city. But where and why? "I thought I smelled excrement," said Ishtar. "Ninurta, you really must stop hiding in the shadows like a cockroach. Unless of course you want to be a cockroach, in which case I am sure my sorcerers could help you out with some incantations and magic potions." Ninurta stepped out silently into the light. He strode toward Ishtar. So this was it. He was finally going to challenge her in a duel of power. Ishtar tightened with readiness and a slight grin. This upstart may be a mighty warrior, but he had nowhere near the experience of Ishtar. She had cut through a myriad of warriors and tread through oceans of blood to get to her position as the fiery goddess of war. She had an uncontrollable temper, but when it came to battle, she was an invincible champion of technique, precision, and skill. In the assembly of the gods, she was uncontested. Just try me, scrapper, she thought. Give me the excuse. But Ninurta was not challenging her. He walked right past her, their eyes and clenched teeth following each other like serpents ready to strike. He walked up to and stood beside Ninsun. "I will have my day, blowhard," mused Ninurta. "And then you will know wrath. But my day is not yet here." "I see," said Ishtar. "The calf of Uruk is gone on a secret mission, so guard the cow." Ninurta did not speak. His power was his silence. Words were wasted on enemies. Silence maintained advantage. Instead, Ninsun responded, "Gilgamesh is on a clandestine quest of utmost importance and secrecy. He will reveal his undertaking and purpose upon his return." "How formal and proper of you," hissed Ishtar. But then she stopped and brightened with realization. "You told him, did you not?" said Ishtar. Ninsun would not say. But she did not have to. This little impostor outwitted her and told Gilgamesh before Ishtar could force her. "You did. You told Gilgamesh about his lineage." Ninsun gave a nervous glance at Ninurta, who remained as inexpressive as a stone statue. Ishtar added slyly, "And about your facade of deity?" Ninsun had already been so completely humiliated by Ishtar in her own city and temple that this was mere redundancy. Ishtar announced with sarcastic melodrama, "And now he has gone on a journey to seek the land of the living in search of his ancestry and eternal life." It was too easy for her to figure that one out. Ishtar approached Ninsun. Her extravagant robe dragged on the floor, giving her the appearance of floating in the air. Ninurta placed his hand on his sword hilt. "Stay your nervous hand and sweaty loins, guard dog," said Ishtar. "I am not in the mood." But Ninurta stepped closer, his face an impenetrable wall of stone, his sword arm a steel trap ready to spring. Ishtar leaned close enough to whisper to Ninsun with a triumphant grin. "Your orphan amputee is in for a big surprise." Ninsun did not understand what Ishtar meant. What kind of surprise? Was it all a lie? Was he walking into a trap? But Ninsun was afraid to betray her fear. She tried to act casual in her concern. "What are you talking about, surprise?" Ishtar stepped back and laughed. "Why do you not ask your dog?" Ninsun looked to Ninurta. He was not going to speak. Ishtar leaned back in. Ninurta followed with readiness. Ishtar hissed, "You are safe now, Lady Cow. But I have no more use for you. And the day will come when you will no longer be protected, and I will gut you." Ninsun gulped and felt nauseous. Ishtar thought for a moment and added with a chuckle, "With orgasmic pleasure." She turned and walked away with the swagger of a harlot, her robe train following behind her like a long flowing cape. At the entrance pillar, she stopped for one glance back at Ninurta and whispered too softly to hear, "You and I will dance later, big boy." But with their preternatural hearing, the gods could pick out the softest of sounds at a great distance. Ishtar's whisper did not go unheard. Chapter 37. Gilgamesh had left before the dawn with only a dirk in his belt and the clothes on his back. He was on a long perilous journey, but was going to need all his strength and the lightest load he could carry for the feat before him. It was the mightiest of all his accomplishments because it was a contest with his largest nemesis yet. He was going to outrun the sun. Ninsun had told him of the legends of Dilmun, the land of the living, that resided where the sun rises at the mouth of the rivers. The mouth of the rivers in Sumer was the southern sea that drank the Tigris and Euphrates and opened up into seas that circled the earth. The poetic reference to the sun rising was a way of saying a place of dawning glory far away. It was a magical island considered an abode of the blessed, where Noah ben Lamech and his wife had retreated to live out their immortality awarded by the gods. It was described as an Edenic paradise. Some thought it was the original Eden. Gilgamesh had read of this land of the living where the sweet waters came up and mixed with the bitter waters of the ocean. It was written that in Dilmun, the croak of the raven was not heard, the bird of death did not utter the cry of death, the lion did not devour, the wolf did not rend the lamb, the dove did not mourn, there was no widow, no sickness, no old age, no lamentation. Gilgamesh had wondered if this was the Garden of Eden of Sumerian myth, where the gods bestowed eternal life to all who lived there. He could not know that the original Eden had been completely covered over in lava up in the Ararat mountain range. He was ready to sacrifice everything to find his great-grandfather and obtain the immortality that alone could quench his thirst. Ninsun had explained that the only way to find Noah was to find his boatman Urshanabi who could take him to Noah across the waters of death. But Urshanabi could only be found by traversing the path of the sun, a long underground passageway beneath the earth that began at the twin mountain peaks of Mashu, and passed through a pitch-black subterranean tunnel of Sheol. The dead could not escape Sheol, but if a living one like Gilgamesh could follow the pathway without wavering to the right or to the left, and he could do so before the sun could complete one revolution around the earth, he would safely arrive near the location of Urshanabi's boat crossing. Gilgamesh chuckled to himself. He remembered how Sinliki Anini, his scholar sage and librarian, had gone off on another long jackal trail when describing to him the fabled path of the sun. Actually, the scholar had said, using one of his trademark sentence openers that was an indication he was about to correct someone again, the path of the sun is not technically the real path of Shamash under the earth. You see, commoners in their ignorance lack nuance in their reasoning and simply think that it is the literal path of the sun. But as a wisdom sage, I can tell you that the assured results of elite scholarship know that the sun travels around the solid firmament above and sets in the west, or it circles beneath the earth through its underworld tunnel eastward, or it rises behind the far mountains at the edge of the world. But the path of the sun that you are taking begins at the twin peaks of Mount Mashu within traveling distance to the east of Uruk, not the far edge of the world. Secondly, Mount Mashu is said to guard the rising of the sun, but in point of fact, if you begin your run where the sun rises, then you will be running against the sun's circuit toward the west and will only have 12 hours before the sun sets and meets you in the beginning of its tunnel beneath the earth. Additionally, you are traveling westward, which is in the opposite direction of the magical land of Dilmun, which lies eastward in the South Sea. Therefore, the fact that you have 24 hours to run your course and the actual tunnel does not match the true path of the sun obviously implies that path of the sun is a poetic metaphor that is lost on uneducated and ignorant literalists who. Sinleki, interrupted Gilgamesh with impatience, shut up, will you? I got the point. Sinliki Anini stopped with a gasp. Gilgamesh wondered if the scholar had even taken a breath during that entire monologue. Gilgamesh summarized, I am passing through a pitch-black tunnel in Sheol, and I have 24 hours to make it or else. Gilgamesh realized he was not done. Which leads to my next question. And please try to answer only what I ask in as few words as possible. Yes, my lord, replied Sinliki Anini. What happens if I do not make it? Asked Gilgamesh. Will the shades attack me? Just yes or no. But my lord, said the scholar. Just yes or no, insisted the king. Yes and no, said Sinliki Anini. Gilgamesh sighed with a frustrated roll of his eyes. Sinliki Anini blurted as quickly as he could, no, they will not attack you if you do not stray into their crevices at the tunnel's edges. Yes, they will eat you if you do. Gilgamesh stopped and gave his scholar a smile. See, now that was not too hard, was it? Well done, scholar. However, Sinliki Anini tried to add. Said Gilgamesh with his finger in the air to stop him. The scholar obeyed and gulped his words. And Gilgamesh gulped at how hard his task was going to be without getting eaten alive. By the time Gilgamesh made it to Mount Mashu, he discovered the one last thing he should have let his long-winded scholar tell him: the gateway to the path of the sun was guarded by scorpion people. Chapter 38. Gilgamesh was awakened by the rustling of some brush. He had fallen asleep inside the cave entrance that he found after running many leagues to Mount Mashu without stopping to rest. He was practicing for his 12 double-hour run through the underworld. He had managed to kill a couple of lions with the intent of carrying some food with him for the grueling journey ahead. He grasped his dagger and slid into the shadow of a crevice in the rock wall. He heard the scraping of clawed feet approaching on the rocks, and with it, a male and a female voice. They were bickering. The male voice was gruff and spoke with a rural accent like he had not been in the city ever. The female voice was raspy and badgering. Oh, for Enlil's sake, will you please just simmer down some? Said the male voice. Simmer down? You do not tell me to simmer down, said the female voice. I ask you to do one little thing, go and get us some food, and you cannot even do that without me leaving our post to help you do your job. Nag, 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 complained the male voice. Is that all you can do? Well, if you did your job, I would not have to nag, nagged the female voice. And now all we have is this mangy dog that is not fit for an appetizer. Gilgamesh saw the bickering couple enter the cave. He almost gasped with horror. They were scorpion people. Abominable hybrid beings that he had heard of in fables of dark antediluvian days, but had never actually seen. They had the lower bodies of scorpions with stinger tails and 8 arachnid legs, and the upper bodies of humans, male and female. But where their hands would be on their arms were scorpion claws, large powerful pincers. He had heard that before the flood, the gods had experimented with dark occultic arts in an attempt to interbreed nature with itself. To unite opposing poles of being. They had created soldiers with canine and avian heads, scorpion people, and other crossbred creatures. He did not know just exactly what was the point behind it all and whether this had something to do with the arrival of the deluge of judgment. Had the gods reinstituted their miscegenation plans, or were these just rejects from a dying line of those ancestors? The female dragged a diseased dog carcass by the hind leg and plopped it against the wall. It must have been dead for days and was rotting with maggots and flies all about it. Gilgamesh felt vomit rise in his throat. These mongrel monstrosities of miscegenation were the sentinels of the path of the sun. Now do I have to also gut it and clean it for you, or can you at least do that simple task? She asked with contempt. The scorpion man rolled his eyes, sighed and took the dog by the throat, thrusting his other claw into the belly to clip through it like a pair of scissors. Its rotting guts poured out on the floor. The scorpion man licked his claw and crunched a few maggots. Gilgamesh gathered his wits and stepped out into the light of the fire the scorpion woman had just started. The scorpion man saw him first and just stared at him. At 9 feet tall, Gilgamesh was a good bit taller than their approximate height of about 6 feet. And Gilgamesh was a Gibber warrior, a mighty king who had conquered the Rephaim Humbaba and the Bull of Heaven. But who knew what these occultic chimeras were capable of? Maybe they had magic powers from the gods. After all, the gods would not post sentries who were not capable of defending their turf. Their grumpy personalities must have been a disarming facade for some very vicious creatures ready to sting and claw to death their adversaries. Then again, they could not hunt well enough to find their own food. The scorpion woman turned to see the scorpion man standing frozen in position. She blurted out, "Will you please stop piddling around like a statue and get your—" She stopped when she saw Gilgamesh standing with hand on his dagger. She backed up a couple of steps in shock. Gilgamesh would not allow them time to strategize. He pronounced, "I am King Gilgamesh, scion of Uruk, wild bull on the rampage, slayer of Humbaba and the Bull of Heaven, the mighty king who has no equal." The scorpion man finally spoke. "That is one mighty long list of epithets. Do you have a shorter name that is easier to remember?" "For in Lil's sake, Girdablu," barked the scorpion woman, "it is King Gilgamesh." Girdablu smiled as recognition slowly crept over his expression, and said, "We know you. He whose body is flesh of the gods is our visitor." The woman, Sinista, corrected him, "Only 2/3 of him is god. 1/3 of him is human." Gilgamesh, feeling a bit for the chastised of his gender, decided to help out Girdablu. "That is just a myth. I am really a half-breed. Like you are." Girdablu and Sinista grew cold. A pall of tension descended upon the cave. "We would appreciate it," said Sinista, "if you would refrain from such derogatory comments about half-breeds. It is offensive and it's kindism." "Kindism?" asked Gilgamesh. Girdablu jumped in to help clarify. "It is the human tendency to judge animal beings by their created kind and then to place them on a hierarchy of superiority, with man being on the top, of course, and lowly scorpions being inferior or of lesser value. It is used to justify oppression and the exploitation of the other. But I was not inferring such a value distinction," said Gilgamesh. "I am a mixture of kinds myself." "That is just what a kindist says," argued Sinista. "I will bet some of your best friends are also half-breeds too, are they not?" she added sarcastically. "Now I know why the gods appointed these two as guards of the path of the sun," thought Gilgamesh. "They will quarrel anyone to death who tries to get past them." But at least he knew now that his life was not in danger with these maladjusted nitpickers. "Never mind," remarked Gilgamesh. "I wanted to offer you the lions I captured and cleaned." He stepped over to the fire and took a burning log for light. He moved just a few feet back into the cave to show 2 large lions hanging and drying out over the rocks. Gilgamesh added, "I ate some of their meat already, but you can have the rest of them for yourselves." Girdablu glanced at Gilgamesh and smiled as if to say, "You would do that for us, dut." Sinista piped up, "See, Gert? He was able to capture 2 lions and he only had a dagger. Look at what you could achieve if you only applied yourself." Gerda rolled his eyes for Gilgamesh to see and mimicked her mouth gestures to him like a chicken clucking without the noise. Gilgamesh smiled. "So what is your journey?" asked Gerda. "I seek Shanabi, the boatman of Noah ben Lamech," answered Gilgamesh. "I am told he is at the end of the tunnel of the path of the sun." "You want to travel the path of the sun?" exclaimed Gerda. "It has never been done before," added Sinista. "There is a first for everything," said Gilgamesh. "But you only have 12 hours to make it to the other side," said Gerda. "I thought it was 12 double hours," said Gilgamesh. "That is what the legends say." "Well, the legends are wrong," said Gerda. "It only takes the sun 12 hours to traverse the sky and enter its channel beneath the earth. You can see it with your own eyes. Or do you cling to blind faith in your legends against the observable facts?" Gilgamesh's heart dropped. Now he only had half the time he thought he would have to traverse the tunnel. It seemed to just keep getting worse. "Okay, I have only 12 hours, said Gilgamesh. "In utter darkness that even torches cannot penetrate," added Sinista. "I know," repeated Gilgamesh. He had heard that the darkness of some parts of Sheol was so thick, all earthly light was consumed in the blackness. Although he thought it was called outer darkness, not utter darkness. Maybe it was just the rural accent of this yokel. "And if you stray to the right or to the left, the shades will eat you alive," said Gerda. I know," exclaimed Gilgamesh. "But what I do not know is how I will be able to run that straight line through the tunnel without being able to see where I am going." "Oh, that is easy," said Gerda. He extended his large claws on either side of Gilgamesh's ears and clacked them with a smile. "You follow the sound." "Gert," interrupted Sinista, "we are supposed to be guarding the path of the sun, not giving away its secrets." "Woman!" shouted Gerda. He was fed up. She had gone too far. "Do you really think this half-breed?" Sinista's eyes widened with shock. "Yes," I said, "half-breed, will be able to beat the sun?" "Thanks for the vote of confidence," muttered Gilgamesh. Gerda continued his rant at Sinista. "This will be entertaining. So shut up, sit down, enjoy the show, and leave me be, you pestering billy goat." Sinista was dumbfounded at the tongue lashing. He had never stood up to her with such firmness. She deferred to his display of strength. Even Gerda was a bit surprised at his outburst. But he kind of liked it. Maybe he would act more like a scorpion and wear the claws in the family from now on. He turned back to the giant king and asked him with an annoyed look, "Are you married?" Gilgamesh shook his head no. "Lucky you," Gerda muttered. Gilgamesh asked him, "What exactly do you mean follow the sound?" Gerda's eyes narrowed and he began to speak with the kind of expressive gestures that an actor in a theater performed. Gilgamesh could tell he loved telling stories. Gerda explained, "The path of the sun is the only segment of Sheol that the shades will not transgress. It is the path of the sun, for Shamash's sake, I would not either. But once they know you are there, they will surround you in every nook and cranny, every crevice, every godforsaken hole that opens to Sheol. And they will wait for you to get too close to their gnashing monstrous chops, and when you do, you are shade bait." Gilgamesh was not encouraged by the news. In fact, he was growing increasingly discouraged, wondering why he ever chose this crazy idea in the first place. Gerda continued with his excitable and expressive storytelling, "But that is their weakness," he grinned widely, "they cannot stop chomping." Gilgamesh's eyebrow raised. He was beginning to catch on. "Their foul-smelling, chattering little chompers create a tunnel of sound." Gilgamesh smiled. Of course. He should have thought of that. He remembered the tales of the shades that he had heard as a child. Their bodies were animated by worms and maggots, and they were faceless faces with huge sets of double teeth that clattered with endless hunger. The phrase, "the mouth of Sheol is never satisfied," brought to mind not only the inevitability of death, but also the eternal lack of satisfaction in that state. Gerda interrupted his reminiscence, "Be like a bat. Turn off your sight and invest every ounce of your mind into your ears. Listen. And simply follow the tunnel of sound as you would a tunnel of sight." "Gerda and Sinista," announced Gilgamesh, "I thank you for your aid. I will never forget this day. I will return and lavish you with all the gold, carnelian, and lapis lazuli you could desire." "Some cooking utensils and spices would suffice," inserted Sinista. "You are still going to die," concluded Gerda with a casual resignation toward Gilgamesh. "Because there is no way you can make it in 12 hours. I have a running stride of 9 feet. They do not call me Wild Bull on the rampage for nothing," said Gilgamesh with a smile. "You just wait and see." He shared a meal with the chimerical couple and listened to their life stories, interrupted by hair-splitting and quibbling over petty details. His mind drifted to Sinliki and Ini. He was right about the discrepancy of 12 double hours he had pointed out to Gilgamesh. But all in all, he was amused and fell asleep to the sound of the cackling fire. Chapter 39. Gilgamesh awoke before dawn, and the scorpion couple led him to the entranceway of the path of the sun, lit only by their handheld torches. It was a cave entrance that dropped steeply down to intersect with the huge round tunnel below. Exactly where the sun came out past his entrance he could not figure out. He would not bother himself with minor operational details. He had a race to run. It was a steep descent into the underworld that sent a chill down Gilgamesh's spine. He held a torch for light and looked into the opening. He could not see very far down. It was as if the blackness was as thick as bitumen and swallowed up any attempt to shed light on its corners and crevices. Gilgamesh stretched his body in preparation for his run. He was in a race against time, and he was going to push his body to its limit like he had never done before. He wore only a loincloth, made from the magical animal pelts, to protect his private area from the exertion. Anything else, be it sandal or tunic, would be an added weight to slow him down. He even pulled back his hair and shaved his beard off to maintain minimal air resistance. He took his last bite of lion meat and a swig of water from his water skin. "Wish me luck," he said to the couple. "If you make this before the sun enters and burns you alive, or before the shades catch you and eat you alive, then I will mend my ways and build Sinista her dream cookery," said Girdablu. Sinista slapped him playfully and said, "That is not fair. You are sure to win that bet." Gilgamesh took a second look at Girdablu and Sinista. They had a strange peaceful look about them, as if the constant tension between them was momentarily released. It was not their normal disposition. They were even holding claws. And then he realized what it was. They probably had marital relations last night for the first time since the gods know when. He smiled and said to Girdablu, "Better get your tools together, because I am coming back to visit, and make sure you eat crow." A hopeful look crossed Sinista's face and she smacked her lips. Clearly crow sounded good to her. A tiny beam of orange began to break the sunrise. Girdablu turned and held his claws to his mouth and bellowed with all his might, "Come and get him, you slobbering teeth heads. Breakfast is ready." Gilgamesh gave Girdablu a dirty look. "What?" said Girdablu. "You need them for the sound." I know," said Gilgamesh. "But you do not have to make it sound like I do not have a chance." "You do not," he said. "How about something more positive?" said Gilgamesh. "Okay," said Girdablu. "I for one, will be sad to see you gone." Gilgamesh shook his head at Sinista, who smiled with sympathy. Gilgamesh leapt into the darkness and began his descent into Sheol. He did not carry a torch. It was useless. The darkness would swallow the light anyway. It was not too long before Gilgamesh could hear the sounds of munching grinding teeth and the soft hisses and whines of hunger pangs gathering around him. This was it. He had reached the path of the sun through Sheol. He stopped. Closed his eyes. Wait a minute, that made no difference. He could not see a thing anyway. He opened them. And listened. He concentrated on the growing sounds around him. Teeth clicking, clattering, chomping, and grinding. Together with the moaning and soft wails, they began to blend into an aural tunnel that his ears could hear as clearly as his eyes would see with light. Amazing, thought Gilgamesh. Girdablu was right. And there was no time to waste. He began to run. He paced himself. He had only 12 hours, but if he pushed himself too soon he could burn out, which would lead to a collapse and then a burn up by the sun. Persistent concentration on the sound tunnel was an added mental pressure that sapped his endurance. It was a challenging feat to balance the interests of all these factors against the sundial that moved relentlessly toward his death. The ubiquitous darkness around him made him lose all sense of time and place. He had only his breathing to trust. He knew the tempo of breathing he had to maintain to make it out in time, and he trusted his discipline and training. He would not eat anything for the entire 12 hours and would only sip water occasionally from his water skin because it tended to offset the cadence of his breathing and synchronized footsteps. The fact is, if he made it out in time, he could very well collapse dead at his feet from dehydration or exhaustion. Soon the sound of his breathing and the sound of the shades craving his flesh created a rhythm that he got caught up in and lost himself. He did not know how long he had been running. He did not know how far he had gone or how far he had to go. He only knew he was on time because his breathing. In, out, stride, stride, in, out, stride, stride. He guessed he was maybe 3/4 of the way there. Nearing the home stretch. And then it happened. The unforeseen. It was not a monster, it was not a shade or a villain of evil. It was a rock. A simple rock. Of all the scenarios they had discussed, dealing with a piece of rock that had loosened from the tunnel ceiling and fallen to the ground in a simple random occurrence was not one of them. Of course, rocks loosened all the time and fell to the ground all the time. But not here, not now. It would be of no consequence to the huge sun rolling through the tunnel, burning up everything in its path. But to a demigod who could bleed and break, it was big enough to hurt, and it was of grave consequence. It was the size of a large miku ball, like the one he made out of the Vulupu tree. He could not have seen it. He could not have heard it. It was not making sounds like the shades all around him. His foot hit it in mid-stride and he launched forward in a fall that almost scraped his face off had it not been for his hands flailing out in front. He hit the ground with a huge thud and slid 20 feet. He thought he blacked out for a second, but how can you tell when you are already surrounded by impenetrable blackness? He felt his shin. It was not broken, but it was bruised badly. He tried to get up and a shaft of pain split through him like lightning. He screamed out. And then he heard the shades. Their hunger suddenly became like the sound of a hive of wasps. And they were all around. He could no longer hear the tunnel. He could only hear their grinding, gnashing, gnawing teeth all around him like a bubble, and he was inside it. How did that happen? Did he fall down a hole into the recesses of Sheol? No. They would be upon him by now. He had to gather his wits and concentrate. Focus on the sound. His head started to clear, though his shin continued to throb. He stood up, trying to tune his hearing into the agony trying to consume him. He knew he had tumbled away from the center of the tunnel and must be very close to one of the walls, deathly close. He could smell the fetid reek of their decay inches away. He thought he sensed a clear path ahead of him, and was about to move forward, when he was checked by his nathal sense, that preternatural awareness of danger that had protected him many a time on the steppe with lions, wolves, and bears. He exhaled and relaxed, forgetting his ticking sundial just long enough to achieve full oral awareness. He could now hear two pathways, a large one to his left and this smaller one right in front of him. That is when he realized that the shades had almost tricked him. Knowing his oral reliance, the denizens of Sheol had cleared away from a portion of the wall to create the illusion of a clear pathway. As soon as he would have run into the empty wall, thinking it was the tunnel, they would be upon him. He stepped back into the center of the tunnel and got his bearings. He could hear the tunnel again. And he started to run again. Or rather, to limp, as the pain shot up his leg with each step. It was going to destroy his concentration. He had to overcome this. He had no option. He may have already lost everything. He turned the sharp pain into a new part of the rhythm. In, out, step, pain, in, out, step, pain. It took him a few cycles, but he finally achieved the cadence he needed again with his newly altered rhythm of pain. And then, because he had lost time, he picked up the pace and took no water for the rest of the run. Every single choice, every single action now, from an irregular stride to a drink of water, meant life or death. But it may already be too late. Just when the pain began to fade into his being, he saw a tiny ray of light coming in from ahead of him. He still did not know how far he had to go, and it was not the kind of encouragement that is usually given to someone when they see the light at the end of a tunnel. This light meant he was too late. The sun was already arriving at the setting end of the path of the sun, where it would enter the tunnel and roll over him, vaporizing him into ash. Seeing the light meant the sun was ahead of him. It was beating him. He was going to lose. He did not pray to Shamash even though he was the sun god, because he had already proven to Gilgamesh to be entirely incompetent and unreliable. The thought suddenly struck him that he was pursuing Noah the distant, so why not pray to Noah's god? But who was it? Ninsun had never told him who Noah's patron deity was. He had only heard references to the creator. Was it Nudimud or Chingu? It could not be Nintu or Mami because they were creatresses. There were too many to even try a process of elimination. He thought he would just wing it and throw out a cry for mercy to an unknown god. He prayed silently because he could not afford the energy to pray out loud. God of Noah, I do not know who you are, and whether you are even capable of doing anything wherever you are. But I ask you just this once: if you are there and if you are real, allow me safe passage, I pray, that I might seek the wisdom of your child, Noah ben Lamech. It was a desperate plea. A last resort. Could this god even hear the thoughts of his heart? Shamash proved incapable of doing so. The inept and posturing little twerp. And then he saw it, the circle of the tunnel exit, a rim of light that grew rapidly in size as he approached nearer and nearer. And then it was huge and he was at the opening. He dove out into the light, just as a flash of a fireball entered the tunnel, burning his loincloth and singing some of his hair. He did not actually see the fireball enter the path of the sun. It probably would have burned his eyes out of their sockets. But he marveled at how close he had come. Was that an answer to prayer? He thought. But how could a god who was not addressed by name know who was being addressed? I did not even know who I was addressing. The lack of omniscience of the pantheon persuaded him that he had deluded himself. When a man reaches the end of his rope and there is nowhere else to turn, he will try all options, even fantasy ones. Any gods will do. What an ironic coincidence it was that he happened to pray just as he was unknowingly near the end of his own achievement. It must have been his own oneness with his surroundings that allowed him the prescience. He would have to remember that one for a good story to his posterity. He looked around him and suddenly realized that he had rolled right into a garden of delights. Lush foliage and brilliance like that of gemstones were all around him. Because there were gemstones all around him. The trees must have been trees of the gods because they were made of carnelian and lapis lazuli. Instead of thorns and brambles there were rubies and amber. He saw that the trees bore fruit that were good for food and they were a delight to the eyes. He took of the fruit and ate. But when he saw the glistening pool of sweet spring water, he dove in without hesitation and began to gulp its life-saving waters. He could feel his vitality return to him with each swallow. He laughed and swam and drank. Chapter 40. Gilgamesh did not know how long he was in the precious garden. He lost track of time. Was it days or weeks? His strength revived. The pain in his bruised leg seeped away. His beard had grown back. But he knew he had to leave. As much as he could have stayed here forever, it would ultimately become a false paradise, a temporary respite of pleasure before an eternity of pain. But what awakened him from his blissful slumber was not an innate righteousness or wisdom. It was the fact that he became aware that someone or something was watching him. It was not human, that much he knew. Humans had a distinct presence unlike animals or gods. They were simpler and less aware of their own embeddedness within their environment. They were sloppier in their movements and their smell was more sour than animals, probably because of their consumption of milk and cheese products made from goat and bovine milk. This one smelled more like barley. He first noticed his visitor when he had emerged from the pond one day and put on his sole loincloth pelt after drying himself in the sun. A brief melancholy came over him as he thought to himself that Enkidu would love this place. The big lunk would be beside himself with wild-born glee at the sights, smells, and sounds of a world without city. He still missed his dear friend in right hand. But then he smiled thinking of him running around naked like a crazy hyena and finding a most stunning beauty of voluptuousness at a drinking hole probably much like this one. And then he felt a chill penetrate his nerves. He did not see anything. It was not a noise. It was not a smell. It was an overwhelming sense of incarnation. Like something that inhabited its flesh with such superiority that it had an effect on everything near it. The sensation defied logical explanation. He had only noticed such sensation in the presence of the assembly of gods. But what god would hide itself? No, this must be a predator. Something that liked to toy with its prey before assaulting and slaughtering it. He got up, trying to avoid the appearance of his knowledge of the intruder, and sought out a tree branch large enough to wield as a pike or spear and small enough to break from its roots. He had no weapon, since he left his dirk and everything but his loincloth at the cave of the scorpion couple. In the excitement of his discovery of the oasis, the thought of protection had escaped his mind. How did I ignore such obvious short-sightedness? He thought. Was I enchanted? Am I under a spell? Maybe this garden was not a paradise of delight after all but a trap of illusionary peace intended to distract the victims with sensory pleasure, which would blind their instinct of self-preservation, making them ripe for the picking. The loud snapping crunch of the branch breaking off in his hands echoed throughout the garden. Whatever you are, come and get it, thought Gilgamesh. He may be a half-naked half-human made of flesh, but he was a gibber, a mighty warrior and hunter and he could kill with skilled ferocity. He was the wild bull on the rampage. Come and get it. But when he marched back to the pond in fighting posture, he realized it was gone. Fled. The coward, he mused to himself. Of course it was not necessarily a coward, but such was the kind of thinking that poured through the mind of a warrior when all his senses became flooded with preparation for battle. It was like he became a different person, from prey to predator, from victim to victor. He bellowed with a mighty warrior cry, I am Gilgamesh, mighty scion of Uruk. It was the shout of an alpha male claiming his superiority and ownership of territory. It was an instinctual reaction. And it could very well cost him his life. The one thing he had over whatever it was that was hunting him was his anonymity. The thing did not know his identity or his experience triumphing over giants and monsters. It did not know that Gilgamesh was half man and half god. If this thing was sentient with human or godlike intelligence, Gilgamesh had just given away his secret. He had spilled the porridge like an adolescent boy. Son of Ishtar, he cursed to himself. Why did I not just tell it how to defeat me while I was at it? Oh, and you can find me sleeping naked without my guardian Ninurta between the hours of midnight and dawn. He hit himself in the head and muttered, "Moron." He had to move on. And he had leave now. He took the time to rub the tree branch on a rough rock to scrape a point into both ends of his newly acquired javelin. While I am at it, he thought, I might as well make two. So he made two sharply pointed javelins. No more surrendering to the blindness of pleasure and the ignorance of illusory security. He would go nowhere anymore without some form of defense. He left the garden refreshed and renewed on his quest to find Noah the distant and far away. He did not know where he was. The surroundings were not familiar. He had traveled many lands and seas, but he did not remember anything like where he was at this moment. The path of the sun seemed to play with his sense of spatial location. Maybe he was in a magical land not on any of the maps of his map makers. What he did know was that the sound he heard was an ocean in the near distance. He tread a path toward it. No matter where one was in the world, a coastline could help pinpoint one's location. But the sea that spread out before him was foreign to him as well. He wondered if this was the Southern Sea. It appeared as if the path of the sun may have gone under the sea and emptied him out somewhere on the Arabian coast. He could not put it all together. He thought maybe reality was as contradictory as the mythology of it was. His attention was taken by the appearance of a large dwelling just south of his position on the beach. He knew his next destination. Chapter 41. By the time he arrived at the structure, he had surmised that it was a tavern. Of all the luck in the world, Gilgamesh had not had a good barley beer in ages. He hoped that they were heavily stocked with dark bitter beer, his favorite. He was salivating just thinking about it. But the door was barred shut. The tavern was locked down and boarded as if it was under siege. Where was the tavern keeper? Was it abandoned? Had he stumbled upon the equivalent of an illusory oasis in the desert only to die from a thirst for beer? Ho, hurrah! He shouted. Is anyone home? Funny, he thought, how much of Enkidu I have absorbed into my own soul. I say again, is there anyone there? Go away! Came a voice from above on the roof. He looked up and saw a woman's veiled face peering down at him. And who might you be, my lady? Said Gilgamesh. I know who you are, Gilgamesh the hunter, she shouted back. Slayer of wild bulls you are. Gilgamesh was taken aback. How do you know my name? He asked. She ignored his question. You made straight for my gate, she yelled. And then it hit him. His eyes lit up with recognition and a slight smile even pursed his lips. Was that you in the garden? He asked her. Were you the one spying on me? I am Shaduri the alewife of this tavern, and I do not countenance troublemakers. Well, Shaduri, the alewife, you did not answer my question, he said with a light-hearted amusement. Are you a peeping alewife, getting your jollies watching kings swim in the nude? His words were more of a tease than an accusation. You are a king? She asked. Now, she was the one confused. King Gilgamesh in all his naked glory, he sported. Would you like me to take off my loincloth so you can know for sure, since you are evidently familiar with my most intimate of body parts? I was not peeping on you, she complained, trying to defend herself. Did you like what you saw? He said. I take it you are a respectable woman, due to the veil, or is that a disguise you wear when peeping? It was true. Women who frequented taverns and alehouses were usually prostitutes and slaves, and they were forbidden the veil in such places. Only virtuous women wore them. I was not peeping. She shouted back indignantly. She then showed her own bow with arrow drawn and aimed at him. And for your information, I could have killed you where you lay. I am not afraid to defend myself and have done so on occasion. Gilgamesh laughed with genuine amusement. He threw his spears aside and opened his hands wide as a gesture of diplomacy. He could dodge any standard hunting arrow launched by a woman. He said slyly, I have no doubt of your training in the art of self-defense, considering the patrons of such establishments. But I am getting weary of this exchange. Now, either you come down here and unbar your door with traditional kindness to a stranger, or I will kick it in and take my fill. It is your choice. He listened for her response. But he could not see her little head poking out from the rooftop anymore. She was hiding. Shaduri? He shouted. My patience is. His shout was interrupted by the sound of the door being unbarred from within. He sighed with eager anticipation of his long-overdue imbibing of lager. The door creaked open and Shaduri stood timidly in the crack of an opening. Forgive my impertinence, King Gilgamesh, she offered. Surely you respect my caution. Impertinence forgiven, said Gilgamesh. You have nothing to fear from me, Shaduri. All I really want from you is your list of brews available for consumption. After he had an assortment of spirits dark and light sloshing in his belly, Gilgamesh began to feel a little more carefree and lightheaded. Shiduri stood across from him at the bar refilling when needed and probing his heart like the woman she was. My friend Enkidu once drank a keg without nary an effect on him. He even outdid the goddess Ishtar in a drinking contest of sorts. Although I suspect she was feigning a bit. He knows how to hold his drink, that wild-born. Gilgamesh's eyes were tearing with the memory of his loyal right-hand and friend. But he was talking as if Enkidu was still alive. The alcohol had loosened him up and he was imbibing in the past as if it were the present. You two are close, she said. Closer than a wife, he said quickly. I do not mean in that way, he qualified to her smile. He has a wife to die for. And he almost did when he challenged me at his wedding to her. Ah, Shamhat. Harlot turned queen. You remind me of her a little bit. Shiduri's eyes went wide with surprised offense. The second queenly part, I mean, he corrected himself. Although Shamhat would never peep in on my nakedness. She slapped him playfully. He grinned and boasted, together we cut off the head of Humbaba the Terrible, guardian of the great cedar forest. We survived the presence of the assembly of the gods. We slaughtered the bull of heaven and defied the goddess Ishtar, the treacherous vile snake. Shiduri's eyes watered with empathy for him. She said softly, why is there sorrow in your heart, mighty Gilgamesh? Your face is sunken, your cheeks are hollow, your mood wretched and wasted like one who has traveled a distant road. Gilgamesh stared out into oblivion. Because my friend Enkidu, whom I love, has turned to clay. She put her hand on his with sympathy for his loss. I am so sorry, she said. He continued, I did not give him up for burial. For 6 days and 7 nights, I wept over him. I reminisced with his corpse until a maggot fell out of his nose. It was too much for me to bear. So I went mad and roamed the wild. But not because of my mourning for him. It was mourning for me. Because I shall too soon be like him. I will also lie down, never to rise again through all eternity. In that moment, it all came clear to Shiduri. His following of the path of the sun, his crisis of meaning and confrontation with death. His craving for immortality. You are searching for Noah ben Lamech. She said. He glanced up at her through his bleary eyes. He half whispered as if in the presence of the holy alewife, do you know the road to Noah ben Lamech? She said nothing. She searched his eyes. He was impatient. What is the landmark? Do you know the landmark? Give it to me, please, Shiduri. I will cross the ocean if need be. I will face death itself. Shiduri spoke with wisdom, you will cross the ocean if you seek Noah ben Lamech. But since days of old, none has ever done so. The crossing is perilous. Gilgamesh was all ears now. He had reverted to the kind of listening he had engaged in when traveling the path of the sun through the underworld of Sheol. And then there are the waters of death, she said ominously. He did not care about any danger. He had already faced death 100 times. He looked deep into her eyes and said, I have nothing else to live for. Without ceremony, she said simply, down the shore, you will find Urshanabi the boatman of Noah ben Lamech. He will take you to him across the waters. Gilgamesh continued staring into her eyes. She added, but beware the stone ones. Stone ones? He thought. But the moment was too holy to ruin with a stupid question like, who are the stone ones? So he chose instead to embrace the sacredness. Are you a goddess? He asked. He remembered how he had sensed her presence in the garden and was sure it was not human. Was this a goddess of wisdom who graced his presence? But she did not answer him. Instead, she slowly moved around the bar to stand above his stooped over seated figure. She pulled his face up to meet hers. She whispered to him, death is your destination, Gilgamesh. Play the day, dance the evening. Enjoy your family. That is all you can have. She kissed him. Passionately. Deeply. They drank each other in. Chapter 42. Gilgamesh hid in the forest watching Urshanabi cutting lumber, no doubt for the building of a new boat for his shoreline pier out on the water. It was a simple pier, made for the purpose of a sole black boat tethered to its posts. Memories of the previous evening intruded on his thoughts. The alewife Shiduri would not tell Gilgamesh what she was, goddess or other, but one thing was sure, she was beyond human. Gilgamesh doubted her claims to virtue based on her performance with him that provided the most intense and memorable sensual experience he had ever had with a woman. He did not know one could achieve such climactic heights of carnal knowledge. It was as if she gave to him what Ishtar had only promised but no doubt lied about in order to ensnare him in her talons. But he was hiding now because of what she had said. Beware the stone ones. A warning meant danger, and all he had for his protection were his 2 crude spears and a dagger that Chidori had given him, along with some new clothes. There were 4 of them. Apparently they were called stone ones because they were made out of stone. They were taller than him, maybe 10 feet high, and without his weakness of flesh and bone. He had heard of these in the past. They were creatures that had come out of the western Levant and were called Golemim in the plural, and Golem in the singular. They were soulless bodies made from mud or rock, much like the original man was made from the earth. But unlike the original man, a golem did not have the breath of God in it, but rather was invested with animation through magical incantation that was written on a parchment and stuffed in their mouths. Since they were mute and did not breathe, the parchment would not fall out. But take the parchment out and they died, or rather, ceased to move. Since they had no soul, they could not really die. And since they had no flesh, they could not feel pain either. They were like animated yet lifeless statues made of earth. They were perfect for the slave labor they were engaged in. Gilgamesh thought it would be of great use to have an army of these things if he could only get his hands on the incantation that created them. The golem stone once chopped trees. They were so powerful, they could fell timber in a couple of strokes with their huge axes. How could he fight these moving blocks of stone if provoked? His spears would be of no use against them. They were larger than he was, stronger than he was, could not feel pain, and did not have a breath to extinguish. These walking boulders were intimidating even to Gilgamesh. Urshanabi stood by the log pile supervising his work crew. He was a gangly man, who looked like death itself, tall and gaunt but with a round little pot belly that stuck out from his skeletal figure. Gilgamesh thought he must have frequently patronized the tavern of Chidori for her fine variety of beers. Urshanabi was impatient with his stone ones as a cruel master would be with disobedient dogs. He yelled at them, cursed, and paced back and forth irritated. He even kicked one in anger, only to hop around in pain, nursing his stubbed toes. Despite this unstable scenario, Gilgamesh decided he would avoid a fight to pursue his interests through the fine art of negotiation. As king, he may have had a past of being oppressive to his people, but he changed when he saw the injustice of it, and when it came to royal diplomacy with other city-states, he was quite proud of his ability to inspire compromise. The incident with King Aga was one example of avoiding a very bloody and very costly battle and getting what he wanted. Gilgamesh was not merely a master warrior, he was a master negotiator. So he set his javelins in the brush, stood up with his hands open in surrender, and approached Urshanabi with a deferring posture. He called out, "Urshanabi! I come with the blessing of Chidori the alewife. My name is Gilgamesh." Urshanabi looked at Gilgamesh at first with surprise, then with confusion. He pointed at him, and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Stone ones! Kill!" Gilgamesh was shocked. No consideration, no thought, just the command to kill. Who would do such a thing to an unarmed surrendering man? There was no time to think, the stone ones were upon him. The first one swung its mighty axe. Gilgamesh ducked and it buried itself in the tree behind him. The blade sank deep into the wood from the tremendous force of the blow, and wedged tight. The stone one struggled to pull it loose. But just as it yanked it free, another stone one collided with it in full force and the two of them crashed to the ground in a pile of rubble. The thought flashed through Gilgamesh's mind that he was watching a moving earthquake. It was like monumental boulders crashing into each other. This surprised Gilgamesh even more. The charging stone one did not have quick enough faculties to slow down or steer clear of its comrade in time. Evidently, its lack of soul meant a corresponding lack of brains. These things were stupid. And once they fell apart, they were useless. It was like chopping off the head of a shade. He got an idea. He found the axe in the rubble and lifted it. The other two stone ones approached him with their axes and backed him up against a tree. Gilgamesh was experienced with a battle axe. Very experienced. But the stone ones were not as stupid as Gilgamesh had thought. They began to attack with synchronized swings of their axes. They worked in tandem. The first one took the top of the tree off right where Gilgamesh's head was. The second one swung low to lop off his legs. Instinctively Gilgamesh leapt off the ground and did a backward somersault over the newly made tree stump behind him. But they kept coming like unstoppable automatons. They did not tire like Gilgamesh did. And he was now breathing hard, dodging and jumping backward. He did not know how much longer he could keep this up. They were wearing him down with sheer relentlessness. He had to make his move. He tried to break the rhythm of the attackers by blocking with his axe instead of dodging. Unfortunately, their strength was incredible and he could feel their hits ring through his whole body to its core. He almost lost his grip on his own axe. That strategy would not work for long. On top of all this, Urshanabi, the little bugger, had come near enough to keep shouting invectives at Gilgamesh as he fought, though careful to stay out of reach. Gilgamesh did not know what would wear him down first, the axes of the rock warriors or the annoying tongue of their shrill commander. Die, you piece of Mesopotamian filth. Kill him. Kill him now, you stupid blockheads. Why have you come for me, mercenary? Gilgamesh yelled back, I did not come to kill you. He dodged another swing and clanged his blade against the other. Well, why are you here? Shouted Urshanabi. Call them off and we can talk. Gilgamesh shouted back. Clang. Another near miss. He was tiring. Maybe he would not take these warriors out so easily after all. Oh, sure, yelled Urshanabi, that is just what you want, so you can kill me and drag me back for the bounty. So that was the reason for his hostile reaction. He must have been hiding out from justice. After all he had been through, Gilgamesh was about to be killed at the screeching commands of a two-bit outlaw. Another dodge. And this time, he felt the blade nick his chest and draw blood. But it threw the stone one off balance just a little. Enough for Gilgamesh to see that this would be his last chance before succumbing to fatigue and their blades. He stepped in toward it and brought his blade down on the shaft of the other axe. Connection. The shaft cut in half. And then Gilgamesh spun around in a full circle to maximize his impact and brought the blade right at the neck of the stone one. If he had hit it anywhere else, it would have shattered the blade with a mere chip off the old rock. But the neck was the thinnest part of the earthen warrior. The blade connected with a resounding crunch and severed the head from the body. But it also mangled Gilgamesh's blade into a useless crumpled piece of metal. The impact was so hard, he fell to the ground. He looked up to see the now lifeless body of the stone one falling down upon him like an avalanche. He rolled. The stone one fell to the ground shaking the earth and missed crushing Gilgamesh by inches. But then Gilgamesh looked up only to see the other stone one with blade raised high, swinging down to cleave him in two. Instinctively, Gilgamesh rolled again and the blade buried deep into the ground by his head. The stone one had not calculated for the gnarly tree roots in the earth and his blade was instantly entangled in the pliable maze. Gilgamesh jumped up, ran up the shaft and the arms of the stone one as it struggled to wrench it free. He flipped over its head, grabbing its neck on the way down. He was now hanging on the back of the stone one off its neck. It tried to reach behind to grab him, but its arms were too bulky. Rock was not very flexible. It spun in a circle trying to grab him, and Gilgamesh noticed that they were headed straight for a tree. He was going to be crushed like a bug. He hung on with one arm and drew his dagger with his other. It would be utter foolishness to think he could cut the throat of a golem made of stone. But he was not going to cut the throat. He dug the blade into its mouth and leveraged the lips open. The stone one spun further, whirling violently. He hit a tree. Gilgamesh lost his breath. And he could feel a couple of his ribs crack under the impact. He screamed out in pain and almost lost his grip. But he held on. The stone one reached up and grabbed Gilgamesh's dagger wrist and was about to rip his limb off his body, when Gilgamesh reached around its neck with his other hand and felt inside the mouth of the monster. His probing fingers touched the parchment, grabbed it and yanked it out of the mouth. The stone one froze instantly, its hand still grasping Gilgamesh. It had worked. Pulling the written spell out of its mouth had sucked the life out of the creature. It was living stone no more. Gilgamesh wrested his hand from its grip and jumped down to the ground. He grabbed his back in pain and with a big growl heaved and pushed the stone one onto the ground on its face with a thud, breaking it in several pieces. Gilgamesh looked at the spell. It was pretty high-level sorcery that he could not fully understand. But he folded it and tucked it away in his belt pouch for future use. Then he turned and glared at Urshanabi, who stood staring back at him in fear, no longer hurling invectives as fast as his mouth could move. Gilgamesh trounced over to Urshanabi and then complained with a whining voice, "What were you thinking? I told you I was coming in peace. I said I had the blessing of Shaduri. Do you not listen to people?" Urshanabi looked downcast at the forest floor and said, "I am sorry. I am a tad hot-headed and impulsive." "A tad?" exclaimed Gilgamesh. "I almost got crushed to death by your blockheads. You call that a tad?" "I was afraid," blurted Urshanabi. "You are a gibberim. Should I not fear for my life?" Gilgamesh stopped. He had a point. "How can I make it up to you?" asked Urshanabi. "Oh, you will make it up to me," said Gilgamesh. "You will take me to Dilmun, to the land of the living where Noah ben Lamech lives." Urshanabi sighed. "That, I am afraid, is no longer possible." "What do you mean no longer possible?" said Gilgamesh. "You are Noah's boatman and your boat is docked on the shoreline." "Yes, you speak the truth," said Urshanabi, "but you just destroyed the only oarsmen capable of getting us to Noah, the stone ones." Gilgamesh sighed. The day was not going well. Urshanabi explained, you see, in order to travel to Dilmun, we must cross the cosmic sea for 3 days. But the waters that surround the island are called the waters of death. I have heard of them, said Gilgamesh. For any human, touching the waters of death is instant death. A mere splash of the water while rowing will kill you. So I always took one stone one to be my oarsman through the waters of death. They were not humans, so they could not die. Well, that is just great, boatman, said Gilgamesh. You had better put that impulsive nature to good use and give me one good reason why I should not crush your skull for your incompetence that just ruined my search for immortality. Wait, interrupted Urshanabi. You are seeking immortality? Yes, said Gilgamesh. Is that why your face looks sunken, your jowls hollow, and your mood wretched? Said Urshanabi. Sunken face? Thought Gilgamesh. You should talk, skeleton man. My friend, Enkidu, whom I loved deeply, started Gilgamesh. But then he stopped himself. I am not going to rehearse for you my reasons. Noah ben Lamech is my distant relative and I seek his audience. Now, how are you going to help me get there? Urshanabi thought for a moment, then brightened up. I have an idea, he said. Go into the forest and cut me 300 punting poles, each 100 feet long. Punting poles were used to propel a boat along in shallow waters. Since no human hand can touch the waters of death, then you can use each pole once to propel the boat forward, and leave it in the water. That way, you need never touch the deathly seas. It was genius. It would get Gilgamesh to his destination. And it was a lot of hard work. 300? Complained Gilgamesh. He had just exerted every ounce of energy he had taking down 4 rocky brutes and now he would have to cut down, trim, and furnish 300 poles with 2 broken ribs and no strength left? Urshanabi gestured to his own scrawny figure and said, I would help you, but I think you would be waiting a long time before I would be of any benefit. Gilgamesh chortled in agreement, picked up an axe and was about to embark on his new exhausting task, when Urshanabi dropped a big egg on him. But you had better hurry. It takes 3 days for us to get there and the new moon arrives in 4 days. So, what is the problem? Asked Gilgamesh. It is springtide season. At the full moon the tide will be so low, we could get stranded in the waters of death. We would be unable to get out and wade the waters without perishing. But do not tides change from low to high every 12 hours? Said Gilgamesh. Not in Dilmun, said Urshanabi. In Dilmun, it's every 15 days. Gilgamesh gave him a skeptical look. Urshanabi turned defensive. It is a magical island. Do not blame me. Gilgamesh sighed and said, well, it does not surprise me. I have had one pain in the rear end after another. And I am sure they are not going to stop after this. Chapter 43. It took Gilgamesh a little longer than he had hoped to cut down his punting poles and trim and furnish them for the trip to Dilmun and the waters of death. He shackled Urshanabi to a tree to ensure that he did not try to run away. Unfortunately, Gilgamesh wished that he had run away because his relentless croaking critical voice was insufferable. He critiqued almost every move Gilgamesh made. First, his chop was sloppy, then, his poles were not trimmed straight enough, then he was not applying a thick enough varnish of bitumen on them. Finally, Gilgamesh decided to shackle Urshanabi's mouth so he could finish his task in peace. He stuffed some leaves into his cake hole and wrapped a piece of cloth around his mouth to keep them from coming out. When he finished piling the poles on board the craft, he released Urshanabi and ungagged him. But before Urshanabi could begin a new string of complaints, Gilgamesh held up his finger to his face to shut him up and said, Urshanabi, I am done with your belligerent fault-finding and calumny. You will not speak unless spoken to or I will cut out your tongue. Am I understood? Urshanabi nodded his head yes. He was trembling with terror because he knew Gilgamesh would do it. Now, how many days did you say we have before low tide? Asked Gilgamesh. Urshanabi was afraid to answer. It is all right. I spoke to you, said Gilgamesh, trying to calm his fears. Urshanabi kept it concise as he was thinking of losing his most valued appendage to the blade. 3. Gilgamesh had taken a full day to accomplish his task. Gilgamesh smiled. Well done, boatman. A single word answer, and that without complaint or provocation. I am proud of you. Gilgamesh slapped him on the back. His larger-than-life personality was contagious. Urshanabi gave a half-smile and caught his breath that was almost knocked out of him. I packed the beer and food as well, said Gilgamesh. Urshanabi raised his hand like a humble schoolboy. What? Smiled Gilgamesh. Urshanabi said darkly, it is a 5-day row. I thought you said 3 days, said Gilgamesh. For a stone one who does not have to rest, said Urshanabi. You did not stipulate. They were already a day behind when Gilgamesh began his task, and it had taken him the better part of a full day to cut, trim, and finish all 300 punting poles now in the boat. He thought to himself for a moment. He could not stand 15 days with this unbearable belly-aching malcontent, waiting for the next high tide. Keeping him gagged for those 15 days would only breed bitterness and revenge that would backfire on Gilgamesh. He would simply have to push himself to the limit, double his efforts and row a 5-day trip in 3 days, while suffering complete exhaustion from the previous 2 days of fighting stone ones, breaking ribs, and cutting 300 punting poles. Well, it should not be too difficult, said Gilgamesh. We had better get cracking. They pushed off to sea in the 50-foot-long square boat, a common design for Mesopotamian watercraft for both river and sea. It was crescent-shaped with high prows both forward and aft. It contained a large comfortable canopied throne lounge in the center, obviously for the self-important Urshanabi to be rowed around by his stone crew. The boat was made of fresh water reeds that were tightly bound and covered in and out with bitumen pitch for sealant against the water. It was a sturdy seaworthy vessel that was reinforced in order to support the extra weight of a single stone one as oarsman on each trip. The punting poles were laid on both sides with their extended lengths sticking out the back of the boat into the air. Urshanabi got in and sat on his throne. Gilgamesh pulled off the canopy and rolled it up. He quipped, "So sorry to inconvenience you from the perilous rays of the sun, but we are going against the wind, so this canopy will slow us down." Urshanabi just gulped and nodded. He was grateful that Gilgamesh did not trust his scrawny muscles to any of the rowing. "By the way," said Gilgamesh, "how will we know when we have arrived at the waters of death?" Urshanabi answered, "When the island is in sight, and the waters glow." Gilgamesh sat and held the oars. He took a deep breath and a sigh. And he began to row. And row. And row. He achieved a kind of meditative state that helped him to dissociate from his body of pain into flights of fancy, not unlike what he did in the path of the sun with his bruised shin. He rowed for almost 18 hours straight before he took his first of only 2 half-hour naps. Urshanabi woke him and he began to row again without pause. He had become like a stone one, soulless automaton of work. The thought had passed through his mind that this was not much different from what every life amounted to anyway. Live, work, eat, and die. And the dreams and hopes and pursuits of human passion amounted to a temporary hallucinogenic state of imagination before it ended, for everlasting unto everlasting. They arrived at the waters of death with about 6 hours left before low tide would strand them to their deaths. The island of Dilmun was in sight, but it was still a distant speck to his reckoning. All around them the water glowed an iridescent greenish blue. It was the normal color of water, but with a shining that almost dared one to dive in. These shining waters guarding the land of the living reminded Gilgamesh of the shining cherub guarding the Garden of Eden that he had heard of in stories during his youth. Gilgamesh stopped rowing before they hit the glowing waters. He put the oars away. The act of rowing caused too much splashing to be able to make it to the island alive. He pulled out his first punting pole and said to Urshanabi, "Is there anything else I need to know before I place this pole in the waters of death and jeopardize my life?" "Just do not let the water touch your hands," said Urshanabi. "Leave the pole behind you without raising it out of the water, and use the next one." "Easily spoken, not easily done," said Gilgamesh. "You better pray to Enki, because your life depends on my life." "I do not mean to be critical, but we are still behind time," said Urshanabi. "We have got about 3 hours left, but we need about 6. "Now see, Urshanabi," said Gilgamesh. "That is the difference between you and me. You avoid the impossible because it cannot be done. I seek the impossible because it cannot be done." "I guess that explains your search for eternal life," said Urshanabi. Gilgamesh smiled and put his first pole in the water with the words, "It does indeed." But Urshanabi had been wrong. Gilgamesh once again caught them up on time with double speed. But it was not time that they would run out of, it was punting poles. Gilgamesh had come within a mile of the island of Dilmun and he had but 2 poles left in the boat. He stopped. These would glide them another few hundred feet or so, and they would be stranded in the waters of death with no means of propulsion. They would not make it after all. Urshanabi had miscalculated. Gilgamesh glared at him. "You think I want to die out here with you?" said Urshanabi. "I thought 300 poles were more than enough to make it through the waters. Even these changing winds cannot push us far enough in time. Can we please put the canopy back up, so at least I can die without a sunburn?" Gilgamesh lightened up. "You are right. The winds have changed. They are now at our back. Now, see, Urshanabi, within your own words lay the solution to our dilemma, but you could not see it because you refused to face the impossible." Urshanabi was confused. He watched as Gilgamesh rummaged through the bottom of the boat and pulled out the large canvas canopy that he had taken down at the start of their journey. He took out his dirk and cut some holes in the ends of the canopy. Then he cut some lengths of rope and began to tie the canopy to one end of a punting pole. When he finished, he did the same thing with the other side of the canopy on the other punting pole. Gilgamesh smiled and said, "We cannot punt our way in, but we can sail." Urshanabi filled with hope. Gilgamesh said, "Urshanabi, grab the tiller. There is not much time." Urshanabi grabbed it and began to steer while Gilgamesh held up the last two punting poles with canopy tied between them. It was a makeshift sail. It caught the wind and they began to glide over the waters of death. Gilgamesh had to lean into the wind with all that was left in him. His arms were stretched out wide holding the poles, and the wind created a driving air pocket that sailed them toward Dilmun. Chapter 44. They arrived at the small port harbor of Dilmun just as the waters were beginning to draw back into the sea. It struck Gilgamesh how oddly crammed the port was with boats and ships from all over the world. From the Indus Valley to Egypt, their style spoke of the universal appeal this paradise had over the minds of mankind. But there were no people anywhere. It was like a ghost harbor. Furthermore, the beach was also crammed with older decaying ships all the way up into the tree line. "What is this?" asked Gilgamesh. "Where are all the people? This is Dilmun?" "Yes," said Urshanabi as he tied up the boat to the dock and led Gilgamesh to his destination. Gilgamesh complained, "Well, it looks more like the land of ghosts than the land of the living." Urshanabi said, "Now you are beginning to sound like me." "You never told me about this," said Gilgamesh. Urshanabi gave a wry jab, repeating Gilgamesh's own words to him, "I am to speak only when spoken to." Gilgamesh rolled his eyes, a victim of his own temper. "Okay, Urshanabi," snapped Gilgamesh, "I grant you the royal privilege to explain to me what in Sheol is going on here, but..." As he finished his words, they arrived at the peak of a hill overlooking a vast expanse of barren land. It was a graveyard. A gargantuan necropolis. It was larger than anything he had ever seen before. Miles and miles of tumuli, burial mounds and other tombs completely filling the land as far as the eye could see. There were hundreds of thousands of them. "Welcome to the abode of the blessed, the land of the living," said Urshanabi. "You mean the land of the dead," said Gilgamesh. The only sign of life was a handful of tomb builders laying stone for underground burial vaults and several small lines of priests at various locations carrying sarcophagi in funerary processions. Smoke and incense trailed their handheld censers and small troops of minstrels played dirges. "On Dilmun, death is worshipped as a religion," explained Urshanabi. "Everyone comes to the island hoping to find eternal life." Gilgamesh felt a shudder go through him. Was he just another fool in pursuit of the impossible? Urshanabi continued, "They believe that by entering Sheol through this paradise, they will have a better chance at blessing in the underworld. The island is an antechamber to the spirit world. The island's inhabitants perform the ceremonies for a fee paid in the possessions of the client. Thus Dilmun has become a trade center for the world." "Where are the living?" asked Gilgamesh. Urshanabi said, "Over the hills on the south of the island." "But you are not here to meet them." Gilgamesh nodded. "Take me to Noah." They traveled along the shoreline of the island until they arrived at a small beautiful jungle full of life. It was like a real oasis on this faux oasis. It was a pocket of life on an island of death. Gilgamesh could hear insects, birds, and monkeys screaming out their instinctual tones. When they walked inside, they were besieged by a world of foliage and plant life he had never seen. Huge palm trees spread across the ceiling of foliage, creating a canopy over a moist interior. Animals ran around without concern for their human presence. And Gilgamesh was not wearing his magical animal skins. They came to a huge waterfall of crystalline water spilling over into a bubbling river alive with visible schools of fish. "Now, this is more like it," he thought. "This is the kind of beauty that one could conceive of as paradise." Urshanabi found a small clearing with a modest couple of huts and a small garden beside them. Gilgamesh glanced at Urshanabi, who nodded to him. And when he looked back, he saw a man and woman step out of the hut to greet them. A very old man and woman. They were a bit bent over. The man had a cane to steady himself. The woman held onto him, he could not tell whether it was to help the man or keep herself steady. Gilgamesh's eyes teared up. He had traveled so long and so far, and had suffered so many hardships, all in pursuit of the impossible, that it all came flooding back into him like the waterfall behind them. The old man and old woman recognized Urshanabi, so they were not afraid. But they did not know who this 9-foot-tall giant was stumbling toward them, bawling his eyes out. They stepped back in caution. Urshanabi gestured to them not to fear. Gilgamesh dropped to his knees yards from them. He could not make it the rest of the way. It was as if his strength had failed him. The old man and woman closed the distance with their hobbling pace. They arrived at the kneeling weeping giant. Gilgamesh muttered, softly, painfully, "Grandfather." Noah ben Lamech, well over 900 years old by now, reached down and lifted the head of the blubbering giant. Emzara clutched Noah's arm and started to weep sympathetically. Noah said simply, "Son of Cush." Then he sniffed and wrinkled his nose, and added, "You stink to high heaven." Gilgamesh's crying turned to laughter. Through all the exertion of his mighty strength in battle and in toil, since his evening with Shaduri the alewife over a week ago, he had failed to wash his body or his clothing. It was true. He stunk to high heaven. Emzara added, "Let us get you washed up and in some clean clothes." Chapter 45. Gilgamesh sat in the humble little hut of Noah and Emzara. He had cleansed his body in the waterfall and washed his matted hair as clean as could be. Emzara threw his old garments out to sea, and they draped a royal robe over him as a sign of honor and dignity as their guest. Of course it was a bit small for his giant 9-foot frame, but it did the job. Urshanabi sat next to Noah. Emzara prepared a drink from water and tea leaves that she presented first to Noah with an affectionate whisper, "My Utnapishtim." Noah reached up and kissed Emzara, whispering back, "My Naama." So this is where the names came from, thought Gilgamesh. Someone overheard their nicknames. She poured Gilgamesh some tea, and Noah asked him, "Your face looks sunken and hollow, like one who has traveled a long distance with great sorrow in your heart." "I have been getting that a lot," said Gilgamesh. "Is it that obvious?" Noah and Emzara nodded timidly. "I have traveled too far and too wide," said Gilgamesh. "And I am weighed down with despair." He proceeded to tell Noah and Emzara of his life. How he had been raised by Ninsun the goddess queen of Uruk, and how he was told he was a child of Lugalbanda and Ninsun. How he had become an oppressive king whose pride was humbled by a wild man from the steppe called Enkidu, who taught him how to suck the marrow out of life and became his only true friend. He spoke of how together they killed the giant Humbaba and the great bull of heaven, how they stood in the assembly of the gods and defied Ishtar the goddess of war, and how Enkidu died and shattered Gilgamesh's world. "Death has haunted me my entire life," said Gilgamesh. "No matter what I do, no matter what I achieve, it all comes to nothing in the end because I too will turn to clay and will be gone forever. But when I learned that I was a son of Cush from the line of Noah ben Lamech, I understood why I felt so different, and why I felt I had a destiny to fulfill. I hoped and prayed to the gods to find you because you were the only man to be given immortality from the gods. I have traveled through Sheol and back to find you. I have scourged myself with sleeplessness, I have filled my sinews with endless pain, to find you with the hope that I too could have the eternal life that you alone attained. I even considered that I may have to fight you to gain the gift of the gods." Suddenly, Gilgamesh's countenance turned dispirited. "But now I see you and my hand is stayed. For you are old and weary. Your form is no different than mine. You are just like me. Your flesh appears weak and near death." Gilgamesh looked to Noah expectantly. Noah gave a glance to Emzara that indicated a deep sorrow and resignation. He turned to Gilgamesh and said, "Gilgamesh, everything you know to be true is a lie." It took a moment for the extremity of the statement to sink into Gilgamesh. "Everything?" Noah said, "I will tell you the truth, but I warn you, you will not like it. It will require a challenge in your soul that all men must face, but few are willing to accept. And your response will determine your eternal destiny." Emzara gave a slight smile as she watched her husband speak. He had always been one for bluntness in his talk to the point of insensitivity. She used to struggle with it. She wished he would ease a person into the truth rather than blast him with it. Uriel the archangel used to chide him for it with smooth subtle sarcasm. That was so long ago. But over the years she had learned to love Noah and to live with his ways as he had learned to love her and live with her ways. And she had also learned that sometimes barefaced brazen truth was exactly what was needed. Noah continued, "Emzara and I do not have immortality. That is a false myth. We came to Dilmun to escape our shame of the moral descent of our family. As you now know, this is not the land of the living, it is the land of the dead. The truth is we will die. This flesh and blood will not inherit the kingdom of God. I am sorry to say, my son, that you have exhausted yourself with ceaseless toil. Filling your sinews with endless pain and sleepless nights has merely hastened your demise, brought you nearer to the very death you seek to overcome. Man is one whose life is snapped off like a reed in the marsh. He is like a mayfly, born in a numberless swarm only to die mere moments later. It is only the swarm that lives on. No matter who you are, great king, or lowly peasant, beautiful young woman or mighty Gibberim warrior, death will hack you down. It is the way of all mankind." Gilgamesh listened silently. He could feel the rage slowly rising in him with every word Noah spoke. It was all for nothing. He had sought the one last chance to attain immortality, and it had ended in death. He had come to the end of his journey, to the end of his rope. There was nowhere else to go. But he still refused to accept it. One word came out of Gilgamesh's mouth. One word that held back the volcano of anger bubbling inside him. Why? Because all humanity has turned its back on the Creator. For although they knew God, they did not honor Him as God or give thanks to Him, and they worshipped and served the creation rather than the Creator who was blessed forever. When our forebear Adam disobeyed the Creator, he and his beloved were exiled from the garden and from the tree of life. That would have been the source of continued renewal to live forever. As Adam's descendants, we are exiled from our Creator. The immortality you seek lies in Him and in His chosen seed. I have never heard of such a story, complained Gilgamesh. I did not expect that you would, said Noah. Cush was a rebellious son who sought to defy his own heritage, deny his Creator, and create his own cosmos of power, and the narrative to go with it. Gilgamesh reacted, I have seen the assembly of the gods in Mount Hermon. Anu the father sky god, Enlil the lord of the air, and all the others. Ninurta, my protector and storm god awaits me in Uruk. Who is this Creator you speak of? Noah answered, His name is Yahweh Elohim, and He is the one who created you and me, and all things. Noah had used the covenant name of the Creator, Yahweh Elohim, that distinguished him from all other claims of deity. He was the true and living God among the gods. Noah continued, The gods you speak of are Bnei Ha-Elohim, sons of God from the divine council of Elohim's heavenly host. They are watchers of mankind. But they fell to earth in rebellion and set up their assembly of gods as a mockery of God's own divine council. They have sought to draw worship away from the living God unto themselves and to corrupt the bloodline of the coming king. Coming king? Interrupted Gilgamesh. This struck him where it most hurt. Gilgamesh had sought to be the greatest king. Who is this king? I do not know, said Noah. But the plan of the Watchers was to make with human beings and corrupt that royal bloodline. Their progeny was the Nephilim, demigod giants who they sought to engage for their nefarious purposes. The Nephilim and their allies are the seed of the serpent at war with the seed of Eve our mother. Gilgamesh was stunned by the implications. My mother told me I was a Nephil as well. But you are saying that I am a seed of the serpent? Am I so cursed? Am I beyond redemption? Noah said, I do not know that either, Gilgamesh. There is much about Elohim that I do not understand and have even wrestled with over my long life. He seems to do things that we humans do not understand nor approve of. But He is the Creator, and not we ourselves. Gilgamesh erupted, What kind of a Creator creates a vessel purely for destruction, and others for nobility at his whim? Noah did not answer. But he said, The Nephilim had spread upon the land, and the inhabitants had turned to worshipping the Watchers instead of Yahweh. But the Watchers also corrupted creation through their diabolical miscegenation. They sought to unify what God had made separate. To eliminate all distinction so that creation itself might become a part of God. Yahweh saw that the wickedness of man was great on the earth and that his heart was fixated on evil. All flesh was corrupted and the land was filled with violence. It grieved Yahweh's heart, and He regretted that He made man. So He sent the deluge to blot out all life from the face of the land. But only after telling me to build a large boat to save the animals. Elohim was returning the land to chaos in order to recreate the cosmos and begin anew. Gilgamesh interrupted again with irritation, but he did not kill all the Nephilim. You said yourself that I was born through the very line of Cush. Why would He allow this so-called seed of the serpent to survive? What kind of puppet game is He playing with this world? I am sorry, said Noah. I just do not know. Perhaps you can be the first Nephil who repents, who turns back to Yahweh and humbles himself before the Most High God. But Gilgamesh would not accept such tyrannical pompous despotism. Most High God? I am the scion of Uruk, wild bull on the rampage. I have defied kings and gods. I have made a name for myself through my own exploits. Who is this suzerain who seeks to sublimate me as vassal, while damning me without my approval? Where is he hiding? Alas, I do not know that either, said Noah. Yahweh has been silent in this post-diluvian world. I do not know His plans. Gilgamesh said, For being the chosen seedline, you do not know very much. Do you have any answers? I have faith, replied Noah. Faith in my Creator that He will do as He promised and one day put the world to rights. How He will do so He has not revealed, nor is He obligated to. Gilgamesh said, Well, I do not approve of this invisible Yahweh and His unyielding demands upon me. Repent? I say explain Himself if He requires such subservience. What is more, if He creates me as a seed of the serpent, then what right has He to claim judge over my actions? Am I not a servant of His will? Amzara tightened with fear. She could see Gilgamesh was increasing his anger with each accusation. Urshanabi knew just how powerful and dangerous Gilgamesh was. He started to tremble. Noah noticed this and changed the subject. Gilgamesh, there is a word we have for such incorrigibility and defiance. Do you? Said Gilgamesh. Noah told him the special word and said, it means to rebel. Do not be so. Gilgamesh said nothing. But he tucked that special word in the back of his mind because he was drawn to it. Drawn like a crocodile to flesh or a sea dragon to chaos. A strange word that he had never heard before, but knew that he would use it one day as a badge of honor in the face of a tyrannical god who had the gall to create a world founded upon suffering and then demand allegiance. Amzara tried to keep her eyes from tearing up. She sniffled. She had the uncanny ability to see the end of a person based on his behavior. She could see Gilgamesh's end and it was terrifying. Urshanabi was dreading the fact that he would have to bring this seething ingrate back to the mainland on his boat. He wondered if he would be drowned at the end of it all out of spite. Maybe that would not be so bad after all, since Urshanabi had been released from employment as Noah's boatman. He had disobeyed his orders not to bring anyone to Noah without prior approval. Noah then challenged Gilgamesh. What would you do with immortality should you gain it? Gilgamesh thought for a moment. Then pronounced, I would rule the world. The cosmos would be mine. And what would you do to those who defied you? Asked Noah. Gilgamesh looked at him with contempt. He knew exactly where he was going with that line of questioning. He was trying to force Gilgamesh to admit he would do the same exact thing he condemned Yahweh for doing. He was not going to fall into that lion trap. He changed the subject. I did not come here without a plan of my own, said Gilgamesh. Yahweh is not the only potentate who does not reveal his secret machinations. Gilgamesh was referring to the plan that Enlil and the Assembly of Gods had commissioned him to engage. He was not about to unveil that plan and suffer the possible leak of intelligence to his enemies who would seek to stop him and cut him down. Now that he had discovered that the immortality he sought was out of his reach with Noah and his god, then the only other option he had left was to follow through with the plan of the gods. What plan are you talking about? Asked Noah. Gilgamesh answered, let us just say that there is more than one way to achieve immortality. More than one god who can bestow eternal life. The gods you worship are impostors, said Noah. Whatever they offer you is in their own interest. Gilgamesh replied, and your god's offering is not that. Do you really think they will not discard you when they are through using you? Said Noah. They will chew you up and spit you out. The gods are not the only ones who have contingency plans, said Gilgamesh. Then let me offer you this, said Noah. If you consider yourself worthy of immortality, then show your power over the simplest of weaknesses, sleep. Gilgamesh looked at him with surprise. Noah added, if you can stay awake for 7 days, then I will tell you where you may find a magic plant that rests in the ocean of the abyss, one that will return your youth to you. It is called Plant of Heartbeat, or as I like to call it, Old Man Has Become Young Again. Amzara jerked a look at him and blurted out, Noah. Urshanabi rolled his eyes. This contest was going to continue on after all. Noah ignored Amzara and added, you will not achieve immortality, but it will return you to your prime of youth and allow another lifetime to accomplish all the glory you seek. But finally Amzara held his arm to get his attention. She could no longer stay silent. What are you doing, Noah? She exclaimed. That secret was ours for safekeeping. You know the devastation that could cause. Gilgamesh interrupted them, I am sorry you have such little faith in me, great-grandmother. He turned back to Noah and said, but I accept the challenge. Noah was no fool. He had appealed to Gilgamesh's biggest weakness, his vanity. And Gilgamesh had fallen for the bait. A man puffed up with pride, be he human or demigod, was a man about to fall. Pride was something Noah knew all too well. And now he was maneuvering that self-knowledge into an advantage. Chapter 46. Gilgamesh was shown to a small hut for rest. He was just going to sit down and prepare for his next exploit of staying awake for 7 straight days and nights. He sat down on his bed and realized that he had better not lay down or he would pass out instantly. He had just pushed his body to the extreme limit of endurance that no man had ever done before or after him. This would not be so easy a task. His eyelids immediately grew heavy. Even though he was not allowed to sleep, he thought he would just shut his eyes for a moment to rest them. But when he did, all the physical exertion of the previous couple of weeks came crashing down on him. He immediately fell backwards on the bed, but it jarred him awake and he jerked up again. He stood back up because the bed was like a phantom calling him for sleep. He felt like he had a second wind, like he was refreshed and ready for this next trial after all. But then he noticed something beside his bed that was not there only moments ago when he sat down. There were 7 loaves of bread at various stages of decay sitting on separate platters. He looked more closely and noticed that they were each progressively more decayed than the previous, as if one had been baked each day for 7 days and laid out in order to rot. He felt a presence at the door, and turned to see Noah with Emzara and Urshanabi standing over him as if in judgment. "How did these loaves get here?" asked Gilgamesh. "I blinked my eyes for one moment, and when I opened them again, they were here as if by magic." "Are you a sorcerer of some kind?" "I baked those loaves, one each day for 7 days, said Emzara. Gilgamesh was not following. "When?" he asked. "For the 7 days you have been sleeping," said Noah. "But I just closed my eyes for a moment," said Gilgamesh. "You slept for 7 days," countered Noah with an authority in his voice that Gilgamesh knew declared he was not lying. And then he added, "Instead of staying awake for 7 days, you slept for 7 days. Your body caught up on all the sleep you deprived yourself of, Almighty God." That last sting was a sarcastic mockery of Gilgamesh's vanity. Gilgamesh boiled, "You are sorcerers. You put a spell on me." Emzara said, "I am a baker. I baked 7 loaves of bread as you slept, Gilgamesh." He could not deny it. He knew they were right. His head spun, but not with confusion. 7 days of sleep had brought back his wits and his sharp ability to strategize on the fly. He stood up to his 9-foot height and strode up to Noah, grabbing his robe and lifting him to Gilgamesh's face, Noah's feet dangling in the air. Urshanabi stepped back in fear. Emzara grabbed his arm. "Please, Gilgamesh, no," she pleaded. Gilgamesh stared into Noah's eyes with animosity and said, "You will tell me where the plant is." Noah just stared back. Gilgamesh looked down at Emzara, still pulling at his arm. He dropped Noah and grabbed Emzara's head in his hands. She froze, a mouse caught in the paws of a giant feline. Gilgamesh looked over at Noah and reiterated his command with a whisper that was more venomous, more terrifying than the shout of a war goddess. "You will tell me where the plant is, or I will crush your beloved's life out of her." It did not require any thought. Noah immediately barked out, "I will tell you." Gilgamesh did not release her. He waited expectantly for more. Noah said to Urshanabi, "Take him past the waters of death, to the mainland by way of the black coral beds. 100 feet out from the beds, near the ledge of the abyss." Urshanabi nodded with recognition. Noah then said to Gilgamesh, "It is surrounded by deadly coral that will kill anything that touches it. It will be like withdrawing a flower from a pit of snakes." Gilgamesh released Emzara. Noah ran to her, grasping her for all his life. Gilgamesh said with disappointment, "There sure are a lot of deadly elements in these waters." Noah did not tell him of the far greater terror that lived in the crevice of the abyss. He thought it fair to let him find that one out for himself. Gilgamesh sighed and turned to leave. He was not wasting any more time. "Come, Urshanabi." He turned back with one last look at Noah, "And if it is not there, I will return for blood." Gilgamesh and Urshanabi left them. Noah and Emzara embraced each other. "What will become of this monster?" asked Emzara. With such rejuvenation, he could destroy everything. "What is this secret plan? Is it another war of gods and men?" Noah watched them walking away with a dark pall of realization over him. He said, "It is time for us to return to the land between the 2 rivers. Elohim's work with us is not yet done." She looked up at him. She knew what he meant and dreaded it. But she also knew that their lives were in the hands of Elohim, had always been in the hands of Elohim. From the moment their tribe was slaughtered to her captivity in Uruk and Noah's descent into Sheol, God had delivered them at the last moment from the hands of Inanna and her minions and brought them safely through the waters of the flood. He would take care of them now. It had taken many years for her to heal from what their son Ham had done to her. His violation was not only depraved in a personal sense of defilement, it was an act of evil that she knew would result in a generational curse that only began with the fruit of that unholy violation, Canaan. Chapter 47. Gilgamesh and Urshanabi made their way back to the mainland. The waters of death were far behind them. When they were still a league out, Urshanabi stopped Gilgamesh from rowing and indicated that they were by the black coral beds, the location of the magic plant of heartbeat that Noah had told him about. Urshanabi said, "We drop anchor here." Gilgamesh corrected him, "No, I will be the anchor, but..." Urshanabi watched as Gilgamesh unleashed the rope from the 2 anchor stones and tied it around his waist. Then he leashed the anchor stones to his own feet to weigh him down and carry him to the bottom. Gilgamesh picked up the 2 huge weights, looked at Urshanabi and said slyly, "Do not go anywhere now." He took a huge gulp of air and leapt off the side of the boat and let the stones pull him to the bottom of the ridge near the coral reef. As a demigod, Gilgamesh's lung capacity was extraordinary. He did not need as much air as a human to stay conscious, and could stay below for as long as 15 minutes with ease, and 20 or so if needed for survival. When he reached the bottom, the stones hit and shook the ridge. He reached below and tied his feet directly to the blocks so that he could use them as stilts, enabling him to walk on the deadly coral without touching his skin. He immediately began walking the bottom for the coral bed. His footsteps echoed down the crevice with each weighted step. They were heavy and used a lot of his energy up just to get to the coral bed. The footsteps created a vibration of his presence that sent fish of all kinds scattering. But the vibrations also echoed down into the crevice of the abyss, where it roused other creatures of the deep. He reached the coral and stepped upon the bed, crushing the deadly reef material beneath his feet. If the poison would not kill the organism that came into contact with it, the razor-sharp edges would bleed it to death. He was safe from the deadly poison and cutting edges as he considered how like a stone one he was at this very moment. Then he found it. It was a plant that looked just the thorny dogrose plant that existed on land. It was surrounded by the coral with just enough for the plant to get some nutrients and just enough for Gilgamesh to get his arm through to grab the plant. He moved with caution, knowing that the slightest miscalculation would cost him his life and leave his body to be eaten by fish in the depths of the sea. His heart beat faster. The plant of heartbeat, he thought. The coral of death. Ironic that opposites could grow so close together. He had to pull it out of the sediment. But if he jerked too suddenly from the plant leaving its bed, he would surely touch the razor coral just inches from his skin. He pulled with the most controlled force he could. But it came out easily. The roots were not deep. Thank the gods. Slowly his hand moved out, narrowly avoiding the edges of the killer coral. But he did it. He got the plant out without touching the coral. Strange, he thought. Of all my dangerous death-defying deeds I have achieved, this was the only one that went easily without a hitch. He was wrong. As he backed up from the coral, his resounding footsteps caused more rumbling thuds that ran through the rock bed down into the crevice. One of the roused creatures of the deep was now provoked. Gilgamesh paused, suddenly aware of a change. He felt the water all around him go very cold. He realized that it was not the water. It was his nathal extra sense. Danger was coming. Very big danger. He was near the ledge of the crevice and felt a wave undulating from out of the abyss push him back. It was the result of something gargantuan moving up the crevice at a fast pace. Gilgamesh was about out of air and did not want to see what was coming. He cut the ropes tying his feet to the blocks, cut the rope that was attached to him as anchor, and began to swim furiously for the surface. But he would not be fast enough to outrace the monstrous sea dragon that surged out of the crevice of the abyss. It was the size of several large ships, it had 7 heads, and it came straight for him. It was Leviathan, sea dragon of chaos. Its body was covered with armor like potsherds, its mighty 2-pronged tail propelling it through the water with powerful force, each of its 7 mouths filled with monstrous rows of gleaming fangs that could slice through him faster than the coral he just avoided. Gilgamesh had known of the existence of the creature, but had only thought it was a metaphor for the powers of chaos that the gods would suppress when they established their order. He did not think it was real. But it was real. And it was almost upon him. He turned toward the creature, and when he saw it, all his senses came alive. He grabbed his dagger with futility, knowing that he was going to die. Instinctively he dropped the plant from his hand and prepared in position to get at least one good stab in a brain or an eye before being crushed in the jaws of death. But the strangest thing happened. The sea dragon suddenly changed its course to glide completely beneath Gilgamesh. One of the heads caught the sinking plant in its jaws and it kept going without attacking Gilgamesh. It had 7 heads, any one of which could easily have snapped him up without even slowing down. But they did not. It was as if it knew who he was and was on its own mission to steal the plant. Maybe it had been waiting in the crevice for just such an opportunity because its size was too big to retrieve the plant without being cut and poisoned by the coral. No matter how colossal it was still a creature whose life could be poisoned to death. Gilgamesh tumbled in the undertow of the wake created by the immense submarine creature passing him by. Unfortunately, its waving tail came into contact with him and shot him upward like a jet stream. Urshanabi was sitting in his boat watching it all happen below him. He was frozen in terror, but he would not have been able to do anything anyway. What snapped him out of his trance was seeing Gilgamesh burst out of the water high into the air yelling, "Ho, hurrah!" before plummeting back to the sea with a splash. The spine-covered back of Leviathan broke the water on its speedy departure. Urshanabi thanked the gods Leviathan had overlooked his little boat, which could have exploded into splinters with a flip of its tail. Gilgamesh dragged himself from the water onto the boat, trying to catch his breath as Urshanabi screamed at him in a state of shock. What happened down there? Where did it come from? Why did not it eat you? Where is it going? Did you get the plant? Gilgamesh looked at him and said, Urshanabi, shut up. Urshanabi obeyed. He knew Gilgamesh well enough by now to know that he should shut up when told to. Gilgamesh said, I retrieved the plant, but it must have felt the vibrations of my heavy stone footsteps on the sea bottom and came out of the abyss. It took the plant, but it did not take me. It was as if it knew who I was and it was ordered not to kill me. Ordered by who? Asked Urshanabi. How should I know? Snapped Gilgamesh. It did not come up to me and tell me what was on its mind, fool. Urshanabi thought for a moment and replied, I know that the gods had bewitched it before the flood to do their bidding. Noah told me as much. The goddess Inanna used enchantment spells to capture it and release it upon the enemy in the war of gods and men. But that was many years ago. Could they still have some kind of sway over it? Well, I intend to find out, said Gilgamesh. Set me on a course back to Uruk at the mouth of the rivers. Chapter 48. Gilgamesh had been gone a long time from his mighty city-state of Uruk. This had allowed Ishtar to rebuild the portions of her temple and complex that the felled Hulapu tree had demolished. She wasted extravagant expense on the complex. It had taxed the treasury, but she did not care. It was one way to get revenge on Gilgamesh for the humiliation he had paid her. A king without sufficient financial resources was not a loved king. She had much of her own way to plot and scheme for the future. Her access to Nin's son was limited, thanks to the bodyguard protection afforded her by Ninurta, that overgrown brooding bully. She knew that once Gilgamesh got back, that god of broccoli would transfer his attention to his true ward, the king. Ishtar would then have Nin's son all to herself. She had developed a playful way to ridicule Ninurta, by calling him derogatory titles that could technically be considered legitimate. Thus she could not be accused of provocation. She would refer to him as mighty cucumber deity or god of weeds, all legitimate parts of the world of vegetation over which he ruled. She could see it annoyed him, and that was her goal. It would all add up and one day, he would lose his control and she would have the advantage. But Ishtar was restless. The assembly of gods had hidden away at Mount Hermon and had left her out of their secret plans. Uruk had a history of greatness, but she felt its time was waning. Other kings were vying for position and power. Kingship would move to other city-states as they naturally did. Uruk was still the city of Anu, its patron deity, and she was only considered an escort of the sky god. No matter how glorious she made her temple complex, she would still only be an escort of the patron deity of the city and not the supreme being. She wanted her own city to rule over. She wanted more power. She wanted more. Ninsun prepared for another sacrifice on her roof to the seemingly absentee Shamash. Ever since her confession to Gilgamesh of his adopted status, Ninsun could barely live with herself. She had thrown herself even more deeply into her religion to salve the pain. She had loved Gilgamesh with all her heart and soul. To her, he was her child. Spirit was thicker than blood. She knew him better than he knew himself. And she knew that Gilgamesh would go to the ends of the earth to find the truth and to attain eternal life even if it killed him to do so. And he did go on a quest to the ends of the earth to find his ancestor, Noah the distant and far away in the magical island of Dilmun. She knew that he would learn the full truth from Noah because Noah was a righteous man, to a fault. But just what the full truth was, Ninsun did not know herself. All she knew was what she already told Gilgamesh: he was the bastard son of God and human, rejected by his true ancestor, the great flood survivor, and given in secret adoption to avoid the curse that no doubt followed him. It would crush him. If he made it back alive to Uruk with this self-revelation, she feared he would either go mad with despair and kill himself, or go mad with bitterness and lay waste to the world. So Ninsun found herself spending many hours in prayer every day for her son, and seeking the penance that would grant her forgiveness for her failure to protect him from the truth. She could not shake the guilt. Ninurta spent much of his time with Ninsun protecting her until Gilgamesh returned. He was probably the only thing keeping Ninsun alive from the vengeance of Ishtar. Not that he cared one whit for the cow's worthless life. But he was commissioned to tend to the safety of King Gilgamesh in order for the assembly's plan to take proper shape in proper time. It was the command of the king to protect her while he was away on a personal journey upon which only he could embark. Though Ninurta was a god, and Gilgamesh the son of a god, the assembly had nevertheless established that they would be accountable to the rule of human kings, who were the covenanted heirs of dominion over the earth by Elohim's own decree. If the gods would seek to take over that right of inheritance, then surely Elohim the creator would intervene drastically again as he did previously with the deluge. But as soon as Gilgamesh returned, he would leave this pathetic blubbering fool and reconvene to the side of his liege the king. That order, Gilgamesh could not contravene. When the herald's trumpets announced the arrival of the long-gone king of Uruk, everyone in the town stopped what they were doing. Bakers baking bread, mothers feeding their children, workers in the fields tending harvest, Sinliki and Nini in the basement arranging clay tablets, and Ninurta overseeing Ninsun. Ninurta whisked away from the pillared rooftop of Ninsun's palace to meet Gilgamesh at the gates. Ninsun turned and watched her protection vanish like a vapor, and she knew her end was near. But she was not about to go down without a fight. She was not going to let Ishtar have the pleasure of triumph. She had been preparing for this moment for a long time. She readied herself for defense. At the sound of the herald, Ishtar put down a goblet of blood that she was drinking. A smirk crossed her face, and she left her cup unfinished. She had things to do, things she had planned for. And the first thing to attend to was to properly attire herself for the arrival of the king. She had carefully calculated that her outfit should be both regal and aggressive. It should display a queenly sense of religious authority, but also carry an edge of political defiance. She chose a leather bustier and shoes that looked like a two-bit street harlot, over which she draped a grand purple flowing robe with wide semicircular neck ruff that screamed, Queen of Heaven. She had no time for elaborate makeup, so she clouded her face deathly white with powder and ratted out her hair into an exploding bush, placing a gem-studded tiara on top. Simply delicious. The next thing to do was not to greet the king at the gates. That would be too subservient. Let him come to her temple. Her next business was to visit the Queen Mother's palace, where she knew Ninurta would no longer be leaving the stench of his presence surrounding the shrew Ninsun. Gilgamesh and Urshanabi approached the city gates. Since he had been released from employment by Noah, Urshanabi decided to take his only other offer of being Gilgamesh's boatman on the river Euphrates. Urshanabi was overwhelmed with the glory of the walls of Uruk. And the sevenfold gate was magnificent. They stepped through each chamber as the doors slid open to allow them into the next, until they opened up to the city entrance loaded with citizens cheering their king. You are quite beloved, said Urshanabi to Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh muttered back to him with disdain, they have no idea who I am, the mob of simpletons. They cheer the victor who gives them bread. They will turn on me as easily. They will not be happy with what I plan to do. Urshanabi knew Gilgamesh had been forever changed by his encounter with Noah ben Lamech. A root of bitterness had taken hold. He had rejected the god of Noah and his demands upon him. Gilgamesh's soul seemed to radiate a darkness he had not seen when he first confronted him in the forest. And then Gilgamesh saw Ninurta waiting for him beside a golden chariot leashed to a team of grand black stallions. He grinned, and Ninurta could tell that Gilgamesh had in him a dark new determination he had never seen before. He had a diabolical edge on his lips. So this new quest was worth it after all, Ninurta thought with smug satisfaction. Gilgamesh pronounced, Ninurta, I have missed you. But the time has arrived for our agreement. Ninurta smiled. Finally, this useful demigod was ready. They mounted the chariot and pranced down the processional way with pomp and regality. Ishtar moved swiftly through the halls and stairways of the royal palace. She made it to the rooftop and slowed down, making sure she would provide maximum effect with a restrained glide toward Ninsun like that of a snake slithering toward its rodent prey. She wanted Ninsun to feel the full impact of fear, knowing her death was approaching her. She stepped out of the pillars into the light. The cheering crowds could be heard at the gates echoing through the city. Ninsun was at the ledge watching the triumphal entry of her magnificent son. A tear of pride and happiness flowed down her cheek. He was so magnificent, so godlike. But she did not want to be ordered by Ishtar, so she turned around to face her predator. Ishtar was thrown off for a second because she could read Ninsun's face as being entirely at ease. This was not a victim in fear of her obvious demise. Did she have a hidden weapon? She shook it off and said with a seductive tone, My fat little cow, pretender to deity, I see you are prepared for burial, said Ishtar. Ninsun had dressed up in her finest high priestess garb. She had a pure white linen toga with a trimming of colorful patterns of painted gold and silver. A large necklace of shells draped the skin above her breasts. She had large gold double earrings, and strands of golden willow leaves studded with lapis lazuli and carnelian interwoven into her long hair. She was crowned with the horned headdress of deity. On her back, she wore a special cape made of vulture's feathers to give the appearance of relaxed wings. Standing next to the large golden gong that was a call to worship, she looked radiant and divine. Ishtar said, I love your earrings, and nice touch with the winged robe. Ishtar was totally unprepared for the surprise she was about to receive. Ninsun smiled and said, I know who you are, Azazel, and you are destined to lose. You will not have victory over me. How did she know? Thought Ishtar. But it was too late. Ninsun raised the hammer and hit the gong. It rang through the land. She stepped up on the short ledge of the rooftop and cast herself off. Ishtar's eyes went wide, then narrowed with anger. You cowardly bovine, she thought. But then she realized she had better flee or she would be blamed. No sense in unnecessary complications. Down in the triumphal entry, everyone looked over at the palace temple of Ninsun at the sound of the gong. Gilgamesh then saw the lone figure of his mother cast herself off the ledge of the rooftop. Her body plunged to her death in the garden below. He knew who it must be, but he showed no shock. He was too calculated to let his defenses down. He immediately searched the rooftop for a malefactor. There was none. It was a suicide. He had anticipated Ishtar murdering her, but it was perfectly sensible for Ninsun to beat her at her own game, considering she had no other options once Ninurta was gone from her side. He snapped his reins and yelled for his stallions to race his chariot toward the palace garden. The citizens responded without thinking by following their king. When he got there, he saw his mother laying peacefully on her back in a garden plot of white roses stained red with her splattered blood. She stared at the heavens as if in search of the gods. But then Gilgamesh did something no one expected. Without shedding a tear, he got off the chariot and walked right past her toward the palace entrance, shouting heartlessly to his servants, "Clean this mess up." Another impediment out of the way, he thought. He was truly a changed man. They scurried to obey, and Urshanabi followed him around to the front of the building, where he mounted the steps and faced a crowd of servants. He barked to the head servant impatiently, "Fetch me Sinliki and Nini, I have much to do." "Hurry!" The servant ran off. Then Gilgamesh took a lowly brewer servant and told him, "Go tell Ishtar that the king has arrived and wishes an audience with her in my throne room tomorrow morning." "But sire," questioned the servant. He could not finish his exclamation of surprise. It was so obviously out of protocol to send a lowly servant, and a brewer at that, to make a call on the goddess. It was clearly an insult on top of another insult of holding her off until morning, placing her in secondary importance. Gilgamesh yelled at him, "Now!" The servant gulped and bowed and ran off, wondering what his fate would be with the goddess. Then Gilgamesh stopped as if he had forgotten to make a point. He turned to Ninurta. "Thank you for watching over my mother while I was gone. At least it kept you occupied." Ninurta nodded silently and followed Gilgamesh to the throne room. Chapter 49. Within the hour, Sinliki and Nini led a host of scribes into the palace throne room to greet the king. They brought their clay tablets and styluses as ordered by Gilgamesh and set up their tables in an orderly fashion. Sinliki and Nini bowed to Gilgamesh and spoke with trepidation, "My lord, I am loath to report that the palace finances have been raided by Ishtar to rebuild her palace. We are perilously depleted of wealth." "I do not care," said Gilgamesh to the scholar's astonishment. "I want you to organize a cycle of shifts with your scribes. I have some stories to tell." "He who saw the deep," said Gilgamesh. He paused. He was dictating to the first shift of scribes, recording his exploits in cuneiform on clay tablets in his throne room. "On second thought," said Gilgamesh, "maybe you should start with surpassing all other kings." But he stopped again. He could not make up his mind. Then he gestured to one half of the room. "Okay, this half right, he who saw the deep, and this half right, surpassing all other kings. If I cannot make up my mind, I might as well have several versions and see which one does better." Gilgamesh told his stories all night long. The scribal school perspired trying to keep up. He told them episodes of his journeys to different shifts. The first shift heard about his oppressive start and the quest for significance. The late shift heard his contest with Enkidu and friendship. Another shift, the story of Humbaba and the cedar forest. Still others, his journey to seek eternal life from the survivor of the Great Flood, Utnapishtim on the island of Dilmun. Of course, he embellished all his stories. But the story of his meeting with Utnapishtim was different. That one was completely fabricated to tell the tales he had heard as a kid of Atrahasis and the flood. He changed the name to Utnapishtim and completely ignored everything Noah had actually told him. Instead, he repeated the concocted tale of a man who was told by the god Enki to build his ridiculous boat cube because Enlil was going to flood the land. He spoke of how Utnapishtim had been given immortality by the gods. There were just enough details in there to ring true with what really happened, but just enough contrived details to point away from the truth to what Gilgamesh wanted the world to believe. By the time he had finished, he had multiple episodes copied by many scribes on separate tablets. Then he commissioned Sinliki and Nini to do one version that combined them all into a simpler storyline with an entertaining plot. Gilgamesh concluded, "And I want you to carve my exploits on a stone of lapis lazuli and place it in a wooden chest to be buried in the foundation of the walls of Uruk." Sinliki and Nini sighed. "Your Majesty, in order for proper story structure to be maintained, I may have to change some details from your episodic tales in order to make them fit. You may not realize that there are storytelling principles that have been discovered by the poets that are necessary for a good story to hold an audience with amusement." "Surely, you..." "Scholar, shut up," interrupted Gilgamesh. "Just make it happen." And Gilgamesh went to take a nap. Chapter 50. The next morning Ishtar arrived in the throne room to a seated Gilgamesh and his ever-present bodyguard Ninurta, holding a mighty battle axe that looked like something out of the pit of death, because it was from the pit of death. Ninurta's eyes followed Ishtar's every movement as she approached the throne. Ishtar noticed Shamhat standing where the king's right hand normally stood. Evidently, Gilgamesh was honoring the memory of her dead husband by granting her station. She was adorned in an ambitiously ornamented dress reminiscent of her harlotry days. She was flaunting. Ishtar was wearing what could only be considered warrior garb of battle skirt, sandals, shield and dagger, axe, and sword on her belt. She took off the gilded gold helmet and looked Ninurta up and down with disdain. She spoke first to Ninurta, a counter-insult to Gilgamesh. "Greetings, majestic lord of turnips." Ninurta's jaw clenched. She used a different humiliating epithet each time, as if he had no true title. Of all the outrageous extremes of her behavior toward him, it was ironic that this simple verbal mockery was the one thing that got under his skin like no other. And she knew it. It delighted her to no end. She turned to Gilgamesh and said, "King Gilgamesh, may we place behind us all petty offenses of the past. Welcome home, scion of Uruk, Snorting Bull on the rampage." The verbal jab at Gilgamesh did not work as it did with Ninurta or Enkidu before him. It was Wild Bull on the rampage, not Snorting Bull. But Gilgamesh took it in stride and chuckled as if at a joke. "Is there a war somewhere I ought to be aware of?" asked Gilgamesh with a touch of sarcasm. "No," said Ishtar. "I am just feeling a bit feisty this morning." "Well, I called you here for a reason," said Gilgamesh. Ishtar gestured to Shamhat and replied, "Judging by your escort's hasty replacement of mourning clothes with festive apparel, I would guess your intent was celebratory." Shamhat narrowed her eyes at the insult toward her. Gilgamesh said, "Ninurta and I will be leaving Uruk for good." Ishtar's eyebrows raised with curiosity. "Oh?" Gilgamesh said, "You may have the city to yourself. Choose a puppet king and do whatever perverted manipulations you want with him." Ishtar said, "Where may I ask are you and the Prince of Pumpkins going?" A snarl escaped Ninurta's lips. "North," said Gilgamesh. She stared at him. He was not going to reveal much. And she could see in his eyes a dark resolve she had never seen before. "I take it your journey to find yourself some immortality did not end with satisfaction." "I know what I must do now," he said. "I know my destiny." Now it was her turn to surprise him. "Well, I do not want Uruk," she said. "Its days are over. It is rotting flesh on a Sumerian carcass. It is not the future, and you know it. Do not treat me like a fool, Gilgamesh, I could crush you in an instant." Ninurta gripped his blade and stepped forward. "Slow down there, mighty chickpea," she said, raising her hand. He growled. She mewed back like a cat. She turned back to Gilgamesh. "I have a counter-offer for you instead." Gilgamesh looked at her. He did not expect it would go easy. He knew he would have to negotiate. This goddess was cunning. "I am listening." She smirked and said, "I happen to know that you are gathering all the offspring you have sired through your sexual exploits of just prima noctis in your naughty boy years." Gilgamesh glanced guiltily at Ninurta. Ishtar said, "You are not the only one with palace spies, after all." It was true. Gilgamesh had secretly sent a security force of soldiers to go throughout the city and claim royal prerogative over his illegitimate children. Most of them were adults by now, and they were giants as well. They were Eliaud, also called Elio, the second generation of giants breeding with normal humans. Many were already warriors. Ishtar continued to dig, "You are amassing armed forces to take with you, leaving Uruk the husk of protection with its mighty walls as its only defense. I do not know what the Assembly of the Gods has commissioned you to do, but I know it is something big, something very big. Now, despite the confidence and bravado of Lord Let Us Head here, you know full well that I am about the only one in heaven and earth who can become a thorn in the side of your ambition." Gilgamesh's teeth clenched. She was right. She alone could be the fly in his ointment if she but chose to be. And he knew she had already chosen. She continued with a sense of glee, "Let us face it, you know that I am very talented at chaos and destruction. I am the goddess of war after all. So the sole pursuit of my every waking moment would therefore be the overthrow of your designs, however grandiose they may be. And why not? Can you blame me? What else is there for me to live for? So what do you want in order to leave me be?" asked Gilgamesh. He knew she was far too sophisticated for mere threat. She was not threatening him, she was persuading him by building the logic to her counteroffer. And if he knew the inevitable, he would be more able to negotiate realistically. "I want my own city," said Ishtar. You are no doubt going north to build a new kingdom. If you build me a city further north of yours, then I will have the power I wish to thrive in, and I promise not to interfere in yours. In fact, I will represent your interests in the northern regions and you can consolidate your power over the whole of Mesopotamia, south and north. Then she added a finishing touch of wit, we would be pals. Allies, if you prefer. Gilgamesh considered her offer. Ninurta leaned in and whispered some advice. He did not trust this dragon one bit. He knew her schemes and devices. He knew what she really wanted. Gilgamesh shook his head to Ninurta. He really had no other choice. Ishtar would surely engage in unending terrorism to foil the plans of the assembly, to foil his plans. He was going to build several cities up north anyway. Each of them needed a patron deity. So it was not all that much of a sacrifice on his part to give her one of them for her own little fiefdom. He wondered what she was not telling him. What nefarious double cross she may be scheming over, what small wording she might place at the bottom of the covenant that he could not read. It was never so simple with Ishtar. There were always hidden agendas and ulterior motives and unintended consequences. She could not be trusted. But he had no other choice. She would thwart his plans before he could build his forces strong enough to defy her. Accepted, said Gilgamesh. She brightened. Ninurta sighed. But then he added, on one condition. Her eyes narrowed. She knew this king would not be so easily outmaneuvered. That you preside over my funeral, said Gilgamesh. Chapter 51. The funeral of Gilgamesh was extravagant. Citizens packed the processional way, weeping and tearing their clothes and throwing dust over their heads. The funeral procession was led by Ishtar dressed up in her funerary best, a black costume of leather and satin with flowing robe and horned headdress of deity. She painted her face death white with black lipstick and heavy black eyeliner. She felt ravishingly dead as she led the procession out of the city toward their destination down to the Euphrates River bed. Behind Ishtar was a large empty golden chariot drawn by 4 stallions. Next, a small band of minstrel singers playing a dirge on their instruments and singing with a low chant like sorrow. Then came a portable throne bearing Gilgamesh's 10-foot-long sarcophagus, carried on poles by dozens of slaves. It was inlaid with gold and carnelian and lapis lazuli. Then came a long line of the mostly female palace servants richly adorned with gold and silver jewelry and wreaths of gold leaves, carrying small cups in their hands. They included the cupbearer, the barber, the gardener and other palace retainers, grooms and musicians. Lastly, a series of oxen drawing carts of wealth and goods for Gilgamesh to take with him into the afterlife. Gilgamesh sat above the 7-fold gate of the city watching the funeral train parade below through the gates out into the plains. He had exhumed Enkidu's body from his tomb and arrayed his decayed corpse with garments fit for a dead king, including the golden family amulet that Enkidu treasured as his birthright. Enkidu's body was placed into the sarcophagus intended for Gilgamesh. He had concluded that this was the perfect substitution. Enkidu could be king and experience all the pomp and circumstance he deserved as a great man, the adopted son of Lady Wild Cow Ninsun, high priestess of Shamash, whose sarcophagus followed behind Gilgamesh's on a more humble funerary cart. Gilgamesh had taken some time alone with Enkidu's corpse during the preparation period. He looked close into the sunken sockets of Enkidu's skull, saturated with spices and herbs to preserve the flesh for its destination. He knew Enkidu's destination was not an afterlife. His destination was the grave. All the journeys and all the quests he had shared with this great warrior of the steppe were now distant memories that had faded in his mind. He was no longer that man. He had faced the future and he had changed. He was not burying his friend for the afterlife, he was burying his past along with any shred of mercy, friendship, and compassion that he once toyed with. This would be the last bit of sentiment that he would allow to endanger his position of power ever again. The funeral procession approached the tomb out by the river. Gilgamesh had a workforce of laborers temporarily divert the Euphrates so that they could build his stone tomb below the riverbed itself. It would be a way of discouraging tomb raiders as well as symbolically uniting him with the great river that, along with the mighty Tigris, fed the life of the Fertile Crescent for millennia past and would continue to do so for millennia to come. The entire population of Uruk had followed the parade out to the tomb and gathered around for the mourning ceremonies. Thousands filled the plains with rapt attention as the entire funerary procession marched into the mammoth tomb and down a long sloping passageway. Inside the stone crypt they took various compartments as their residence. Even the oxen and their carts had a large room for sequestering. Copper-helmeted guards stood by the inside doors. The retinue of over 100 royal servants gathered around the sarcophagus of their king and the tomb was sealed. They drank poison from their carried little cups. They laid down in an orderly fashion and fell asleep, never to waken. They would enter the afterlife with their king rather, who they thought was their king. The oxen were given the poison to drink as well and the room of gathered wealth was sealed forever into the earth. Up above the tomb, Ishtar presided over the ceremonies along with Gilgamesh's successor, one of his royal sons, Uar-Nungal, who would rebuild the Urukian armed forces to maintain rule over the southern region, including Uruk, Uar, Eridu, Larsa, and others. The ceremony bored Ishtar to death. It was all so much wasted ritual for her. She wanted to get on with her kingdom building. Her duties here were now done, so she left the mourning ceremonies behind her to meet with Gilgamesh high upon the city walls. As the mourning for Gilgamesh continued out by the river, Gilgamesh oversaw a contingent of several thousand soldiers leave the city to march north up the river. He stood on the parapet of the city gates, Ninurta to his right and Ishtar to his left. They watched the soldiers marching away from their beloved city to start anew upriver. Gilgamesh's royal giant progeny led the marching mass and said goodbye to their past forever. As Gilgamesh gazed over his corps of marching loyal soldiers, he looked out onto the horizon and spoke words he knew would change the world. "We will travel several leagues upriver to our new home. I shall build a city in the north for the esteemed goddess of sex and war. You shall be Ishtar of Nineveh." Ishtar smirked with satisfaction. "It will be a new world with new gods," added Gilgamesh. "Ninurta, you shall be called by a new name, Marduk." Marduk nodded with acceptance. Gilgamesh stared out as if into the abyss itself. "Together, we shall build a city and a temple tower with its top in the heavens and its roots in Sheol. We will make a mighty name for ourselves, that will resound in eternity." "What will be that name?" asked Ishtar. "Babylon," said Gilgamesh. "Gate of the gods." Ishtar mused, "Mighty Gilgamesh, potentate and god." "Gilgamesh is dead," he replied, looking out upon the distant funeral by the riverbed. "I am reborn, as you once were from Sheol, Ut." Gilgamesh remembered the word that Noah had warned him of becoming and embraced it deep in his soul with consuming rage. That word would become his name. He said with slow burning pause, "I am Nimrod. I am rebel. I am empire." Epilogue. Leviathan swam through the waters of the abyss toward its destination. Its 7 heads pointed in earnest, its body wriggling and twisting in perfect synchronization to maximize its speed. It moved like one colossal muscle of power and destruction. It retained the magic plant in one of its mouths that it had taken from the swimming demigod in the water. It had not eaten the plant. It did not need it. But something else did. It journeyed up an underwater cavern to a small lake opening not too far inland from the Gulf of the Southern Sea. It knew the exact location and had been waiting for the moment to be able to accomplish its goal. It came through an opening into the small lake that was created by breaking through to the water table. It glided along the bottom looking for its object. And then it found it. A huge skeleton of rotted flesh with skull and teeth sticking out of the rock sediment at the bottom. Leviathan with its cunning intelligence knew exactly what it had to do. It placed the magic plant into the jaws of the great skeletal carcass and pushed the jaws shut, grinding the plant into its mouth. Leviathan swam in slow circles around the skeleton, waiting. Suddenly, the huge skeleton shuddered. Its flesh began to regenerate, its organs recompose. It was coming back to life from the dead. As it filled out its musculature with new flesh, it convulsed in a spasm that broke it free from the sediment, a broken body hanging limp in the water. But more muscle, and more skin and more armored scales reconstituted on this enormous creature of the deep. It was larger than Leviathan and more monstrous in its bulk and muscle. Its thorny spines and hardened scales were almost impenetrable. And finally, its brain and spine connected with functioning and it shivered as if hit by lightning. It opened its eyes. Its immense jaws yawned with hunger and the creature shook its tail to move. It was swimming. It was alive. It was reborn to chaos. Up above the small lake, the citizens of Uruk went about their business, unaware of the resurrection that had just taken place in their flooded clay pits. And they would never know because the 2 dragons of the deep left through the cavernous hole that led back down into the abyss. And they were free again to rule the waters together. Free to wreak havoc and destruction in the cosmos. They were Rahab and Leviathan. Chronicles of the Nephilim continues with the next book, Abraham Allegiant. Appendix. Gilgamesh and the Bible. The biblical fantasy novel Gilgamesh Immortal is a retelling of the ancient Babylonian epic of Gilgamesh. This narrative of the heroic journey of its protagonist is a myth imagined around a supposedly historical figure, King Gilgamesh of Uruk, the 4th king of the first dynasty of Uruk. His name is mentioned in an ancient Sumerian king list as reigning after the flood swept over the land, and scholars place him in the 3rd millennium BCE. But the truth is, even this is not sure, and nothing much is known about this great hero except what we have in the epic, which was first uncovered in 1849 by Austin Henry Layard in the library of Ashurbanipal at the excavations at Nineveh in modern Iraq. Since that time, many other older fragments have been discovered in other locations around the Middle East that seem to indicate that the epic had been pieced together and rewritten from much earlier unconnected individual Gilgamesh episodes from Sumer. Jeffrey Teague documented this editorial process from the extant clay tablets and the evolution of the Gilgamesh epic. 1. Zviabush concluded that at least 3 major versions of the epic can be documented as retellings of the story that embody the social, political, and religious concerns of the ever-changing national identity of Babylonia, from the older heroic age of individualistic kings into the more civilized existence of the state-governed city. 2. Gilgamesh Immortal was drawn from the various versions of the epic narrative as well as the original Sumerian Gilgamesh episodes now found in several published editions of the poem. 3. Upon first blush, some readers may question a novel about a non-biblical character in a saga of biblical heroes. But patient reading yields a powerful revelation of interconnectedness of these ancient Near Eastern narratives. When I was researching for the novel, I was amazed at how many elements of the epic fit within the storyline of the Chronicles of the Nephilim, so much so that very little was altered in terms of story structure, characters, and plot of the original Gilgamesh story. Of course, the context and meaning is reinterpreted through the biblical paradigm, but readers of Gilgamesh Immortal will nevertheless be introduced to a prose edition of the epic poem that is fairly representative of the original plotline. The epic is relevant for the primeval history of Genesis because it sets the stage for a lost and rebellious Mesopotamian world in which God chooses his lineage to bring about the promised seed. The time after the flood before the Tower of Babel seemed to be a time where God was distant from humanity, giving up the pagans who did not honor God over to their lusts, foolish hearts, and futile thinking, to worship and serve the creature instead of the Creator. Romans 1. What better way to capture the hiddenness of God than to tell a pagan story that embodies the hiddenness? The Gilgamesh epic was a national story that embodied the worldview and spirit of Babylonia, which would be the ultimate enemy of God's chosen seedline. As readers of the novel discover, it depicts the origin of a very important character who embodies that rebellion against God which would ultimately lead to the scattering of the nations and their allotment, giving over, to the sovereignty of the rebellious sons of God. Deuteronomy 32 verses 8-9. Death and the meaning of life. The Epic of Gilgamesh is the oldest extant hero story excavated from ancient archaeological mounds in the Middle East, yet it reads like a modern novel or movie in its story structure and hero's journey. Moderns fancy themselves as more intellectually sophisticated than ancient man, yet they are often ignorant of the fact that their notions of existential angst and individual identity that they think is the erudite offerings of modern existentialist philosophers like Kierkegaard, Sartre, and Nietzsche, were wrestled with millennia before the chaotic narcissistic spasm of the modern period. Gilgamesh is a ruler who is 2/3 God, 1/3 human, yet that humanity means he is ultimately mortal. He seeks significance and immortality because of the dread of death and its apparent blanket of meaninglessness on a world without a clear vision of the afterlife. He begins as a godlike oppressive king who lives in debauchery of power, only to discover his equal in the tamed wild-born Enkidu. He makes a friend of this champion and proceeds to pursue acts of heroism and the killing of Humbaba, the ogre guardian of the cedar forest of the Mountain of the Gods in Lebanon. With the aid of his loyal Enkidu, he brings back the head of the monster with such hubris that he defies the goddess Ishtar's proposal of marriage. He spurns her promise of deification because he knows it will only lead to slavery in the netherworld, not glorious immortality. When he overcomes the bull of heaven sent by the vengeful Ishtar, he becomes even more filled with pride, until his mighty equal Enkidu is struck dead with sickness from the gods. This brings him face to face with the fact that no matter how heroic or powerful he becomes, he too will die like all men. Death is both the great equalizer and the great destroyer of significance and meaning. The age of heroes does not bring lasting glory after all. So he seeks an audience with Utnapishtim the faraway, Noah, the survivor of the flood and the only human granted immortality along with his wife, who are now far removed from normal humans in a distant mystical island. Gilgamesh figures he might wrest from Utnapishtim his secret of eternal life from the gods. But when he discovers that death is intrinsic to human existence and the special gift will never be granted to another human being, he returns to his beloved city of Uruk and finds his final fame in building the mighty walls and city, which will continue after he is long dead. In the end, man can only find lasting glory in being a part of something bigger than himself that continues on when he is gone. For Gilgamesh, that something bigger is the city-state. Gilgamesh's ruminations of death, meaninglessness, and despair will be familiar to Bible readers in the similar ruminations of another king in the book of Ecclesiastes. Called Koheleth or the Preacher, this king of Jerusalem writes about all of life being a vapor because death destroys all human pursuits. He tells of seeking pleasure, wealth, and wisdom, only to conclude that none of it brings lasting meaning because death turns it all upside down. The Preacher speaks of enjoying the simple pleasures of life like a wife, good food, and hard work because the pursuit of power and glory is ultimately worthless and defeating, the equivalent of striving after wind. A side-by-side comparison of passages from the Gilgamesh epic and the book of Ecclesiastes illustrates a profound congruity between the wisdom writings of the Old Testament and Babylonia. Gilgamesh epic. Ecclesiastes. Do we build a house forever? Do we seal contracts forever? Do brothers divide shares forever? Does hatred persist forever in the land? Does the river forever raise up and bring on floods? 4. There is no remembrance of former things, nor will there be any remembrance of later things yet to be among those who come after. Ecclesiastes 1 verse 11. A generation goes, and a generation comes, but the earth remains forever. All streams run to the sea, but the sea is not full. Ecclesiastes 1 verses 4 to 7. Since the days of yore there has been no permanence. The resting and the dead, how alike they are. Do they not compose a picture of death? The commoner and the noble, once they are near to their fate. 5. For of the wise as of the fool there is no enduring remembrance, seeing that in the days to come all will have been long forgotten. How the wise dies just like the fool. Ecclesiastes 2 verse 16. You kept toiling sleepless, and what did you get? You are exhausting yourself with ceaseless toil. You are filling your sinews with pain, bringing nearer the end of your life. Tablet X 297-300, And what gain is there to him who toils for the wind? Moreover, all his days he eats in darkness in much vexation and sickness and anger. Ecclesiastes 5 verses 16 to 17. Man is one whose progeny is snapped off like a reed in the canebrake. Tablet X 301, 7. For who knows what is good for man while he lives the few days of his vain life, which he passes like a shadow? Ecclesiastes 6 verse 12. The comely young man, the pretty young woman, all, too soon in their very prime, death abducts them. Tablet X 302-303, 8. The wise person has his eyes in his head, but the fool walks in darkness. And yet I perceive that the same event happens to all of them. Ecclesiastes 2 verse 14. No one sees death. No one sees the face of death. No one hears the voice of death. Yet, savage death is the one who hacks man down. Tablet X 304-307, 9. For man does not know his time. So the children of man are snared at an evil time, when it suddenly falls upon them. Ecclesiastes 9 verse 12. At some time we build a household. At some time we start a family. At some time the brothers divide. At some time feuds arise in the land. At some time the river rose, and brought the flood. The mayfly floating on the river. Its countenance was gazing on the face of the sun. Then all of a sudden nothing was there. 10. Tablet X 308-315, 11. For everything there is a season, and a time for every matter under heaven. A time to be born, and a time to die. A time to love, and a time to hate. A time for war, and a time for peace. Ecclesiastes 3 verses 1 to 8. Vapor of vapors, says the preacher. All is mist and vapor. Ecclesiastes 1 verse 2. Oh, Enkidu, a team of two will not perish. He who is lashed to a boat will not sink. No one can tear asunder a three-ply cloth. 12. Gilgamesh and Humbaba A. Two are better than one, for if they fall, one will lift up his fellow. A threefold cord is not quickly broken. Ecclesiastes 4 verses 9 to 12. Thou, Gilgamesh, let full be thy belly. Make thou merry by day and by night. Of each day make thou a feast of rejoicing. Day and night dance thou and play. Let thy garments be sparkling fresh. Thy head be washed, bathe thou in water. Pay heed to the little one that holds on to thy hand. Let thy spouse delight in thy bosom. For this is the task of mankind. 13. Tablet 11. Go, eat your bread with joy, and drink your wine with a merry heart, for God has already approved what you do. Let your garments be always white. Let not oil be lacking on your head. Enjoy life with the wife whom you love, all the days of your vain life that he has given you under the sun, because that is your portion in life. Ecclesiastes 9 verses 7 to 10. The natural question that arises is whether or not the biblical author got his ideas from Babylonia, or the reverse, or whether they both used a common source background. Regardless of which way the influence flows, the Gilgamesh epic and Ecclesiastes certainly display a striking exchange of ideas. The last verses of Gilgamesh Tablet 11 and Ecclesiastes 9 verses 7 to 10 show a thought-for-thought progress of thinking that surely suggests a deliberate cultural exchange of ideas. But the differences are perhaps just as profound and striking as the similarities. First and foremost is of course the polytheism of Gilgamesh that is dutifully overturned by the monotheism of Ecclesiastes. Jewish ethical monotheism was a hostile unbridgeable chasm between the worldviews of Israel and her surrounding pagan neighbors, a chasm between Abraham's bosom and Hades. But an equally profound separation lies in the anthropocentric, human-centered, paganism of Gilgamesh versus the theocentric, God-centered, optimism of Koheleth. While both affirm a kind of meaningless despair that death brings to the human condition, Gilgamesh concludes with resignation that the best one can do is a substitute immortality of glory in the perpetual life of the state, a rather modern humanistic proposition for an ancient. But the preacher argues that we are to eat, drink, and be merry, not merely because tomorrow we die, 9:10, but because it is a gift from God, 3:13, and that for all these things God will bring you into judgment, 11:9, because whatever God does endures forever, 3:14. So eternal life is found in connection with God in Ecclesiastes because not even the polis or city of the ancient world lasts forever like God does, and the individual life rooted in God is a life rooted in transcendence. Ecclesiastes 12 verses 13-14. The end of the matter, all has been heard. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God will bring every deed into judgment, with every secret thing, whether good or evil. Echoes of Eden. The thematic existential pursuit of meaning and transcendence is not the only thing in common between the Babylonian epic and biblical scriptures. Echoes of Eden resound in the journey of Gilgamesh that scholars have long pointed out reflect a literary correspondence with the Bible. When Enkidu enters the Gilgamesh story, he is a wild-born untamed man who lives as an animal in the steppe with a hairy naked body, wandering the hills, feeding on grass and upsetting traps set by the hunter for his mammalian kin. He was in fact created by the goddess Aruru as a foil to the civilized oppression and fierce arrogance of King Gilgamesh over the city of Uruk. 14. Theirs is the perennial conflict between rural and urban human identity. The city dweller may be civilized, yet he can be barbaric and cruel compared to the noble savage who is the only redemption for such oppression. In the standard version of the Babylonian epic, a hunter tries to stop Enkidu from ruining his traps by seducing him with a harlot named Shamhat. Enkidu is drawn to her with instinctual lust and he is ultimately tamed by his sexual satisfaction with the female, who then civilizes him with clothes and human etiquette. 15. It is the ancient classical paradigm of human nature, the sensuality of woman tames the savagery of man. But this civilizing of human nature is also depicted as a loss of innocence required for human maturity. Suddenly, Enkidu's eyes are opened, he had reason, he was wide of understanding. His psychic link with the animals is broken, and Shamhat says to Enkidu, "You are just like a god." 16. This little episode and its mythic metaphor of human growth and separation from the animals through loss of innocence has obvious parallels with the Garden of Eden in Genesis 3. Eve, seduced by the serpent, influences Adam to eat of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, which opens their eyes and they become like God, losing their innocence. Critical scholarship has noted these parallels and has prioritized the Babylonian account, which results in twisting the biblical account into a humanistic parable that subverts original sin into original wisdom, where it was a good thing to disobey God and take control of human destiny. God becomes the villain and the serpent becomes the hero of this interpretation, in that the serpent helps mankind escape dependency on a jealous deity fearful of man taking his place and making him unnecessary. Liberal scholar James Charlesworth, quoting another liberal scholar, suggests that to characterize him, God, as villain is not impossible, in view of 3:8, the garden is for his own enjoyment, and verses 23, where he feels threatened by the man. As villain, he is the opponent of the main program. 17. Charlesworth then concludes that, the story of the serpent in our culture is a tale of how the most beautiful creature, the serpent, became seen as ugly, the admired became despised, the good was misrepresented as the bad, and a god was dethroned and recast as Satan. Why? It is perhaps because we modern humans have moved farther and farther away from nature, cutting the umbilical cord with our Mother Earth? 18. But this critical hermeneutic is autobiographical projection of fashionable modern prejudice against the Judeo-Christian depersonalization of nature. It completely misunderstands the polemical nature of most biblical interaction with its pagan environment, and misunderstands the Gilgamesh story as well. Similarities in stories illustrate a common subject, but differences express a contrast of meaning. Charlesworth surveys iconography on archaeological artifacts in Bronze Age Canaan to accurately describe ancient Canaan as a serpent cult civilization. 19. Canaan was the land promised to the Israelites by God. They were commanded to devote all the giant clans and their cities to complete destruction because of the connection of the giant Anakim clans to the antediluvian Nephilim. Num 13:32-33, 20. Joshua 11 verses 21-22. And Joshua came at that time and cut off the Anakim, giants, from the hill country. Joshua devoted them to destruction with their cities. There was none of the Anakim left in the land of the people of Israel. I have explained elsewhere that the creation story of Genesis follows the ancient Near Eastern paradigm of justifying territorial and governmental control over a region. When a kingdom would assert its authority or power, it told a creation story of how its deity established order out of the primordial chaos and laid claim on the land. 21. The Babylonian creation story. Enuma Elish does this with its ascendancy of the Babylonian patron deity Marduk as king over the assembly of gods, and the Genesis account does this for Yahweh's people as inheritors of the promised land. The earth in Genesis 1 is better translated as the land in Hebrew and, as John Sailhamer has pointed out, is most likely a literary reference to the promised land of Canaan. 22. Since the Old Testament is filled with a history of Israel constantly falling away from Yahweh and worshipping the false gods of Canaan, it makes perfect theological sense that the tempter in the garden that draws Israel's forebear Adam away from obedience is the symbol of Canaan, the serpent. There is no meaningful way that serpents could be interpreted as a hero or positive symbol in Genesis 2-3 in context with the Israelite worldview. And the serpent is not a positive symbol in Gilgamesh either. Another episode in the Epic of Gilgamesh that carries overtones of the Genesis creation story is on Tablet 11. After Gilgamesh encounters Utnapishtim, Noah, and discovers he cannot attain eternal life, he leaves dejected. But Utnapishtim feels sorry for him and decides to tell him about the location of a magic plant that is able to make one young again. Gilgamesh journeys to find the plant, and then see what happens next. At 30 leagues they pitched camp. Gilgamesh found a pool whose water was cool. He went down into it to bathe in the water. A snake smelled the fragrance of the plant. Silently, it came up and bore the plant off. As it turned away, it sloughed a skin. 23. The notion of a plant that rejuvenates and a serpent stealing the opportunity of renewed youth has long been connected to the Genesis account of the rejuvenating effect of the tree of life being withheld from Adam due to the serpent's deception. But they also both contain etiological explanations of snake biology, Genesis for the serpent crawling on its belly, and Gilgamesh for the snake shedding its skin. These echoes of Eden reaffirm the negative character of the serpent as one who spoils the opportunity for renewed life, not the positive agent of human maturity. Noah and the flood in the Epic of Gilgamesh. Perhaps the most fascinating connection that the Epic of Gilgamesh has to the Bible is in the presence of a Noah character and his story of the Great Deluge. Scholars have written endlessly on this topic ever since the first translations of the account were available in the late 19th century. A comparison of the two stories yields, yet again, some significant similarities that indicate a common origin, yet some even more significant differences that indicate divergent meaning. As mentioned earlier, extant tablets prove that the Gilgamesh epic had gone through a literary evolution. One very distinct change involves the addition of the flood story that probably did not exist in the oldest Babylonian version of the epic poem, but does exist in a later Babylonian version. This has prompted Tigi to suggest, and most scholars now agree, that an additional Akkadian story of the flood called Atrahasis was used as a source to add to the Gilgamesh cycle. And a third and older Sumerian version called the Deluge may also have had some influence on Gilgamesh. 24. But what about the Genesis story of Noah's Ark? While it is virtually unanimous among scholars that Genesis was written and edited over time using multiple sources, the more extreme view of this has been adopted by the scholarly establishment that has sought to divide the Old Testament, and in particular the flood story, into contradictory sources that have been woven together from an older Yahweh source and a newer priestly source, all with opposing agendas. This radical view is falling from favor with the advent of literary and form criticism and because of the complete absence of manuscript evidence to support the remote speculation of such radical redaction. 25. What is coming more to light is the genius of composition that exists in the final canonical literary form that virtually defies categorizing of specific sources. For example, Gordon Wenham has pointed out the complex literary poetic form of chiasmus used in the flood narrative. Chiasmus is a kind of mirroring literary structure that builds the plot with increasing succession, to the middle of the story, where the thematic message is highlighted, only to conclude the second half of the story in a reflective reversal of the first half. At the risk of overwhelming the reader, here is the literary structure of the Genesis flood narrative as detailed by Wenham, emphasizing the superior originality of authorship over alleged source material. 26. Early biblical criticism tried to reduce the biblical flood narrative to a derivative of the Babylonian version, but that theory is now thoroughly discredited. 27. Archaeologist P.J. Wiseman uncovered the existence of a Toldoth formula in the repeated Genesis phrase, "These are the generations of," that indicates original source material of inscribed clay tablets rather than a hodgepodge of Yahwist, priestly, and other contrary sources. 28. Whatever narrative congruity exists between the Bible and the Gilgamesh epic, their genetic ties are not found in being a derivative of one another. In Gilgamesh Immortal, while I do write of Gilgamesh visiting Noah and his wife on a distant island, and I do have Noah tell Gilgamesh the story of the flood, just as he does in the Epic of Gilgamesh, I bring a subversive twist to the scenario. The story that Gilgamesh inscribes onto clay and stone is not the one that Noah told him. Why? Because Gilgamesh is not a repentant follower of Noah's God, Yahweh Elohim, the God of the Bible. So it would make sense that if he rejects the living God, he would reject the living God's meta-narrative and replace it with his own that would exalt himself or his biased religious construction. So the version we read in the Epic of Gilgamesh today is the deliberately fabricated version of a rebel against Yahweh. This is the nature of all subversive storytelling, as I have indicated in previous appendices of the Chronicles of the Nephilim, 29. So what is the storyline of the flood in the original Gilgamesh epic? In Tablet 11 of the epic poem, Utnapishtim, the Gilgamesh Noah explains that because of some unexplained sin of man, the pantheon of gods decide to send a deluge to kill all of mankind. But the god of the waters of the abyss, Enki, or Ea, defies the decision and sneaks away to give a dream to Utnapishtim, a wealthy man who lives in the city of Shuruppak in Mesopotamia. Through the dream, he tells him to tear down his house and build a large boat to save the seed of all living creatures. He gives him the dimensions of the boat and instructions of how to build it. Utnapishtim is to lie to his neighbors when asked about the large boat by explaining that he is going to move downstream to the city of Eridu. When he finishes the boat, he loads on it all kinds of animals as well as all his extended family members and some skilled craftsmen. The gods then start a storm of wind and rain, led by the storm god Adad, that devastates the land with such force, even the gods get scared and hide up in heaven like frightened dogs with their tails between their legs. The blowing wind and gale-force downpour lasts 6 days and 7 nights until all the people are turned to clay. The boat finally runs aground on Mount Naimesh, and after 7 days, Utnapishtim lets out a dove to see if it can find a perch, but it does not and returns to him. He waits and sends a swallow, and then finally a raven that does not return, indicating enough dry land to get out of the boat. Utnapishtim then offers a sacrifice to the gods, who smell the sweet savor and gather like flies around the sacrificer. But when the great god Enlil arrives, he is angry to discover Utnapishtim survived the destruction. When he finds out that Enki had leaked the plan to Utnapishtim, they quarrel. But the crafty Enki denies violating the will of the gods because he did not tell Utnapishtim directly, but through a dream. Enlil resigns himself to the trickery and decides to bestow immortality on Utnapishtim and his wife, so they would be like the gods, but placing them at the mouth of the rivers to dwell far away from normal mankind. Utnapishtim then explains to Gilgamesh that the gods will not assemble for his benefit to bestow upon him eternal life. He is destined to die like all humanity. To prove the impossibility, Utnapishtim tells Gilgamesh to stay awake for 6 days and 7 nights to prove his worthiness of becoming immortal by exercising power over the stepchild of death, sleep. Gilgamesh cannot do so, and he is sent on his way with the consolation prize of finding a magic plant that will restore his youth. As stated before, the serpent then steals that plant away from him. Wenham has listed 17 major correlations between the Genesis flood and the Gilgamesh deluge that indicate a strong genetic connection between the two narratives. 1. Divine decision to destroy. 2. Warning to flood hero. 3. Command to build ark. 4. Hero's obedience. 5. Command to enter. 6. Entry. 7. Closing door. 8. Description of flood. 9. Destruction of life. 10. End of rain, etc. 11. Ark grounding on mountain. 12. Hero opens window. 13. Birds reconnaissance. 14. Exit. 15. Sacrifice. 16. Divine smelling of sacrifice. 17. Blessing on flood hero, 30. But Alexander Heidel's classic The Gilgamesh Epic in Old Testament Parallels has teased out the differences between the two that shed light on their radically divergent meanings. To begin with, the name for the flood hero in Gilgamesh is Utnapishtim, which means, he saw life, an apparent free rendering of the Sumerian Zayusadra, that meant he found everlasting life. In the flood story most likely borrowed for the Gilgamesh Epic, his name is Atrahasis, which means exceedingly wise. In Genesis, Noah means rest. 31. The Sumerian Noah, Zayusadra, was a priestly king of the city of Shuruppak, the 10th in line of the pre-Diluvian Babylonian kings. In Gilgamesh, Utnapishtim is not a king, but a wealthy citizen of Shuruppak. The biblical Noah is the 10th pre-Diluvian patriarch, but beyond this, we only know he was pious and that he walked with God and found favor in his sight. 32. In Genesis, only 8 people were in the ark with the animals: Noah, his 3 sons, and all their wives. In the Sumerian deluge in Gilgamesh, Noah's extended family also came along with some craftsmen and a boatman. Heidel then points out the theological differences between the narratives regarding the cause of the flood and the possibility of redemption for humanity. 33. In Atrahasis, the noise of man's overpopulation and cries of rebellion awaken Enlil from his sleep to send several plagues and famines without satisfying results before he conspires to send a flood to drown out their rebellious noise. 34. In Gilgamesh, the gods send the deluge because of an undefined sin of mankind. Tablet 11:180. Utnapishtim lies to his neighbors about the ark because the gods do not want man to know what they are about to do. Contrarily, in Genesis, the flood is very clearly a righteous judgment upon an earth that was corrupted and filled with violence. The Lord saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every intention of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. God gives man a period of grace of 120 years with which to repent and obey God. Gen 6:5-6. Though this purpose is not stated explicitly in Genesis, two other passages in the New Testament seem to indicate this notion of God providing such opportunity. 1 Peter 3 verses 19 to 20. In the Spirit, he went and proclaimed to the spirits in prison, because they formerly did not obey, when God's patience waited in the days of Noah, while the ark was being prepared, in which a few, that is, 8 persons, were brought safely through water. 2 Peter 2 verses 5 to 6. If he did not spare the ancient world, but preserved Noah, a herald of righteousness, with 7 others, when he brought a flood upon the world of the ungodly, making them an example of what is going to happen to the ungodly, but surely, there is an assumption, sometimes explicit, but always implicit throughout the Old Testament that if man repents, God will stay his hand of planned judgment. But the notion that Noah actually preached words to the condemned is not necessarily in the text. Some evangelicals assume that Noah as herald of righteousness means he preached sermons like the apostles in Acts. But this assumes too much. For the context of the New Testament passages are about Noah's example to us of what is going to happen to the ungodly of Peter's current era. Jesus in his Olivet sermon uses Noah's example as a sermon illustration for his coming judgment as well. Matthew 24 verses 37 to 39. For as in those days before the flood they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, until the day when Noah entered the ark, and they were unaware until the flood came and swept them all away, so will be the coming of the Son of Man. Noah's preparation for the flood was a declaratory action that spoke louder than words, and apparently, it was not understood by those who were unaware until the flood came and swept them all away. Another passage sheds light on the notion that Noah's act of building the boat in anticipation of the flood was itself the proclamation. Hebrews 11 verse 7. By faith Noah, being warned by God concerning events as yet unseen, in reverent fear constructed an ark for the saving of his household. By this he condemned the world and became an heir of the righteousness that comes by faith. Though God always seems to give a generation under condemnation an opportunity to repent, he does not always do so with sermons of words, but certainly with examples of actions. The ark also provides an example of significant difference between the narratives. The length of Noah's ark was 450 feet long, 75 feet wide, and 45 feet high, with a displacement of approximately 43,300 tons. It had 3 levels to contain the animals, that on the surface of the account is structurally feasible. Utnapishtim's vessel, however, was not so amiable to reality. According to Babylonian measurements, it was supposed to be a square cube of 200 feet on all sides and was divided into 7 levels, displacing approximately 228,500 tons, making it a rather questionable seaworthy craft. 35. In the biblical story, it is well known that the flood began with rain coming down from the heavens and waters coming up from the deep. The rainstorm lasted 40 days and 40 nights, and then after 150 days, the waters began to abate until the earth was dry enough to leave the ark about 360 days or 1 year after the start of the flood. In the Babylonian versions, the flood storm lasts only 7 days and 7 nights, followed by an unspecified number of days for the waters to dry up before Noah leaves the ark. Upon leaving the boat, Ziusadra, Utnapishtim, and Noah all build altars and offer sacrifices of thanksgiving and appeasement unto their gods. But the theological incongruity between the accounts is spelled out in the divine reactions. In Gilgamesh, the gods smelled the savor, the gods smelled the sweet savor, the gods gathered like flies around the sacrificer, tablet 11:161-163. Of this passage, Andrew George writes, the simile used to describe the gods' arrival is famously the image of hungry flies buzzing around a piece of food. This imagery implies a somewhat cynical view of gods, even more disrespectful than the earlier simile likening them to cowering dogs. 36. Heidel adds a dimension to this zoomorphic, animal-like, denigration of the gods when he suggests that the gods had been without food sacrifice from humans for so long that they were hungry like a bunch of flies dependent on parasitic hosts. Enlil then starts to quarrel with Enki for revealing the secret to Utnapishtim, wherein Enki defends himself with trickery by arguing that he did not reveal it directly to Utnapishtim, but through a dream, thus freeing him from blame. Contrary to the Babylonian zoomorphic simile of the gods, the Bible engages in anthropomorphism, human-like, in that man is created in the image of God and thus sacrifice is understood in the priestly terms of atonement for sin. Leviticus 1 verse 9. God smelled the pleasing aroma. The Lord said in his heart, I will never again curse the ground because of man. Genesis 8 verse 21. But Heidel explains, the propitiatory character of the sacrifice is brought out quite clearly in the biblical narrative, where the ascending essence of the burnt offerings is called a soothing odor, or, literally, an odor of tranquilization. One purpose of Noah's sacrifice, as seems to be indicated by what follows, probably was to appease the wrath of God which had been kindled by the sins of mankind and which Noah had just witnessed. But at the same time it was undoubtedly an offering for the expiation of his own sins and those of his family. 37. Whereas the Babylonian anthropomorphic descriptions of their deities tended to reflect human weaknesses, hunger, and sin, quarreling, the biblical account depicts the human-like character traits of God in terms of relationship, propitiation and atonement. In the Babylonian versions, Noah and his wife are blessed with eternal life after Enlil gives in to Enki's defensive arguments. They are then taken to a distant place, at the mouth of the rivers, probably referring to the Persian Gulf, into which the Euphrates and Tigris rivers opened up. In Gilgamesh, this was the mythical and distant place where the sun rises. In the Sumerian version it was the island of Dilmun, now considered by most scholars to be in the area of the Bahrain Islands. The biblical version is theologically motivated by God's covenantal nature. God blesses Noah, and then grants him the original charge given to Adam to multiply and fill the earth, and to exercise dominion over the creatures, Gen 9:1-3. As the flood was a return to the chaos waters before creation, so the world of Noah is a new creation with a new Adam. And God reinforces his value of the created image of God in man, by bringing special attention to capital punishment for murdering man, made in the image of God. The rainbow becomes God's covenant promise to stay his hand from deluge judgment, unlike the Gilgamesh epic, that has a secondary mother goddess claim that a necklace strung with flies will remind her of the hungry gods buzzing around, Utnapishtim's sacrifice, and ultimately of her special responsibility to her human children. 38, Tablet 11:165-169. Comparison and contrast. The value of comparative religion lies in achieving a better understanding of the historical and cultural context of ancient writings like the Bible. Too often, both religious believers and unbelievers approach the text with their own preconceived modern worldview or political agenda that they project upon the text in order to use it for their own purposes, positive or negative. Christians have been guilty of forcing poetic passages into the straitjacket of a hyper-literalistic hermeneutic, or imposing our notions of historical accounting or scientific accuracy upon ancient writers who just did not write with our post-Enlightenment modern scientific or historical worldview. I addressed the Mesopotamian cosmology in the Bible in an appendix of Noah Primeval to make the point that the biblical authors were men of their times that could not have possibly been writing Genesis as a scientific treatise on the origin of the material universe, simply because they did not write creation texts with that intent. They wrote them as theological/political documents. When we impose our own modern categories upon the Bible, we are engaging in the worst sort of cultural imperialism, denying the human side of the divinely inspired text. But it works the other way as well. Modern notions of literary evolution get imposed upon the Bible by detractors who wish to discredit the narrative by reducing it to one of a variety of myths that evolve over time. This modern prejudice also ignores the polemical thrust of much ancient literature that interpreted historical events with divergent meanings, or engaged in retelling narratives through contrary theological lenses. This is not the syncretism of evolutionary plagiarism, but the subversion of worldview polemics. Another aspect of storytelling where this subversion occurs is in the changing names of characters and locations in ancient narratives. As indicated earlier, the flood hero has different names depending on which era and culture is composing the text. Some of this comes down to simple translation between languages. Utnapishtim in Akkadian may simply be the Babylonian translation of the Sumerian Ziusidra, which both mean finding long life or something similar. Others may be derivative. Some scholars argue that the name Noah can possibly be derived from the middle element of Utnapishtim, as one rendering has it, Utnapishtim. Other cases illustrate outright changes of names to fit the story to the culture's paradigm and differing deities. An important Sumerian text, the descent of Inanna into the underworld, was literally rewritten by the Babylonians as the descent of Ishtar into the underworld to accommodate their goddess Ishtar. 39. The Babylonian creation epic, Enuma Elish, tells the story of the Babylonian deity Marduk and his ascendancy to power in the Mesopotamian pantheon, giving mythical justification to the rise of Babylon as an ancient world power in the early 18th century B.C. 40, and then when King Sennacherib of Assyria conquered Babylon around 689 BC, Assyrian scribes rewrote the Enuma Elish and replaced the name of Marduk with Assur, the name of the Assyrian chief god. 41. The Bible contains the renaming of people that often occurred in the ancient Near East with the intent of expressing destiny or identity. Faithful readers are familiar with Abram's name changed to Abraham to become the father of many, or Jacob, supplanter, to Israel, striving with God, or Saul of Tarsus being changed to Paul, as a possible Romanizing of his mission to the Gentiles. But the Hebrew writers of the Bible also engaged in the renaming of enemies for polemical purposes. Thus Baalzebul, the god of Ekron, whose name meant Lord of the Heavenly Dwelling, was renamed Baalzebub by the author of 2 Kings 1 verses 2-6, which means the derogatory, Lord of the Flies. 42. The wicked queen of Tyre, whose name Isbul meant, where is the prince Baal, was renamed by the Jews as Jezebel, which is a slurring wordplay on dung. 2 Kings 9 verse 37. 43. Genesis 11 verse 9 even explains its polemical renaming of the city of Babylon, gateway of the gods, to Babel, confusion of tongues. I sought to capture this historical environment of changing names and concepts throughout the series of Chronicles of the Nephilim by having characters, locations and measurements change in ways that reflected history. Thus, locations like Erech, Arata, and Shinar in Enoch Primordial and the Bible become the later known Uruk, Ararat, and Sumer in Gilgamesh Immortal. The Watchers change their names to Mesopotamian deities, Inanna changes her name to Ishtar, Ninurta to Marduk, and Gilgamesh changes his name, reflecting an important historical theory of the origins of Babylon. Even measurements begin as ancient calibrations like cubits and leagues in Noah Primeval, but eventually become the more modern familiar measurements of feet and miles by Gilgamesh Immortal. I wanted to give the reader the same experience of real-world changing identities, times, and cultures. There is both continuity and discontinuity within comparative religion, that captures both the common understanding as well as the polemical differences that separate and change meaning. A comparison of the Gilgamesh epic with the Bible bears this out as Heidel concludes. As in the case of the creation stories, we still do not know how the biblical and Babylonian narratives of the deluge are related historically. The available evidence proves nothing beyond the point that there is a genetic relationship between Genesis and the Babylonian versions. The skeleton is the same in both cases, but the flesh and blood and, above all, the animating spirit are different. 44. Uncovering Noah's nakedness. One additional significant element of Gilgamesh Immortal requires explanation. In the novel, Noah's son Ham rapes his own mother Emzara that results in the curse of the fruit of that maternal incest, the child Canaan. This brutal scene is not mere voyeurism of depravity, it is the very theological foundation upon which the rest of the chronicles of the Nephilim are based. And that foundation is not imagined fantasy, it is the actual biblical basis of the Jewish claim on the promised land of Canaan, as odd and controversial as it may seem. But as previous discussions have shown, Genesis is no stranger to odd and controversial stories. Here is the text from the Bible. Genesis 9 verses 20 to 27. 20 Noah began to be a man of the soil, and he planted a vineyard. 21 He drank of the wine and became drunk and lay uncovered in his tent. 22 And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father and told his two brothers outside. 23 Then Shem and Japheth took a garment, laid it on both their shoulders, and walked backward and covered the nakedness of their father. Their faces were turned backward, and they did not see their father's nakedness. 24 When Noah awoke from his wine and knew what his youngest son had done to him, 25 He said, Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be to his brothers. 26 He also said, Blessed be the Lord, the God of Shem, and let Canaan be his servant. May 27th God enlarge Japheth, and let him dwell in the tents of Shem, and let Canaan be his servant. Literalists have a difficult time with this passage for several reasons. They do not like to admit the fact that Noah becomes a drunk after being the world's greatest Bible hero of that time. They read Genesis 6 verse 9 that says Noah was a righteous man, blameless in his generation, and that he walked with God as being a description of Noah as some kind of moral perfectionist one level less than Jesus. But as explained in the appendix of Noah Primeval, they missed the fact that righteousness was having faith, not moral perfection. Secondly, having faith was not perfect faith because all biblical heroes falter in their faith. Thirdly, blameless was a physical Levitical reference to genetic purity, as in spotless lamb, that was most likely a reference to being uncorrupted by the fallen sons of God. Fourthly, walking with God did not mean being sinless. Noah was a sinner with imperfect faith and obedience as every believer is. His broken humanity is how we identify with him and draw our inspiration. The real problem for literalists who do not consider the ancient Near Eastern poetic language of Genesis is in concluding that an entire nation was cursed simply because one of its forefathers saw his dad without clothes on. While it is certainly possible that ancient Mesopotamians had some holy taboo about a parent's nakedness that we are simply unfamiliar with, there is nowhere else in the Bible that affirms the absurdity of such a taboo. There are, however, several places that explain the concept of uncovering a father's nakedness as a figurative idiom for having sexual intercourse with his wife. Bergsma and Hans' masterful article Noah's Nakedness and the Curse of Canaan, Genesis 9 verses 20 to 27, elucidated for me the notion that I used in my novel that Ham had forced maternal incest with his mother, Noah's wife. 45. They explore the different scholarly explanations of uncovering Noah's nakedness and disprove them: voyeurism, castration, and homosexual paternal incest. There are simply no references in the Bible anywhere that reinforce any of these interpretations. The only one that is reaffirmed and makes sense is that Ham's uncovering his father's nakedness was an idiom or euphemism for maternal incest. They explain that the definitions of uncovering nakedness in Leviticus 18 are tied to the practices of the Canaanites. Sound familiar? Canaan is cursed? And the biblical text itself explains that in a patriarchal culture, uncovering a man's nakedness was an expression that actually meant uncovering his wife's nakedness. Leviticus 18 verses 7 to 8. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father, which is the nakedness of your mother, she is your mother, you shall not uncover her nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's wife, it is your father's nakedness. Likewise, they explain, Lev 18:14, 16, 20:11, 13, 21 all describe a woman's nakedness as the nakedness of her husband. They then prove that seeing nakedness and uncovering nakedness are equivalent phrases and are the usual expressions of sexual intercourse in the Holiness Code of Leviticus, 18:6, 2017. It could not be more explicit than Deuteronomy 27 verse 20. Deuteronomy 27 verse 20. Cursed be anyone who lies with his father's wife, because he has uncovered his father's nakedness. Biblically, uncovering a man's nakedness was an idiom for having sexual intercourse with his wife. What then of Shem and Japheth walking backwards so as not to see Noah's nakedness? Surely, this is not a reference to avoiding maternal incest, but a literal covering of Noah's body with a cloak? In that case, the literal and the figurative collide in a metaphor of meaning. The authors explain the apparent incongruity this way. The brothers' actions play on the broader meaning of the phrase. Not only did the brothers not see their father's nakedness in the sense of having intercourse with him, but also they did not even dare to see their father's nakedness in a literal sense. Where Ham's act was exceedingly evil, their gesture was exceedingly pious and noble. 46. The final clincher to making sense of this bizarre passage is the curse of the son Canaan. Throughout Genesis 9, Ham is oddly and repeatedly referred to as the father of Canaan. It is a strange repetition that draws attention to itself and is finally climaxed with Canaan being cursed instead of Ham for Ham's dirty deed. Well, if Canaan was the fruit of that illicit union of maternal incest between Ham and Amzara, it makes perfect sense within that culture that he is cursed. It may not sound kind to our modern ears, but it is perfectly consistent with that biblical time period. Ham sought to usurp his father's patriarchal authority through maternal incest, which was uncovering his nakedness. The fruit of that action, the son Canaan, is a cursed man. And that cursed man is the forefather of a cursed nation. The writer of Genesis, whether Moses or a later editor, was clearly showing the origins of the evil curse on the land of Canaan that they were about to take from the Canaanites. Canaan was cursed to be a servant of the Shemites, or Semites of Israel, and that is a justification of their conquest of the promised land. In short, the Canaanites are the seed of the serpent at war with the Israelites, the seed of the woman, and they deserve to be dispossessed of their land by the God whom their ancestors rejected and by whom they were cursed. Of course, there is much more to the story than that, for there were giants in the land of Canaan as well, giants that were the descendants of the Nephilim, the original seed of the serpent. But you will have to wait for the novels Joshua Valiant and Caleb Vigilant to see how that all fits together. About the author. Brian Godawa is the screenwriter for the award-winning feature film, To End All Wars, starring Kiefer Sutherland. It was awarded the Commander-in-Chief Medal of Service, Honor, and Pride by the Veterans of Foreign Wars, won the first Heartland Film Festival by storm, and showcased the Cannes Film Festival Cinema for Peace. He also co-wrote Alleged, starring Brian Dennehy as Clarence Darrow and Fred Thompson as William Jennings Bryan. He previously adapted to film the best-selling supernatural thriller novel The Visitation by author Frank Peretti for Ralph Winter, X-Men, Wolverine, and wrote and directed Wall of Separation, a PBS documentary, and Lines That Divide, a documentary on stem cell research. Mr. Godawa's scripts have won multiple awards in respected screenplay competitions, and his articles on movies and philosophy have been published around the world. He has traveled around the United States teaching on movies, worldviews, and culture to colleges, churches, and community groups. His book, Hollywood Worldviews, Watching Films with Wisdom and Discernment, has been released in a revised edition from InterVarsity Press. His book Word Pictures, Knowing God Through Story and Imagination, IVP, addresses the power of image and story in the pages of the Bible to transform the Christian life. Find out more about his other books, lecture tapes and DVDs for sale at his website www.giodawa.com. Gilgamesh Immortal is the third in his series. Sign up to receive news and updates of the series with each new volume. Sign up at www.chroniclesofthenephilim.com. Watch the trailers, listen to the audio commercial, stay informed. Enoch Primordial is one chapter of the series Saga Chronicles of the Nephilim, that charts the rise and fall of the Nephilim and just what their place is in the evil plans of the fallen sons of God called the Watchers. Book 1, Noah Primeval, reveals the hero's journey of Noah that leads to God's first act of justice against this diabolical plan of the Watchers, the Deluge. The prequel, or Lost Book 2, Enoch Primordial, tells the forgotten story of the original descent of the Watchers on Mount Hermon and their introduction of the Nephilim into the created order. Book 3, Gilgamesh Immortal, tells the story of the first giant king after the flood, Gilgamesh of Uruk, and his epic search for eternal life. Read the rest of the series to discover just how far the seed of the serpent will go in its war on the seed of Eve. Books by Brian Godawa. When Giants Were Upon the Earth, The Watchers, Nephilim, and the Biblical Cosmic War of the Seed by Brian Godawa. The appendices of the Chronicles of the Nephilim together in one book. The best-selling biblical fantasy novel series Chronicles of the Nephilim has opened a door for Christian imagination and theology like none other. But many have appreciated the appendices of each novel as much as the novels. In those appendices, author Brian Godawa shares the biblical and ancient historical and mythical research that undergirds the fiction. Now all those appendices have been placed together in one book for those who want serious study of the topics of the Watchers, Nephilim, and the biblical cosmic war of the seed. This book has the special bonus of a previously unpublished chapter on the Book of Enoch, as well as a newly expanded chapter on the Sons of God. But it also contains the appendices of the last two Chronicles, David Ascendant and Jesus Triumphant, before their release. Chapters include 1. The Book of Enoch, Scripture, Heresy, or What? Bonus chapter. 2. Sons of God, newly expanded from Noah Primeval. 3. The Nephilim, from Noah Primeval. 4. Leviathan, from Noah Primeval. 5. Mesopotamian Cosmic Geography in the Bible, from Noah Primeval. 6. Retelling Bible Stories in Mythic Imagination, from Enoch Primordial. 7. Gilgamesh and the Bible, from Gilgamesh Immortal. 8. In Defense of Ancient Traditions, from Abraham Allegiant. 9. Mythical Monsters in the Bible, from Joshua Valiant. 10. Canaanite Baal and Old Testament Storytelling Polemics, Caleb Vigilant. 11. Goliath Was Not Alone, from David Ascendant. 12. Jesus and the Cosmic War, from Jesus Triumphant. To order books and products by Brian Godawa, as well as free articles, just go to the store at www.geodawa.com. Hollywood Worldviews, Watching Films with Wisdom and Discernment by Brian Godawa. With the sensibilities of an award-winning Hollywood screenwriter and the sensitivities of a thoughtful Christian, Brian Godawa guides us through the place of redemption in film, the tricks of the trade that screenwriters use to communicate their worldview through their stories, and the mental and spiritual discipline required for watching movies. Hollywood Worldviews helps us enter a dialogue with Hollywood that leads to a happier ending, one that keeps us aware of our culture and awake to our faith. Endorsements. Provocative and challenging. Even when I find myself disagreeing with Brian Godawa in his evaluation of a particular film, his cinemate and sophisticated point of view command attention. Michael Medved, film critic and author of Hollywood vs. America. Brian's analysis is insightful and stimulating. Our biblical values are colliding with worldviews in the movies, and Brian shows us why. Those values are also illuminated by intersecting with movies, and I find that especially exciting. We might even understand the Bible with more insight from seeing these connections. Ralph Winter, producer X-Men 2, Planet of the Apes, X-Men. To order books and products by Brian Godawa, as well as free articles, just go to the store at www.geodawa.com. Word Pictures, Knowing God Through Story and Imagination by Brian Godawa. In his refreshing and challenging book, Godawa helps you break free from the spiritual suffocation of heady faith. Without negating the importance of reason and doctrine, Godawa challenges you to move from understanding the Bible literally to literarily by exploring the poetry, parables and metaphors found in God's Word. Weaving historical insight, pop culture and personal narrative throughout, Godawa reveals the importance God places on imagination and creativity in the Scriptures, and provides a biblical foundation for Christians to pursue image, beauty, wonder and mystery in their faith. Endorsements. Brian Godawa is that rare breed of philosopher/artist who opens our eyes to the aesthetic dimension of spirituality. Cogently argued and fun to read, Godawa shows convincingly that God interacts with us as whole persons, not only through didactic teaching but also through metaphor, symbol, and sacrament. Nancy R. Piercy. Author, Total Truth, Liberating Christianity from Its Cultural Captivity. A spirited and balanced defense of the imagination as a potential conveyor of truth. There is a lot of good literary theory in the book, as well as an autobiographical storyline. The thoroughness of research makes the book a triumph of scholarship as well. Leland Ryken, Clyde S. Kilby Professor of English, Wheaton College, Illinois. Author, The Christian Imagination, The Practice of Faith in Literature and Writing. To order books and products by Brian Godawa, as well as free articles, just go to the store at www.geodawa.com. Myth Became Fact, Storytelling, Imagination and Apologetic in the Bible by Brian Godawa. A collection of essays by Brian Godawa about storytelling, imagination, apologetic, and the Bible. Some of them have appeared in the novel series, Chronicles of the Nephilim, and some have been published in various magazines or journals. The Christian reader will gain inspiration from these insights to use more imagination in their own approach to defending the faith and glorifying God. Old Testament Storytelling Apologetic. Israel shared mythopoeic images with their pagan neighbors, the sea dragon of chaos, and the storm god. These are polemical concepts used by biblical writers to show the incomparability of Yahweh. Biblical creation and storytelling, cosmos, combat, and covenant. Creation stories in the ancient Near East and the Bible both express a primeval battle called Chaos Camp, the fight of deity to create order out of chaos. But how do they differ? The universe in ancient imagination. A detailed comparison and contrast of the biblical picture of the universe with the ancient Mesopotamian one. Does God communicate material structure or theological meaning? New Testament storytelling apologetic. Paul's sermon to the pagans on Mars Hill is an example of subversion, communicating the gospel in terms of a pagan narrative with a view toward replacing their worldview. Mythopoeia in prophecy and apocalyptic genre. God uses mythical descriptions of future events to deliberately obscure his message while simultaneously proving his claim about the true meaning and purpose behind history. An apologetic of biblical horror. An exploration of the genre of horror to show how God uses it as a powerful moral tool to communicate serious spiritual, moral, and social defilement in the context of repentance from sin and redemptive victory over evil. To order books and products by Brian Godawa, as well as free articles, just go to the store at www.geodawa.com. Movies by Brian Godawa. To End All Wars. Written by Brian Godawa. A true story about Allied POWs who endure harsh treatment at the hands of their Japanese captors during World War II while they are forced to build a railroad through the Burmese jungle. Alleged. Written by Fred Foote and Brian Godawa. Alleged is a romantic drama based on events using both historical and fictional elements occurring behind the scenes and outside the courtroom of the famous Scopes monkey trial of 1925. The Visitation. Written by Brian Godawa. Based on the bestseller by Frank Peretti. Peretti's supernatural thriller tells the story of a mysterious stranger, Edward Furlong, and his 3 associates, who arrive in a small town and perform miracles on those who would follow. Who is this charismatic drifter the townspeople have chosen to follow? Is he the true Messiah, a false prophet, or something far more sinister? Audio lectures by Brian Godawa. Brian has spoken around the world on the topic of movies, worldviews, and faith. Now you can purchase some of his presentations on downloadable MP3 directly from his website, www.geodawa.com. Here are a sample of presentations. Art, Movies and Worldviews 6 Lecture Series by Brian Godawa. 1. The Church and the Arts, Friends or Foes? 2. From Bezalel to Jesus, Art in the Bible. 3. Kiss Kiss, Bang Bang, Sex and Violence in the Movies. 4. That's More Than Entertainment, Redemption in the Movies. 5. Following Your Heart, Existentialism in the Movies. 6. Losing Our Grip on Reality, Postmodernism in the Movies. Screenwriting for Christians. A 9-lecture series by Brian Godawa. Brian teaches the basic elements of storytelling used in writing screenplays from a Christian worldview, complete with examples and analysis of movies that illustrate the lessons. Comes with 30 pages of student handouts so you can follow along and take the class on tape. This was taught at JWAM's University of the Nations. 1. Introduction/Sex and Violence and the Bible. 2. Christian writer. 3. Basic structure/premise theme. 4. Premise/theme part 2. 5. Character. 6. Plot. 7. Scene. 8. The business and the life of the writer. 9. Analysis of first 10 pages of The Sixth Sense. Storytelling, Worldviews and Persuasion 2 lectures by Brian Godawa. Part 1. Incarnation. The modern Christian exclusive concentration on logic, precision and rationality has missed a fuller biblical approach. In the scriptures, truth and persuasion are mediated through imagination and storytelling as well. Brian addresses the power of incarnation used in biblical storytelling and imagery. Examples from film clips are used to illustrate. Part 2. Subversion. Brian examines the biblical usage of subversion through storytelling as a means of engaging culture and capturing it for Christ. He shows how the Apostle Paul used subversion to retell the Stoic story in Christian terms. Defense of the Faith 12 Lecture Series by Brian Godawa. This is a different approach to apologetic than the typical way that proves a generic theism, then proves the Bible, then proves the resurrection. This series addresses the weaknesses of typical apologetic and explores how to defend the faith on a deeper level, the level of the worldview of the unbeliever. 1. Introduction to apologetic. 2. Logic Part 1, Intro. 3. Logic Part 2, Fallacies. 4. Logic Part 3, Fallacies. 5. Faith and Reason. 6. Antithesis, Acts 17. 7. Worldviews Part 1. 8. Worldviews Part 2. 9. Authority in Truth. 10. Authority, Part 2. 11. Ethics. 12. Technique. Bible Prophecy and the End Times, It's Not When They Told You It is 10 lecture series by Brian Godawa. The Book of Revelation is more like an epic horror fantasy than a sermon. Brian explores the creative literary imagery of the first-century writings used in Revelation. The Left Behind novel series has made $1 gazillion based on a popular view of the end times. What would shock some Christians is to discover that this view is not biblical. Brian examines the common beliefs of the Left Behind dogma and compares them to the Bible. He shows how the Bible itself explains how most of these prophecies have already been fulfilled. A partial preterist approach to Bible prophecy. 2 options are available for purchase. You can either buy just the MP3 audio, or buy the DVD video versions that have the same audio, but also lots of colorful and helpful PowerPoint visuals and film clips for a much richer presentation of the material. 1. Interpreting Bible prophecy. 2. Israel in prophecy. 3. The last days. 4. The rapture. 5. The Great Tribulation. 6. The Antichrist. 7. The Beast. 8. The Coming of Christ. 9. The Millennium Part 1. 10. The Millennium Part 2. To order these audio lectures and other books and products by Brian Godawa, as well as free articles, just go to the store at www.giodawa.com. *****. 1. Jeffrey H. Teague, The Epic of Gilgamesh, Waconda, Illinois, Balchazzi Carducci, 1982, 2002. 2. Svea Bush, The Development and Meaning of the Epic of Gilgamesh, An Interpretive Essay, Journal of the American Oriental Society, Volume 121, No. 4, October-December, 2001, pages 614 to 622. 3. The 3 I found most helpful in studying the epic were A.R. George, The Babylonian Gilgamesh Epic, Introduction, Critical Edition and Cuneiform Texts, Volume 1, Oxford University Press, 2003, Benjamin Foster, Translation Edition, The Epic of Gilgamesh, a Norton Critical Edition, New York, W.W. Norton, 2001, and the Maureen Gallery Kovacs translation at http://king-of-heroes.co.uk/the-epic-of-gilgamesh/Maureen-gallery-kovacs-translation/. 4. The Ancient Near Eastern Anthology of Texts and Pictures, edition James Bennett Pritchard, 92-93, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1958. 5. The Ancient Near Eastern Anthology of Texts and Pictures, edition James Bennett Pritchard, 92-93, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1958. 6. A.R. George, The Babylonian Gilgamesh Epic, Introduction, Critical Edition and Cuneiform Texts, Volume 1, Oxford University Press, 2003, page 697. 7. George, The Babylonian Gilgamesh Epic, page 697. 8. George, The Babylonian Gilgamesh Epic, page 697. 9. George, The Babylonian Gilgamesh Epic, page 697. 10. George, The Babylonian Gilgamesh Epic, page 697. 11. George, The Babylonian Gilgamesh Epic, page 697. 12. V. 130-133, Benjamin R. Foster, ed., The Epic of Gilgamesh, a Norton Critical Edition, New York, Norton & Company, 2001, page 109. 13. The Ancient Near Eastern Anthology of Texts and Pictures, edition James Bennett Pritchard, 90, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1958. 14. George, The Babylonian Gilgamesh Epic, pages 543-544. 15. Tablets 1 and 2, George, The Babylonian Gilgamesh Epic, pages 549-561. 16. Tablet I, 202-207, George, The Babylonian Gilgamesh Epic, pages 551. 17. James Charlesworth, The Good and Evil Serpent, How a Universal Symbol Became Christianized, New Haven, Yale University Press, page 309. 18. Charlesworth, The Good and Evil Serpent, page 419. 19. Charlesworth, The Good and Evil Serpent, page 100. 20. See the appendix The Nephilim in Noah Primeval for the explanation of the expulsion of the giant clans from the Holy Land. They are essentially the seed of the serpent at war with the seed of Eve. Brian Godawa, Noah Primeval, Los Angeles, California, Embedded Pictures Publishing, 2012, pages 307-326. 21. Brian Godawa, Biblical Creation and Storytelling, Cosmogony, Combat and Covenant, http://geodawa.com/writing/articles/biblicalcreationstorytelling-geodawa.pdf. 22. Bruce R. Reichenbach, Genesis 1 as a Theological Political Narrative of Kingdom Establishment, Bulletin for Biblical Research 13.1, 2003, pages 47-69. See also, John Sailhamer, Genesis Unbound, A Provocative New Look at the Creation Account, Sisters, Oregon, Multnomah, 1996. 23. Tablet 11:302-307, George, The Babylonian Gilgamesh Epic, page 723. 24. Teague, The Epic of Gilgamesh, pages 214-240. 25. See Umberto Cassuto, The Documentary Hypothesis and the Composition of the Pentateuch, Skokie, Illinois, AudioBooks, 1941, 2005, Dwayne A. Garrett, Rethinking Genesis, The Sources and Authorship of the First Book of the Pentateuch, Baker, 1991, John H. Sailhamer, The Meaning of the Pentateuch, Revelation, Composition and Interpretation, Downers Grove, Illinois, InterVarsity, 2009, The New Literary Criticism, Gordon J. Owenham, Vol. 1, Genesis 1-15. Word Biblical Commentary. Dallas, Word, Incorporated, 1998, pages 32-42, Victor P. Hamilton, The Book of Genesis, chapters 1-17. The New International Commentary on the Old Testament. Grand Rapids, Michigan, William B. Eerdmans Publishing Company, 1990, pages 12-38. 26, Gordon J. Owenham, The Coherence of the Flood Narrative, Vetus Testamentum 28, No. 3, 1978, page 338. 27, Bill T. Arnold and David B. Weisberg, A Centennial Review of Friedrich Delitzka's Babel-und Bibel Lectures, Journal of Biblical Literature, Volume 121, No. 3, Autumn, 2002, pages 441-457. 28, P. J. Wiseman, D. J. Wiseman, ed., Ancient Records and the Structure of Genesis, A Case for Literary Unity, Thomas Nelson, 1985. 29, one of the major premises of Chronicles of the Nephilim is that pagans replace the narrative of the biblical God with their own mythical constructs that justify their prejudices and protect their consciences from moral repentance. Their accusations that biblical religion is a fairy tale concocted to control others is a projection of their own hubris to control others by negating transcendent authority. 30, Wenham, The Coherence of the Flood Narrative, page 346. 31, Alexander Heidel, The Gilgamesh Epic in Old Testament Parallels, Chicago, Illinois, University of Chicago, 1946, 1963, page 227. 32, Heidel, The Gilgamesh Epic, page 228. 33, Heidel, The Gilgamesh Epic, pages 230-232. 34, Bernard Batto points out this distinction that is often missed by scholars. The noise and din indicate the cries of rebellion of humankind against the authority of the deity. In the prior revolt by the lesser gods, Enlil's sleep was also interrupted by a similar outcry from the rebel gods. The humans are thus portrayed as carrying on in the spirit of the slain rebel god out of whose flesh and blood they were created. Bernard Batto, The Sleeping God, An Ancient Near Eastern Motif of Divine Sovereignty, Biblica 68, 1987, page 160. 35, Heidel, The Gilgamesh Epic, pages 232-236. 36, George, The Babylonian Gilgamesh Epic, pages 518. 37, Heidel, The Gilgamesh Epic, page 255. 38, George, The Babylonian Gilgamesh Epic, pages 518. 39, Stephanie Daly, Trans, Myths from Mesopotamia, Creation, The Flood, Gilgamesh and Others. New York, Oxford University Press, 1989, 2000, 2008, p. 154-162. The Sumerian version can be found in Jeremy Black, Trans, The Literature of Ancient Sumer. New York, Oxford University Press, p. 65-76. 40, Alexander Heidel, Trans, The Babylonian Genesis. Chicago, Ill, University of Chicago, 1942, 1951, 1963, 14. 41, C. Juco Bleecker and Geo Weidengren, Edius, Historia Religium I, Religions of the Past. Netherlands, E. J. Brill, 1969, p. 134. Richard J. Clifford. Creation Accounts in the Ancient Near East and in the Bible, Catholic Biblical Quarterly Monograph Series 26. Washington, D.C., Catholic Biblical Association of America, 1994, p. 7-8. 42, Beelzebub, The International Standard Bible Encyclopedia, Revised. ISB, edited by Jeffrey W. Bromley. William B. Eerdmans, 1988. 43, Jezebel, ISB. 44, Heidel, The Gilgamesh Epic, page 268. 45, John Seetzy Bergsma, Scott Walker Hahn, Noah's Nakedness and the Curse on Canaan, Genesis 9 verses 20-27, Journal of Biblical Literature 124, 2005-25, edition Gail Arvode, 25, Decatur, Georgia, Society of Biblical Literature, 2005. 46, Journal of Biblical Literature 124, 2005-33, edition Gail Arvode, 33, Decatur, Georgia, Society of Biblical Literature, 2005. Table of Contents. Other books. Copyright. Dedication. Acknowledgements. Prologue. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Chapter 15. Chapter 16. Chapter 17. Chapter 18. Chapter 19. Chapter 20. Chapter 21. Chapter 22. Chapter 23. Chapter 24. Chapter 25. Chapter 26. Chapter 27. Chapter 28. Chapter 29. Chapter 30. Chapter 31. Chapter 32. Chapter 33. Chapter 34. Chapter 35. Chapter 36. Chapter 37. Chapter 38. Chapter 39. Chapter 40. Chapter 41. Chapter 42. Chapter 43. Chapter 44. Chapter 45. Chapter 46. Chapter 47. Chapter 48. Chapter 49. Chapter 50. Chapter 51. Epilogue. Appendix Gilgamesh and the Bible. About the author.